The entire populace has been thrust into a survival game upon the ocean. The game commences with a solitary fishing rod and a small island, where resources are solely reliant on fishing. Catastrophes abound. Monstrous creatures roam freely, rendering human survival exceedingly arduous. Xunan, at the onset, finds herself in dire straits, acquiring a damaged fishing rod, yet unexpectedly receives an extravagant compensation from the system, alongside the activation of an additional scavenger system. NPC Experience Card. Experience the sensation of being an NPC. With an NPC badge overhead, she scavenges amidst a world teeming with monsters. Sharks pursue while calling for their grandmothers. Mice chase after their leaders, and a master of the black market insists on taking her home. Unintentionally, she becomes a formidable figure in the monstrous realm. Xunan. Excellent. I relish this feeling of effortless victory. Reconstruction. Designate a damaged item for repair. Xunan. Wow. Is this not the legendary transformation of waste into treasure? I have an innate passion for scavenging. While others struggle for survival amidst calamities, Xunan scavenges in the sea, on the shore, and within the homes of NPCs. Trash transforms into treasure. Wealth and resources flow abundantly. What constitutes trash? These are all treasures. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Ocean Survival Game. Game loading. 54321. Welcome to the Ocean Survival Game. You're in server 10001. Initially, Xunan, suffering from influenza and a fever of 40 degrees, was recuperating in bed, yet now finds herself bewildered before the vast ocean. Clad only in pajamas and socks, the sea breeze sends shivers through her. A peculiar voice continues to echo in her mind. Please remember the game rules. 1. Each player possesses an initial island, with a starting area of 2 square meters, which is movable. 2. Players use fishing rods to procure resources for survival or to construct their islands. 3. Resources appear only during the day. It is best not to move or leave the island after dark, as one may be attacked by monsters. 4. The first 3 days serve as a novice protection period, during which NPCs and monsters will not proactively attack players within the island's confines. 5. Players must cover a distance of 10 kilometers daily. Failure to do so results in immediate erasure, with exceptions for island entry or dungeon access. 6. After 3 days, irregular dungeons will become available, so players should prepare in advance. 7. Death in the game equates to real death. Players are urged to cherish their lives and not harbor any illusions. As the announcement concludes, Xunan follows the game instructions to open her backpack. Inside lies but a single item, a fishing rod. She gazes in silence at the rod, which lacks both line and hook. The game is rather benevolent. It could have simply let me starve to death, yet it still provided me with a rod devoid of any functionality. Ding! The player's positive feedback on the game has been received. Ding! A deficiency of system items has been detected. Searching for the cause. Cause undetermined. A new fishing rod has been issued, along with compensation. It has been detected that the player is the sole recipient of a broken fishing rod. The only one. Xunan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Just then, another system notification rang in her mind. Congratulations, player, for binding to the Scavenger's Luck system. Players may receive rewards for completing designated quantities of item recovery. Players can specify 1 damaged item daily for reconstruction, receiving that item in return. Note: items damaged by other players or those belonging to the player are excluded, as are items intentionally destroyed by the player. Oh, 2 systems? Could it be the fabled Golden Finger? Scavenger's Luck System Task. Recover 0.3 damaged items. Reward: X2 sets of cold-resistant clothing, X2 sets of undergarments. This reward holds significant allure for Xunan, who is currently trembling from the cold. However, damaged items? Xunan patted her pajama pocket, finding it utterly empty. She surveyed her barren island, devoid of any vegetation. A few small stones caught her eye. Perhaps they could fulfill the task. Task submission failed. The current item does not meet the system's criteria for damage. Well then, it seems this loophole cannot be exploited. She would have to wait and see what the fishing rod could yield. Right, the fishing rod. Xunan claimed the items from her mail. She received a new fishing rod along with an experience card. Upon obtaining the new rod, the previous one vanished unexpectedly. Xunan glanced at the description of the experience card. Her interest piqued. Experience card. Randomly experience the identity of an NPC, usable once every 8 days, valid for a duration of 7 days. Xunan directly utilized the experience card. After all, The experience card refreshes every 8 days, and failing to use it would be a waste. It is uncertain what advantages it may confer. Perhaps they are not advantages at all, but rather perils. Nevertheless, having arrived in the survival world, she felt compelled to take a gamble. After employing the experience card, she did not perceive any alterations in her physical state. However, a crimson notification from the system materialized before her eyes. Your stamina is critically low. A stamina level below 1 will incur a weakness effect. Xunan was taken aback, as she indeed felt somewhat feeble, prompting her to hastily access her personal panel. Player: Xunan. Age: 23. Strength: 18. Constitution: 19. Agility: 20. Stamina: 5. You may very well be the first to starve in this game. Summary: even a fragile college student surpasses your strength. Special effect: NPC Experience in progress, with a countdown of 7 days. She hoped to catch some food shortly. Otherwise, she might perish before even commencing her survival journey. Xunan positioned her fishing rod and then leaned against a stone on the island to sit. She adjusted her collar, feeling quite chilly, as the temperature seemed to be below 10 degrees. The primary issue was her scant attire. She contemplated moving to warm her body, but feared exhausting her stamina. It was exceedingly challenging. However, she felt fortunate that, perhaps due to the game's influence, her fever had subsided. Once the fever diminished, an overwhelming hunger engulfed her. Her eyes gleamed with the hunger of a predator. She had subsisted on mere sips of porridge for the past 2 days. Indeed, a good appetite indicated her recovery. After half an hour, the fishing rod began to tremble. The first supply crate had arrived. Xunan swiftly pulled it up, revealing a standard wooden chest. Opened wooden resource crate. Acquired 5 corn buns and 5 pieces of wood. Hooray food! Xunan exclaimed as she devoured 1 corn bun in a single bite. The bun was larger than usual, and she felt slightly stuffed after finishing it, though it was rather dry, making her cough. Upon checking her stamina, it had increased by 10 points. She sensed a surge of strength coursing through her body. Xunan picked up the freshly acquired wood, which was shaped like a plank and perfectly suited for paddling. She needed to traverse 10 kilometers daily. It was already 10 in the morning. She needed to hasten her efforts. Failure to complete her tasks today would spell doom. She dared not pause for even a moment, paddling in the direction of the current with a piece of wood. Unbeknownst to her, an hour elapsed. Xunan glanced at her stamina levels. After an hour of paddling, she had expended 2 points of stamina and advanced just over 2 kilometers. Fortunately, her stamina for the day seemed adequate. Shaking off her sore shoulders, she rested for a few minutes before continuing onward. After paddling a few hundred meters, Xunan suddenly noticed something moving ahead. Unsure, she cautiously approached for a closer look. It was a shark, marked by a long scar at its eye, ensnared in something and thrashing desperately. Initially, Xunan intended to circumvent it, for even though a shark is still a fish, she dared not covet its flesh nor wish to become its meal. As she passed by, she couldn't help but steal a few glances. Upon closer inspection, she halted her island. The shark was entangled in a torn net, which also ensnared a plastic water bottle and some plastic debris. Xunan had moved 3 kilometers without encountering a single piece of litter. Just moments ago, she had worried about failing to complete her task today, fearing the temperature would drop further at night and lead to her demise. Now, seeing this small litter felt like a glimmer of hope. The shark's head was trapped in the net. If it merely backed up a bit, it could free itself. Yet, this shark appeared rather dim-witted, only knowing to push forward, tightening the net further. Xunan had no tools to cut the net. The water bottle and plastic were tangled around the shark's neck, and she dared not approach recklessly. How could she coax it out? Just back up a bit. Don't push forward. You could get out if you just retreat. As she watched the shark struggle forward, Xunan felt a surge of urgency and shouted. Immediately after, she realized the absurdity of her actions. The shark couldn't comprehend her words, making her efforts seem futile. To her astonishment, as soon as she finished speaking, the shark ceased its struggle and actually began to retreat. Could it be that it understood her? She cautiously maneuvered her island backward a little. It wasn't due to fear. At this point, during the novice phase, game rules dictated that the shark should not be able to attack her. Her initial hesitation stemmed from the fear of triggering the shark's passive attack. Before long, the shark freed itself from the net and joyfully flicked its tail. It then nodded at Xunan before swimming away. Phew, she exhaled in relief. Although still somewhat anxious, it was her first encounter in such close proximity to a shark without any protective measures. With the shark gone and danger averted, She wasted no time and approached. Task submission successful. Collected 3 pieces of trash. Rewards have been issued. Next, submit 30 pieces of trash to receive a reward. Current progress, 0/30. Reward, blueprint for a hemostatic medicine and 20 hemostatic herbs. Rescue the trapped shark, triggering side quest. Collect 50 shark teeth. Quest reward, blueprint for a seawater purifier. Xunan pondered, shark teeth? Chapter 2. NPCs are not immune to a fate of servitude. Shark teeth? My meager flesh is hardly sufficient to wedge between a shark's fangs. Xunan gazed at the task before her, feeling somewhat exasperated. The only weapon she possessed at present was merely a piece of wood. Perhaps she could negotiate with the shark for a few teeth? Now, Xunan began to speculate about her experience as an NPC. She ought to possess the ability to communicate with sharks. However, they were teeth after all. Who would dare extract her teeth? She might as well smash their heads in. With a silent sigh, she resolved to devise a plan when the opportunity arose. Xunan received her reward email. 2 sets of winter clothing and 2 sets of undergarments. Without delay, she donned a set of winter attire, for she was on the verge of freezing. The system's rewards were quite generous, providing everything from hats to socks, shoes, and gloves. Once clad, she felt a wave of warmth envelop her. Among the refuse she had just collected was a plastic water bottle, and she intended to recycle it. Her thirst was unbearable. Please select the item for recycling. You may use this option once today. As she prepared to select the water bottle, she suddenly noticed some writing on the piece of plastic. XX spring water. With newfound determination, she opted for the plastic sheet instead. Recycling successful. You have obtained XX spring water 550 milliliters x 24 bottles. This recycling process seemed not merely restorative, but also capable of multiplying items. It was nothing short of an extraordinary plus version of turning waste into treasure. Xunan was overjoyed by this discovery. She promptly retrieved a bottle and gulped down half of it in one go. Refreshing. Without lingering, she swiftly packed her belongings and set out once more. To her surprise, as the island began to advance, it was abruptly halted. A shark, approximately 3 meters in length, obstructed her path. It floated on the water's surface, its head and dorsal fin exposed, silently observing Xunan with an inscrutable gaze. Is it common for sharks to be so densely populated here? She pondered. Casting a glance at the shark's tightly shut jaws, she lacked the courage to voice her impolite request. Surely, it was preferable to remain alive. Just as she contemplated circumventing the creature, the shark spoke. Grandma, it began, a verbal bombshell. Xunan remained silent, too timid to respond. Was it truly so abstract? She wasn't even married yet, and already had a grandson. A 3-meter-long shark at that. Noticing her lack of response, the shark swam closer. Grandma, how are you feeling today? Are you heading to work? At last, Xunan realized the identity of the NPC she was embodying, an elderly shark. Astonishingly, despite being of retirement age and already a grandparent, it was still working. It seemed that NPCs were not exempt from a life of toil. After some contemplation, she simply murmured a vague acknowledgement. She was uncertain about the shark's temperament. Unexpectedly, the shark, sensing her hesitance, adopted a more patient tone. Do not worry, Grandma. You need only enjoy your work. I shall handle everything else. Oh, that would be splendid. Initially, she had harbored concerns about revealing her identity. However, could one truly find joy in work? Xunan continued to feign silence, nodding gently at her grandson. She wondered if there would be a salary. She certainly wouldn't work for free. Upon seeing her acquiescence, the grandson's eyes brightened with surprise, and he whirled about in delight. Xunan found it curious that this shark displayed such vivid expressions. Suddenly, she felt a strong push from behind. The shark was propelling her island swiftly forward. Observing the distance meter rapidly reaching 10 kilometers and continuing to rise, her heart surged with joy. Today's distance task was thus accomplished. When the distance reached 100 kilometers, Xunan received a system announcement. Congratulations to the player for being the first to achieve a distance of 100 kilometers. Would you like to announce this across the region? Selecting to announce will grant you a substantial achievement reward. Without hesitation, Xunan selected yes. She had no intention of concealing her abilities. She lacked any significant prowess. Gathering resources and growing stronger was her primary focus. Upon confirmation, the regional announcement commenced. Simultaneously, a bold, illuminated notice appeared on the screen. Congratulations to player Xunan for achieving the milestone of 100 kilometers. Other players, please strive to catch up. The chat channel, previously filled with bustling chatter as players acclimated to the game, fell into stunned silence for several seconds upon seeing the announcement. Wait, I haven't even figured out the situation, and someone has already achieved a milestone? Seriously, is the competition so fierce even in the game? Xunan, how did you manage that? Do you have any tips? Exactly, please share. I'm paddling with my hands, but the water is so cold my hands are turning red. Meanwhile, someone just got a hand treatment. So annoying. Heh, I just acquired a piece of iron sheet. I'm gliding through the water like a pro. Xunan briefly scanned the messages, chose not to respond, and promptly closed the chat channel. She opened the system mail to find a crafting table, a basic attribute enhancement card, and an 8 square meter foundation. She struggled to suppress her laughter, unable to contain the smile creeping onto her face. What wonderful treasures! With no time to spare, she stowed the items in her backpack and closed the screen. The island had come to a halt. They had arrived at her workplace. The shark emerged from the water, noticing the subtle smile on Xuan's lips, which only brightened its own. It seemed to care deeply for its grandmother. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a twinge of guilt. Shifting slightly, she intended to distance herself to avoid revealing too much. However, the shark suddenly leaped onto Xuan's island. Its 3-meter frame swiftly transformed into an adorable little boy, complete with a shark hat and a tail. How charming. Grandma, please don't worry. It grasped Xuan's shoulder, its face filled with concern, as if fearing she might tumble into the water. Once she settled comfortably, it whistled. No sooner had the whistle sounded than a group of sharks came racing toward them. Roundy, we're here. A total of 10 sharks surged forward, creating a lively scene. Line up, line up. Roundy called out several times before the sharks finally formed a queue. It turned out the grandson's name was Roundy, which suited his round face quite well. Grandma, you've finally agreed to come to work. You've saved my life, exclaimed the first shark in line, its face a picture of grievance. Xunan felt a flutter of anxiety, for she had no idea what her job entailed. Judging by the commotion, could it be that she was meant to bathe the sharks? Just as she was lost in thought, Roundy handed her a metal box, even kindly opening it for her. These tools and materials are freshly prepared. Do they suit your needs? Upon closer inspection, she found pliers, a hammer, a scalpel, potions, and cotton. Extracting 2 teeth, 1 gold coin. Payment in advance. Then we proceed with the extraction, Roundy instructed. Just as he finished speaking, he received a gold coin, which he carefully placed into a small cloth bag. The shark at the front, after settling the fees, squeezed forward with a large head. Oh! It opened its mouth wide towards Xunan. Chapter 3. They are all good sharks. Xunan gazed at the enormous maw before her, her heart trembling slightly. She felt that with one wrong move, her head might be bitten off. However, observing the innocent and trusting look in the shark's eyes, she speculated that she must appear to it as a kind, old shark. Taking a deep breath, Xunan hesitated no longer. She picked up the pliers from the box and aimed them at a decayed tooth in the shark's mouth. She clamped down and twisted with force. Hey, it didn't come out. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she reassured, Grandma, please don't worry, I am not afraid of pain. Go ahead and use all your strength. The considerate shark even provided her with an excuse, making her feel somewhat bashful. Xunan contemplated for a moment and rummaged through the box. Yuanzi leaned in, reaching for a bottle of medicine from the toolbox and handing it to her. Grandma, are you looking for anesthetic? She asked as she accepted the vial, nodding. Primarily. She couldn't recognize the words on the bottle, leaving her completely oblivious to its contents. After rummaging through the tools again, she found no syringe. Could it be for external use? Xunan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Gritting her teeth, she decided to go for it. She poured some of the medicine onto the gums surrounding the decayed tooth and waited for a while. Noticing the shark's gaze becoming increasingly vacant, she understood that the medication was taking effect. She then began to use the hammer and chisel. With a cacophony of sounds, she worked diligently. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, Xunan finally extracted the first tooth with the pliers. Haha, success. She couldn't help but exclaim with a laugh. The sharks collectively nodded in response, creating an oddly harmonious atmosphere. With her initial experience under her belt, the subsequent extractions proceeded much more smoothly. By 4 p.m., she had successfully extracted the last wisdom tooth from the final shark, completing her tasks for the day. As a reward, she received 20 shark teeth. Task completion, 20 out of 50. Hope glimmered. Xunan secretly delighted in her heart. Along the way, Yuanzi and the sharks insisted that she take a break, allowing her time to eat. They were all such good sharks. After the sharks left post-extraction, Yuanzi began tidying up. She quietly collected some used cotton, intending to turn it in for her task. Task submission successful. Current task progress, 1 out of 30. It seemed that the same type of garbage could only be submitted once. Grandma, this is today's earnings. Please accept it. Yuanzi's soft voice reached her as he handed her a small cloth bag containing 10 gold coins from today's work. Xunan took it, inspecting one coin. It was an ordinary gold coin, devoid of any inscription. Just as she was about to stash it in her backpack, she reconsidered and retrieved another coin. Patting Yuanzi's head, she said, You've worked hard today. Take this to buy some snacks. To her surprise, upon receiving the coin, Yuanzi's round eyes brimmed with tears. Yi Xiaonan was momentarily at a loss. What's wrong? She exclaimed, panicking, as she was utterly unskilled at comforting children. In her fluster, Yuanzi grabbed the toolbox and leapt into the sea. Grandma, I'll come to fetch you tomorrow morning. In the blink of an eye, the 3-meter-long shark vanished, leaving Yi Xiaonan bewildered in the cold wind. Had she given too much or too little? Sighing, she began to open her boxes. Over the past few hours, she had reeled in 2 more wooden boxes. Upon opening them, she obtained 2 packets of instant noodles, 5 pieces of soft, pull-apart bread, 5 pieces of wood, and 5 pieces of plastic. After having eaten a steamed bun at noon, she now had a variety of food for tomorrow. She hadn't yet examined the rewards from the morning. Clicking on the crafting table, she found it linked to the system, and a new button labeled Crafting Table appeared on the system interface. The crafting table displayed 2 functions, crafting and deconstructing. Crafting required blueprints, which Yi Xiaonan did not have, rendering it currently unusable. At that moment, she had 3 empty wooden boxes, so she utilized the deconstruct function, yielding 15 pieces of wood and 15 iron nails. She also received a basic attribute enhancement card, which she clicked to use immediately. A warm sensation enveloped her body, and Yi Xiaonan stretched her limbs in comfort. She then opened her personal information panel. Player, Yi Xiaonan. Age, 23. Strength, 183. Constitution, 193. Agility, 203. Stamina, 15. Feeble. Summary. Even a fragile college student is stronger than you. Special effect. NPC Experience ongoing. Countdown 7 days. Basic values increased by 3. Quite a treasure. However, what is up with that summary? Am I really that weak? She pinched the muscles on her arms, feeling a hint of doubt. Lastly, there was a foundation of 8 square meters. When preparing for expansion, Yi Xiaonan discovered that simply having a foundation was insufficient. Basic materials would also be consumed. Each square meter of island expansion required 20 stones and 20 pieces of dirt, meaning she would need 160 of each for 8 square meters. She lacked the necessary materials and would have to try her luck at the trading post later. Opening the chat channel, she first glanced at what others were discussing. Chat channel. It's going to get dark by 7 p.m. How much have you all fished? I only caught 1 wooden box. Inside were some clover and a few pieces of wood, currently munching on it. That is so pitiful. I have 5 boxes and found several types of food. If you need any, I can share. Oh lucky one. Look at me, I'm starving. I suggest you keep it for yourself. Who knows if you'll find so much food again. This is a survival world. Think of yourself first. Just because you don't need it doesn't mean others don't. Good deeds will be rewarded. Can you spare me a little more? Haha. You better repay it well. Don't turn against me later. What is it to you? I never said I would repay. Yi Xiaonan frowned at the chaotic exchanges flooding the chat. She had no intention of speaking up, merely glancing at the information of the so-called lucky one. Name, Lin Man. Gender, female. Age, 20. Personal introduction, none. She hoped that good deeds would indeed be rewarded. For now, she simply needed to focus on surviving. Of course, she had no reason to criticize those who could do good. This brief interlude quickly vanished amidst the torrent of messages, as the chat channel boasted nearly 100,000 participants. The messages scrolled rapidly. After sifting through the chatter for a while, Yi Xiaonan finally spotted something of interest: blueprint for a campfire in exchange for 4 bottles of mineral water. The user had posted it 3 times, yet no one responded. Yi Xiaonan speculated that not many players could amass so much mineral water, which explained the lack of interest in the exchange. After all, water was a precious resource. She hadn't opened any water from 3 boxes in a single day. Yet blueprints seemed to be valuable items. If she had obtained one, she would have used it immediately. This player likely hadn't acquired a crafting table yet, and was in urgent need of water, hence the trade offer. Yi Xiaonan promptly initiated a trade. The other party responded quickly. Within half a minute, the transaction was completed. Yi Xiaonan acquired the blueprint and promptly placed it on the workbench. Campfire. Burns for 4 hours. Materials required. Firewood X2. Fortunately, she had some wood on hand and proceeded to craft one. When the campfire was nearing its end, she could add more wood, with each unit burning for an additional 2 hours. This method was more resource efficient than merely burning wood and proved to be quite convenient. However, starting a fire posed another challenge. She decided to visit the trading post first. Just as she was about to exit the chat channel, a private message arrived. It was from the individual who had previously traded her the campfire. Xiaolu, do you need a lighter? I require a campfire and 3 bottles of water. Yi Xunan, I don't have that much water. I can only offer 1 campfire and 1 bottle of water. Xiaolu, sister, my dear sister. Could you add 1 more bottle? It's truly a fair price. Just check the trading post. My offer is undoubtedly the lowest. Yi Xunan did take a moment to glance at the trading post, and he was indeed correct. It was somewhat expected. At this point, fire starters were still quite valuable. She wasted no time and agreed to his terms. Xiao Lu requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Chapter 4. The first expansion of the island to 10 square meters. Yi Sunan chose to accept. Xiao Lu, let's keep in touch. Yi Sunan. If you come across anything interesting, feel free to reach out, even if it's something bad. Xiao Lu, huh? Yi Sunan said no more. Closing the chat interface and opening the workbench. There remained 23 units of wood, sufficient to craft 11 campfires. After creating the campfires, Yi Sunan kept one for herself and listed the rest on the trading post. She then sent a message in the chat channel. Chat channel. Yi Sunan. Campfires are now available at the trading post. They can be exchanged for 5 units of wood, with an additional 2 units of wood required for ignition. Next, she used half a bottle of water to trade for an iron pot at the trading post, ignited the campfire, and began cooking instant noodles. Night had fallen, and the temperature over the sea dropped rapidly. Wearing her cold-resistant suit, Yi Sunan felt relatively comfortable. As she roasted by the fire and inhaled the fragrant aroma of the noodles, she reflected on the day's events, feeling somewhat disoriented. Such experiences seemed to belong solely to the realm of novels. The system notifications soon chimed, and numerous trading messages popped up. The 11 campfires were sold out almost instantly, with most individuals requesting them to be ignited, as fire starters were currently scarcer than campfires themselves. Yi Sunan, come on, restock a bit. I didn't manage to grab any. Yi Sunan, I need 4 campfires to surround myself. I just harvested wood today, and now I'm cold and hungry. Upstairs. Are you so famished that you would roast yourself to eat? The chat channel was flooded with requests for Yi Sunan to add more stock. She used the wood she had gathered to continue crafting campfires, most of which she ignited and listed on the trading post, setting them at 7 units of wood, stone, and clay for trade. A few unlit campfires were set for 5 units of wood, stone, and clay. This way, individuals could purchase according to their needs, alleviating her from having to respond to each request individually. Focused on crafting campfires, gathering wood, igniting them, and listing them on the trading post. She took a brief moment to eat the instant noodles, as they would be unpalatable if allowed to soak too long. Food was hard to come by. Thus, 3 hours swiftly passed, and it was already 10 p.m. Exhausted, Yi Sunan could hardly lift her hands. With the thought of having to work as a dentist the following day, she ceased crafting campfires and sent a message in the chat channel. The chat channel was filled with lamentations. Yi Sunan, please sell a few more. The children need them. Indeed, come on. Yi Sunan, I'm too tired. Let's continue tomorrow. You all should seek other places to buy fire starters for your wood. Perhaps others will craft campfires later. Don't. My friend mentioned that campfires are far more efficient than igniting wood yourself, and they save on materials. Yi Sunan, don't be so selfish, only thinking about your rest. Disregarding our plight. Xiao Lu, though I wish to buy, your reasoning lacks merit. You would exhaust her to the point of no return, and then you expect to purchase? Precisely, your utter lack of consideration is appalling. Who are you to demand care for your welfare? Yi Sunan glanced at Lin Man, who was distributing resources directly, while others complained about the exertion involved in earning resources, finding it quite pretentious. Lin Man, Lu Yu, you may call me foolish with abundant resources, but please refrain from leveraging me to undermine others. Lu Yu, Manman, your kindness is admirable, yet how can you align with someone so consumed by material gain? Lin Man, do not call me Manman. It's distasteful. I am blocking you. Xiao Lu, I have burning wood for sale. Contact me if you need it. Let us all survive tonight together. I have some as well, at reasonable prices. Before long, the chat channel was teeming with offers for burning wood. And Lu Yu seemed to have been silenced by Lin Man, no longer speaking. Yi Sunan merely glanced at the messages, feeling little disturbance within. She had anticipated some dissatisfaction, as many had suddenly entered this survival world and experienced such an extraordinary day, needing an outlet for their emotions. As long as it did not harm her, she was too weary to care. After a long day of labor, she was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, Yi Sunan received a private message notification. Lin Man, I apologize for the trouble caused by my actions, but I had my reasons. Lin Man, I genuinely apologize. This is a token of compensation for you. Shortly thereafter, Yi Sunan received an email. Without opening it, she simply clicked to return it. Yi Sunan, no need, it's not your concern. This incident was merely a minor episode, of little significance to her. Fortunately, Lin Man did not pursue the matter further. Muting the chat, Yi Sunan leaned against a stone and began tallying her resources. She had successfully sold 162 campfires, and after accounting for her expenditures, she ultimately acquired 251 units of wood, 284 units of stone, and 211 units of clay. Additionally, she retained 23 units of wood. At last, she had amassed enough materials for the island expansion. Yi Sunan retrieved the foundation stones from her backpack and selected to place them, placing the foundation of 8 square meters. Consumes 160 units of stone and 160 units of clay. Foundation placement successful. Congratulations, player Xunan, for achieving the expansion of your first island to 10 square meters. Would you like to make an announcement? Announcing will yield generous rewards. Before she could even assess the appearance of the expanded island, a game announcement popped up. Without hesitation, Xunan selected confirm, drawing from her previous experience. She was confident that this reward would be equally substantial, if only there were items to enhance her physical condition, aside from addressing her needs for sustenance. Her greatest priority was to improve her physical capabilities. A luminous announcement appeared in the chat channel. Game announcement. Congratulations to player Xunan for being the first to expand their island to 10 square meters, receiving generous rewards. Other players strive to catch up. What? It's only the first day, and the big shots are progressing so quickly? I haven't even grasped the game settings yet. Great players, please guide me. I wish to advance too. Do you need leg accessories? I'm soft and adorable. What are you, a grown man, talking about being soft and adorable? Can your island perform somersaults? I'm quite skilled at them. Xunan was fully aware that the chat channel was abuzz with discussions about her. Yet she was preoccupied and had no time to engage. As soon as the reward email arrived, she promptly clicked to accept it. Upon opening it, underwater propeller. Consuming energy stones can propel the island forward at a maximum speed of 10 kilometers per hour, with 1 energy stone expended for every 500 kilometers traversed. Energy Stone X2 provides power for various facilities. Physical Enhancement Card enhances physique, agility, and strength by 3 points each. Xunan promptly utilized the Physical Enhancement Card and accessed her personal information panel. Player, Xunan. Age, 23. Strength, 186. Physique, 196. Agility, 206. Stamina, 20, barely surviving. Summary. Comparable to a fragile university student. Special effect. NPC Experience in progress. Countdown 7 days. Xunan. Is the system at odds with university students? Chapter 5. Is she actually a divine healer? Xuanan's island measured a mere 2 meters by 5 meters, still barren save for a half-meter high rock. She stowed her fishing rod into her backpack, opting not to leave a supply box outside at night to avoid occupying unnecessary space. With a moment's contemplation, she retrieved the underwater propeller and decided to install it at the rear of the island. The device's base was simple, a 1-meter-tall platform adorned with a small screen for directional settings. Currently, it displayed the course, southeast, with a remaining distance of 500 kilometers. Moving at 10 kilometers per hour meant the island would automatically traverse 1 hour daily, allowing Xunan to complete her daily tasks effortlessly. Truly, a remarkable aid for survival at sea. Although she was confident in completing this task, who would refuse an extra layer of security? The only uncertainty lay in how to acquire more energy stones. Without further ado, Xunan cleared the debris and dust from the ground, donned a different cold weather outfit, and soon after lying down, drifted into slumber. The following day, at 7 o'clock, dawn broke promptly. Xunan boiled some water and scoured the trading post. Ultimately, she exchanged half a loaf of bread for 3 toothbrushes. Unable to find toothpaste, she resolved to make do. Given the circumstances, she felt quite content. Breakfast consisted of a handmade roll, which left her moderately satiated. With time to spare before Yuanzi's arrival, she practiced a segment of Ba Duan Jin, along with a round of calisthenics. However, she struggled to recall both completely. No matter, it served as a sufficient stretch. Xuanan's physical condition was alarmingly poor. A dire circumstance in this survival world. She resolved to dedicate time each day to exercise, hoping for improvement. At 8 o'clock sharp, Yuanzi's head emerged from the water. Xunan was startled, questioning whether he had been lurking there all along. "Good morning, Grandma," Yuanzi exclaimed with palpable excitement, his eyes eternally bright. Xunan retrieved a piece of bread from her backpack, just as he stealthily presented a small box. Yuanzi sniffed the bread appreciatively but, instead of consuming it, carefully tucked it into his pocket. Xunan assumed he had already had breakfast and did not inquire further. Accepting the box he offered, she opened it to find cod meat X2, a delightful culinary treasure. Xuanan's eyes lit up. She could enjoy meat at noon. Quickly stowing the cod in her backpack, she leaned against the rock and settled in. Yuanzi, prepared and ready, promptly set off once she was steady. The familiar sensation of propulsion enveloped her. The pace steady and the journey smooth. There was no hint of motion sickness, which was a relief, though the sea breeze did sting her face. Today, they did not cover a vast distance. After approximately an hour, Yuanzi came to a halt. Xunan checked the mileage. Total distance, 167 kilometers. At the sound of Yuanzi's whistle, chaotic waves erupted nearby. He glanced at the approaching school of sharks, then knelt to organize the toolbox for Xunan. When he looked up again, his brow furrowed as if he had spotted something. Suddenly, he ceased his actions, leapt into the water with a splash. Xunan was caught off guard, her face drenched. What's wrong? As she wiped the seawater from her face, she noticed several sharks swimming urgently towards her. One bearing an injured young shark. "Grandma, please save it," Yuanzi implored, his expression fraught with anxiety as he looked at Xunan with hopeful eyes. However, Xunan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the small shark, an iron arrow lodged in its abdomen. "But I'm not a dentist. Who told me how to handle this situation?" As 10 sharks gazed at her with a mix of sorrow and anticipation, Xunan felt her heart twist in turmoil. After a few seconds of hesitation, seeing the small shark's condition deteriorate rapidly, she steeled herself. "Well, let's treat this dead horse as a live one." She instructed the sharks to place the injured one at the water's edge of the island. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the scalpel. First, she administered anesthetic. And as the effects took hold, she made an incision in the abdomen, extracted the arrowhead, staunched the bleeding, and sutured the wound. Xunan could not fathom why she felt so anxious. After all, in her eyes, it was merely a fish. She relished fish meat, and had seen her fair share of fish being killed. Perhaps it was simply the difference in size, she reasoned with herself. Once completed, the small shark lay motionless, appearing as if it were asleep. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of its body, she would have thought it lifeless. The small shark rested nearby under Yuan's watch, while the other sharks lined up, ready for dental procedures. Today, the sharks dutifully placed gold coins beside Xunan before opening their mouths for her to extract their teeth. Once she reached the 5th shark, the small shark awoke, leaping back into the water and frolicking about. Aside from the shark currently undergoing treatment, the others gathered around, inquiring about how it had been injured. Xunan watched the lively little shark with wide eyes. In just over an hour, it had made a complete recovery? She found it hard to believe. Observing the sharks around her, a thought suddenly struck her. Could it be that she was, in fact, a divine healer? The shark with its mouth agape, initially distractedly glancing at the little shark, inadvertently caught sight of the glimmer of wisdom that danced in Xuan's eyes. It instinctively puffed out its chest, facilitating her work. No longer daring to look elsewhere, the little shark emerged from the school and swam to Xuan's side. Retrieving a small box from seemingly nowhere and placing it beside her, along with a gold coin for her medical fees. "Grandma, thank you for saving Shasha." Xunan was intensely curious about the contents of the box, yet she maintained her composure. Nodding slightly without uttering a word, she continued her task of earning money. Though her ears were perked up, keenly listening to the shark's conversation, Shasha, leaning against the island's edge, began recounting its ordeal. Xunan listened intently while extracting teeth. In summary, it spoke of a horned humanoid creature that roamed about, looting and resorting to violence when it did not acquire what it desired. They wielded bows with poisoned arrows. Shasha had been injured while attempting to rescue its companion and barely escaped. She pondered whether such creatures would appear after the novice period and how she would confront them then. After absorbing Shasha's account, Xunan fell into deep contemplation. Not only was her physique weak, but she also lacked any reliable weaponry. As she gazed at the arrow extracted from Shasha, an idea sparked within her. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, her labor finally came to an end. After bidding farewell to Yuanzi and the other sharks, Xunan rose to stretch her limbs, her neck creaking in protest. She then began to organize the gold coins and refuse she had collected throughout the day. The sharks, who had initially been frolicking nearby or watching their companions undergo dental procedures, seemed to understand her intentions when they witnessed her retrieving a piece of bark from the sea during her break. They scattered about, returning with several pieces of marine debris to assist her, a half of a flip-flop, a chewed piece of gum, a ragged cloth, and a broken plastic bucket. In total, they gathered 12 items. Xunan submitted the findings to the system task, along with 5 blood-stained cotton pieces. Successfully submitted 12 task items. Current task progress, 1330. The same items could only be submitted once every 3 days. Today, she had collected 18 shark teeth, bringing her total to 38. And she anticipated being able to complete the task by tomorrow. The seawater purifier was within her grasp. Chapter 6. Wasn't it simply about nourishment? Xunan placed the gold coins into her pouch and stowed it in her backpack. Although she was uncertain about where the coins could be utilized, she understood that wealth was always beneficial. She had amassed 19 gold coins thus far. Drawing from her experience the previous day, Xunan had intended to offer Yuanzi 2 coins. But he adamantly refused, claiming he had his own means of earning. Work? Xunan was utterly taken aback. Was there no law protecting minors in this game world? This thought left her in a contemplative mood. Though he was already a 3-meter-long shark, he still resembled a juvenile in human form. After tidying up the island, Xunan took out a piece of cod fillet and began to grill it. Her backpack lacked refrigeration capabilities, and it was best to consume such fresh meat promptly. Even if it did not spoil, its quality would diminish over time. During her midday break, she had nibbled on a few bites of bread but found herself unsatisfied. As she grilled the fish, she examined the arrowhead in her possession, the one she had removed from Shasha. Damaged arrowhead. Upon repair may yield an arrow with potent anesthetic properties. Xunan resolved to attempt a Reforge. An arrow with anesthetic effects. How intriguing to see what it could become. Reforge successful. Obtained 50 iron arrows infused with anesthetic, compatible with crossbows. A smile spread across Xunan's face as she read the system notification. Profit. She had initially expected to receive only a few arrows, yet here she was with 50. Now, all she needed was a crossbow. She perused the trading market, but found no one selling. Without hesitation, she sent a message in the chat channel. Xunan, looking for a crossbow. Please private message me with prices. After closing the screen, she flipped the cod fillet. She then opened the 2 wooden boxes she had salvaged earlier, discovering toothpaste X3, towels X3, wood X5, and stone X5. Xunan was quite pleased. She had gained 2 additional household items, enhancing her quality of life. However, her backpack was already at capacity, forcing her to place some items in the wooden boxes, which she left on the island. The basic materials, abundant in quantity yet cumbersome in size, remained in her backpack. While organizing her supplies, she suddenly recalled a box given to her by the little shark that she had yet to open. Curious about its contents, Xunan retrieved a small wooden box, and upon opening it, she discovered a green pill. Stamina enhancement pill. Can increase stamina by 60. How wonderful. She had been struggling to boost her stamina. Currently, her food intake was substantial but yielded little in the way of stamina replenishment. It seemed the previous bout of illness had drained her energy reserves. Xunan was in a state of physical weakness, with her stamina increasing at a painfully slow rate. Without hesitation, she swallowed the green pill, feeling a wave of warmth radiate from her stomach to her extremities. Soon, the dizziness subsided, and her body felt invigorated. She accessed her personal information panel. Player, Xunan. Age, 23. Strength, 186. Constitution, 196. Agility, 206. Stamina, 80, full of life. Summary. It appears I am faring better than the typical college student. Special effect, NPC Experience ongoing, countdown 6 days. Xunan. Indeed. It's all about nourishment. A substantial restorative pill. The grilled cod emitted an enticing aroma. Even without seasoning, it tasted delightful. After finishing the grilled cod, Xunan's stamina was fully restored, and she felt an overwhelming surge of energy. Activating her underwater propulsion device, she fixed it in one direction, allowing the island to drift automatically. For the remainder of the time, she fished for resources while also collecting trash. She took the opportunity to craft fire pits for the trading market, maintaining the same pricing as the previous evening. Business remained brisk. During this time, she stumbled upon a broken net. In the trading market, she exchanged 2 units of wood for a long pole, transforming it into a net. After a while, she ventured into the sea to see if she could catch anything unusual. As night fell, Xunan retrieved a wooden box and 3 pieces of shattered debris. Opened a common wooden box, obtained a pair of paddles, cucumber seeds, X2. She submitted the 3 pieces of garbage, bringing her task progress to 1730. She placed the paddles on the island, planning to use them for exercise each day. Xunan found herself increasingly fond of the cucumber seeds. But she had no place to plant them. Even if she released some soil and planted them, she was uncertain if they would thrive. After some deliberation, she decided to forego that idea and see if she could procure items specifically designed for planting. After selling fire pits for 2 hours, she had once again gathered wood X210, stone X261, and soil X219. She spent the night by the fire pit, but the damp air left her feeling somewhat clammy. Xunan surveyed the sky, noticing no signs of impending rain. However, storms could arrive unexpectedly, so she needed to hasten the construction of a shelter to shield her from the elements. Early in the morning, Xunan fished up an iron treasure chest. This was her first non-wooden chest, a promising sign of good fortune for the day ahead. Rubbing her hands together, she prepared to open the chest. Opened iron treasure chest. Obtained common land X1, noodles 1 kilogram X1, silver coins X50. Silver coins. Xunan picked one up to examine it. Silver coin, 100 silver coins, 1 gold coin. The system had thoughtfully provided a hint, though it failed to specify where to spend them. Setting up an iron pot, she boiled water in preparation for cooking the noodles. She selected the common land and placed it at the rear of the island. Common land successfully placed can be planted. Xunan took out the cucumber seeds and planted them in the soil. No digging was required. They automatically completed the planting process. Just enough land was available for 2 seedlings. And now the cucumber seedlings displayed a timer above them. Maturity countdown, 72 hours. She and T anticipated that common land would also expedite growth. Splendid. In 3 days, She would be able to enjoy fresh cucumbers. Xunan beamed at the thought. As 8 o'clock approached, she cooked 2 bowls of noodles. The bowls were obtained through an exchange in the trading market and still bore their original packaging. To her surprise, she found a bowl adorned with a shark pattern. She resolved that this bowl was to be exclusively for Yuanzi. However, as the noodles congealed, Yuanzi had yet to arrive. They had agreed yesterday that he would still be here by 8 o'clock today. Xunan furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings, even peering beneath the island. But there was no sign of life. Had something gone awry? Xunan opened the chat channel to ascertain whether any incidents had occurred. The channel was still bustling with activity, messages streaming incessantly. Yet, the number of participants had dwindled from an initial 100,000 to 99,878. She pondered what might have befallen them. Seeing no urgent news, she closed the holographic screen and activated her underwater propulsion device. Regardless of what transpired, she had to persist in her endeavors. Survival was paramount, and she could not afford a moment's complacency. After crafting some campfires to place in the trading post, she noted that she was not the only one selling them. Evidently, others had also acquired the crafting table and blueprints. Halting the underwater propulsion, she rode for an hour, covering roughly 4 kilometers, her breath coming in labored gasps. Xunan decided to incorporate this task into her daily fitness regimen. Just as she was wiping the sweat from her brow, a sound emerged from the water below. She paused, glancing down to see a shark breaking the surface. It was already 10:30, and at last, Yuanzi had arrived, accompanied by 10 sharks. The moment the sharks spotted Xunan, they began chattering anxiously, reporting to her in a flurry. "Grandma, Yuanzi is hurt. He encountered a creature with horns." Chapter 7. Damage? Nonsense. The more battered, the better. Before Yuanzi could even reach the shore, the other sharks swarmed around Xunan, chattering incessantly. Anxiously, Yuanzi hurried to clarify. "It's not that serious, Grandma. It's just a minor injury." Xunan remained silent as she rolled up his sleeve. While he was in the water, she had noticed a bloody hole in the shark's pectoral fin. Sure enough, Yuanzi's arm bore a gaping wound that looked as if it had been pierced by an iron arrow, still oozing blood. Xunan opened the toolbox that Yuanzi had brought. Retrieving hemostatic powder and gauze, she first cleaned the wound with water, sprinkled the powder on, and then wrapped it in gauze. The hemostatic powder was remarkably effective. The bleeding ceased almost instantly. Turning to inquire where he had sustained the injury and where she could spend her gold coins, she bandaged Yuanzi's wound and gently patted his head in a comforting gesture before returning to her work. After a brief rest, Yuanzi seemed to regain his vigor. Xunan recognized that it was not merely her medical skills at play. The potions in this game were potent, and the sharks possessed astonishing recovery abilities, with wounds healing within mere minutes. Yuanzi proudly held the bowl adorned with the shark design that Xunan had prepared for him, slurping down the overcooked noodles with a look of satisfaction. He flaunted the bowl before the other sharks. Seeing the mushy noodles, Xunan felt a flush of embarrassment. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, Xunan finally concluded her work, having collected 20 shark teeth and 10 gold coins. She now possessed a total of 58 shark teeth. After 3 days of diligent effort, the task of crafting the seawater purifier was finally complete. She eagerly submitted the quest. Side quest completed. Collect 50 shark teeth. Rewards have been issued. Immediately, Xunan opened her backpack, eager to discover what materials were needed to craft the seawater purifier. Suddenly, the cheerful notification of the luckless scavenger system chimed in her ears. For bandaging Yuanzi's wound, a side quest has been triggered. Retrieve Yuanzi's treasured item, the pink bow tie gifted by Grandma. Task rewards: Energy Stones X10, Hot Pot Set X1. What on earth? Yuanzi is a boy, right? She suddenly felt uncertain about that. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't confirmed the details. But who cares? After all, he wasn't my biological child. Xunan shook her head, clearing away these chaotic thoughts. As long as the rewards were substantial, nothing else mattered. Energy stones? Just what she needed. The challenge now was where to find that creature. Perhaps fearing that Xunan would worry, Yuanzi was reluctant to elaborate on the dangers he had encountered. They would have to take things one step at a time. Putting this matter aside, she began to study the seawater purifier. Opening the crafting station, she placed the blueprint on it. Seawater purifier. Requires plastic X15, water purification core X1, separation component X1 to craft. Currently, she lacked all but 5 pieces of plastic. She immediately searched the trading post. Before long, Xunan successfully traded for plastic and the water purification core, consuming a pack of instant noodles, 6 bottles of water, and a loaf of bread in the process. She still needed 1 separation component. Opening the chat channel, she posted, "Looking to buy 1 separation component. If you have it, please message me with a price." What is a separation component? What good stuff is the big shot working on now? Who cares? I managed to buy the campfire, and it's quite useful. I'll give it a good review. If you need a campfire, I have plenty for sale at a bargain. What a ripoff. Your prices are double what Xunan is charging. You heartless merchant. Add me as a friend, please. I'm so bored, I need someone to chat with. I've been talking to my fishing rod for days. I'm about to get depressed. I'm socially anxious. It's great that I don't have to meet anyone. Xiaolu, looking to buy water. I can trade basic supplies or food. The chat group was filled with trivial banter, and no one responded to Xunan. Before long, she reeled in another wooden box. Opening a regular wooden box, you receive a pair of ores and 5 kilograms of rice. Another pair of ores. She might as well trade them for supplies. The rice was a welcome find. It had been days since she had last eaten rice, and she was quite nostalgic for it. Today marked the 3rd day of the game, and the beginner phase was soon coming to an end. She wondered if any dangers awaited her tomorrow, as she currently had no weapons at her disposal. She had checked the trading post multiple times and found no crossbows for sale. Perhaps she should try her luck in the chat channel. She sent 3 messages in quick succession. Trading a pair of ores for a crossbow. If you have other items, feel free to message me with a price. Also looking to buy 1 separation component. Please message me with a price if you have it. To her astonishment, she received 2 messages almost immediately. The first was from Xunan. I have a crossbow, slightly damaged but still functional. Would you trade for the ores? Xunan, sure. Damage? Nonsense. The more battered, the better. The 2 quickly completed the trade. It was a particularly compact crossbow, and as Xunan held it, she found it comfortable to wield. Highly satisfied. She planned to melt it down for reconstruction later. The second message was from an old friend. Xiaolu, big shot. I just received a separation component. I can sell it to you at a low price. Could I trade it for 3 bottles of water? I didn't profit from the food I exchanged for it. Xunan, sure. She initiated the trade immediately. Fortunately, while she was lacking in many areas, water was not one of them. Yet, she wondered why this person always requested water during trades. Xunan recalled seeing him seeking water in the chat channel earlier. Was he perpetually thirsty? Did he have an ailment that required constant hydration? She decided to send him a message. Why are you always looking to buy water? Are you really that short on it? Xiaolu, hee, I have received some news. Xunan news? Is there a significant event happening tomorrow? Xiaolu, what news? A half bottle of water in exchange. She initiated the trade directly, placing a half bottle of water on the table. The other party declined. Xiaolu, no need. My friend, I'm not afraid to tell you. Just sell me more water later on. After saying this, he sent over a screenshot, accompanying it with a request for confidentiality. Xunan realized only then that this game allowed for screenshots. Upon opening it, a damaged image appeared in the center of the screen. Survival calendar at sea. Day 1, Day 10, Spring. Day 11, Day 20, Summer. Day 21, Day 30, Storm. The information below was incomplete, with the 3rd row already obscured. Storm of what? Xunan speculated it might be a stormy rain. However, it was currently spring. She truly wanted to file a complaint. System, don't you think this frigid spring is rather inappropriate? Xunan, I'd like to study this. Will you exchange it for a half bottle of water? Player Xiaolu has sent you a gift. Please check. Xiaolu, no need. I'll give it to you directly. I have no use for it anyway. Please take good care of my business. Xunan, alright, I certainly will. Afterward, she still sent a half bottle of water back, not wishing to take someone else's possessions for free. The survival calendar felt like newspaper in her hands, rather unremarkable. A thought struck her. What if it were merely a piece of scrap paper? The survival at sea mentioned might not even pertain to the survival game they were currently engaged in. Regardless, she decided to tuck it away for now. The truth would reveal itself after the 10th day. Just as Xunan was about to close the interface, she suddenly noticed that beneath the expansion feature, a new option labeled Build had appeared, though she was unsure when it had emerged. Chapter 8. Haha, I've struck gold. What is building? Xunan hadn't even noticed when this feature had materialized. Upon clicking, she found an option, Build Wooden Cabin. Build Wooden Cabin requires materials. Wood x50, iron nails x20. 1 wooden cabin, area 4 square meters. Such a wonderful feature. How had I not discovered it before? After waking up feeling damp for 2 days, it was fortunate she hadn't fallen ill. She dismantled another box and obtained 5 iron nails. Xunan promptly chose to build. Unfortunately, the island was too small, and the wooden cabin took up even more space. She placed the cabin in the center of the island. Thankfully, the building feature was quite user-friendly, allowing her to select the direction and number of doors and windows before confirming placement. Xunan chose to have windows on both sides and doors at the front and back. This left 2 square meters in front, where a rock was situated, ideal for placing her fishing rod and fire pit. The central wooden cabin occupied 4 square meters, followed by 2 square meters for her oars. The remaining 2 square meters housed a piece of land and the underwater propulsion device. It was indeed cramped. The cabin's roof featured a platform with a 1-meter-high railing. and the walls were adorned with wooden spikes suitable for climbing. Xunan placed several boxes of supplies atop the roof. Upon returning inside the wooden cabin, leaning against the wall, she felt a slight sense of relief. Over the past few nights, she had feared rolling into the water while sleeping. The glow from the fire pit illuminated the cabin, serving as a temporary light source. After her flurry of activity, Xunan finally settled down to craft her seawater purifier. She opened the workbench and placed the blueprints and materials accordingly. Obtained seawater purifier. Seawater purifier can purify 10 liters of drinking water daily, separates 50 grams of salt. Consumes energy stones. 1 energy stone lasts 30 days. To her delight, it could actually yield salt. Xunan cherished this magnificent treasure. Just as her mineral water supplies were nearly depleted after 3 days of daily use and exchanges, this purifier would certainly suffice for drinking and cooking. Aside from her underwear, she needed to wash her clothes every day, and her water storage was just enough. Xunan directly exchanged materials at the trading post for 2 wooden barrels and a jar. The barrels would hold water, while the jar would contain the salt. She installed the purifier at the cabin's entrance, ensuring the pipe could reach the seawater to function. Fortunately, the underwater propulsion device's reward provided her with 2 energy stones. Otherwise, she would be left anxiously watching it without the means to use it. Previously, she had asked Yuanzi where to purchase items, and he mentioned a shop but had gone off on a tangent, leaving Xunan confused about how this world operated. It seemed she would have to search for herself. After setting up the seawater purifier, she retrieved the crossbow exchanged from Xunan. Reforge successful. Obtained compact wrist crossbow, capable of continuous fire, equipped with a scope. The crossbow had become smaller, now wearable on her wrist. Xunan took out the iron arrows she had previously acquired. Indeed, they were from the same system, fitting perfectly. Finally, she had a reliable weapon. Xunan stowed it in her backpack, preparing to find an opportunity to practice the next day. After dinner, Xunan crafted some fire pits for the trading post. They were selling well, albeit not as urgently as before. Nevertheless, she had gathered over 100 various materials today. Whenever she had spare time, she would create more to post in the trading post, as basic supplies would surely be needed later on. She then collected 2 blankets, a comforter, and a quilt from the trading post. The wooden floor was far more even than the ground, surrounded by walls. Xunan lay in her cozy bed and enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. She slept soundly until dawn. It was still 7 o'clock when Xunan rose with the first light. She boiled some porridge in the pot and then began jogging in place. After 40 minutes, she quickly washed up and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Yuanzi dropped Xunan off at her destination before departing, reminding her to ensure the sharks looked after Grandma, then hurried off to work. Xunan was curious about what job he had, but felt it inappropriate to ask directly, so she let it go. Today, she was once again tasked with 10 sharks, a routine she had grown accustomed to. During the day, an injured shark was brought in. Xunan extracted the arrowhead, and before long, she had a lively shark minion. The sharks also brought her some ocean debris today, and the task progress for collecting 30 pieces of garbage had reached 26 out of 30. Among them, a damaged coin pouch caught Xuan's attention. Damaged coin pouch. It seemed to have once housed a remarkable storage space. Xuan had never seen previous garbage with system descriptions. This coin pouch evidently had some significance. And as for storage space, it was precisely what she was currently in dire need of. With limited backpack slots, she had long run out of space. The roof was cluttered with items, making retrieval inconvenient. Without hesitation, she used the Reforge feature on the damaged coin pouch. Reforge successful. Obtained space coin pouch. Internal space of 30 cubic meters, can suspend time, expandable with space stones. Suspend time. This meant it could preserve items indefinitely. Just as the system claimed, it was indeed a formidable storage space. Now, there is no need to worry about food spoilage, and she can spare some time to store away some cooked dishes. Xuan picked up the money pouch and examined it closely. The pouch was entirely black, adorned with a scarred shark embroidery in the center. This image struck a chord of familiarity in Xuan. Perhaps it was due to the numerous sharks she had encountered recently that made it difficult for her to recall which one it was. As soon as she grasped the pouch, a prompt from the system appeared. Would you like to bind the spatial money pouch? Yes. The pouch transformed into a stream of light and entered Xuan's wrist, leaving a faint shark pattern on the inner side. Taken aback, she hurriedly touched it. It seemed to respond to her thoughts, and a spatial realm materialized in her mind. The space was modest and shrouded in darkness. Xuan attempted to mentally draw in a blanket from the corner of the wooden cabin and then retrieve it. The method was akin to using a backpack, but with the added functionality of halting time. She stuffed the scattered items from the roof and the backpack's non-essential belongings into the pouch, significantly tidying up the island. Then, she began to organize the items within the pouch, categorizing and boxing them. It was only at the end that she discovered a small bag nestled in the corner of the space. What is this? Yi Sunan could not recall possessing such an item. Upon opening the bag, a dazzling golden light nearly blinded her. It was filled with gold coins. After counting, she found a total of 200 coins. Haha, she had struck gold. Yi Sunan felt a surge of joy within her. She stashed the coins into her backpack, bringing her total to 239 gold coins and 50 silver coins. She wondered about the purchasing power of this currency and hoped that inflation in this world would not be too rampant. Once everything was tidied up, Yi Sunan pulled out an iron pot, preparing to cook herself some rice. While waiting, she decided to open the chat channel. Expand connections, add friends. The more friends, the more paths. Xiao Lu, collecting water. Yi Sunan. Chapter 9, The Horn Monster. These two have nothing better to do than spam the screen all day? Yi Sunan clicked on the profile of someone who had been adding friends in the chat channel daily. Name, Xuejin. Age, 22. Gender, male. Personal introduction, let us be friends and chat. A chatterbox, without a doubt. Yi Sunan scrolled through the messages and finally no longer saw their names. I offered 5 copper coins. I wonder what use they may have. Copper coins? Let me see which dynasty they belong to, and I can estimate their value. Perhaps you might return to reality and become wealthy. Copper coins, not just copper money. Hee. I offered a few silver coins, which should be worth more than yours. 10,000 copper coins equal 100 silver coins, which equals 1 gold coin. Lin Man, gold coins x6. Is this what you're referring to? Wow. Where did all these gold coins come from? Lin Man, I started opening boxes yesterday. Truly a lucky one upstairs. Can you give me one? Starry-eyed. Lin Man, other items can be shared, but not money. Yi Sunan chuckled. It seemed this girl had principles after all. Many others still clung to hope and tried to coerce her, only to be blacklisted. I must admit, Lin Man's luck is genuinely remarkable. Previously, she had to toil for half a day to earn 10 gold coins, while Lin Man casually opened boxes and obtained 6. Fortunately, she possessed the skill of remanufacturing, ensuring she wouldn't fall behind at the starting line. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the fishing rod starting to sway. Quickly, she reeled in a box and continued to look down. Not long after, she spotted a familiar face. Xinyan, long knife for toiletries. Yi Sunan clicked on the long knife's information, 1 meter long, lightweight, sharp. Quite suitable for her. Having only a ranged weapon, she was still missing a melee one. She privately messaged Xinyan. Yi Sunan, I'll trade your long knife for a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a towel. She happened to have 3 sets of these items. Xinyan, sure. The other party immediately initiated the trade. Yi Sunan placed the items up for exchange, and after the transaction was complete, she picked up the long knife. It was indeed lightweight, perfect for someone of her limited strength. Over the past 2 days, she had spent 2 hours paddling daily, coupled with her morning and evening exercises. Her constitution and strength had each increased by 1 point. This discovery filled Yi Sunan with hope for the future. She had initially thought that only by using enhancement cards could she improve her abilities. It seemed that with effort, one could still turn the tide. At that moment, another message from Xunan came through. Xinyan, I have 50 arrows here. You might find them useful. Take a look. Poisoned arrows. Yi Sunan quickly clicked to view the item information. They resembled her iron arrows, but these were laced with poison, causing small monsters to perish within 3 seconds of being struck. A splendid item. The original 50 arrows would be insufficient for someone like Yi Sunan, who had no archery experience. With these additional 50 arrows, she now had an extra layer of security. Yi Sunan, I want them. What do you need in exchange? Xinyan, do you have salt? I need a bowl of water and some salt. Yi Sunan, sure. What a stroke of luck. Just last night until now, the seawater purifier had already separated some salt. Yi Sunan took the bowl Xunan sent over, scooped a bowl of water, and added some salt. Then she clicked to trade. The salt separated by the seawater purifier was pristine white, finely refined. Xinyan, thank you. Yi Sunan, you're welcome. After the trade was complete, Yi Sunan closed the screen. She brandished the long knife a few times, lacking knowledge of swordsmanship. She could only recall the moves from television dramas, slashing and chopping. In a moment of carelessness, she tripped over her own feet, nearly plunging herself into the water. She couldn't help but sigh. It was imperative to expand the island and build a fence. The aroma of rice wafted from the iron pot, and Yi Sunan's stomach began to grumble. It was already 2 p.m. She had long been famished. In the future, she needed to establish a regular eating schedule. Otherwise, she would risk developing stomach issues. In the chat channel, wow, why is everyone finding money while I encounter monsters? Don't even mention it. I saw it kill another player and quickly turned to run. I had intended to greet that brother, but it was too tragic. What kind of monster did you encounter? Monster? Upon reading this, Yi Sunan immediately straightened her posture, her hands instinctively tightening around the bowl. The player continued, a creature with horns on its head, resembling a human but with red eyes and long limbs. Someone chimed in. And it has sharp teeth. I saw it bite a player to death. I thought I was facing a zombie. The horn monster. It must be the same creature the sharks had mentioned before. The sharks had encountered them 2 days ago. While players only began to face these monsters today due to the game's protective rules, Xunan privately messaged the player who had encountered the monster, hoping to exchange coordinates. Unfortunately, most players fled quickly upon seeing the monster, and she only obtained a few vague coordinates. She was currently uncertain of the horned monster's combat power and could only cautiously approach to observe, assessing the possibility of completing a task. She randomly selected a coordinate approximately 50 kilometers away from her current location. Xunan adjusted the direction of the underwater propeller and set forth at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. She had just retrieved yet another iron box. With eager anticipation, she opened both boxes simultaneously. Opening the ordinary wooden box yielded 1 carton of pure milk and 12 packets of turkey noodles. Opening the iron supply box yielded 1 gold coin, 1 solar power storage box, and 5 kilograms of ribs. What a bountiful harvest. Although she had only found 2 boxes today, the contents were rather impressive. Each carton of pure milk contained 250 milliliters, totaling 24 cartons. While turkey noodles are quite delectable under normal circumstances, she harbored some trepidation about consuming them here, fearing a potential bout of gastroenteritis. Instead, she decided to repurpose them as chili sauce. For Xunan, who had a penchant for spicy dishes, life had regained a touch of joy. The solar storage box measured approximately 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters by 30 centimeters. It featured an expandable solar panel atop, accompanied by a dozen or so sockets. There were several 2-prong and 3-prong sockets, along with multiple USB ports, making it suitable for various electrical appliances. However, it lacked any indication of its storage capacity. Judging by the array of sockets, Xunan speculated that it must be quite substantial. After all, it was a product of the system, and one could not simply rely on logic to make assumptions. Only experimentation would reveal its true potential. Ribs, whether boiled or roasted, were sure to be delicious. She placed the solar box atop her roof, unfurling the solar panel to bask in the abundant sunlight. The current power level displayed 0, with a small arrow gradually ascending, indicating that it was charging. Humming a little tune, Xunan descended from the roof, resuming her scavenging endeavors. After fishing for a while with little success, she nailed a wooden board to the wall to practice her archery. Unfortunately, the short distance allowed only for a cursory familiarization with the weapon's use. Around 5 o'clock, a notification from the system suddenly rang out. Congratulations, player, you have reached a distance of 500 kilometers, triggering a supply station. It will arrive in 1 minute. Please prepare to dock. A supply station? Was it as Xunan envisioned? She hastily glanced at her backpack. The gold coins were intact. Perhaps they would come in handy. A minute later, she halted the underwater propeller. The surrounding environment began to transform instantaneously. The boundless ocean vanished, and her island entered a straight, narrow river. Behind her lay an expanse of nothingness, presumably the exit. On either side of the river stood embankments and railings, with a series of steps leading up to a grand open gate, adorned with a plaque inscribed with the word supply station. Xunan paddled forward a few strokes before leaping onto the steps. Ascending the staircase, she walked directly inside. The melodious sound of wind chimes rang out, accompanied by a soft, welcoming voice. Startled, Xunan turned to see an employee at the cash register. The employee appeared equally astonished for a moment before exclaiming incredulously, "Grandma?" "Yes," Xunan nodded in response. To her surprise, Yuanzi was working at the supply station, achieving quite a bit. Dressed in a deep blue uniform with a little apron, he looked exceptionally adorable. Clearly excited, he rushed to take Xuan's hand, exclaiming, "You finally made it. You always said you would come see me. But something always came up." He then called out to the inside of the station, "Sister Supervisor, my grandma is here to see me. I told you she'd come." A female monster, likely in her 50s, emerged from within the supply station. She had a round visage and a warm expression. Yuan's sweet words towards her sister reflected his promising future. "Very well. You've won this round, so as a reward for your victory, I shall grant your grandmother a membership card." She approached the two, affectionately ruffling Yuan's hair. From her pocket, she produced a blue card and handed it to Xunan. "Dear guest, this is our station's membership card. It offers discounts on purchases." "Thank you," Xunan replied politely, momentarily taken aback upon receiving the card. She then expressed her gratitude to the supervisor once more. The supervisor smiled and nodded, saying, "Your presence has truly enlivened our humble station." Xunan carefully tucked the card away and, after signaling to Yuanzi, proceeded further into the station. Time was of the essence. She needed to return to her island before nightfall. Yuanzi quickly slipped her 10 gold coins, whispering, "Buy whatever you like. I've made some money." Xunan barely had time to return the coins before he dashed back to the cash register, flashing her a reassuring smile. With a sigh, She resigned herself to returning the coins later. After living for over 20 years, this was the first time she felt the heartfelt gratitude of her grandson. As she received the card, she heard a system notification. Acquired a VIP card for the supply station. All items at the supply station are available at an 80% discount. Applicable at all supply stations. She was puzzled as to why the supervisor had given her such a valuable card and the meaning behind her final words. It was evident that the statement was directed at Yuan's grandmother. What, in truth, was Yuan's grandmother's identity? Xunan could only hope to avoid encountering her before the identity experience expired, lest her circumstances become exceedingly difficult. The supply station was vast, resembling a large supermarket. With an overwhelming array of products. There were items for eating, using, and playing. It was a veritable cornucopia. Fortunately, illuminated signs hung from the ceiling, categorizing the products, making navigation easier. She first headed to the nearest section for shark snacks. 5 entire rows of shelves were neatly stocked with various treats. Xunan momentarily found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Yuanzi could not stray too far from his post, so it was evident she could not let him choose items himself. She grabbed a large shopping cart and began selecting items based on their appealing packaging and substantial weight. Thankfully, the prices were quite reasonable, mostly costing just a few silver coins. Rapidly filling her cart with a substantial haul, she then ventured to the shark clothing section. She selected 5 adorable outfits, for casual sets, and 1 small suit. The entire process took approximately 5 minutes. Just as she was placing the clothing box into her cart, a bright voice rang out from behind her. Those items are quite expensive. It would be rather embarrassing if you couldn't afford them later. Xunan continued her task without pausing, casting a cold glance over her shoulder. A young boy, also dressed in blue work attire, stood there, sporting a small silver horn on his forehead, a transformation from some animal. The sight of the horn reminded Xunan of the menacing creatures she had encountered previously. However, this boy appeared devoid of any aggression. Though he was rather cute, his words left much to be desired. His gaze held a hint of mockery. You're Yuan's grandmother, right? Can you really afford all those items? After all, that poor boy can't even afford decent underwear. Did you strip him of his pants? Xunan frowned. In her daily life, she was known for her laughter, but when she was serious, her demeanor turned rather frosty, effectively intimidating the child. No, I merely saw it while changing clothes. The boy was clearly taken aback by her response, stammering in the face of her cold expression. That's good. Xunan exhaled, relieved that she would not have to deal with the child's workplace bullying. He was just a kid, and she did not wish to waste her time on him. Ignoring him as if he were invisible, she briskly walked past him. The young boy remained behind, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had been startled by that woman just moments ago, a truly humiliating experience. He attempted to chase after her, but his short legs hindered him. Xunan quickly turned left and right, disappearing from sight. She arrived at the game props area, no longer merely glancing about, and began to examine the items in detail. Ultimately, she selected a protective suit, capable of withstanding 3 fatal blows, priced at 80 gold coins. She also chose 5 binding traps and 5 small bombs for a total of 100 gold coins. Additionally, she acquired 50 milliliters of plant growth liquid, hormone-free and harmless, designed to promote rapid plant growth, for 10 gold coins. There was also a skill book available exclusively for NPCs, medical expertise, priced at 20 gold coins. Next, she ventured into the daily necessities section, where she picked up a pack of 100 sanitary pads for 10 gold coins. To her astonishment, the sanitary pads were so expensive. Indeed, the malice towards women seems to pervade every world. Subsequently, she made her way to the island facilities area and procured an automatic purifying toilet for 30 gold coins. It could be installed in her room, automatically purifying all waste within it. Splendid. At last, she no longer had to worry about whether she could access clean water when nature called. Glancing at the time prompt on the supply station's roof, she noted it was already 1828. Time was running short. The game had warned that players could not leave the island after dark, and Xunan had no desire to challenge the game's rules. She hurriedly pushed 2 shopping carts to the checkout. Yuanzi, witnessing such an abundance of items, was taken aback, silently calculating the total cost, and began to contemplate whether he should ask the supervisor for 2 years' worth of salary in advance. At that moment, the young boy stood nearby at the checkout, sneering, seemingly preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. Only the supervisor's eyes gleamed with excitement, her smile unwavering. She called Yuanzi aside to pack the items, personally attending to Xuan's checkout. Yuanzi had already convinced himself that he would indeed ask for his salary. After all, it was his grandmother's first visit to the supply station, and he would ensure her every wish was fulfilled. After the discount, the total is 200 gold coins, madam. The young boy smirked, eager to see Xuan's astonished and flustered expression. For ordinary NPCs, monsters, or players visiting the supply station. Spending 50 gold coins was considered a significant expenditure, a rarity indeed. After all, gold coins were notoriously difficult to earn. It was rumored that Yuan's grandmother had once been the finest doctor at sea, earning a handsome income. However, that was in the past. She had claimed to be ill for many years, with the family relying solely on Yuan's meager support. That boy incessantly boasted about how wonderful his grandmother was. But what was so wonderful about her? She appeared completely healthy, yet allowed her grandson to live in such poverty. Yuan had grown numb to it. It seemed he would have to withdraw 3 years' worth of salary. Chapter 11. How can we mortals be negligent? Before Yuan had the chance to speak to the supervisor, Xunan produced a small bag brimming with coins. She casually opened it, revealing an abundance of gold. A total of 200. Please take your time counting. The two children were taken aback. The supervisor smiled as she placed the coins on the nearby scale. 200 gold coins, correct. Upon finishing, she pushed several boxes filled with neatly categorized items in front of Xunan. Xunan handed the snacks and clothing to Yuan, storing the rest in her inventory. Grandma will come to see you again next time. With that, she dashed out of the supply station like the wind, leaving a few people staring blankly at the entrance. Your grandmother seems quite healthy, the supervisor remarked first. Indeed, Yuan replied, somewhat dazed. The boy, who had initially been waiting to witness a spectacle, glanced at the snacks overflowing from Yuan's arms, let out a click of his tongue, and said nothing further. With only 1 minute remaining until 7 p.m., Xunan returned to her island, still clutching a tattered cardboard box she had picked up near the entrance. Noticing some writing on it, she casually decided to dispose of it. Activating her underwater thruster, she headed back to the sea. No sooner had she glimpsed the ocean than a system notification rang out. Congratulations, player, for achieving the first player to enter the sea supply station. Would you like to make an announcement? An announcement will yield substantial rewards. Yes. System announcement. Player Xunan has achieved the first player to enter the sea supply station. Other players, strive to keep up. Chat channel. What just happened? Why do I feel like I'm not playing the same game as that expert? What is a supply station? Could someone enlighten me? Am I the only one who noticed that Xunan has received multiple achievements? Her name appears in every announcement. She is truly formidable. You are not alone. Xunan, do you have any game strategies to share? In times like these, we should help one another and strive for a brighter future together. Xiaolu, I don't know if tomorrow will be bright, but I do know your thoughts are quite fanciful. Indeed, while I would love to know, I also understand that others' achievements are not simply handed to them. Though difficult, just look at how many have perished today. The chat channel fell silent for a moment. The number of participants had dwindled from over 99,000 yesterday to 91,145 now. This meant that 7,000 to 8,000 players had met their demise today. Most players were gripped by panic, fearing they might be next. Xinyan, instead of relying on others, why not swim 10 kilometers in the sea every day? With that physique, what monsters could possibly intimidate you? In this cold weather, who can swim in the sea? Besides, who can swim 10 kilometers in a day? That's just absurd. Xinyan, I swim 10 kilometers every day with my island. What of it? Lin Man, I thought dancing 1,000 times a day was sufficient effort. I aspire to match your dedication. Xiaolu, I aspire to both of you. As soon as Xunan entered the chat channel, she was greeted by such astonishing statements. Reflecting on her own daily 2-hour rowing sessions, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and resolved to add an extra hour starting tomorrow. If the fortunate and the strong exert themselves so rigorously, how could mere mortals like herself afford to be negligent? Casting a glance at the chat history, she composed a message to send. Xunan, the supply station is triggered upon reaching a distance of 500 kilometers. I won't elaborate on how to achieve that. Other experiences cannot be replicated, and sharing holds no significance. Besides, I am not a saint. Sharing everything may even bring danger upon myself. After all, human nature is the most formidable force. As soon as Xuan's words were uttered, the chat channel erupted once more. What? 500 kilometers? Swimming 10 kilometers a day feels like it's costing me my life already. How on earth did you manage 500 kilometers by the 4th day? Xunan, perhaps you could share the secrets to swift advancement? Xiaolu, Chenlu, are you a sharing fiend or something? Chenlu, I merely wish to help everyone. Xunan closed the chat interface, refraining from further comments. She was busy, claiming the rewards for her recent achievement. She received Foundation Stones X8, Island Shield X1, and Basic Attribute Enhancement Card X1. All 3 rewards included enhancement cards, which may be standard for achievement rewards. She resolved to strive for more achievements in the future. With the enhancement of her attributes, along with her regular training, she was confident that one day she too would possess the physique to swim 10 kilometers in a single day. She promptly used the Basic Attribute Enhancement card. Opening her personal information panel, she examined her details. Player, Xunan. Age, 23. Strength, 189. Constitution, 199. Agility, 209. Stamina, 81, perhaps a hint of hunger. Summary: it is now feasible to challenge the fragile university student. Special effect: NPC experience in progress, with a countdown of 3 days. Has the university student thus become a unit of measurement? The foundation stone of 8 square meters has been directly utilized, expanding the island's area to 18 square meters. Fortunately, she has accumulated a substantial amount of basic resources from selling fire pits over the past few days, allowing for immediate expansion. All remaining crates were dismantled, yielding 30 units of wood, 2 units of iron blocks, and 30 units of iron nails, consuming 25 units of wood and 10 units of iron nails. She constructed a toilet beside the wooden house. An additional 25 units of wood were expended to extend the bedroom by 2 square meters. The newly created space of 4 square meters facilitates Xunan's exercise and crossbow practice. The paddling area was arranged at the end of the island, leaving 2 square meters for movement. Lastly, the island protection shield was established. Consuming energy stones, it generates a barrier, preventing NPCs, monsters, and players from landing on the island without the owner's permission, and can withstand attacks. Within a 50 square meter radius, the island consumes 1 energy stone every 30 days. With external attacks increasing energy consumption, Xunan set the shield in place, preparing for it to take effect at dawn. Previously, upon acquiring the underwater thruster, she had received 2 energy stones, leaving her with 1 remaining. There are currently no dangers at night, rendering the protection shield unnecessary for the time being. By conserving this energy stone, she can extend its usage. However, the energy stone for the underwater thruster only suffices for over 300 kilometers of travel. Astonishingly, the supply station has no energy stones for sale. It seems she must hasten to complete the task of retrieving the round bow tie. After a busy day, it was already 8 p.m., and Xunan had yet to have dinner. She took out the plant growth solution purchased at the supply station and approached the cucumber vine. The cucumbers were expected to ripen the day after tomorrow, and they were just beginning to climb the trellis. Carefully, she dripped a drop at the root of the cucumber. The moment it came into contact with the growth solution, the cucumber vine surged in growth, instantly rising by half a meter. Xunan continued to apply the solution, watching as it sprouted buds, then blossomed and bore fruit. Several cucumbers grew at a visibly rapid pace, far exceeding the size of those typically sold in the market. After approximately 5 milliliters of growth solution had been used, the cucumbers ceased to grow and began to produce additional buds. Xunan hurriedly harvested the ripe cucumbers, totaling 16. The buds slowly unfurled, with the land indicating a harvest time of 8 hours. Thus, in 8 hours, she could harvest another batch of cucumbers. She prepared the final batch, saving a few to age for seeds. Once the cucumbers were consumed, she would continue planting. Chapter 12. Feeling somewhat heroic in posture, Xunan picked up a cucumber and rinsed it briefly with water. Eagerly, she bit into it, the crisp fragrance flooding her mouth. Delightful. She washed and stored the remaining 15 cucumbers in her spatial pouch, which possesses a preservation function, allowing her to enjoy fresh vegetables at any time. While munching on the cucumber, Xunan opened the trading hub, eager to see if any seedlings were for sale. The thrill of harvesting was truly exhilarating. Unfortunately, after browsing for quite some time, she found none. She had no choice but to set it aside for the moment. 1 cucumber was too large, so she reserved half to cook with some instant noodles for dinner. Indeed, the cucumber-infused noodles were quite delicious. As she ate, she organized her gains from the supply station visit. Most products at the supply station had purchase limits, such as protective clothing, of which only 1 could be bought. Xunan's gold coins were limited, and such restrictions conveniently alleviated her decision-making difficulties. She donned the protective clothing directly, feeling no sense of constriction. It was light and form-fitting. Traps and bombs were stored in her backpack for easy access. Sanitary pads were a necessity. Regardless of the cost, they had to be purchased, as she calculated that she would need them in a few days. The automatic purification toilet had already been installed, greatly enhancing her living comfort. Xunan had purchased the skill book to test its efficacy, as it was labeled for NPC use. She wondered if she, as an experiential NPC, could utilize it. If successful, it would be a tremendous boon. Selecting the green book from her backpack, she clicked to use it. The screen flickered in anticipation. Congratulations. The player has successfully learned level 1 in the medical profession skill, advancing to level 3, and may register for a profession in Monster City. Xunan was overjoyed. She had not only successfully used it, but also acquired crucial information. Skills and professions were presumably exclusive to NPCs. Yet now she had the opportunity to possess them as well. Upon learning the skill, a pair of gloves appeared in her backpack. Pharmaceutical gloves, acquired upon learning level 1 in the medical profession skill. Wearing these gloves allows for potion crafting. How does one craft potions? Is it merely a matter of rolling them into pills? She carefully stored the gloves, as she was close to completing the task of collecting 30 pieces of garbage. Soon, she would obtain blueprints and hemostatic herbs to experiment with. Speaking of garbage, Xunan found a piece of cardboard in the corner of her space. Chicken leg burgers, 10,000 per box. Huh, what a treasure. The garbage at the supply station was indeed extraordinary. Next time, she must allocate more time for scavenging. Collecting garbage was even more gratifying than shopping. Xunan suppressed her inner jubilation and began her training. Chopping motions, running back and forth, until it was 11 p.m. After a quick wash in the toilet, she fell into a deep slumber. At dawn, Xunan awoke, washed up, and commenced her paddling endeavors. With cucumber porridge simmering in the pot, she also warmed herself a glass of milk. Early in the morning, she received a message from Yuanzi. Uncertain how he had added her as a friend, Xunan felt a moment of trepidation, only to discover that Yuanzi was merely informing her that the next 2 days were her grandmother's rest days, advising her to take a good rest, and that he would come to fetch her for work on the weekdays. He also expressed gratitude for her gift. Xunan had initially planned to undertake a task today, feeling somewhat troubled about the time constraints. This arrangement was fortuitous, alleviating her worries. During breakfast, she activated the underwater thruster, guiding the island along the previously acquired coordinates. Simultaneously, she opened the chat channel to check for any other messages. Material trading help? Food. The monsters have stolen our provisions. Monsters steal food too? Thankfully, she had yet to encounter any monsters. She had only half a bun left. I was also robbed, and managed to escape with my food. I saw a player who didn't give in and was killed. The monsters you've encountered are different. I saw one give something and was still killed. There are distinctions among these monsters. Xunan paused her meal, attentively reading the chat. However, the individual ceased to respond. She sent a private message. Xunan, what distinctions exist among the monsters? Would you kindly disclose? I could offer resources in exchange. The other party did not reply, leaving her uncertain if they were preoccupied. She recalled that this person was the same player who had been adding friends in the chat channel daily. With no further response, Xunan opted not to inquire further. Today was proving relatively fortunate. It was just past 8 a.m., and she had already fished up 2 wooden crates. Opening them yielded 5 liters of tap water, a seasoning set, 30 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. After exercising and working up a sweat, she sat on the threshold of her wooden house, sipping her porridge. She vaguely noticed some small islands appearing on the horizon. Instantly, Xunan was alert and invigorated. The island's protective shield took effect in the morning. As long as she remained on the island, there should be no significant safety concerns. After advancing for several minutes, she ventured deeper into the archipelago. Her keen eyes surveyed the various small islands, and for the moment, she detected no anomalies. However, as she pressed further, a sudden sound sliced through the air behind her. Xunan swiftly pivoted, only to witness an iron arrow collide with an invisible barrier, producing a resounding thud before plummeting onto the island. Although the arrow had been thwarted, the unexpected event startled her. She had just been meticulously scanning the area, finding no signs of life or monsters. Following the trajectory of the arrow, she caught a glimpse of a greenish head, revealing a creature lurking beneath the water's surface. It seemed this beast was capable of submerging itself. Xunan raised her crossbow, seizing the opportunity for some practical experience. With long horns and crimson eyes, it was evident that this creature was one that preyed upon players and sharks alike. She aimed and shot with fluid precision, feeling a sense of grace in her posture. Though her aim left much to be desired, as the arrow embedded itself in the grass at the island's edge, the creature, initially frightened, retreated further into the water to observe her as she readied another shot. However, after witnessing several of her arrows veer off course, its confidence surged. It brazenly leapt onto the shore, mockingly gesturing and dancing before her. It dared to taunt her. With 3 missed shots, Xunan was determined to redeem herself. Calmly, she adjusted her stance, recalibrating her strength and angle with each attempt. Finally, after releasing her 6th arrow, she struck the creature in the calf. The beast froze for a moment before hopping in distress, preparing to leap back into the sea to escape. Unrelenting, Xunan continued her barrage, firing 5 more arrows and successfully hitting 3 of them, 1 in the shoulder, 1 in the abdomen, and 1 in the back. At last, she managed to keep it on the shore before it could flee. Breathing a sigh of relief, she acknowledged that, without the protective shield, she would have hesitated to stand so boldly and shoot arrows with such fervor. Had the creature possessed any intelligence, her success would not have come so easily. Foregoing the immediate retrieval of her arrows and spoils, Xunan moved to different positions to continue honing her archery skills, using the fallen creature as her target. After exhausting 50 arrows, she paddled slowly to the island's edge. Cautious of potential ambushes, she did not disembark immediately. Once near the island, she used her oar to nudge the discarded iron arrows and the lifeless creature towards the shore, hastily bringing them onto the land. Indeed, after collecting her loot, she heard 2 distinct splashes. Following the sound, she discerned no monsters, only rippling circles on the water's surface. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Chapter 13. I am having a heart-to-heart with a monster. Xunan first secured the iron arrows, then carefully searched the creature's pockets. Finding nothing of interest, she proceeded to dismantle the monster according to the system's prompt. Dismantled mutated unicorn monster. Obtained green treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, she discovered a blueprint. A 5-kilogram bag of flour and a campsite token. Crossbow arrow blueprint. Allows for the crafting of various specifications of crossbow arrows based on the type and size of the crossbow. Holding the blueprint, Xunan felt a surge of joy. She had been fretting over her insufficient supply of arrows, often worrying that they would fly off the island and become irretrievable during practice. Now, her concerns vanished. She could craft more arrows for training. The 100 poisoned or tranquilizing arrows she possessed would be reserved for true combat scenarios. After securing the blueprint, she examined the campsite token closely. Despite scrutinizing it multiple times, she could not discern its purpose, as the system offered no functional hints, merely displaying the item's name. Its design was rather appealing, adorned with intricate, swirling patterns. She mused that it might serve as a protective charm and considered placing it at her entrance as a decorative piece. Dismantling the day's finds yielded 2 iron blocks, 15 pieces of wood, and 10 iron nails. Xunan approached the crafting table, placing the crossbow arrow blueprint upon it. The display indicated that crafting 20 arrows required 1 unit of iron block, 5 units of wood, and 1 unit of feather. She exchanged for 5 units of feather and 1 iron block at the trading post, promptly crafting 100 standard crossbow arrows. Now, she could practice with newfound confidence. As she prepared to close the interface, Xunan noticed unread messages in her private chat. Upon opening them, she found that the messages had been sent not long ago. Xuejin. Ah, big shot. I can't believe I received a message from you. Xuejin. I didn't mean to ignore your messages. I just encountered a monster and barely escaped. Xuejin, are you still there? I need to tell you about it. Xunan read attentively. He was indeed a chatterbox, having sent over 40 messages to clarify his situation. The unicorn monsters exhibited variations, primarily determined by the grass atop their heads and the color of their eyes. Grass and red eyes signified aggression. The more grass they bore, the more ferocious and irrational they became. Reflecting on her recent encounter, Xunan recalled that the unicorn she had slain displayed a hint of green on its head, barely perceptible, as if it had just begun to sprout. She had initially assumed it was merely some grass clinging to it. This revelation clarified her earlier encounter with the young boy at the supply station. His eyes bore no red hue, nor did he have grass atop his head, marking him as normal. What affliction plagued these monsters that attacked players and NPCs? Were they poisoned? Was the boy somehow related to them? Such thoughts seemed dictated by the game's mechanics, and she dismissed them. Continuing to inquire, what resources do you need for trade? Xuejin. No, I'm just happy someone is willing to listen to me ramble. You have no idea. In real life, I was often scorned for being a talkative person. Now, in this chat channel with thousands of people, I can't just block everyone, right? Haha. Xunan. Someone had truly found a comfort zone within a survival game. She sent him a gift, a cucumber weighing over a pound. Xuejin. Ah, big shot. You're such a good person. How generous of you to give me such a precious item. Xuejin. I'm having a heart-to-heart with a monster. It's a big, sturdy fellow adorned with a pink bow and wearing extremely short shorts. We need to discuss this outfit. A bow. Xunan immediately seized upon this detail. She sent another cucumber his way, followed by a quick message. Xunan. Coordinates? Xuejin. 2548-57957. Xunan adjusted her course, propelling herself swiftly towards the coordinates provided. Xuejin continued to send messages, recounting how he had almost provoked the creature into attacking him, but fortunately, he had found a 10-hour protective shield in a chest. A grim thought struck her. The creature had sprouted 2 more blades of grass atop its head. It seemed prudent to retreat. Otherwise, she risked attracting the entire camp of monsters. Xunan remained silent, merely responding with a thumbs-up emoji. Excellent. Such a valuable defensive item he was using to engage in idle chatter with a monster. Casting another glance at the distance to the coordinates, 101 kilometers, she sighed, realizing it would take until the following day to arrive. A hint of worry crept in as she pondered whether the unicorn monster would still be there by the time she arrived. If only she had something to accelerate her journey. The trading post yielded no results upon inspection. The chat channel buzzed with offers of 5 units of water in exchange for items, negotiable, yet no one responded. Only a handful of players expressed envy at her abundant resources. Even Xiao Lu, who habitually lingered in the trading post and chat channels, was absent. Feeling a twinge of impatience, Yi Sunan picked up her crossbow to practice her archery, hoping to calm her nerves. Just as she released her third arrow, she noticed the camp sign at the entrance beginning to flicker. Surprised, she hurried over to grab the sign. Detected a unicorn monster camp within a 100-kilometer radius. Would you like to teleport? Yi Sunan exclaimed in excitement. Yes, yes, yes. She quickly confirmed, realizing that the coordinates she had just seen must have entered the 100-kilometer range. According to Xuejin, he was also near a camp. It was highly likely this was the camp to which she could teleport. As soon as she confirmed, the island seemed to activate a teleportation mode. In the span of 2 breaths, Yi Sunan found herself on a vast shallow shore, significantly larger than the previous small islands. It appeared she would have to leave the island behind. Uncertain of how many monsters inhabited this camp, her expression turned serious as she contemplated her strategy. Should she call out and lure them in one by one for an easy takedown? After a moment's thought, she opted for a more discreet approach. Slowing the pace of her underwater propulsion device, she cautiously approached a thicket at the edge of the shallows, which effectively concealed the island. Gripping her dagger with care, she stealthily crouched her way through the sandy ground, utilizing the foliage for cover as she made her way to the center of the shallows. Eventually, she spotted several unicorn monsters. 3 adult males were drinking, and sitting in the middle was the one Xuejin had described. Adorned with a pink bow and clad in extremely short pants. His eyes glowed an ominous red, and the foliage atop his head was thick and unruly, suggesting a volatile temperament. His hands occasionally scratched at a stone table, leaving behind a series of varying claw marks. The other 2 monsters, while slightly less adorned with foliage, also exhibited signs of agitation, shifting restlessly. Yi Sunan raised her crossbow, aiming at the central monster. She had replaced the arrow with a poisoned one. Even a mere scratch would suffice for success. Stealing her breath, she focused on the monster's chest, prepared to pull the trigger at any moment. Just then, a small creature approached from the side, holding a wine jug. Yi Sunan froze, halting her actions. This creature bore no red eyes and lacked foliage on its head. It appeared to be an ordinary small monster without aggression. However, she was unsure if it might call out if it spotted her. The more monsters there were, the greater her peril. Now just 50 meters away from the monsters, Yi Sunan resolved to shoot the central one and then retreat if she couldn't eliminate them one by one. With her crossbow still aimed, she prepared to take a bold shot. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 14. He didn't know you were a hero. The small creature was suddenly kicked down by the central monster, its head striking the ground with a dull thud. Blood oozed from its brow, and before it could struggle to rise, it was stomped down again. Coincidentally, its face was directed toward the spot where Yi Sunan hid. She could make out the features of the creature, a little girl, scarcely older than Yuanzi. Yi Sunan noticed her movements falter, likely realizing someone was nearby. Tension gripped her as she readied to fire an arrow and retreat. Surprisingly, the little girl nodded discreetly in her direction, then swiftly averted her gaze, slowly retrieving a pink hairpin from her pocket. "Oh, you possess such a fine treasure," remarked the central monster as it bent down to grab it. Seizing the opportunity as the monster lowered its head, Yi Sunan swiftly released an arrow, striking true at its neck. The creature had no time to struggle before its life was extinguished, its head crashing down, half hidden by the stone table. The little girl deliberately shouted, "He's drunk," then staggered to her feet, wine jug in hand, approaching the other 2 monsters. The 2 beasts paused, sensing something amiss. Has he truly drunk so easily? Their unease propelled them to approach cautiously. Stumbling from excessive drink, the girl deftly tripped the 2 monsters, causing them to tumble into a heap. Yi Sunan shot one of the monsters in the shoulder, while the girl brought the jug down forcefully upon the other monster's head. Though the struck monster did not perish, it struggled to rise and seize the girl. Yi Sunan dashed out, delivering a swift strike to finish it off. The little girl narrowly avoided being grabbed by the creature, and as she watched it collapse into a pool of blood, her breathing grew heavy with shock as she sat on the ground. Yi Sunan maintained her distance, first approaching the stone table to retrieve the bow from the monster's head. Quest item obtained. Quest completed. Retrieve Yuan's pink bow. Reward: Energy Stones X10. Hot Pot Set X1 has been distributed. Excellent. 10 energy stones acquired. Thank you, Dr. Grandma, Yi Sunan exclaimed in delight, but then she paused, realizing her mistake. Yes, she was still in the role of an NPC. This little girl knew Yuan's grandmother. She needed to uphold her character. Nodding subtly, Yi Sunan settled at the stone table. The girl, undeterred by her aloof demeanor, smiled sweetly. "My brother is a friend of Yuan's. They work together at the supply station. Yuan's often speaks highly of you." As she approached Yi Sunan, her face radiated admiration. "Thank you for coming to save me." Yuanzi said you are a very good person, and I believe he is right. Though he doesn't know you are a hero. Is that so? Yi Sunan chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head in embarrassment at the girl's enthusiasm. Thankfully, the girl hurried back to report to her family, expressing her thanks multiple times before dashing away. Watching the little girl leap into the sea and vanish, Yi Sunan exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Children were the most challenging to deal with, especially enthusiastic ones. Seizing the moment with no other monsters in sight, she quickly dismantled the 3 creatures, yielding 1 blue treasure chest and 2 green ones. After circling the shallows and gathering some wild fruits, she swiftly returned to the island. As she set foot on the island, a genuine sense of security washed over her. Once the island had distanced itself from the shallows, she lay down to rest for a brief moment before rejuvenating her spirits. This time, she stripped the monsters of their clothing before dismantling them, acquiring several ragged garments to submit to the system. Coupled with the refuse submitted over the past few days, she finally completed the task. Task item submission successful. Task completed, 3230. Reward. Hemostatic Herb Blueprint. Hemostatic Herb X20 has been distributed. A new garbage recycling task has been initiated. Task progress, 250. Reward, thermoregulated house. 12 square meters, automatic garbage collection system. A thermoregulated house. According to Xiao Lu's survival calendar, summer would commence in 5 days. Yi Sunan had no air conditioning, making the thermoregulated house exceptionally useful. An automatic garbage collection system. How splendid. It would liberate her hands, allowing her to discard the net. Yi Sunan's eyes had grown weary with the endless collection of trash, yielding little reward. Upon retrieving the recently acquired hot pot set, the iron pot was placed over the roaring fire to commence heating. Tonight, a hearty meal was in order. The hot pot boasted an impressive array of 10 meat and 10 vegetable options, including spicy beef, shrimp paste, layered tripe, and lamb rolls. The mere sight was enough to induce salivation. As the fragrant aroma of the beef tallow broth wafted through the air, Yi Sunan eagerly began unpacking. Inside 2 ordinary wooden supply crates, she discovered 1 desk lamp, 5 bags of 50 glutinous rice balls each, 5 bags of 50 frozen dumplings each, and 2 bunches of grapes. The food supply was quite generous this time. A blue treasure chest yielded 2 foundation stones, 5 gold coins, a water barrel blueprint, and a shattered camp token. 2 green treasure chests contained 70 silver coins, a pack of cigarettes, and 2 sets of pajamas. Yi Sunan was pleasantly surprised to find foundation stones in a blue chest, having previously assumed such rewards were exclusive to the system. This was splendid news, as it provided a means to expedite the expansion of her island. After placing the foundation stones, her island had now grown to 20 square meters. The hot pot was ready, everything cooked to perfection. The aroma was mouth-watering. Once satiated, she washed a small bunch of grapes to cleanse her palate, leaving the seeds aside to clean and dry for potential planting tomorrow. With 20 dishes far too plentiful to consume, she stored them in her space, ready to enjoy the next day. The time-stopping feature of her space was indeed convenient. After tidying up, she packed the glutinous rice balls into a wooden box and disassembled the other crates. After her chores, Yi Sunan practiced with a long knife for an hour in the open area. Following a quick wash, she hung her undergarments to dry. She then retrieved the cardboard she had picked up at the supply station yesterday and utilized today's recycling feature. Recycling successful, received 20,000 chicken leg burgers, warm. Based on her previous experiences with recycling, such packaging typically generated double the original quantity of items. She stored the burgers in her space, preparing to address them the following day. Lying on her makeshift bed, Yi Sunan donned gloves and began crafting medicine, eventually drifting off to sleep. The next morning, she awoke with a handful of pills. Remarkably, she had not turned over the entire night, indicating how exhausted she truly was. From 20 hemostatic herbs, she had managed to produce 10 pills. Picking one up, a system notification appeared. Hemostatic pill can rapidly stop bleeding and heal wounds. She carefully stored the pill in her backpack for swift access when needed. After freshening up, she boiled 15 small glutinous rice balls in a pot and paddled to the edge of her island. While paddling, she perused the chat screen to pass the time. Chat channel. Which great master is selling food? The trading post is out of food. Indeed, those monsters are dreadful, always stealing our food. Looking to purchase food. Willing to trade at high prices. Xiao Lu. Food for water, limited supply, first come first served. Aye. Lin Man, is there any food left? Please. I beg you. Lin Man, I don't have much either. I can barely feed myself. Share a little with us? You're just a girl, you can afford to eat less. Lin Man, you're an old fossil. Not eating is no loss for you. How can a young girl speak like that? Aren't you supposed to be a good person? I'm just helping you out. You shouldn't be ungrateful. Lin Man, I thank your whole family. Whether I'm a good person or not is none of your business. Chen Lu, Elder, That's not the right way to speak. What if the young girl has a big appetite? Young lady, if you have extra food. Sharing a bit wouldn't hurt. It's just a good deed. Lin man, I just opened a pack of jelly. Those who need it, message me. First come first served. And those two idiots, stay away. Xunan, blueprints for wooden beds and cabinets, trading for some flavorful food. Chapter 15. I'm waiting. It's been a minute. Xunan noted that Lin man had quite the personality. Moral coercion wasn't exclusive to real life. It was rampant in this survival game as well. Some individuals were more demanding of those helping them than they were of their own parents. Xunan recognized Chen Lu as the person who had often urged her to share her experiences. Upon seeing Xunyan's post, she sent a private message. Xunan, need food? Xunyan, not really, but everything I've opened has been bland white food. I do like something flavorful, preferably spicy. Do you have any? The hot pot from yesterday was indeed spicy, but she couldn't offer that again. Xunan recalled that she still had a few packs of spicy turkey noodles, though she wasn't sure if Xunyan could handle that level of heat. Xunan, do you want turkey noodles? 5 packs for 2 blueprints. In response, she received a trade request. Upon acquiring the 2 blueprints, Xunan immediately accessed her crafting table. She created 1 bed and 3 cabinets, consuming 10 iron nails and 20 pieces of wood in total. The bed was a simple wooden one, 1.5 meters wide. She placed a comforter atop it. Having a bed was certainly more comfortable than sleeping on the ground, and it allowed for additional storage underneath, enhancing space utilization. The cabinets featured 3 tiers. The top 2 were shelves, while the bottom had doors, with the interior divided into 2 sections. Xunan placed 1 in her bedroom and 2 in her storage space for organizing items. By the time she finished, it was already 9:30. Xunan took out the chicken leg burgers, reserving 20 for herself, and listed the remaining burgers on the trading post. Chat channel. Xunan, 19. 980 chicken leg burgers are now available for trade, each for 10 silver coins. If you lack silver, you can trade 30 basic materials. Limit of 1 per person. The chat channel suddenly felt as though it had been paused. It was a full minute before anyone responded. I got one. I got one. Thank you, Great Master. Great Master, I couldn't get one. Is there any left? Crying. Why is there a limit of 1? I have silver, I want more. There aren't enough materials. Can I have credit? Where do you find credit opportunities? They sold out in under a minute. Xunan paid no mind to the chat channel. She had already anticipated the commotion. She was disinclined to engage, as trading was simply a matter of mutual benefit. Her private messages flooded with notifications. Initially, she considered blocking them all. Yet, she inadvertently glanced at a few. Xiaolu, Great Master, you're making quite the business here. I admire you. Luyu, 1 silver coin each. Sell me 5,000. Luyu, why aren't you responding? This isn't a discussion. If you don't sell, don't blame me for not giving you a single silver. Luyu, very well, just wait. Xunan recalled Luyu. She hadn't seen him in days and had thought he was long gone. It appeared he was still lurking, waiting for her. Previously, he had begged for food, and now he resorted to threats. She promptly blocked him. To her surprise, after being blocked, he resorted to the chat channel to confront her. Xunan, did you think blocking me would make me disappear? Just you wait. Anyone who dares to buy her goods is opposing me. Don't blame me for being rude. Xiaolu, what kind of dog are you barking here? Xunyan, don't insult dogs. Lin man, haha. Everyone, be careful. Don't you know him? What good does that do? I've already devoured my chicken leg burgers. Should I dig them out? Ridiculous. Indeed, nearly 20,000 individuals. Each one of them will be dealt with. I shall spit it out for him. Oh, why are your words becoming increasingly grotesque? Xunan, I am awaiting you. It has been a minute. Haha, does the esteemed one fear you? Haha. A long string of laughter followed, and Lu Yu ceased to speak, perhaps concocting some mischievous scheme. While Xunan awaited him, she was, in fact, counting her coins. She had amassed a collection of silver coins, copper coins, and a modest sum of gold coins, totaling 523 gold coins and 70 silver coins. She found herself wishing for a few more hamburgers, for those gold coins could procure quite a few splendid items. Yet, one must not be greedy. Her fortune was already considerable. Additionally, she had obtained wood X41210, stone X40001, soil X37261, plastic X14390, fabric X3304, iron blocks X3654, and iron nails X7024. In the short term, she would not be lacking in these fundamental resources. After securely stowing her coins in her backpack, Xunan opened her private messages. She had received numerous messages while she was preoccupied. Shuejin, esteemed one, you must be cautious of Lu Yu. He has formed an organization composed of desperate individuals, merciless in their actions. These people are more ferocious than monsters, and many players have met their demise at their hands. It seems they are currently engaged in forming alliances. Yi Sunan sent Xue Jin 2 hamburgers as a token of her gratitude. She then opened the first wooden chest she had fished up that day. Upon opening it, she received a barbecue grill X1 and 100 bags of barbecue seasoning X5. Hooray! She could now grill. Yi Sunan had been advancing at full speed all day, eager to encounter a unicorn monster once more and procure some foundational stones, while also honing her skills. Her physical condition was average. Aside from daily exercise, she needed more practical experience to enhance her self-defense capabilities. As evening approached, she received a message from Yuanzi. Yuanzi, Grandma, I received your message stating that you are going on a journey. I wish you a smooth trip. And please share your travel anecdotes with me. In a few days, I will surprise you. Am I going on a journey? I was unaware of that. Yi Sunan suddenly realized it must be Yuanzi's true grandmother. Perhaps this was merely a game setting. The game was rather considerate, providing her with a reason for her disappearance. Coincidentally, after tomorrow, her first NPC experience would conclude. However, she had yet to give Yuanzi the bow. She attempted to send an email to Yuanzi through the system. And surprisingly, it was successful. Unfortunately, this unscrupulous game charged her 1 gold coin. Yi Sunan felt a pang in her heart. She had traveled a total of 108 kilometers today, bringing her cumulative distance to 704 kilometers. In the afternoon, she caught a chest and acquired a rice cooker and 4 pairs of curtains. Now, she wouldn't have to constantly watch over the cooking to prevent it from burning. Fortunately, she possessed a solar energy storage box, and her life was about to modernize. After dinner, Yi Sunan harvested another batch of cucumbers, marking the 4th collection. She had now amassed a total of 67 cucumbers, each weighing at least 1 kilogram. Just as she was preparing to exercise, Lin Man sent a friend request. After Yi Sunan accepted, Lin Man immediately messaged her. Lin Man, sister, do you have any fresh vegetables or fruits? I can exchange them for gold coins. This fortunate one actually lacks food. Lin Man, alternatively, if you need other resources, I have plenty of food and water. I merely desire something fresh, hehe. Yi Sunan, do you want cucumbers? I have half a bunch of grapes. Chapter 16. Are they really that ferocious? Lin Man, yes. I would like 2 cucumbers and half a bunch of grapes. Lin Man, will 10 gold coins suffice? If not, I can add more. Is this what it means to be fortunate? She had initially considered asking for 5 gold coins, given the high value of fresh fruits and vegetables. To see if she would agree. Yi Sunan, that's sufficient. She initiated the transaction, and the other party promptly offered 10 gold coins. Splendid, money secured. The price of the transaction was of little importance. The joy it brought was what truly mattered. After securing the gold coins, Yi Sunan began her evening workout. Over the past few days, her basic stats had increased by 1 point, and she felt her body growing stronger. At 11 o'clock, Yi Sunan lay on her new bed and rolled around a few times. Though lacking a mattress, it was infinitely more comfortable than sleeping directly on the ground. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, the system notification sounded. System announcement. Good evening, players. The first ranking competition of the game will commence tomorrow morning. Competition time. The 7th day of the Sea Survivor calendar, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The top 100 players will receive generous rewards. Best of luck to all players. Competition rules. Players earn a camp token X1 by defeating an infected unicorn monster. The quantity of camp tokens accumulated will determine the ranking. Note, defeating a non-infected unicorn monster will deduct 50 tokens from the total. Yi Sunan reviewed the announcement multiple times. After grasping the general content of the competition, she closed her eyes and seized the opportunity to sleep. On the 7th day of the Sea Survivor calendar, at 6 o'clock, Yi Sunan opened her eyes. She quickly boiled 12 dumplings and heated a box of milk. Regardless of what was about to unfold, she steadfastly began her rowing exercises. At 7 o'clock, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the sea. After confirming that her protective shield was activated, she engaged the underwater propeller and sped through the mist. After traveling approximately 200 meters, the island emerged from the fog. A cluster of closely arranged small islands and shallows came into view. Yi Sunan slowed her speed and navigated through them. She had not ventured far when she encountered 2 monsters, their heads adorned with green grass, driven to madness. Upon spotting Yi Sunan, they leapt into the water and swam towards her. Yi Sunan calmly awaited their approach, striking each one down with a single blow. She swiftly stripped them of their clothing, dismembered their bodies, and secured the treasure chest in her backpack. The tokens did not require collection. Defeating the monsters automatically awarded them. Currently, there were a total of 87. 642 players in the area, and on the leaderboard, Yi Sunan had accumulated 2 tokens, ranking 323rd. Continuing her journey, she aimed to find a larger area. After acquiring 3 more tokens, Yi Sunan finally discovered a suitable shallow beach. The vegetation was lush, and the terrain was flat, perfect. However, it appeared someone was present. As she approached, she discerned a girl in her 20s, clad in a light blue windbreaker, with curly short hair and fair skin. Her features were exquisitely doll-like, and with a single hand, she wielded a large iron hammer, effortlessly smashing the skulls of monsters. Are they truly that ferocious? Xunan couldn't help but retract her neck, preparing to wait for her departure before proceeding. Just as she was about to redirect her gaze, she noticed a monster with sharp claws stealthily approaching the girl from behind. The girl was still engaged with another monster in front of her. In a moment of urgency, Xunan raised her crossbow, and without hesitation, shot 2 arrows. Using regular bolts, she feared missing, hence the extra shot. The monster was struck in the chest and thigh, collapsing to the ground. Though it struggled, the curly-haired girl delivered the final blow with her hammer. Thank you, miss. Once it was confirmed that no monsters remained on the shallow beach, the girl raised her hand in gratitude towards Xunan. After gathering her spoils, the girl noted that Xunan had no intention of approaching her for conversation and hurriedly made her way to the island, quickly departing. As she departed, she called out, "Sister, add me as a friend. I am Linman, and I will surely repay you." So, this was the famed Lucky One. Xunan chose not to contact her, and after Linman had walked away, she maneuvered the island closer to the shallows. She endeavored to conceal the island as much as possible and sought several flat areas nearby to set traps. There were 5 traps in total, which she had purchased from the supply station, and they were now perfectly suited for use. These traps could ensnare monsters, rendering them unable to escape, with each trap capable of capturing up to 100 creatures at once. While setting the traps, Xunan periodically surveyed her surroundings. Should anyone approach, she would retreat to the island. Earlier, while checking the leaderboard, she had glanced at the chat channel, where many were reporting encounters with a group of masked individuals who were marauding, killing monsters and players alike. This must be the gang Luyu had mentioned before. After arranging the 5 traps, Xunan produced the damaged camp token dropped by the monster she had previously slain for stealing a round bonot. Upon picking it up, she had scrutinized the item description, noting that it could summon a unicorn monster 3 times a day. Unfortunately, it was damaged and thus unusable. She decided to utilize today's opportunity for reforging on the token. Reforging successful, obtained high-level camp token, capable of summoning unicorn monsters once per minute. Xunan felt a surge of joy. It was even more useful than she had anticipated. The system never failed to impress her. Standing beside the trap, one hand holding the token for activation and the other gripping a long knife in case of unforeseen circumstances, she awaited the first monster's arrival. Before she could fully register its presence, she swiftly discerned whether it was infected and, upon realizing it was, she kicked it into the trap. Observing the monster thrashing and raging within, Xunan felt a slight sense of relief. The plan was proceeding perfectly. She continued summoning the next monster. Her intention was to wait until the traps were filled to detonate the bombs for a concentrated kill. If anyone approached, she would ignite the bombs and let them take out as many as possible. With practiced precision, she could ensnare a monster every minute. Thus, she continued until the first trap was full, having summoned 2 normal monsters. Fearing they might escape and alert others, she instructed them to remain crouched in a corner, forbidding them from rising. The monsters complied obediently, squatting silently, not daring to lift their heads. At that moment, the competition leaderboard displayed. Luyu had surged to first place with 67 tokens. Gao Chang he followed with 64. Xunan held third with 39. And Lin Man was 6th with 32 tokens. Xunan remained with only 4 tokens, ranked at 1304. The chat channel was rife with chaos. Luyu, you're a monster. Stealing kills and committing murder everywhere. My friend even let you have the monster, and you still killed him. Luyu retorted, say one more word, and you'll be next to die? Gao Chang he chimed in, friends in need can message me privately. Join our righteous gang, and let us unite and support each other. Luyu replied, Gao Chang he, let us see how many you can protect. Our guild members are no pushovers. Xiao Lu quipped, oh, as if you can afford to eat meat. Luyu shot back, Xiao Lu, don't let me catch you, you filthy water collector. He then turned to Xunan, mocking, how did you drop out of the top 1,000? Did a monster eat you? Haha, our boss is now first. The surname, you must be hiding in fear. Chapter 17. What sort of plot is this? Xunan was too busy summoning monsters to pay attention to the screen. Over the course of 2 hours, she had captured 110 monsters. Regardless of her final ranking, she should be able to obtain a substantial number of treasure chests. Feeling hungry by noon, she quickly devoured a piece of bread and took a sip of water, pressing on with urgency. By 5:30 in the afternoon, the 5 traps were finally full. A horrifying and surreal scene unfolded as 500 monsters struggled within the traps. Xunan set the bombs and stepped back a few paces, sighing inwardly at the loss of the traps, which might have been reusable had they not been destroyed. Oh well, it was a necessary sacrifice. Clutching the detonator, She steeled herself. Just as she was about to press the button, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A young woman clad in a white lab coat suddenly appeared before her. Startled, Xunan quickly retreated several steps while simultaneously pressing the detonator. However, the woman moved with astonishing speed, snatching the detonator from her hand and stuffing it into a vial of liquid. "Doctor, hurry and use this. It's the antidote you requested me to prepare." Xunan was taken aback. What sort of plot was this? Staring at the young woman before her, Xunan was momentarily dumbfounded. She glanced at the monsters in the traps, their crimson eyes, elongated fangs, and verdant leaves atop their heads. An antidote? Could these creatures still be saved? Noticing Xunan's hesitation, the woman flushed slightly and stammered, "Doctor, rest assured. All the materials you provided were used. I swear there were no shortcuts taken." "What? Is that true?" Xunan was astonished. "You must believe me. I guarantee it with my integrity. Are you human?" Xunan blurted out, assuming she was yet another animal turned NPC. To her surprise, the woman blushed deeper at the remark. "Well, that was merely a reference to human speech. Focus on the task at hand. Just spray it directly on them," she urged Xunan, then hurried to a corner with the unicorn monsters to watch her. "But won't my token be gone?" Xunan felt a pang of regret, but ultimately decided to take the antidote. If it could save them, she would do it, despite merely being game monsters. They deserved a chance. Comforting herself, she approached one of the traps. The spray was fine and delicate. With a single press, a dense mist enveloped the monsters' heads. The creatures that came into contact with the antidote instantly froze in place for a few seconds. Xunan then observed that some of the less severely infected unicorn monsters had their leaves withering, their red eyes fading rapidly. Time to get to work. The young woman called out to the dozen or so unaffected unicorn monsters crouching in the corner, urging them to help pull the recovering monsters from the traps. Seeing that help was at hand, Xunan moved to the next trap to spray the antidote. Everyone worked swiftly, and by 6 o'clock, all the monsters capable of being cured had been extracted from the traps. The 5 traps now contained 97 monsters too deeply infected, and after confirming with the young woman, Xunan swiftly eliminated them all. She obtained 97 tokens and 4 blue treasure chests. Glancing at the leaderboard, she saw that she now had 101 tokens, placing her at 2902. Luyu still held first place with 354 tokens, boasting arrogantly in the chat channel. "Once I claim the first place reward, I will settle the score with all you who defied me, one by one. You all know who you are." Luyu added, "Xunan, you are the first on the list." A horde of his followers echoed their agreement. Xunan closed the screen, deciding to venture further to see if there were any other monsters. She planned to return later to dismantle the traps. However, before she could leave, hundreds of monsters began extracting tokens from themselves, but Xunan could not comprehend their actions. Tempted by the sight of those tokens, she resisted the urge to seize them and turned away. Yet, she discovered that countless monsters were advancing toward the shallows in the distance. Some bore normal eyes, while others were infected, and some were even bound to frenzied companions. "Doctor, please hurry and detoxify them," the young woman urged Xunan. She quickly retrieved a spray. After all, it was best to escort the Buddha to the west. There was little chance of finding monsters outside now, and perhaps lingering here might yield some rewards. Xunan sprayed indiscriminately while moving briskly. The shallows were becoming increasingly crowded, and some monsters, having recovered, prepared to leave in an orderly fashion. After expressing their gratitude to Xunan, the idle monsters began leaping into the water to depart, accompanied by the splashes of their jumps. Xunan received a continuous stream of system notifications. Acquired Camp Token X1, received 10 gold as treatment fee. Acquired Camp Token X1, received 10 gold as treatment fee. X10. Acquired Camp Token X1, received 10 gold as treatment fee. X100. In just a few minutes, Xunan had amassed over 500 tokens and more than 5,000 gold coins. She continued her actions, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable smile. It seemed that good deeds still bore fruit. Haha, this feeling was utterly delightful. Monsters continued to arrive in droves, and the time had now reached 6:41. The chat channel was in an uproar. A player with a name reminiscent of a mischievous monkey suddenly surged from 2,000 to first place. Xunan, big shot. Did you blow up the monster's lair? Xiaolu laughed. Some people's first place is no longer secure. Shuijing commented, a big shot is indeed a big shot. Seizing the moment to climb the rankings and catching opponents off guard, Luyu remained silent, dazed. The first place he had thought was guaranteed had been snatched away in such a short time. His subordinates reported that the monsters had vanished, and those they had painstakingly located were being taken by others. What was going on? It must be cheating. He would file a complaint. At 6:57, all the monsters that could be detoxified had undergone the process. A few that were too deeply poisoned had to be dealt with directly. Xunan had received a total of 1, 326 tokens, 13 blue treasure chests, and 13, 260 gold coins. She plopped down on the ground, panting and grinning foolishly. The monsters had departed, and the young woman, having recorded the data, also returned to report. After resting for half a minute, Xunan rose to dismantle the traps, hastily collecting the debris dropped by the monsters into her space. Just seconds before 7 p.m., she boarded the island. At precisely 7 o'clock, the game announcement sounded. Dear players, the first ranking competition has concluded successfully. Now, we will announce the rankings. First place, Xunan, tokens 1, for 27. Second place, Lu Yu, tokens 358. Third place, Gao Changhe, tokens 327. Fourth place, Xunan, tokens 234. Fifth place, Lin Man, tokens 213. Rewards for the top 100 players have been distributed. Please check. A golden treasure chest suddenly appeared before Xunan, looking quite valuable. She rubbed her hands together and opened the chest. Chapter 18. A profound sense of security. Open special reward chest. Obtain foundation stones X10, advanced land X3, basic attribute enhancement card X1, seedling gift pack X1, positioning cards X3. Positioning card can locate players' positions and teleport directly to the player or nearby, with the ability to return within 3 minutes. Xunan gazed at the description, a cold smile suddenly gracing her lips. First, she used the basic attribute card. Then, she immediately selected Lu Yu as the target for the positioning card. At that moment, Lu Yu was on the same island with his brother, preparing to open a golden treasure chest before them. They were still cursing, and as soon as Xunan teleported in, she heard her name. Lu Yu's eyes were bloodshot. That stinking woman, Xunan better watch out when I find her. Before he could finish his tirade, Xunan appeared before him and swiftly severed his head. As another individual reacted and lunged for her weapon, she waved her hand, seizing the treasure chest-like item before her and choosing to return to her island immediately. Her decisive action had caught her opponent off guard. Facing the other individual head-on might not guarantee victory. Lu Yu was nearly driven mad by the sudden turn of events, especially upon seeing his brother's head roll at his feet. He swung his knife wildly, but could not locate the person who had appeared so suddenly. After a while, he calmed down slightly, recalling how close the blade had come to his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Clutching his head, he trembled, letting out a mixture of fear and rage. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked around. Where was the chest? It was gone too. Who was that? He hadn't gotten a clear look, only the general shape, which seemed to be a tall woman. However, should he encounter her again, he would undoubtedly recognize her. He searched frantically, but found not even a trace of the chest. In a fit of anger, he opened the chat channel. Xunan returned to the island, utterly exhausted, and sat at the doorway, leaning against the threshold as she gasped for breath. Her eyes were red, and her hand trembled while holding the knife. This was her first time taking a life. Previously, she had only dealt with game monsters, which required little psychological preparation. This was different. This was a real person, a fellow player brought into the game from reality. She had no desire to kill indiscriminately, but this individual had gravely threatened her safety. Since she had drawn a positioning card from the reward chest, it was highly likely that Lu Yu had also obtained one. With her survival on the line, she had no choice but to strike first. Xunan retrieved the chest she had taken from Lu Yu and placed it on the ground. Choosing not to open it immediately, she opened the chat channel, preparing to alleviate her mood. Lu Yu, who was it? Who killed my brother? Show yourself. What happened? Who was your brother? That Lu Yu, the one who had just placed second in the rankings, was said to have been slain with a single blow to the neck. Lu Yu was now frantically messaging everywhere to find the murderer. Isn't this explosive? At least it's ridding the world of a menace. How many people has he killed? Lu Yu, if you don't show yourself now, once I find out, I'll make sure to shred you. Lu Yu, if you return the treasure chest, I might spare your life. Xiao Lu, so it's about the treasure chest. I thought there was some deep brotherly bond. Exactly, I was almost moved to tears. Gao Changhe, which righteous person has acted heroically? You can join our justice guild to prevent scoundrels from scheming against you. Xunan closed the chat channel, her brow furrowing. Lu Yu had unexpected allies. Fortunately, the positioning card had a 3-minute automatic return function. Otherwise, she would have been in for a fierce battle. Regardless, she had already taken a life. If anyone came seeking vengeance, no matter who it was, she would eliminate them without hesitation. She opened the treasure chest on the ground. Inside were foundation stones X8, advanced land X1, and a positioning card X1. Though slightly inferior to her treasure chest, it was nonetheless quite satisfactory, containing indeed a positioning card. With ample basic materials at her disposal and a modest income from daily firewood sales, she effortlessly utilized 18 foundation stones. The island now spans 38 square meters. She first expanded her bedroom to 4 meters by 4 meters, enlarged the bathroom to 2 meters by 1 meter, and maintained a 3 square meter area for fishing rods. The land increased by 5 square meters, with a 2 square meter space designated for paddle exercises, leaving a remaining 10 square meters of open land. After preparing a modest dinner, she practiced her knife skills, feeling confident that her recent consistent training had enabled her to slay Lu with a single stroke. With a swift and decisive motion, she struck without hesitation. Following a refreshing bath, she began to organize the day's harvest. She first opened the game's reward package, which contained seeds for potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, rice, wheat, sugarcane, tomatoes, water spinach, apple trees, and coconut trees. As expected, the system's offerings were indeed bountiful. The cucumbers had all been harvested, now reduced to a mere withered vine. She had gathered a total of 102 cucumbers, saving one for replanting in hopes of an endless supply. Currently, she possessed 5 plots of land, 1 ordinary and 4 premium. Xunan planted sweet potatoes, tomatoes, apple trees, corn, and coconut trees, reserving the ordinary plot for tomatoes while utilizing the premium plots for the others. She then took several mineral water bottles to hydroponically cultivate 4 pots of water spinach, diluting 10 milliliters of plant growth liquid to irrigate both the soil and the bottles. The freshly planted seedlings, upon contact with the growth liquid, instantly radiated vitality, rapidly reaching a stage ready for fruiting. By the morrow, the first batch of vegetables and fruits would be ready for harvest. Today, she had slain infected monsters, acquiring 13 blue treasure chests, along with a resource box from fishing. Xunan eagerly opened them all, reaping rewards of 4 foundation stones, 22 gold coins, 3 packs of 500 grams of white sugar, 3 barrels of 5 liters of cooking oil, 1 nonstick pan, 1 stove, 10 kilograms of fruitwood charcoal, 200 barbecue skewers, 1 set of clean clothes, 5 damaged anesthetic crossbow bolts, and 1 hairdryer. It appeared that today's haul was primarily kitchen supplies. After disassembling all the boxes, she noted the hour was growing late. She had yet to utilize her reforging skill for the day. Rummaging through her inventory, she retrieved a lump of damaged metal. A housekeeping robot, capable of assisting with chores. This would do. It was something Xunan had previously fished out of the sea with a net. Though difficult to retrieve, the debris was intriguingly diverse. Reforging successful, resulting in an advanced intelligent household robot, capable of communication and following the owner's commands. It can perform household chores, assist with homework, and replace workers, among other tasks. A robot, exuding a subtle blue metallic sheen, stood before her. Why does such a robot not exist in the real world to assist me at work and earn a living? Xunan pondered whimsically as she activated the robot. Robot activated, please name it. What should it be called? She, being rather uninspired when it came to names, opted for Leaf, as it suited all genders. Naming successful. The robot is now called Leaf. As the activation prompt concluded, the robot moved its limbs a few times before standing upright, towering over Xunan at approximately 1.8 meters. It provided a sense of security. The overall construction could be described as rudimentary. It resembled a simple metal assembly, appearing loosely put together, with no visible wiring. Could it truly be as intelligent as the system claimed? Xunan harbored doubts. However, its blue eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, were quite appealing. Suddenly, it blinked a few times and then leapt several meters into the air, causing the island to tremble slightly. Xunan quickly urged it to stop. Haha, I apologize, master. I am just so thrilled to meet you. It bent slightly to meet her gaze, exclaiming, your island is beautiful, master. Xunan glanced at her modest abode, finding the robot's exuberance endearing. She completed the expansion of the newly acquired 4 square meter foundation and constructed a small 4 square meter house adjacent to the land for Leaf, furnishing it with a bed and a cabinet, uncertain if it required sleep. Xunan resolved to treat Leaf as a companion. She assigned it daily tasks: cooking, tending to the plants, cleaning, and washing clothes. Leaf, upon receiving its assignments, eagerly scampered to the plants to inspect them, claiming it would catch any pests. Chapter 19. No problem, I am capable again. Observing Leaf's towering stature paired with its innocent expression, Xunan found it amusing. After advising it to rest and refrain from swimming, she finally climbed into bed and fell asleep almost instantly. The following morning, as Xunan opened her eyes, she was greeted by the delightful aroma of congee. The luxury of not having to prepare her own meals was simply sublime. She rose from her slumber in the game. A good night's rest restored considerable energy. Her physical condition had improved significantly, allowing her to maintain around 80 points of energy even without breakfast. She had utilized a basic attribute enhancement card yesterday, resulting in some changes to her personal information. Player, Xunan, age, 23. Strength, 1815. Constitution, 1915. Agility, 2015. Stamina, 79, recommended to replenish energy. Summary: a sports enthusiast. Special effects: none. While enjoying her breakfast, Xunan observed as Leaf harvested the now ripe vegetables and fruits. There were 10 tomatoes, 12 ears of corn, 34 apples, 5 coconuts, 50 sweet potatoes, and 3 large handfuls of water spinach. She preserved the majority in her inventory, leaving some for Leaf to utilize in cooking. Sweet potatoes could only be harvested once, while the others could be collected again after a 3-day interval. As Leaf turned over the sweet potato patch, it planted rice, utilizing dry cultivation due to the absence of a paddy field. Having just finished her exercises, Xunan received several private messages. Upon opening them, she found one from Xunan. Sister, do you have any salt? Do you need gold coins? I can trade 2 gold coins for a few grams. Xunan replied affirmatively, trading her a generous spoonful of salt. What was going on with this sister? Did she have a delicate stomach? The next message was from Linman. Sister, do you have any sanitary napkins? I couldn't find any in the trading market, so I thought to ask you. Xunan responded, I do. Linman replied, love you. You are truly a treasure chest. Please trade me 20 gold coins for 20 napkins. Xunan initiated the trade, providing her with 30 napkins for 20 gold coins, thinking that 20 might not suffice. Closing the communication screen, she constructed a 2-meter by 3-meter gazebo outside Leaf's room, tidying away the fire pit and setting up the stove. She crafted a cabinet nearby, organizing the spices, grains, oils, and utensils she had acquired. Leaf promptly rushed to assist her, categorizing and arranging the scattered items. The outline of a simple open kitchen began to take shape. Due to the absence of a refrigerator, perishable food cannot be left outside for easy use. It necessitates her personally retrieving items from her space each time, which is somewhat cumbersome. Xunan purchased a small table at the trading post to serve as a dining table in her bedroom. She began to sort through the debris collected from traps, finding little of value, mostly just tattered clothing. Upon submitting her task, her progress only reached 850. After organizing, Izzy had already placed 2 boxes caught with her fishing rod beside her. She casually opened the wooden boxes, discovering 5 small cakes, 1 fishing net, 20 silver coins, and 5 flashlights. Xunan handed the fishing net to Izzy, and the robot's eyes brightened as it gleefully scampered off to catch fish. As long as it had something to do, it was exceedingly happy. That evening, Xunan savored boiled fish slices, which were delectably spicy and fragrant. The fish tender and far superior to her own cooking. This reforging was indeed worth it. Just as she was eating, she received a message from Xunan. Xunan, sister, do you have any spicy dishes? Xunan suspected that Xunan might have caught a whiff of the aroma. Xunan, yes. But can you handle it? She vaguely guessed why Xunan often craved salty food. This sister had a weak stomach yet adored spicy flavors. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Xunan, it's fine, I'm good. Life is meaningless without chili. All right then. Xunan had her fetch a bowl and selected some fish slices for her. As Izzy had made plenty, she couldn't finish it all in one sitting. Xunan promptly sent her 10 gold coins, clearly satisfied. Xunan, I'll come find you when I have more gold. Xunan felt that 10 gold coins was a bit excessive. After some contemplation, she decided not to refuse, intending to send her some delicacies next time. Today's reforging utilized an old pair of pliers she had discovered in her toolbox during a previous tooth extraction, as there were no other useful items left. It would be ideal to visit the supply station again soon. Her current mileage was only 947 kilometers, still quite a distance from 1500. Hopefully, this pair of pliers would yield some delightful surprises. Reforging successful, obtained a versatile pair of pliers, which can transform in shape at will, become fluid, and respond to simple commands. Note, please refrain from using it for nefarious purposes. What mischief could this cause? Xunan experimented with the pliers, morphing them into various shapes, stretching them to a maximum length of 10 meters. She requested them to coil around her wrist, resulting in a simple metallic ring adorning her arm. Serendipitously, she acquired another weapon, perfect for binding monsters. Later that evening, as Xunan prepared for sleep, she received a private message from an unfamiliar sender. She was unaware of when she had added this friend. Bebe, Doctor, I am back home. I heard you saved many of our kin. I am immensely grateful. A small gift, I hope you will like it. Bebe? Xunan recalled and surmised it must be the little girl she had rescued that day. It appeared that NPCs could add friends without her consent, and her identity in their eyes was that of an NPC participant. Even if her participant status expired, it would not affect her in this chat system. She wondered how she would be perceived by the other party during their next encounter. She scrutinized her friend list, which she had not examined closely before. It contained only 4 players, Xiao Lu, Xuejin, Lin Man, and Xunan, while the rest were NPCs, including Yuanzi, Bebe, and several unfamiliar names. Xunan received an email, instantly adding several items to her backpack. Camp token. This can be used to establish a camp, upgrade, move, and set camp members. Members can utilize the return function outside the camp, which can be used 3 times a day. A golden horn, an ancient token of the unicorn monster tribe. She had not anticipated the camp token could be utilized like this. It seemed to possess a much higher rank than those she had encountered previously. The return function to the camp was certainly practical. Xunan attempted to construct the camp on the island, allowing her to teleport back upon leaving. Camp placement failed. It can only be established on land outside the island. Haha. Well, she had been overly optimistic. As for the golden horn, she could only store it in her space for now. At that moment, another system announcement chimed. It was already 11 p.m. She suspected this system operated around the clock. System announcement. Dear players, welcome back. The registration channel for the first Survival at Sea instance is now open. Instance difficulty, 1 star, instance task, find the silver key. Completing the task will yield generous rewards, with no penalties for failure. Abundant supplies can be obtained within the instance. Instance time is day 9 of the Survival at Sea calendar, 800 hours, and day 10, 2,300 hours. Players are encouraged to sign up. Without a moment's hesitation, Xunan registered, as she was eager to seize any rewards available. The system rewards were often invaluable and difficult to acquire. Before entering the instance, she prepared a few items and briefed Isa before peacefully drifting off to sleep. Chapter 20, Beginner Instance 1. Day 9 of the Survival at Sea calendar. At 6 a.m., Xunan rose promptly, washed up, and paddled. After breaking a sweat, she felt invigorated. Isa had prepared breakfast early, consisting of pancakes and corn porridge. Additionally, she had prepared 2 days' worth of food, frying dozens of dumplings, baking several sweet potatoes, and washing clean fruits for snacks. All were conveniently packaged for Xunan to consume during the instance. She quickly stored the warm food in her space to keep it warm. Having a diligent robot significantly boosted her happiness quotient. Around 8 a.m., she used the NPC Experience Card for the second time. She was curious about which identity she might assume this time, and felt a sense of anticipation. As soon as the clock struck 8, the registered players were promptly transported into the instance. Xunan walked on solid ground, filled with an indescribable sense of nostalgia and strangeness, creating a disorienting feeling. Welcome, players, to the Lost World 01. This instance is a beginner-level instance with no mandatory tasks. This time, there is an Easter egg task, find the silver key. Players who complete it will receive generous rewards. Note: please do not stray into the territory of the mutated wolves, as you may be attacked. Avoid entering the buildings circled in red lines, as they may pose danger. Please enjoy your holiday to the fullest. Several announcements echoed suddenly, causing Xunan to pause. She found herself on a sloped road at a higher elevation, gazing at a desolate, lifeless city. It was vast and silent. A backpack appeared on her back, designed to hold supplies for players, with a total capacity of 1 cubic meter. The provision of a backpack suggested there might be abundant resources in the city. Xunan felt a surge of excitement. Wasting no time, she tugged at the backpack and immediately set off toward the city. The road beneath her feet was riddled with cracks formed by subterranean plants, requiring her to tread carefully. A moment's inattention could lead her into the gaping abyss below. Approaching the city's edge, Xunan encountered the mutated wolves mentioned in the announcement. They wandered by the roadside, indifferent to the passers-by. Based on her previous gaming experience, Xunan deduced that the creatures had yet to enter her detection zone. Navigating around the mutated wolves, she swiftly made her way onto the street. The shops lining the road stood desolate and empty. Upon entering several establishments, she discovered only a few sets of shelves and some snack packaging. She stored the shelves in her spatial compartment and submitted the small snack packages directly for the task. As she continued towards the city center, the clock approached noon, nearing 11 o'clock. Xunan stumbled upon several electric fans and a few freezers, acquiring 2 coolers from 2 pharmacies. These locations appeared to have been rummaged through multiple times. Food and daily necessities were nowhere to be seen, leaving only cumbersome items behind. Fortunately, some of the items still seemed operational, marking a modest success. Although Xunan possessed a spatial compartment, it only measured 30 cubic meters, restricting her ability to gather too much. In the heart of the city stood a tall building, cordoned off by red warning tape. This was likely the structure indicated by the game, as marked by the red line. Entry was prohibited due to potential danger. Surely, peeking wouldn't be a problem. Xunan approached the entrance, pressing against the warning tape. After a few minutes of observation, she noted lights flickering inside, yet no creatures or individuals emerged. Not wishing to squander too much time, she resolved to seek supplies and clues elsewhere. Just as she turned to leave, a voice called out from behind her. She hesitated, uncertain if the call was directed at her, then turned to face the source. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Xunan jumped, spotting a tall, muscular unicorn-like creature emerging from the entrance. She quickly assessed its head and eyes. Everything appeared normal, free from infection, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Where have you been? Hurry up and cook. I'm starving. The unicorn creature strode over, grabbing her by the arm and ushering her into the kitchen, tossing her inside before departing. Xunan stood bewildered. Am I a cook this time? As she pondered this, someone pushed through the door. Xunan hurriedly positioned herself at the stove, grasping a pot, unsure of what to prepare. What do they eat? The newcomer was a petite female unicorn creature clad in burlap, a small pouch hanging at her waist, adorned with a silver horn. Xunan recalled that the previous unicorn creature also bore a similar pouch, while hers was gold and of uncertain use. The female unicorn seemed to relax. Where have you been this morning? A big boss has come. The chief said we shouldn't wander too far. With that, she poured a bag of rice into the pot without rinsing it, adding water and igniting the fire. As she chattered on, good thing you returned in time, otherwise, if the boss goes hungry, we'd be sent to feed the wolves. Xunan focused on the pot, ears perked for information. Internally bemused, she thought, so, am I just called Stick this time? Last time I at least had a respectable title. This time it's so blunt. It seems the game developers are lacking in creativity for names. What does the boss like to eat? She ventured to inquire. The female unicorn paused, seemingly taken aback, her eyes reflecting confusion. After a moment, she studied Xunan earnestly. As long as it's made by you, that's fine, because you are the chef. It was as if she had finally found the answer, and her mood brightened as she hummed a tune while tossing unwashed vegetables into the pot. Then she added a bag of salt, followed by a bag of sugar, and a canister of chili. Xunan winced at the sight. Are they really going to eat this? Will I not be sent to feed the wolves? To ensure her own safety, Xunan quickly seized the spatula. Allow me. Did you not say I am the chef? Oh right, then I'll go wash the dishes. With that, she darted out of the kitchen. Xunan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and rinsed the ingredients in the pot. After checking the available seasonings, she swiftly prepared a small dish. Glancing at the meat, which was cut into fist-sized chunks, she adjusted the knife and placed it into the pressure cooker to make braised pork. Once the meal was ready, the female unicorn returned with a tray and several bowls. Xunan served the dishes and placed the rice prepared by the female unicorn onto the tray. The female unicorn sniffed the air and swallowed hard. Stick, why does today's meal smell so delicious? Didn't you know? My chef level has upgraded. Xunan fabricated with a grin. Oh wow, you're amazing. The female unicorn carried the tray away, leaving Xunan to sit and rest for a moment. At that moment, the earlier unicorn creature re-entered. He quickly scooped a few bites of his meal, his eyes lighting up in delight. Then he handed Xunan a small pouch. You go shopping this afternoon. Bring back some good food. Xunan was taken aback, but quickly responded. Shopping? Where do I go for that? She glanced at the doorway, but the female unicorn had returned at some point, leaving her unable to inquire further. Resigned, she opened the small pouch in her hand to see its contents. To her astonishment, a wave of joy washed over her. Haha, what a windfall. Inside the pouch lay a map, a shopping list, and a backpack expansion card. The backpack expansion card could increase her backpack slots by 50. Originally, her game backpack only had 15 slots, mainly filled with bulky materials that were inconvenient to fit into her coin pouch, along with some frequently used items. The rest had been stored in the coin pouch. If it weren't for the coin pouch, her backpack would have been overflowing long ago. She had been worried about finding an item to expand her backpack, but unexpectedly, this dungeon had yielded such a treasure. Xunan immediately used the backpack expansion card, increasing her slots to 65, instantly feeling affluent. She moved the freezers and coolers out of her coin pouch and into her backpack, finally alleviating the clutter within. To her surprise, she also discovered that different brands and sizes of freezers could occupy the same backpack slot, categorized uniformly. Now, stowing away larger items posed no concern. Armed with the map, Xunan promptly exited. First, she would complete the shopping task, then venture outside to explore. As she walked, she popped dumplings into her mouth. Having not prepared her own meal for lunch, she was now quite famished. Following the map's guidance, Xunan traversed the streets until she entered a dimly lit alley. She unsheathed her long knife, remaining vigilant as she advanced. Eventually, she reached the marked destination without incident. Before her stood a wall, and upon lowering her gaze, she spotted a half-meter-high wooden door. A wooden sign hung above it. Please not to purchase. Xunan raised her hand, but suddenly recalled something. She retrieved the golden horn from her spatial compartment and hung it alongside the newly acquired pouch at her waist. Noticing that the creatures in the building all bore this token, she hoped it might prove useful. She knocked on the wooden door and waited for approximately a minute. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a mouse slightly shorter than the door itself, yawning as it stepped out. The first time Xunan encountered such a massive rat, she nearly succumbed to the urge to kick it. However, She stifled her discomfort and remained motionless. The large rodent, with an air of nonchalance, donned a monocle, its lazy gaze sliding over to Yi Sunan's waist, becoming noticeably clearer. "Leader, do you require anything?" Yi Sunan raised an eyebrow, realizing that this little horn must indeed symbolize its status. Feigning an air of profundity, she extracted her procurement notebook and flipped through a few pages. "Have there been any recent changes in the city?" The rat stood upright, hesitantly replying. "Leader, is this related to an evaluation?" "Evaluation? Do these creatures have performance assessments?" Yi Sunan, uncertain of what evaluation it referred to, merely nodded. Consequently, the rat divulged everything it knew in a rush. Recently, a new tunnel had emerged in the city, activated by the 10 most adept tunneling rats, and the tunnel was excavated remarkably smoothly. This time, the players' backpacks were rather tough. It had worn down its teeth to gnaw through a few hundred, and still needed to spend gold coins to maintain its dental health. Yi Sunan patted her back, relieved to find her backpack had long been stowed away. As the rat struggled to recall any further information, she promptly signed a substantial order, elegantly inscribing the characters for stick with flourish. The rat beamed, unable to contain its joy. After pondering for a moment, it mysteriously whispered, "Recently, 2 of the fastest rats were hired. I wonder what their purpose is." With the task completed, the rat promised to deliver the supplies before nightfall. Yi Sunan gleaned a few unclear pieces of information. A tunnel had appeared underground, and 2 of the swiftest rats, were they to compete in a race? While contemplating, Yi Sunan continued her journey toward the other side of the city. After walking approximately a kilometer, she passed an alley and caught sight of a short-haired woman effortlessly severing the head of a mutated wolf. The woman stowed the creature into her backpack and, seemingly aware of Yi Sunan's gaze, turned her head to look. The 2 locked eyes for nearly a minute, and Yi Sunan felt an intense sense of foreboding. This individual seemed formidable. Adhering to her instinct to avoid trouble, she prepared to depart hastily. It was already 3 o'clock, and she had merely 2 hours left to prepare dinner. Unexpectedly, just as she turned to leave, the short-haired woman called out to her, "Hey, don't go." It appeared that matters could not be resolved so easily. Yi Sunan discreetly positioned her left hand on the wrist arrow of her right arm. However, the woman's next words momentarily disoriented her. "Hey, sister, let us team up. You seem like a good person." Why did her voice sound so familiar? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Sunan acquiesced. After all, the game's dungeons encouraged teaming up, and one rule stated that rewards would increase with cooperation. Moreover, this woman appeared to possess considerable combat prowess, potentially serving as a valuable ally. The 2 quickly agreed to add each other as friends and exchanged names. "Xunan, Yi Sunan." "Ha ha ha, sister, it's you," Xunan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before her face brightened with delight. What a serendipitous encounter. Yi Sunan chuckled in agreement. Both had their own plans and chose not to linger in conversation. After forming a team, they parted ways. The teaming interface displayed each other's health bars and directions. Yi Sunan opted for a path opposite Xunyan's to avoid overlapping search areas. She ventured into a dilapidated building, where the walls were mottled with peeling paint and the ground littered with bare bones, the remains of unidentifiable creatures. Yi Sunan picked one up, hoping to submit it as refuse, but the attempt failed. The entire building seemed to have been emptied of human traces for quite some time. Ultimately, she discovered only fragments of a condom box, pried from a crevice in the wall. At least it was a small victory. Yi Sunan hastily descended the stairs and headed toward a nearby factory. Upon entering the factory, she quickened her search. In a small room, she stumbled upon several tattered boxes containing toilet paper and collected all the remnants. Finally, she had a lead on toilet paper. After so many days, she found that procuring toilet paper was even more challenging than finding food, with its price in the trading hall persistently high. Fortunately, this factory was not as desolate as the previous building. It still contained a fair amount of supplies. Yi Sunan uncovered 2 bundles of toilet paper, 2 kitchen knives, 1 nonstick pan, 1 gas stove, and 3 canisters of gas. Additionally, there were 3 stainless steel bowls, 2 unopened packs of chopsticks, and 2 trash bins. The rest comprised assorted broken bowls, scraps of cloth, and plastic, which Yi Sunan promptly submitted for the task. The task progress surged to 16 out of 50. With still over 40 minutes remaining, she resolved to explore further before returning. The deeper she ventured, the dimmer her surroundings became, the air thick with a musty odor. As she proceeded, she encountered a corridor, shrouded in obscurity, prompting her to halt. Covering her nose, she retrieved a flashlight. Upon illuminating the darkness, she was startled to nearly lose her composure. 50 meters ahead, a mutated wolf was glaring at her, its body slightly crouched, poised to pounce as soon as she ventured closer. Now that it had been detected, the mutated wolf wasted no time and lunged directly at her. Chapter 22, Beginner Dungeon 3. Yi Sunan swiftly turned and fired at the mutated wolf. The creature moved with remarkable agility, easily dodging her crossbow bolts each time. Nevertheless, she managed to delay its advance. As she retreated, Xunan surveyed her surroundings. Spotting an iron cabinet, she dashed toward it, clambering atop just before the wolf could reach her. Kicking the cabinet over, she ascended the iron ladder affixed to the wall. The mutated wolf, intending to follow, was abruptly struck by the cabinet Xunan had toppled. The iron ladder stood over 2 meters high, preventing the wolf from climbing up, leaving it to scratch the wall in frustration below. Perched on the ladder, Xunan grasped the railing with her left hand while her right released the tweezers she had reforged the previous day. Find it. The tweezers instantaneously elongated, becoming almost imperceptible. The mutated wolf evidently underestimated the human's capabilities, and in a moment of carelessness, found itself ensnared. Seizing the opportunity, Xunan aimed and shot an arrow directly at its head. Opting not to use a poisonous arrow, she recognized that wolf meat was still meat, and given the current scarcity of food, it was a valuable asset. Observing that the mutated wolf lay motionless, she did not loosen her grip on the bindings. Taking a moment to relax her body, she marveled at the height she had scaled with such agility. The advantages of her enhanced physical conditioning were now evident. She had never dared to dream of climbing to such heights so swiftly before. After mentally preparing herself for several seconds, she leaped down gracefully. Upon landing, she took a moment to ensure the mutated wolf was irrevocably deceased before stowing it in her backpack compartment. Just then, a private message notification chimed. Xunan, sister? Are you hurt? Do you need assistance? Xunan. It dawned on her only then that her hand was throbbing with pain. Raising her hand, she noticed a ghastly gash on the back, still oozing blood, likely a result of the iron cabinet's edge. She retrieved the hemostatic medicine she had prepared earlier and consumed a dose. The wound visibly healed at an astonishing rate, forming a scab. Xunan gazed at the rusted iron cabinet, a tinge of worry creeping into her thoughts. Surely, she wouldn't contract tetanus. Xunan continued to express her concern, prompting Xunan to hastily reassure her. It's nothing, just a scrape from the iron cabinet. Thank you for your concern. Reflecting on Xunyan's earlier display of prowess when she twisted the neck of a mutated wolf, Xunan felt a profound admiration for her companion. In stark contrast to her own somewhat disheveled appearance, Xunyan exuded a formidable strength. Not wishing to linger any longer, as time was of the essence, Xunan swiftly turned and sprinted toward the central building. Upon her return, she found that the mouse had delivered all the supplies. The kitchen was overflowing with an abundance of vegetables, meats, various condiments, and utensils. The female unicorn monster appeared utterly astonished. Had they gone on a shopping spree? Who could possibly consume such a vast quantity of food in a single day? Was this truly the procurement for just one day's meals? Xunan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. No one had informed her, and she had unwittingly cleared out half of the mouse's inventory. After all, it wasn't her own gold coins being spent, so she signed off without hesitation. The towering unicorn monster had just returned from outside and paused in the kitchen. Momentarily taken aback, Xunan lowered her gaze, fearing immediate dismissal. I apologize, stick. To her surprise, the imposing creature chuckled after glancing around. Cooking for the leader requires a certain flair. The leader remarked that today's lunch was delightful and requested you prepare dinner to be delivered personally. Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced at her hands, puzzled. Delicious? Could it be that this NPC possesses culinary skills? The tall unicorn monster noticed the back of her hand and frowned. Did you scrape this wound outside? Remember to apply some medicine, otherwise, you risk a viral infection. He tossed her a bottle of medicine. This remedy was developed just recently. Consider yourself fortunate. It's cost me 20 gold coins. Upon hearing his words, Xunan felt a sudden warmth in her eyes, her heart racing. She quickly accessed her personal panel, where a new status appeared beside her name. Early stage viral infection. Please seek treatment promptly. She picked up the medicine bottle and sprayed it several times. The cool sensation on her hand felt familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was identical to the antidote she had administered to the previously infected unicorn monster. Could their virus be connected to this instance? With no time to ponder further, Xunan began selecting ingredients for cooking. Her culinary skills were rather mediocre. How could the leader possibly find her food delightful? Had they never tasted anything better in their lives? She hastily prepared a vegetarian dish, 2 meat dishes, and a soup. Surrounded by the abundance of ingredients and seasonings, she felt a pang of hunger. If only she could take some back to the island. Her culinary talents would surely do them justice. Once dinner was ready, Xunan ascended to the 8th floor as per the unicorn monster's instructions. Upon arrival, she noted that every corner was guarded by 2 monsters, indicating the presence of an important leader within. Navigating through the final checkpoint, she continued deeper inside until she stood before 2 grand, intricately carved wooden doors. incongruous with the building's decor, as if hastily installed. There were no guards at the entrance, and Xunan prepared to knock. Yet, before she could act, faint voices drifted from within. She halted her movements, opting to listen for any clues. You are the fastest recommended by your clan. Do not disappoint me. We cannot allow those players to obtain the key this time. Rest assured, leader, I have a plan. Once successful, the rewards will be sufficient for you to live your life in Monster City. Thank you, leader. We will give our utmost effort. After these words, footsteps echoed toward the door. Anticipating their arrival, Xunan hurriedly knocked on the wooden door. The footsteps inside paused. Who is it? Xunan called out. It's the food delivery. I'm Stick. She felt quite unaccustomed to referring to herself in such a manner. The door creaked open, revealing two enormous figures approaching her, prompting her to take a small step back. They were two gigantic mice, several times larger than the ones she had encountered previously, standing at 167 centimeters tall. Xunan found these creatures towering over her by at least half a meter, appearing to be around 2.5 meters tall. The mice did not pause their stride, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Come in, the leader's voice beckoned. Xunan quickly lowered her head and entered, placing the food on the mahogany table. She quietly stared at the ground, occasionally glancing at the two furry little feet moving about. In her mind, she speculated about the leader's appearance. The leader dined leisurely, occasionally praising the meal's flavor, which left Xunan feeling increasingly embarrassed. After half an hour, the leader finally finished. Wiping its mouth with a napkin, it spoke slowly. You did quite well. I have a proposal. Upon hearing something relevant to her, Xunan felt compelled to raise her gaze toward the leader. Fortunately, this one was far more endearing than the previous mice. Standing roughly half a meter tall, it had a tuft of golden fur atop its head, a round face, gold-rimmed glasses, and a gentle smile. Seeing Xunan look up, the leader said nothing more, but instead handed her a delicate wooden box. Chapter 23, Entry-Level Instance 4. Xunan accepted the box, opening it under the leader's earnest gaze. Inside lay a piece of yellow fabric inscribed with unfamiliar symbols, reminiscent of the camp token she had seen earlier. Noticing her acceptance, the leader's small eyes sparkled with genuine delight. I truly enjoy your cooking. If you are willing, upon our return to Monster City, you may serve as my dedicated chef. The benefits will exceed your wildest expectations. It gestured toward the wooden box in her hands. This is a token. My associates will recognize it. Obtained NPC's professional recognition, triggered side quest. Find Stick's recipe. Quest rewards, 1 ticket to Monster City, 1 golden spoon. Upon hearing the system prompt resonate in her mind, Xunan paused, then beamed with a composed smile and respectfully bowed to the leader. Thank you, leader. I will certainly take up the offer. At that moment, she noticed a map on the mahogany table, likely depicting the same area as the one the earlier unicorn monster had provided, yet featuring an additional winding passage. She promptly utilized the system's camera function to capture it. Then, balancing the food tray under the leader's appreciative gaze, she retreated. Upon exiting, she encountered the tall unicorn monster, who nodded approvingly at the wooden box in Xuan's hands, as if to convey, well done. She couldn't fathom how such a formidable creature could serve under a mere mouse. Perhaps this was the nature of hierarchical power dynamics. That evening, after finishing her duties, Xunan lay on her bed, eyes closed in contemplation. The unicorn monster had specifically instructed her not to venture out at night. However, she found it impossible to comply. With only 2 days allotted for the instance, going to bed early felt like a waste of time. She remained vigilant, listening for any signs of movement outside. As soon as they prepared to leave, she quickly climbed out of her window and followed them. Fortunately, her room was on the ground floor, making it easy to maneuver. The tall unicorn monster led several subordinates through winding streets and alleys, taking a rather circuitous route. They first arrived at a concealed entrance, where they inspected it for an extended period. As she proceeded forward, she occasionally paused at certain locations, kneeling down to inspect the ground as if examining something of significance. Xunan compared her observations with the map captured earlier from her superior and noted that the places where they stopped typically corresponded to the locations of the ventilation shafts. Silently, she committed the precise locations to memory, and as they advanced, she discreetly marked the ground with an inconspicuous sign. After repeating this process 10 times, she finally discovered another entrance. After conducting another inspection, the monstrous squad began their journey back. On their return, the group was relatively relaxed, engaging in the occasional slaying of mutated wolves for amusement. After dispatching the creatures, they carelessly discarded the corpses and walked away, while Xunan quietly scavenged the remains. She trailed them all the way to the building. Xunan prepared to climb through a window once more. Just as she approached the window, she noticed something shimmering above. Upon closer examination, she confirmed it was a chest radiating a luminous aura. Utterly exhilarated, she realized that after an entire day devoid of treasure, fortune had finally smiled upon her. After counting the floors, she discerned that the chest was located within the 10th floor window. Without hesitation, she climbed inside through the window. Stepping out of the room with a relaxed demeanor, she feigned a trip to the restroom. Ascending to the 8th floor, Xunan halted her progress. Beyond this point, monsters were stationed as sentinels, necessitating an alternative route to the upper levels. Approaching the windowsill by the staircase, she extended her head to observe the external structure before deftly maneuvering herself upward. Clinging to the edges of the window, she ascended using only her bare hands. Thanks to her improved physical condition, she felt secure in her grip and no longer experienced the acute fear of heights that once plagued her. Minutes later, she arrived at the windowsill of the 10th floor. The chest lay just within the window. She took a moment to survey the room, confirming it was devoid of anything but the chest. With a gentle push, accompanied by a satisfying click, the window opened. Fortunately, it was not locked from the inside. Otherwise, she would have to devise a method to break the glass. Still, she opted not to enter recklessly, aware that unforeseen incidents could arise in the darkness. Xunan deployed a metallic wire from her wrist, securing it tightly around the chest, and pulling it toward her, swiftly stowing it in her backpack. She wasted no time in retracing her steps. Just as she descended to the 2nd floor, she encountered a monster staggering about with a bottle in hand. Upon noticing her descent, it frowned in confusion. Feigning a yawn, Xunan irritably raked her fingers through her hair, exclaiming, "Why is there still no water coming from the restroom on this floor? It's infuriating. Now I have to go to the 2nd floor in the middle of the night." Upon hearing her words, the creature's expression transformed into one of realization, and it meandered off to a corner to resume its drinking. With cold sweat beading on her forehead, Xunan hurried back to her room and lay down. She opened the chest she had just procured from her backpack. Opening the chest, she acquired a tracking card X1, along with a team bonus for friends, and additionally obtained another tracking card X1. Tracking card enables tracking of targets within a 100-kilometer radius. A delightful find indeed. Perhaps tomorrow she could use it to follow those two elusive rats. She carefully stowed the cards away and retrieved a piece of cardboard from her space to utilize for today's recycling task. Recycling successful. Obtained 1 box of toilet paper, 120 rolls. Submitting several pieces of trash she had gathered during the night, her task progress reached 2150. With nearly half of her task completed, she planned to explore further in the morning, hoping to secure rewards sooner rather than later. Based on scant information gleaned from the conversations of the unicorn monsters, Xunan surmised that the key's distribution would likely occur in the afternoon or evening of the following day, leaving her the morning to search for additional supplies. Time was of the essence, and she needed to rest, for an early start awaited her to prepare breakfast. Alas, after enjoying a day of leisurely indulgence, she was thrust back into the grind of labor. Such is the plight of existence. At dawn the next day, at 5:30, a knock resounded at Xuan's door. "Get up, stick. The boss has a new task for us." With a sense of resignation, she rolled out of bed. After a quick wash, she began to gather her belongings in the bedroom. Several sets of new toiletries were present, which she promptly stowed in her space. Surveying the room, she ensured to take anything of use, knowing that items she could not utilize could be sold at the trading post. Since she was leaving today, it was wise to take every advantage. Once finished, she locked the door and made her way to the kitchen. The sky had yet to brighten, but the female unicorn monster was already preparing rice. Upon entering, Xunan found her cheerfully picking vegetables while humming an unknown melody. Seeing her so joyful sparked an absurd thought in Xuan's mind. How wonderful it would be to send her to school. The boss had instructed her to prepare 2 energy pancakes for breakfast, as he had placed the energy agents on the counter. The female unicorn monster, noticing Xuan's arrival, relayed the message with excitement and whispered, "Breakfast is ready. Today we can take the day off." They were to maintain order outside, with important tasks slated for after nightfall. It seemed that their operations were indeed set for the evening. Xunan approached the stove and noticed 2 pale yellow potions resting there. Energy agent. Ingesting this will rapidly boost physical energy, enhancing speed and endurance for a duration of 2 hours. A shocking prospect. Feeding these to the 2 large rats, whose formidable physiques already posed a challenge, would undoubtedly grant them an unfair advantage. It seemed the NPCs had not considered the implications of allowing players to complete Easter egg tasks. Chapter 24. Intermediate Dungeon 5. Very well, she had now confiscated the advantage. Xunan opened the potion and inhaled its faint citrus aroma. Suddenly, she recalled that among the items she had procured yesterday, there were some fresh oranges, though she was unsure of their current whereabouts. After rummaging through a plethora of ingredients, she finally unearthed them. The oranges appeared quite fresh. She wondered how the rats had managed to acquire such goods. Chopping the oranges into small pieces, she added them directly to the food. Yi Sunan did not linger over the preparation, needing to reserve time for herself. She hastily selected some meat and vegetables, chopping them into a massive wrap. Pretending to pour the 2 energy agents into the food, she discreetly stowed them in her space. Once the meal was ready, the female unicorn monster summoned those outside to collect their portions. After assisting Yi Sunan in tidying up the kitchen, she joyously returned home. Once she was out of sight, Yi Sunan peeked through the kitchen door to ensure the first floor was unguarded. Casting a glance around the kitchen's supplies, she smiled as she gathered everything into her space, leaving not a single pot or pan behind. After all, she did not intend to return from this outing. A heartfelt thank you to her superiors for their generous offerings. Ensuring that not a single scrap was left behind, Yi Sunan departed the building in high spirits. The streets outside had been thoroughly explored the previous day, yielding minimal resources. She set her sights on the direction of the tunnels, moving outward. As she ventured further, she encountered more players. Every few hundred meters, she spotted a few players lurking, who promptly scurried away upon noticing her presence. Curiously, she wondered if she appeared so fearsome. Unbeknownst to her, those players were astonished to see her striding confidently down the street, exchanging greetings with the patrolling unicorn monsters. The players were taken aback, questioning why this individual seemed so familiar with the creatures while they were being driven away. Such a stark contrast led them to conclude that this woman was undoubtedly not to be trifled with, and they wisely kept their distance. Surrounding the area are several villa districts, but the assortment of supplies is rather meager. However, there is an abundance of larger items. Yi Sunan has collected a considerable number of refrigerators, freezers, washing machines, air conditioners, outdoor units, computers, televisions, and even projectors. Venturing further outward leads to the outskirts of the city, which is desolate and barren. Apart from the wild grass, the most prevalent sight is bones, including several human skeletons. One cannot help but conclude that this particular scenario is exceedingly impoverished. It is no wonder that it is a mission devoid of penalties for failure. Yi Sunan arrived at a granary and, after circling around extensively, could only find some tattered food wrappers, half a whetstone, and a small piece of steel plate. Upon inspecting the item description of the steel plate, she was overwhelmed with joy. It was a fragment of a cylindrical granary, specifically one that housed rice. Just this single item made the entire excursion worthwhile. Continuing her journey, she passed through a thicket and was suddenly greeted by a serene lake. Yi Sunan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She opened her crafting table and immediately produced 200 plastic water storage barrels, each with a capacity of 60 liters. She then squatted down to fill them with water, a precious resource indeed. Regrettably, time was limited, and she could only fill 200 barrels before reluctantly departing. Fortunately, all the barrels fit neatly into a compartment of her backpack. Otherwise, space would have been insufficient. As twilight approached, Yi Sunan took out a meal prepared by Yi Zi and quickly filled her stomach. She then hurried towards one of the tunnel entrances. Earlier that morning, she had arranged with Xunan to guard separate entrances, ready to seize the opportunity when the key appeared. Yi Sunan sent one of the 2 energy potions she had acquired that morning to Xunan, suspecting that this mission might turn into a prolonged battle. As she neared the tunnel entrance, she slowed her steps and crept closer. One of the large rats she had previously encountered stood at the tunnel's mouth, and to her astonishment, a slightly plump man was animatedly conversing with it. The pair seemed to be engaged in a lively exchange. Glancing at the sky, she noted there was still some time left and decided to wait patiently. After about 10 minutes, the man finally prepared to leave, and Yi Sunan positioned herself in his path. The man approached with a cheerful demeanor and a light step, but as he rounded the corner, he suddenly felt a knife pressed against his lower back. "Hero, don't be impulsive," he exclaimed, clearly startled. Upon realizing what was behind him, he quickly began to plead for mercy. Yi Sunan had no intention of harming him. She merely wished to ask a few questions. "What were you discussing earlier?" "I sold him some snacks. Popcorn, do you want some?" "I have plenty." The man, eager to prove his honesty, produced a bucket of popcorn. As soon as it was revealed, Yi Sunan was greeted by a sweet, enticing aroma, clearly a treat favored by the rodent. She declined the popcorn and shifted the conversation. "Would you be interested in a business deal?" "What kind of business?" The man's eyes sparkled at the mention of trade, and he turned to face Yi Sunan, entirely forgetting the knife at his back. Yi Sunan, feeling somewhat exasperated, withdrew her blade and took a step back. "You help me distract that rat, and name your price." The man hesitated, his expression becoming serious as he pondered. "That's not difficult, but I need something I don't have." "What do you need?" Yi Sunan inquired, curious if the rat had any particular tastes. "A pack of cigarettes." With a mysterious air, the man elaborated. "I just observed the color of its fingers and the scent it carries. It takes at least a decade of smoking to develop such coloration and aroma." Yi Sunan glanced at the rat's brown claws, feeling a twinge of skepticism. Were all rat claws not of this hue? Yet, it wouldn't hurt to try. She didn't want to alarm the creature, and decided to enter the tunnel for a closer look. As luck would have it, she had a pack of cigarettes on hand, having refrained from selling them earlier due to space concerns. Let us add each other as friends. All right. The man eagerly agreed. When they exchanged names, both were taken aback. It's you, they exclaimed simultaneously, astonished to discover they were acquaintances. Xunan had not anticipated that her recent encounters would involve familiar faces. I was so nervous, almost thought my life was forfeit, but it's you, the big shot. I suppose I can live a bit longer, Xiao Lu said with a cheeky grin, his face rounder than before. Xunan handed him the cigarettes. Prioritizing the matter at hand, Xiao Lu, shedding his casual demeanor, nodded at the cigarettes and hastily approached the rat. Xunan watched in astonishment as the man and the rodent transitioned from mere business partners to fast friends, walking side by side in jovial camaraderie. Is this truly so miraculous? Not wishing to delay further, Xunan saw an opportunity as the tunnel entrance cleared and stealthily made her way inside. She intended to wait for him to retrieve the key and execute a surprise attack from within the tunnel. However, upon encountering two passageways, she was left utterly speechless. The map was shockingly rudimentary. Xunan scrutinized the two identical tunnels, utterly perplexed about which to choose. The division of the passage into two routes posed a challenge. If the rat escaped, the difficulty would increase exponentially. She pondered whether there were intersections between the two tunnels. Just as she was mired in thought, a message from Xunan arrived. Sister, apologies. The rat didn't hold up. A pack of mutated wolves appeared out of nowhere, and they tossed the key into the tunnel before attacking me. Once I finish off the wolves, I'll come to assist you. Chapter 25. Beginner Level Scenario 6. Understood. Xunan replied. The rat had already entered the tunnel. There was no time to waste. She took out the tracking card she had obtained the previous night and activated it. The image of the rat and the structure of the tunnel materialized before her. Indeed, there were about 10 intersections between the two passages. Xunan opted for the left tunnel and switched on her flashlight as she stepped inside. The tracking card's effect lasted for 1 hour, and Xunan was determined to pursue the rat relentlessly. However, she had scarcely walked a few dozen meters when she heard voices coming from the adjacent tunnel. Quickly, she extinguished her flashlight and cautiously felt her way forward along the wall. The poor sound insulation made her wary of potential holes that might betray her presence. As she drew nearer to the voices, they grew clearer. A delicate, high-pitched female voice echoed, "Bro, it's so dark here. I'm scared. Why did we come in? We came to seek treasure. You insisted on tagging along." The man replied, his impatience evident. "But the master instructed me," the woman protested, her voice tinged with grievance, only to be abruptly cut off. "Is there really treasure here? Don't trick me. I gave you 50 gold. The man shouted at another companion. "Rest assured there is. This tunnel was excavated by my brother. I guarantee there are valuable items." The revelation of internal dealings among the monsters indicated a level of corruption within their ranks. Xunan strained to eavesdrop while continuing her careful advance. However, navigating in the dark proved cumbersome. Suddenly, her hand brushed against something solid, and a system prompt flashed in her mind. Discovery of the foundation stone. "Would you like to pick it up?" Yes. Xunan hurriedly confirmed. Acquired foundation stone X2. Gazing at the two foundation stones lying in her backpack, Xunan silently apologized to the side quest in her heart. "I misunderstood you, dear quest. You truly are abundant." She never expected to find such treasures in this place. While she reveled in her fortune, a sudden commotion erupted from the neighboring area, accompanied by hurried footsteps. What is happening? How did this passage collapse? What kind of shoddy construction is this? A man yelled angrily. "It's definitely your fault for not controlling the excavation properly and compromising the structure," a voice retorted sharply. As the group gradually distanced themselves, Xunan reopened her flashlight. Moments ago, a system prompt had flashed in her mind. She touched two black square stones embedded in the wall, feeling uncertain if they belonged to her passage or the one next door. After a few seconds of contemplation, Xunan resolved to collect them. Regardless of their origin, since they are visible, I have no reason to forsake them. As soon as she stowed the two foundation stones in her backpack, the passage behind her began to crumble. She quickly took off running. Xunan and Xiao Lu sent messages almost simultaneously. "Xiao Lu, big shot. What have you been doing in there? It's making quite a racket. I can't hold this giant rat back. It's coming in." Xunan, "It's fine. You need to get out quickly. There might be danger. It won't be able to enter." Xunan, "Sister, I've dealt with the mutated wolf, but there are two passages inside. Which one should I choose?" Xunan, "Pick either. There are foundation stones on the middle wall. Remember to collect them all." While running, Xunan searched for the foundation stones on the walls, gathering every one she spotted into her backpack. The screams from next door persisted, and after a long stretch of running, they barely caught their breath before the ceiling began to cave in again. An earthquake. The sky is falling. Yi Sunin felt a twinge of guilt. She rationalized it as a form of exercise, albeit forcing others to join her. Approximately 40 minutes later, after maintaining a frantic pace, Yi Sunin felt as though her legs were encased in lead, and her lungs were about to burst. The rat was still some distance behind her. She pressed on for a while longer before downing an energy potion. After all, a confrontation might occur soon, and she needed to conserve her strength for a better chance of survival. Upon consuming the potion, Yi Sunin's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a valuable item. She felt her body lighten considerably. Bursting with energy, she surged forward, increasing her speed. However, while she felt invigorated, those in the neighboring passage were nearly at their wits' end. Now, the once delicate woman had transformed into a figure encouraging everyone to persevere. Just hold on a little longer. The exit is ahead. A few more steps, and hope awaits. After an hour and a half of relentless running, Yi Sunin had collected 30 foundation stones. She slowed her pace, as the rat's presence was now alarmingly close. The group next door finally had a brief respite before their bickering resumed. Just break a hole to the outside, and we can escape. When will this cursed passage end? A man shouted in frustration. Leave the professional tasks to the professionals. He continued, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. And what is your expertise? Another retorted. My specialty, of course, is ruining players' backpacks. What? My backpack? When did you lay your hands on it? You have no sense of decency. The man was practically fuming. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Shoo, something's coming. The giant rat had arrived. Yi Sunin glanced behind her. Perfect, it was sealed tight. The neighboring group was likely in the same predicament. She readied her long knife, placing the flashlight on the ground, disregarding the possibility of being seen. Fortunately, the others were too preoccupied to notice. With a thunderous clamor of footsteps, a massive rat appeared in Yi Sunin's line of sight, clutching a wooden box. In her passage, Yi Sunin positioned herself to intercept. However, just as it was within a few meters, the rat seemed to sense her presence and suddenly veered left into an adjoining passage. To her surprise, there was an intersection ahead. The location of the intersection was unpredictable, and Yi Sunin had not anticipated it. She quickly sprinted toward the intersection. Screams erupted from next door. What the hell is that? Oh my god, is that a mutated rat? Help, don't come near me. Yi Sunin dashed through the intersection into the adjacent passage. She spotted 3 men and 1 woman huddled fearfully in a corner. The giant rat, realizing the path was blocked, prepared to return to its previous route, only to be ensnared by Yi Sunin. She was somewhat astonished at how easily she had subdued it. Had she grown stronger? Yi Sunin lightly slapped herself, reminding herself to remain humble and cautious. She dragged the giant rat aside and extended a hand toward it. From the conversation of the people next door, they were unaware that the rat held a key. They only knew it possessed something valuable. It was best to seize the key before they could react, to avoid a scramble for it. Unfortunately, those individuals were not simpletons and quickly grasped the situation. The group, once cowering in the corner, approached as the giant rat lay bound and immobile. Hey, who are you? We found this rat first. The leader, a man with a slicked-back hairstyle, raised his chin defiantly. The cheap scent of hair gel made Yi Sunin grimace. It was quite a feat to maintain one's appearance in such an environment. The 2 lackeys behind him, unwilling to show weakness, rushed forward, adopting a stance that implied they would resort to violence if Yi Sunin did not relinquish the giant rat. Humph, Yi Sunin sneered coldly. Do you really think you can control it? The 2 lackeys exchanged glances at the rat on the ground, visibly hesitating. Trash. To everyone's shock, the previously silent giant rat suddenly spoke. Chapter 26, Beginner's Dungeon 7. Who are you calling trash? The slick-haired man erupted in fury, shoving aside his lackeys as he charged toward Yi Sunin. A refined woman behind him grasped his arm. Brother, don't be impulsive. This rat is inciting discord among us players. Get off me, he bellowed, flinging her aside, causing her to stumble and fall, hitting her head against the wall. She did not rise immediately, bowing her head to conceal the flicker of derision in her eyes. When she finally looked up, her gaze was cold as she confronted the 3 rabid men, drawing her weapon to swing at the seemingly frail, yet undeniably formidable woman. It seems no one had taught them that attractive women are often not to be trifled with. Perhaps they believed themselves invulnerable. Yi Sunin, clutching the giant rat, swiftly dodged to the side. The men wielding blades and iron rods struck the wall instead, causing clumps of dirt to tumble down. Let us not collapse the tunnel, she thought with concern. Yi Sunin delivered a swift kick to the slick-haired man, while her right hand drove the long knife into one lackey's arm and slashed the other's thigh. The 2 lackeys crumpled to the ground, howling in pain. The giant rat was dragged to the ground by Yi Sunin, its expression one of utter despair. Trash. All of it. Stop struggling. You cannot defeat us alone. Leave the giant rat, and I shall overlook your violent actions. The man, witnessing his subordinates injured, felt his bravado wane and began to persuade Yi Xunan. The group's stamina had long been exhausted, rendering them no match for Yi Xunan. Without a moment's hesitation, she brandished her blade and struck. In a moment of desperation, the man seized one of his recently risen subordinates and thrust him in front of himself as a shield. The subordinate's neck met Yi Sunan's blade, and blood gushed forth as he collapsed. The man attempted to evade but failed to notice a knife plunging into his lower back. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you!" The man instinctively turned, glancing towards the direction of the refined woman, only to find her gazing at him in horror, eyes wide as if to warn him of the peril behind. "Huh! How dare you insult me? Die, die!" Xunan twisted the dagger further in the man's back before delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. The man soon drew his last breath, and the remaining subordinate, witnessing this, fell to his knees in abject supplication. Yi Xunan swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke. Just moments ago, they had been shouting threats, yet now it was uncertain whether they would be spared. Ignoring the woman seated on the ground, she dragged the giant rat to a corner. "Hand over the goods. If you have the capability, retrieve it yourself." The giant rat sneered at the two young women before it, exposing its prominent incisors. It had already hidden the wooden box away, confident that these players would never succeed in finding it. "Very well," Yi Xunan sighed, yanking a pouch from the giant rat's waist. "How did you know this was here?" The giant rat's eyes widened in terror. When the two giant rats had exited earlier, they had cradled such a pouch, which appeared rather valuable. Yi Xunan had noted it at a glance. She tugged at the pouch's opening, but it proved utterly resistant. Xunan, seeing this, also attempted to pry it open, her face reddening in frustration as she failed. In a fit of anger, she drove her dagger into the pouch. The blade scraped against it, sending sparks flying. Yet the pouch remained unyielding. Yi Xunan was taken aback by the speed of Xunyan's action and quickly intervened. "Sister, impulsiveness is a devil." The giant rat was utterly delighted, laughing heartily. "Give it up. That pouch was given by a noble. Ordinary folk cannot open it." Yi Xunan was troubled. Without acquiring the key, the task would remain incomplete, and this endeavor would have been in vain. "Supervisor, how did you arrive here?" A cautious voice emerged from a shadowed corner, unnoticed until now. Yi Xunan tightened her grip on the long knife, realizing she had forgotten about another person nearby. Xunan quickly stepped forward, dragging out a half-meter-tall rat. Recalling the earlier conversation she had overheard, Yi Xunan gradually aligned the rat's face with her memory. It was the merchant rat. This rat rivaled Xiao Lu, having established business dealings with the players. "Cough. I was sent to check on the progress of the task." Yi Xunan felt a sense of embarrassment wash over her. Such words seemed overly repetitive. Nevertheless, opportunities to act as a leader do not arise every day. Xunan, upon hearing her, paused for a brief moment before enthusiastically echoing her call to the supervisor. She felt even more awkward, yet before the merchant rat could respond, the giant rat on the ground erupted in fury. "Are you a fool? Can't you see she is problematic?" The giant rat's furious expression faltered as it gazed at Yi Sunan's face. "Ah, I remember now, that day in." The merchant rat interrupted. "Buddy, have you never faced the harsh realities of society? Can't you see that the supervisor is testing you?" It pointed at the pouch in Yi Sunan's hand. "That pouch. She can open it herself. All it takes is a token to lift the restrictions." Upon hearing this, Yi Xunan nodded in agreement. "You are correct. For this month's evaluation, you are bound to score high." She then produced the box she had previously obtained. "A token? I wonder if this will do." She extracted a piece of fabric from within the box and pressed it against the pouch. The pouch seemed to soften in her grip with a gentle pull. Yi Xunan opened it. "Wow, you have such wonderful items." Xunan exclaimed in awe. Yi Xunan, with an air of mystery, nodded at her, suppressing her excitement as she retrieved a wooden box contained within. However, she soon found herself at a loss for words. The box was locked. Yi Xunan turned to the giant rat. "Where's the key?" The giant rat regarded her with disdain before revealing a toothy grin. "The key is inside the box. What you seek is the key to this very box." Surprised? This creature was quite cunning, but fortunately, it was also clever enough to devise this solution. Yi Xunan was not particularly astonished. She glanced at the time. It was already 10:50. A notification from the system had informed her just 10 minutes prior that she was in a non-transport zone. This meant they had to exit the passage before 11 o'clock. Leaving through the passage was impossible. The only option was to expend a positioning card to escape. She eyed the giant rat and raised her long knife. The giant rat visibly panicked. "What are you doing? Are you not only robbing, but also planning to kill a rat? Is there no sense of reason left?" Yi Xunan remained silent, merely offering it a toothy grin. The long knife came down, but she only struck with the back of the blade, rendering the giant rat unconscious. She turned her gaze to the merchant rat, which was now wide-eyed with fright. When it noticed Yi Sunan's attention upon it, it screamed, "Ah, you scared me to death," before fainting on the ground. Yi Xunan watched its antics, feeling a bead of exasperated sweat trickle down her forehead. As she opened the chat interface, preparing to contact Xiaolu, a tremendous noise erupted from above. Chapter 27. The Beginner's Dungeon concludes. The two women were startled by the sound and quickly retreated against the wall, bracing themselves. As dirt began to cascade down from above, they exchanged glances. A thought forming in their minds. Could it be that an earthquake is occurring? Thud, thud, thud. A dull thumping reverberated from above, as if someone were incessantly pounding. After half a minute, the ceiling of the passage was violently breached. A voice called from above, "Boss, are you there?" It was Xiaolu's voice. "I am," Xunan responded loudly. Upon hearing her, two heads peeked down, one round and one cherubic. The falling dirt and stones had formed a gentle slope of about 4 to 5 meters, and Xunan and Shun Yin ascended it with ease. The remaining refined woman followed suit, quietly expressing her gratitude to Xunan and Shun Yin before hastily departing. The group briefly introduced themselves, their gazes fixated on the wooden box in Sunan's hands. Based on their prior experience with the pouch, it was clear that this box could not be opened with a knife. What should we do? If the key isn't retrieved, the system won't acknowledge it, and we would have accomplished nothing. Lin Man leaned in to inspect the box, her expression one of indignation. Xiaolu nodded in agreement. This task is utterly unfair. Shun Yin traced the box with her dagger, exhaling a sigh. Sister, do not be disheartened. As a makeshift weapon, it could still prove lethal. Who knows? It might become a formidable tool in the future. Sunan's lips twitched slightly as she contemplated the rather ingenious idea. With only 3 minutes remaining, she pondered for a moment before softly issuing a command to the metallic wire around her wrist. Unlock the lock. Uncertain of the wire's capabilities, she wondered if it could accomplish the task at hand. Given the urgency of the situation, she felt compelled to give it a try. Cradling the wooden box, she watched as the metallic wire slowly probed the lock's aperture, the faint sound of delicate metal scraping resonating in the air. The other 3 individuals looked on in astonishment, marveling at the wonders possessed by their remarkable companion. 2 minutes later, a barely audible sound emanated from the box as the lid popped open. "Wow," they exclaimed in unison. Impressed. "This is even more impressive than a locksmith. They usually use cards, haven't you seen?" A gentle swipe, though that method isn't suited for this type of lock. Haha. Xunan quickly retrieved the key from within the box. The moment her fingers made contact with the key, a system notification chimed in her mind. Acquired task item. Silver key. Congratulations player on completing the Easter egg task. Rewards have been distributed. Just as the announcement concluded, Xunan felt a brief flash before her eyes. When she regained her senses, she found herself back on the island. Yizi had already prepared warm water and a meal, standing at the bedroom door awaiting her return. Upon seeing Xunan emerge, she sighed in relief after confirming that her companion appeared unscathed. A warmth spread through Sunan's heart, mingled with surprise. Was this robot truly so human-like as to even sigh? After washing up with a hot shower, she rid herself of the dirt and sweat that had accumulated, feeling quite refreshed. Fortunately, her protective suit remained uncontaminated, allowing her to don it once more after her bath. Feeling revitalized, Xunan approached the small table where a steaming meal awaited her, with apples neatly cored and sliced into small pieces. Given such treatment, she felt fortunate even in this survival world. She lavished praise upon Yizi, who spun joyfully in place before scampering off to tend to the plants. Observing its simple satisfaction, Xunan shook her head with a hint of amusement. Glancing at the time, she noted it was nearly midnight. She hadn't yet utilized her skill for reforging and needed to act promptly. Rummaging through her backpack and space, she retrieved a sharpening stone she had found in the instance. Broken sharpening stone. Repair may enhance weapon performance. This will do. Repairing the sharpening stone allows daily maintenance of blades, enhancing either sharpness, durability, or weight attributes by 1 increment each time. Usable once per day. Having a long knife on hand, Xunan immediately set to sharpening it. She sometimes used the knife for chopping wood during training, and its edge had become slightly dull. However, the sharpening stone effortlessly restored it to a smooth, gleaming finish. Nearly reflective. Long knife sharpness increased by 1. Hee splendid. If I sharpen daily, might I forge an unparalleled weapon? Xunan mused secretly to herself. After stowing the knife and sharpening stone, she began to eat while activating the light screen to check on her companion's status in the instance. The first thing she noticed was several private messages. Xinyan. Sister, I actually found a treasure chest, said to be a reward for assisting with tasks. I also dug up 24 foundation stones in the tunnel, all thanks to you. Thank you. Lin Man. Sis, I received a supportive reward, so thrilled. Moi? Xiaolu. Big shot. No surprise you're a big shot. Even I found a treasure chest. You're carrying me along. Lin Man was someone Xunan had encountered last night while tracking monsters. She recognized Yi Sunan as the one who had aided her at the shallow waters and had chased her for 2 streets before managing to speak with her. At 10:30 p.m., upon receiving a system message that teleportation was disabled in the tunnel, Yi Sunan immediately contacted Lin Man, providing her with a tracking card in hopes she could devise a way to extricate them. Unexpectedly, Lin Man had simply smashed a pit into the ground with her hammer, which appeared quite heavy, leaving Yi Sunan curious as to how a seemingly unmuscular girl wielded it with such vigor. Everyone in the team contributed their efforts, completing a crucial step and earning their rewards, which were well-deserved. Yi Sunan, congratulations, let us collaborate often in the future. The others responded affirmatively, assuring her that she could reach out whenever needed, without hesitation. Yi Sunan felt quite comfortable with these individuals, knowing she had potential partners for future team-based missions. After finishing her meal and organizing the dishes, Yi came over to collect them for washing. Yi Sunan reclined on her bed and began opening the system treasure chest she had just acquired, as well as the 3 wooden boxes and 1 iron box Yi had gathered over the past 2 days in the instance. Opening treasure chest, received 50 foundation stones, a set of exquisite ceramic dishes, 5 gold coins, 30 copper coins, 2 iron buckets. With 50 foundation stones acquired, combined with the ones collected in the tunnel, she had a total of 80 foundation stones, allowing the island to expand by approximately 3-fold. The mere thought sent waves of excitement through Yi Sunan. Without a moment's delay, she sprang up and commenced the expansion of the island. The bedroom expanded to 20 square meters, the restroom to 2 square meters, the kitchen to 15 square meters, Yi's room to 10 square meters, and a 50 square meter training ground was constructed. The remaining 25 square meters were allocated for land, fishing rods, nets, paddles, and more. Upon confirming, the bedroom instantly transformed into a spacious area. Yi Sunan crafted a new 2-meter large bed and listed the small bed for trade. As she pushed open the door, Yi had already sensed the changes on the island and was exploring excitedly. Spotting Yi Sunan, it gleamed with joy. Master, the island has changed so much. You worked hard on this instance task. Indeed, Yi Sunan replied with a smile, surveying the island with satisfaction before retreating to her room to continue opening treasure chests. Chapter 28. Supply station triggered. Would you like to enter? Opening 4 supply boxes yielded 1 ordinary piece of land, a complete set of exquisite ceramic dishes, 5 gold coins, 30 copper coins, and 2 iron buckets. The iron buckets were 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary water buckets, and as soon as she produced them, Yi took them to catch fish. Over the past few days, it had caught several fish, which were now kept in a basin. These fish were quite lively, requiring frequent retrieval from the ground. It was already 1 a.m. Yi Sunan stifled a yawn, preparing to check the chat channel for some soothing distraction. After 2 days of absence, the number of participants in the channel had dwindled to 84,545. Could it be due to the instance? Yi Sunan was taken aback, racking her brain for recollections. Although the instance contained mutated wolves, they generally did not attack unless within their detection range. Thus, could it be that the players left behind at sea encountered some misfortune? Chat channel. I no longer wish to participate in the instance. There are so many tall buildings in the city, yet I couldn't find a thing. Wasting 2 days worth of rations. Exactly. I nearly became lunch for a mutated wolf. Well, I consider myself fortunate. At least I harvested 2 wolf meats, huh? So meat for the next few days. Warriors upstairs. I saw the mutated wolves merely bypass the area, eventually being chased out of the city by a unicorn monster. Is it that dire in the city? I thought myself unlucky for being teleported to a village, only to find a sack full of vegetables and rice. I was teleported to the wild, found a good number of wild vegetables and fruits, and even caught a rabbit. Haha, I can only say it was worth the trip. I ventured outside to gather several barrels of spring water, which turned out to be quite delectable. Envying my companions, I refrained from participating in the dungeon, fearing potential dangers. Yet, it seems that those who ventured into the dungeon have fared better than I. I find myself utterly devoid of resources, starving throughout the day. Yi Sunan assumed that everyone else faced a similar plight, but it appears that many players transported outside the city have made considerable gains. Fortunately, she also managed to secure a significant amount of water before leaving the city. Upon returning, however, she noticed a disconcerting reduction in the number of people in the channel. Wasn't there over 90,000 before? Others echoed her sentiment, questioning what had transpired. At last, someone acknowledged the issue. Let us refrain from discussing this here. Players returning from the dungeon should safeguard their supplies. Yi Sunan furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to message Xiao Lu for any updates. Xiao Lu might have been preoccupied, as he did not respond immediately. Unperturbed, Yi Sunan closed the holographic screen and retired for the night. At 6 in the morning, she rose punctually, freshened up, and commenced her workout. For breakfast, Yi prepared a delightful fish porridge, the flavor of which far surpassed anything Xunan had previously concocted, leaving her utterly enchanted. Although she had explored the island during the expansion the previous night, experiencing it by daylight offered an entirely different perspective, observing the considerably more spacious island. Xunan felt a flicker of accomplishment within her heart. While the island's area of 120 was modest, it sufficed for her daily needs. She glanced at her current mileage, 1154 kilometers. During her absence over the past couple of days, Yi had diligently advanced the island. She pondered whether her approach could be deemed cheating. Having replaced the energy stones in the propulsion device, Xunan currently possessed 9 stones. Whether the next supply station would have any for sale remained uncertain. Yesterday, she had received a 1,000-kilometer acceleration card as a quest reward, which she planned to utilize today to expedite her entrance into the supply station. This time, she intended to allocate ample time to scavenge for any worthwhile items. Xunan devoted an hour to organizing her backpack and spatial inventory. She retrieved 1 refrigerator and 1 freezer, filling them with perishable items such as vegetables, meat, dumplings, and glutinous rice balls. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, various seasonings, rice, flour, and kitchen utensils were arranged on a large table freshly acquired from the trading post. Delegating the organization to Yi, the sight of such an abundance of materials thrilled Yi, who eagerly contemplated the delicious dishes she could prepare for Xunan. Witnessing Yi's exuberance, Xunan took a sip of the milk that Yi had just served her, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She recalled the intelligent panel included in her rewards and resolved to install it for Yi upon returning from the supply station. By 10 in the morning, Xunan placed her lunch into the spatial inventory, a box of pan-seared salmon, conveniently portable. After issuing a few instructions to Yi, she activated the acceleration card. With a protective shield in place, she felt little apprehension. The card vanished from her hand, and in the blink of an eye, without any discomfort, her mileage surged to 2167 kilometers. A system notification echoed in her mind. Congratulations, player mileage has reached 1500 kilometers. Would you like to enter the supply station? Yes. As Xunan confirmed, her surroundings transformed instantaneously, leading her to a riverbank reminiscent of her last visit. Nodding at Yi, she leaped onto the shore. This supply station appeared even larger than the previous one, complete with a sign featuring a scrolling message, though she could not discern its content. Surely it wasn't he promoting the construction of a civilized city? Pushing aside the curtain, she stepped inside. "Welcome," exclaimed the cashier, a cheerful smile illuminating their face. Xunan politely nodded and began to survey the supply station. It boasted an extensive array of goods, encompassing all necessities. Yet its size surpassed that of the previous supply station by more than double. With ample time at her disposal, Xunan leisurely explored. She discovered that a bottle of water cost 10 gold coins, while a small block of ice was priced at 5 gold coins. Xunan was taken aback. She distinctly remembered that the previous supply station offered these items at far more reasonable rates, now inflated several times over. Scanning the prices of other items, she found them largely consistent with her recollections, prompting her to ponder deeply. It seemed Xiao Lu's maritime survival calendar was likely accurate. Reflecting on breakfast, she recalled sensing a slight rise in temperature, though it had not been particularly noticeable, leading her to dismiss it. She had no need to purchase water, as her water purifier was already operational, and she possessed a sufficient supply from the 200 barrels of 60-liter lake water stockpiled in the dungeon to comfortably last her through the next 10 days. She would devise further plans for anything beyond that. With this revelation, Xunan focused her attention on sun protection items. Sun-blocking attire was priced at 50 gold coins, promising a 10-degree temperature reduction and UV protection. She decided to purchase 4 pieces, 2 for herself and 2 for Yi, unsure if the robot required sun protection. Regardless, with nearly 15,000 gold coins at her disposal, she felt no need to skimp on essentials for her companions. Sunscreen spray, at 20 gold coins per bottle, led her to acquire 10 bottles. Next, she ventured to the items section, which differed from the others in that the inventory was refreshed and limited in purchase quantities. This shelf bore many distinctions from the previous supply station. Spatial stones, each capable of expanding storage by 10 square meters, were limited to 3 purchases at 200 gold coins each. She bought them. The defense card, which would issue a warning if someone used a negative effect item or targeted her, could withstand an attack for 30 seconds, also limited to 3 cards at 200 gold coins each. She bought water storage bottles, each capable of holding 10 tons, were priced at 50 gold coins. She bought 10, as their compact size ensured they wouldn't occupy much space. Chapter 29. Today is the store anniversary. Unfortunately, she still could not procure any energy stones. Xunan specifically inquired with the supply station staff, who confirmed that energy stones were not sold here and could not specify where they might be found. Reluctantly, she decided to set that aside for the time being. She turned to the materials section and acquired 100 sets of hemostatic medicine ingredients for a total of 1,000 gold coins, along with a skill book titled Culinary Arts, NPC only, for 20 gold coins. She proceeded to the planting section, obtaining 500 milliliters of plant growth liquid for a total of 500 gold coins. Xunan was drawn to a card in the valuable items section, but its exorbitant price of 18,000 gold coins was prohibitive. Even with her discount card, she would still need 14 for 100 gold coins. Docking card displays towns past and allows for docking decisions. Towns she yearned to explore. She wondered whether they were inhabited by people or monsters, and if players could reside within. After scrutinizing the card, she ultimately reassured herself that she would save more gold coins. Perhaps she would encounter it again in the future. Pushing her cart towards the checkout, she encountered an adorable little rabbit cashier, with long ears and a coat as white as snow. The rabbit was all fluff except for its face, which made one itch to pet it. The rabbit greeted her enthusiastically, picking up her items for pricing. As the total climbed, its round eyes widened in astonishment, almost glimmering with the reflection of gold coins. Dear esteemed customer, your total comes to 3620 gold coins. After speaking, she retrieved a gift bag from the glass cabinet behind her, informing that a purchase of 3,000 gold coins would entitle one to a complimentary gift. Xunan opened the gift bag to take a glance, her lips curling into a slight smile as she expressed her gratitude. Inside lay a pair of sunglasses, which she would likely find useful soon. Xunan produced her VIP card and presented it. The little rabbit's eyes sparkled upon seeing the card, her smile growing even sweeter. Esteemed VIP guest, I apologize for not realizing you possessed a VIP card until now. Today, in celebration of our store's anniversary, guests with VIP cards may choose any item for a delightful 45% discount. Xunan gasped, swallowing hard as she repressed her excitement. Maintaining her polite smile, she replied, in that case, I shall purchase that dock pass. Very well, I shall wrap it up for you. The little rabbit's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as she bounced toward the section of valuable items. At the checkout, the total came to 10,996 gold coins, leaving Xunan with a mere 3,878 coins. A pang of regret struck her heart, yet she remained silent. With an air of calm composure, she stowed all her purchases into her backpack and thanked the staff before departing. We look forward to your next visit, esteemed VIP guest. The little rabbit waved at her with reluctance. Xunan waved back, lifting the curtain as she stepped outside. Once beyond the door, she pressed her hand against her chest, a bittersweet smile adorning her face. Ah, my money. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly composed herself, scanning her surroundings cautiously but finding no other creatures nearby. Only her island was faintly visible, anchored along the shore. Xunan began her search for trash bins. The thrill of scavenging excited her. From the entrance of the supply station, she ventured about 20 meters in either direction before encountering the railings. She attempted to climb over the railings, but was thwarted by an invisible barrier. Fortunately, to her right at the entrance, she indeed found a trash bin. Without hesitation, she collected it into her space. Then, she hurried down the steps, leaping onto her island, urging, hurry, hurry. Yeezy glanced back at her, puzzled, wondering why her master appeared as if being chased by a ghost. Upon exiting the passage, Xunan finally felt at ease. She took out the trash bin and began inspecting her finds. Most items were packaging for small goods, along with some scraps. She promptly submitted her collection for the task, and to her delight, it was completed. Task submission successful. Congratulations, player, for completing the collection of 50 pieces of trash. Reward, 20 square meters of climate-controlled housing. Automatic trash collection tool has been issued. Next task progress, 150. Reward, island canopy, small pond X1. A climate-controlled house. With this, she would no longer fear the heat. As for the automatic trash collection tool, she was eager to see how it functioned once installed. Xunan sifted through several labeled plastic wrappings that appeared useful. Ice, 10 tons, bottled water, 1,000 bottles, sun protection clothing, 200 pieces each of small, medium, and large sizes. Gazing at the small refuse, she felt as if looking at a pile of gold coins. It seemed the supply station had anticipated the rising temperatures and stocked up accordingly, thus providing her with a fortunate find. In an instant, Xunan realized she had overpaid for the 4 sun protection outfits, spending 200 gold coins unnecessarily. After spending nearly 4 hours at the supply station, she relished the rare experience of a shopping spree once more. It wasn't until half an hour spent at sea that she began to feel the heat. As the temperature had evidently risen significantly today, Xunan opened the chat channel, and indeed, others were discussing the weather. What lovely weather we have today. Is spring finally upon us? Yes, the hard days are finally over. Heaven knows how I've endured these past 10 days as someone who despises the cold. I feel fine. At least the seawater hasn't frozen over. Before entering the game, it was below -10 degrees where I am. Let us hope the seawater doesn't freeze. How could we complete our daily tasks otherwise? The first day of survival would herald humanity's extinction. I personally think we shouldn't celebrate too early. This is a survival game after all. Who knows what challenges await us? I pulled out a thermometer, and the temperature has already risen by 20 degrees since this morning. This is clearly abnormal. No way. Are we about to leap straight into summer? That would be wonderful. I adore summer. And I happen to have a set of short sleeves. Amidst the chatter, most participants maintained a positive outlook on the warming weather. Ordinarily, winter gives way to spring. Yet even in reality, some cities experience neither spring nor autumn. Only a select few, like Xunan and Xiaolu, who had prior knowledge, understood that the previously frigid weather was merely an indication of the game's spring season. The summer of this survival game, perhaps, would bring forth extraordinarily high temperatures. Xunan checked the system interface to see if any unnoticed features had emerged, having learned from previous experiences. Indeed, she discovered a new function. Group chat function. Island expansion has reached 120 square meters, enabling group creation with a maximum of 10 members. Xunan contemplated and decided to invite Xunan, Lin Man, and Xiaolu into the group, aptly naming it Everyday Joy. As soon as the group was established, messages began to pop up. Xiaolu, I was just about to comment on the rather bland name, only to find out it's from the big shot. Xunan, it may be a bit cliché, but it's quite nice. Lin Man, exactly. Joy implies that at least we are still alive. Xiaolu, good point. By the way, big shot, regarding that question you asked me, I just found out the details. Chapter 30, Everyday Joy. Everyday Joy Chat Group. Xunan. If anyone has news or queries, feel free to exchange with one another. Xunan. Xiaolu, how do you explain that situation? Lin Man, what happened? Xiaolu, the reason why about 10,000 people suddenly disappeared from the group is due to that Lu Yu. His brother, Lu Yu, was abruptly murdered. They previously co-founded a masked organization known as the Masked Gang, gathering a group of ruthless outlaws who committed robbery and murder everywhere. They were often thwarted by a righteous gang that aided weaker groups, which prevented them from succeeding too frequently. This time, during a dungeon raid, the Masked Gang members, whether intentionally or not, chose not to participate. Once the majority of the righteous gang had entered the dungeon, they began a large-scale massacre of players, seizing their resources. That is why so many perished. Interestingly, after the dungeon concluded, those who typically received protection from the righteous gang were berating the leader of the righteous gang in the chat channel, accusing him of deliberately participating in the dungeon and leaving them to be slaughtered by the Masked Gang. How ridiculous these people are, using their weakness as an excuse to blame others. Now the leader of the righteous gang has also spoken out, declaring that they will no longer intervene in others' affairs and will only safeguard their own members' rights. Xunan, why all this roundabout talk? We're already in this broken game. Can't we just settle down? Xunan, that is human nature. Lin Man, why bother with them? If one does not strive, one will only be eliminated. Xiaolu, Lin Man, I thought you were a naive good person based on your comments in the chat channel. Lin Man, you mean you thought I was foolish? Lin Man, we've become quite familiar now. To be honest, I have my reasons. For every 50 items I share with different individuals, I am rewarded with a point that can be allocated to my attributes as I see fit. Thus, you understand the implications. Xiaolu, this is rather extraordinary. Xunan, indeed, quite extraordinary. Xunan, Lin Man, haha, though it's not entirely without limits. The maximum number of these attribute points one can obtain is capped at 100. Most of what I have accumulated has been invested in strength, which now stands at 56. Xunan, now I understand why you appear so slender yet can smash the ground with a mere few strikes. Xunan, the young lady is quite formidable. You startled me yesterday. Well done. Xunan, I possess a forge where I can craft weapons. All my armaments are self-made. Upon saying this, Xunan gifted each person a sharp dagger, which they all received with delight and expressed their gratitude. As the group leader, Xunan also accepted gifts from others. Considering it was time to reciprocate, she inquired about the clothing sizes of a few members and sent each one a set of some protective attire. Xiaolu, wow, big shot, you can actually procure such items. I heard that someone entered a supply station and saw these some protective suits priced at 50 gold coins each. I was planning to have someone help me buy some to stockpile for sale, but alas, my gold coins are woefully insufficient. I have stockpiled some water and thermos containers. I'll share some with each of you. Lin Man, on the other hand, gifted everyone a large lobster. In her words, she never lacks for food and water. Able to harvest a plethora daily, roughly able to fish out 10 boxes. The only scarcity lies in fresh fruits and vegetables. The others listened with a mix of envy and admiration, particularly Xunan, who began to reflect on why she consistently ended up with unpalatable rations. It had been 11 days, and surely many had entered the supply station, though it was uncertain if they all visited the same one as Yuanzi and the others. Lin Man, I also visited the supply station. I didn't expect to need to purchase this. Will there be extreme weather changes? It suddenly feels much warmer today. Xinyan, I went there as well. All my gold coins went to buying hot pot ingredients. Xiaolu. So, am I the only one lagging behind? The group continued to engage in lively conversation until Xiaolu reminded Xinyan and Lin Man about the maritime calendar. After which everyone logged off to attend to their own affairs. Yi Xianen remained occupied as well, utilizing the newly acquired temperature-controlled house obtained from her recent quest. The temperature-controlled house measures 20 square meters, and Yi Xianen opted to place it in her bedroom. The interior allows for temperature adjustments between 0 and 30 degrees, consuming 1 energy stone every 10 days upon activation. Energy stones are indeed essential for a comfortable life. Fortunately, Yi does not require energy stones for operation. As long as it remains undamaged, it can function indefinitely. Yi Xianen installed an air conditioning unit in Yi's room, also sealing off the training area to equip it with air conditioning. Although she initially planned to install air conditioning in the kitchen, Yi expressed a preference for warmth while cooking, enjoying the view of the plants and ocean outside, so Yi Xianen acquiesced. However, appliances like refrigerators needed to be relocated to Yi's room due to safety concerns regarding overheating. The electricity for these devices is entirely sourced from solar batteries. Thankfully, this battery, clearly not of modern technology, charges rapidly and possesses ample capacity to meet the demands of several appliances. Yi Xianen set up an automatic waste collection system, and 2 approximately 20-meter-long mechanical arms materialized on either side of the island. These mechanical arms, equipped with formidable claws, can autonomously search for and grasp items, but can also be operated manually. Yi, who was watering the plants, was immediately captivated by this impressive apparatus. With Yi Xianen's approval, she eagerly hopped onto the control panel and began to operate it enthusiastically. Observing the agile mechanical arms, Yi Xianen suddenly conceived that they could also serve as weapons, capable of capturing intruders or executing a powerful sweep to send them flying. Of course, the operation of these mechanical arms also requires energy stones, mirroring the temperature-controlled house's consumption of 1 stone every 10 days. After equipping the 2 devices with energy stones, Yi Xianen found herself left with only 7 stones. She hoped to uncover some clues regarding energy stones in the coming days. Lost in thought, she watched as he maneuvered the mechanical arm to grasp an octopus, the claw tightly clutching one of its tentacles, just as she prepared to haul it onto the island. The octopus remarkably severed its own limb and made a hasty escape. The mechanical arm deposited the octopus leg directly into a large iron barrel at the kitchen entrance. What a hefty limb! Yi Xianen and Yi both marveled at the oversized octopus leg that barely fit in the barrel. Conveniently, a barbecue grill was available, and Yi Xianen decided to use all the barbecue ingredients she had previously acquired. That evening, they resolved to indulge in a barbecue feast, as they had yet to sample the wolf meat obtained from the dungeon. There was also one more item she nearly overlooked. Yi Xianen retrieved the physical training module she had won as a reward. Unsure of how to utilize it, surely it couldn't be ingested. Did it require her to expose Yi's head? Chapter 31. Players are kindly requested not to access the system incessantly during the night. Yi Xianen beckoned Yi over, placing the module in her palm. It was a small black square, roughly the size of a fingernail. Yi grinned widely upon receiving the item, lifting the square toward the sunlight. And Yi Xianen could see a silvery glow swirling within. This item is quite rare. Master, you are truly remarkable to have obtained a functional module. How wonderful that she would not inquire about its origin, but would simply praise me for my prowess. My emotional value has soared. Afterward, Yi extended a finger and gently prodded the back of her head. A small metallic chamber automatically emerged, where she placed the module, and the chamber retracted. Yi closed her eyes and stood silently for 5 seconds before suddenly opening them and retreating abruptly. She demonstrated a set of combat techniques to Yi Xianen, exuding an overwhelming sense of speed and power. When she kicked, the explosive force was so intense that Yi Xianen feared she might pull a wire from her body. Impressive indeed. As the demonstration concluded, Yi Xianen hurriedly applauded. Though merely a robot, encouragement is still warranted. As expected, Yi noticed her approval and joyfully bounced about. Yi Xianen assigned her a task, to practice with her for 2 hours each day. The previous dungeon experience, likely owing to the intense hour of running, had elevated Yi Xianen's physical attributes by 5 points, a considerable gain. As twilight approached, Yi Xianen dedicated time to practicing with her crossbow. Meanwhile, Yi set up the barbecue grill and began preparing dinner. By 7:30 in the evening, as Yi Xianen savored the delectable grilled octopus, she opened her loot boxes. Today, she had acquired 2 wooden boxes, It seemed as though she had consistently received 2 boxes lately, unlike the exceedingly fortunate Lin Man. From the opening of the boxes, she obtained an ice maker, a packet of watermelon seeds, 5 pieces of wood, and 20 copper coins. She handed the seeds to Yi, who eagerly dashed off to plant them. Today marked the final harvest of vegetables from a piece of land. Yi Xianen had brought back a significant quantity of plant growth liquid, which, when diluted, would be sufficient for an extended period. After satisfying her hunger, she tinkered with the ice maker, contemplating how delightful it would be to make watermelon slushies during hot days. There remained a considerable amount of barbecue, which she stored in the space's cooked food section, ready to indulge in whenever craving struck. The remainder was listed on the trading platform in exchange for basic resources or gold coins. Chat channel. Yi Xianen. A limited quantity of barbecue has been listed. Purchase swiftly. Barbecue? I, too, am partaking in this meal, yet I find it utterly unpalatable, devoid of flavor and reeking of an unpleasant odor. Ah, I have procured something exceptional, a delightful feast. Grilled octopus and barbecued meat. Their aromas are simply irresistible. Haha, I have managed to snatch some for myself. The unsavory dish is the result of your own cooking. This is the creation of a master chef. It is utterly delectable, yet I cannot help but wonder, dear chef. Do you truly possess such an abundance of spices? Surely, you have not purchased all the seasonings from the trading post, have you? Yi Xianen is most wronged. All her spices are self-harvested. Is it true that the trading post seasonings are in such short supply? She promptly listed some of her surplus spices for sale, as she had previously overstocked. How can this not be considered a contribution to humanity? More spices have arrived. Hurry and buy. Lu Yu, haha. I have entered the supply station and acquired a positioning card. The one who harmed my brother had better come forward and make amends by returning the supplies, or they shall await their demise at my hands. Furthermore, you sycophants who flatter certain individuals, prepare for my retribution. Once Lu Yu emerged, the chat channel fell silent for a considerable time. Chen Lu Yu, what is the situation inside the supply station? I suggest you share your findings. Lu Yu, share? You should share all your belongings with me first. Just wait. When I have the opportunity, you will be my first target. Chen Lu, sigh. If you refuse to share, then so be it. Constantly engaging in battles, your temper is so volatile, you will inevitably exhaust yourself. Lu Yu, get lost. Yi Xianen found herself amused at this stubborn sharer. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already 9 in the evening. She quickly called for Yi Zi and they entered the training ground to practice combat skills for an hour. After an entire day, the temperature had risen to over 20 degrees. An hour later, Yi Xianen emerged from the training session, as if she had just been pulled from water, with enough sweat to fill a bowl. Although her protective gear did not get dirty, she could not help but wash it thoroughly every day. Fortunately, it dried quickly, allowing her to continue her activities without delay. After completing her hygiene routine, Yi Xianen relaxed on her bed. She retrieved the plastic waste she had collected and utilized her skill of recycling on the ice. Recycling successful, acquired 20 tons of ice. Thankfully, she had purchased a spatial stone today, expanding her space by 30 cubic meters, bringing it to a total of 60 cubic meters. Otherwise, there would have been nowhere to store it. To ensure the ice did not melt, it was imperative to meet the preservation conditions. With a cheerful demeanor, she stored the ice in her space and lay down to sleep peacefully. At 1:30 a.m., unbeknownst to Yi Xianen, Lu Yu clutched the positioning card in his hand, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Now, all your supplies belong to me. With that, he activated the positioning card, targeting Yi Xianen. After a few seconds, observing the unchanged surroundings, he was bewildered. Had he bought a counterfeit? His eyes turned red with rage. He had spent all his gold coins on this. A positioning card costs 5,000 gold coins. They claimed it was a precious item, yet the supply station was nothing short of a scam. This was all the wealth he had painstakingly gathered from countless subordinates and players. Undeterred, he attempted again. After nearly 10 tries, a notification sounded. Curfew is from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Players cannot use mobile-type item cards on the island during this time. Players are advised not to continuously access the system at night, as it may cause system fatigue. He had deliberately waited until the early hours, thinking Yi Xianen would be asleep, planning a sneak attack. Yet, he was shocked to discover this game imposed a curfew, something he had never heard of before. He could only suppress his fury and bide his time until the next day. In the morning, Yi Xianen awoke to the heat. Last night, the temperature had felt comfortable, but now, summer had arrived overnight. Dressed in a thin nightgown, she could hardly endure the sweat pouring down her body. After changing her clothes and opening the bedroom door, scorching sunlight hit her face, searing with pain. The oppressive heat washed over her, and the sea appeared distorted as if it were melting. It must be over 30 degrees now, she murmured. Indeed, master, it is currently 39 degrees. Yi Zi stood up from the ground, constructing a shade for the plants. Glancing at Yi Xianen, it demonstrated the current temperature in the most direct manner. Yi Xianen was not particularly worried about the crops, as she had watered them with plant growth liquid, which should make them more resilient than ordinary plants. However, Yi Zi was attentive, and that reassured her. The sudden temperature display in Yi Zi's eyes startled Yi Xianen. She had not expected its eyes could serve as a monitor. Given the sweltering heat outside, Yi Xianen paddled for half an hour before retreating into the training ground to practice archery. She closed the door and turned on the air conditioning. Soon, a cool breeze enveloped her, providing relief. Yet, once the door was shut, Yi Xianen felt the distance for archery was too short. She activated the expansion feature on the panel, enlarging the training ground by another 10 square meters. She decided to refrain from paddling for the next few days and train indoors instead. However, this made the island feel quite crowded. She would need to find more foundation stones. By midday, the temperature had reached a staggering 50 degrees. Chapter 32, Salvaging Trash. Yi Xianen donned a sun-protective outfit, barely able to endure the heat while walking outside. She checked on the plants and, as she expected, they appeared quite vigorous. Although Yi Zi had claimed to be unaffected by the heat, it happily donned the sun-protective outfit Yi Xianen had given it. Observing Yi Zi in its protective gear, Yi Xianen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, majestic, imposing. With a hat on, it was unrecognizable, reminiscent of a character from a film about body disposal. After confirming that Yi Zi would not suffer in the heat, she prepared to retreat to her bedroom. However, as she approached the door, the island's protective shield suddenly glowed red, and a system notification echoed in her mind. Defense card alert. A player has used a positioning card against you and will arrive in 3 seconds. Yi Xianen paused, warily scanning her surroundings. Yi Zi swiftly moved in front of her, removing its sun-protective hat, and shielded her behind its back. In the next moment, a loud bang resonated from the protective shield, accompanied by a man's cry of pain. At that instant, the protective shield materialized. As the man landed on it, he slipped, tumbling backward. Seeing he was about to fall into the sea, Yi Xianen stepped out from behind Yi Zi. She quickly approached the island's edge, preparing to restrain the intruder. He must not escape. Unexpectedly, the automated trash-collecting system's mechanical arms acted first, 2 long robotic arms shooting up from the sea to grasp the man in their grip. Salvaging a piece of trash, the mechanical arms notification sounded. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xianen swiftly raised her crossbow, firing 3 arrows in quick succession. You are the trash. Your entire family is trash. The man, initially panicked and struggling, could not contain his anger upon hearing the notification. Just as he saw Yi Xianen's arrows heading towards him, he vanished from the mechanical grip. This was the function of the positioning card. Within 3 minutes, one could instantly return to their original location. Yi Xianen had previously utilized this feature to eliminate Lu Yu, and it seemed this man had intended to do the same. Unfortunately for him, Yi Xianen had the island's protective shield. He must be infuriated. Yi Xunan gazed at the mechanical arm still in search of its prey, her fondness for it deepening. That phrase, garbage, truly resonated with her. With the unexpected crisis averted, Yi Xunan finally returned to her bedroom. The temperature outside was unbearable. Any prolonged exposure felt like torment. Having harvested some watermelon, she indulged in a refreshing watermelon sorbet, sensing a revival of her spirits. Upon activating the holographic screen, she noticed the chat channel messages scrolling furiously, many of which were directed at her. What had transpired? Yi Xunan furrowed her brow, scrolling back through the chat history. After perusing several pages, the reason became apparent. Lu Yu had exposed her island's photographs and location. Lu Yu, Yi Xunan, don't get cocky. I will definitely kill you. It turns out you are the killer of my brother. Lu Yu. Photo. Coordinates. 2585745882. Look at how much she has on her island. Do you dare to seize it? The coordinates are sent to you. There's a reward for killing Yi Xunan. Lu Yu was nearly driven mad. He had expended all his coins on a positioning card, only for it to go to waste. He hadn't even grazed the hem of Yi Sunan's clothing. Her island had such formidable defenses. Not to mention that mechanical arm. If only it were all his. A glimmer of malice flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He had to obtain it. As Lu Yu's message was dispatched, the chat channel erupted. Ah, is this the big shot? My island is only 10 square meters. While the big shot enjoys a 3-bedroom apartment with a garden, the big shot's apple tree has so many apples. Although obscured, I still spotted several. Is that a kitchen? The supplies inside look abundant. I'm so envious. Big shot, can I live with you? Dream on, that's a fantasy. Where's the big shot? Why can't I see them? Why doesn't this person take a full photo? How frustrating. Yi Xunan glanced at the photograph, not particularly concerned. What use were the coordinates? She was not stationary. In the vast sea, by the time they arrived, she would have long vanished. She had nothing to fear. After this episode, she had come to appreciate the utility of her protective shield. If anyone with ulterior motives attempted to locate her, they would never set foot on her island. The leaves and mechanical arm had not been captured in the images. These were her trump cards. A fleeting thought surfaced in Sunan's mind, but was swiftly quelled. If she were to trace Liu Yu now, he would undoubtedly be on guard. Perhaps he aimed to lure her into a trap to end her life. With her current combat capability being mediocre, she had no desire to engage in risky endeavors. However, when the time was ripe, she would ensure this individual was eliminated. In the cheerful group chat, new messages streamed in. When Sunan checked, the first message was from Xunan. Xunan, sister, I see your kitchen spice jars are all neatly aligned. Can you whip up a cold dressing? Hehe. I managed to get some Houtunia core data. Xunan, I'll send you a dish in exchange for some spices. If you don't like it, let me know what you need. Linman, wow, sister, do you have a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits? Sell me some. I have plenty of coins. Xiaolu, you all are such foodies. I can only envy that the Big Shots Island is so vast. Xinyan, my island is 45 square meters. It's still adequate for now, though it's been a bit hot these days. I wish I had air conditioning. Linman, my island is 50 square meters. And I've opened 30 foundation stones recently. It's too hot. I filled a bath bucket with seawater to soak in. Xiaolu, you all are big shots. Mine is only 30 square meters. I traded for 2 more foundation stones today, bringing it to 32 square meters. Sunan received the emails, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the Houtunia core data with its full roots. She quickly instructed the leaves to use growth liquid to cultivate some and to prepare a tangy cold dressing. After a while, Sunan sent the dressing to Xunan and then made her presence known in the group. Sunan, Xunan, I've sent the dressing. The Houtunia core data loves it. Thanks. Sunan, I received quite a few rewards from the last mission, and everyone seems to be doing well. Do you have solar energy storage boxes? I have air conditioning here. If you have power, it can be installed. Xinyan, the flavor is delightful. Thanks, sister. I don't have a storage box. I'll check the trading post. You set a price for the air conditioning. I have plenty of coins. Xiaolu, I have some. I collected several a few days ago. Who wants one? I'm charging 30 coins. You can have it at the original price. Linman, I want both air conditioning and the storage box. Sunan, same, 30 coins each. I probably have over 10 from the dungeon. While it may be challenging for others to part with 30 coins, these few were not short on coins, so she was not modest. Sunan sent 1 air conditioning unit to each of the 3, and they all promptly transferred her 100 coins each. She chuckled and shook her head in resignation, not declining, and sent each of them 2 portions of watermelon sorbet. Meanwhile, 20 tons of ice had been systematically cut into brick-sized pieces by the leaves. Sunan stored the ice bricks, totaling over 15,000. Today, she planned to remold her sun-protective clothing. Such items would surely be in high demand. Remolding successful. Obtained 400 pieces each of large, medium, and small sun-protective clothing. She kept 500 ice bricks and 20 pieces of each clothing size. Listing the rest on the trading post. Ice bricks at 5 coins each, sun-protective clothing at 30 coins each. The chat channel erupted once more in jubilance and gratitude. Though some negative comments surfaced, accusing Sunan of profiting from disaster. Sunan paid no mind to such remarks. After all, she had committed no heinous act. She was simply capitalizing on the opportunity. She also noticed Xiao Lu selling insulated buckets in the group, advertising them as a means to keep ice from melting too quickly. Unsurprisingly, he faced ridicule from the others. Xiao Lu remained unperturbed, continuing to promote in the group. Even with some claiming they would boycott him, the ice bricks and sun protective clothing sold out rapidly. In the cheerful group, everyone was excited about their successful acquisitions. In this moment, Sunan earned 109,000 coins. Gazing at the gleaming coins, her smile widened. She could indulge once more. After securing her coins, Sunan prepared to rest for a bit before training for another 2 hours. Just as she was about to lie down, a sudden system notification sounded. A small town has been discovered in the current area. Would you like to use the docking card? Chapter 33, Docking at the Island for 10 coins per hour. Yes, Sunan confirmed. Previously, she had received a side quest in the dungeon to find a recipe for sticks. She had been at a loss until she noticed a small triangle indicating a quest hint. Upon opening it, it revealed 2 words, town. Sunan had been troubled about where to find a town. The vast sea had kept her from seeing any land for several days. And now here it was. Docking countdown, 10 minutes. She quickly reviewed her supplies and items, weapons, item cards, food, and water. She briefed the leaves, who promptly presented her with several bowls of sorbet and half a chilled watermelon, cut into convenient pieces. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Sunan saw a thick fog appear before her. Passing through the mist, a waterside town emerged before her eyes. As the mist dissipated in an instant, Xunan felt the stifling air around her suddenly become invigorated. She couldn't help but take several deep breaths of the fresh atmosphere. The temperature had dropped by at least 10 degrees. Removing her sun protection jacket, She no longer felt the scorching heat. The island gradually approached a grand dock. However, the vessels moored there were not the ships of reality, but rather various islands of different sizes, much like Xunan herself. She discreetly cast a glance around, observing intently. Some islands were as large as the initial island, while others resembled small hills. On the largest island, numerous winged creatures were busily transporting goods up and down. The docking fee was 10 gold coins per hour, to be settled upon departure. A woman with colorful wings approached her with a smile, informing Xunan of the docking regulations. Xunan was momentarily taken aback, her heart screaming like a frantic groundhog. Is it really that expensive? The woman, noticing the hesitation on Xuanan's face, quickly added, for islands occupying less than 150 square meters, the maximum fee within 24 hours is capped at 50 gold coins. Oh, that's somewhat reassuring, thank you. Xunan let out a sigh of relief. Although she currently possessed several thousand gold coins, one could never have enough money. If she were to come across a desirable item next time, she might very well spend it all in an instant. After the woman completed the registration, Xunan confirmed her details before disembarking. Ascending the stone steps for about 30 meters, she encountered a checkpoint. Residents of the city needed to present a wooden token for verification to enter, while non-residents were required to register for an identity token at the adjacent office before being allowed entry. Xunan found herself standing behind a few avian beings, whom she casually referred to as birdfolk. She speculated that these creatures might be some form of avian species, despite being the only non-winged individual in line. She drew no attention from the other birdfolk. Xunan surmised that in the eyes of the NPCs, she likely appeared as a mere stick, just another monster among them. To align more closely with her guise, she retrieved a golden horn and affixed it to her waist. After waiting approximately 20 minutes, it was finally her turn. Name, race, profession, and purpose? The registrar inquired without lifting their head. Name, stick, race, unicorn monster, profession, chef, here to seek employment. Xunan responded as instructed. Since she was in search of recipes, leveraging her current profession might lead her to some clues in restaurants. Please pay 100 gold coins. Xunan was taken aback. Why do I have to pay right from the start? 100 gold coins will help you find a job. Hurry up, there's a long line behind you. The impatient registrar urged. Is this official? Xunan hesitated and asked. It's official, directly from the authorities. Here is our approval document, the registrar replied, handing over a stamped paper. The document was filled with curlicued writing, indistinguishable from the token in her backpack, and Xunan could not comprehend a single word. To avoid revealing her identity, she scrutinized the document for a moment, then nodded and paid the 100 gold coins. She received a brief letter of introduction adorned with a map. The letter was short, and she still could not decipher its contents. Fortunately, she could make out the map. Xunan passed through the checkpoint, spun in place, and finally oriented herself using the map. Just as she prepared to move forward, a birdfolk flew overhead. With brown feathers and wings spanning at least 3 meters, it was a male birdfolk. In that fleeting moment, a large shadow enveloped Xunan. Looking up, she saw the birdfolk clutching a human, their short hair tousled and their features obscured. Could it be a player who had been captured? Were these birdfolk aggressive monster NPCs? Just then, a squad of patrolling birdfolk rushed in from behind. You there, come down. The city is a no-fly zone. Prepare for a fine. The leading birdfolk yelled as they ran. The one in the sky not only did not stop, but accelerated, swiftly disappearing from sight. Xunan, intrigued by the scene unfolding, continued on her way. Time was of the essence. She needed to report in today. Following the map's direction, Xunan soon arrived at a bustling street filled with countless creatures, flanked by various shops. She pulled out a small piece of salmon and took a few bites to replenish her energy, knowing she might not have another opportunity for dinner later. After consuming several pieces of salmon, she took out a small slice of watermelon, biting into it while swallowing the seeds whole to avoid detection. As she walked and ate, she suddenly felt a bump against her knee. Looking down, she regarded with a neutral expression the green-haired creature that had toppled over at her feet. Xunan. Green-haired creature. I must have been a victim of a scam. Just a moment ago, she had looked down and saw nothing. Where did this little thing come from? How did it precisely appear at her feet? The two, one human and one creature, exchanged glances for half a minute. Xunan sighed, bending down to right the creature. She placed a gold coin in the small pouch on its belly. Patting it, she stood up, ready to continue her search for a restaurant. Yet, to her surprise, she found she could not lift her foot. The green-haired creature gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes, adorably clutching her leg. Noticing her halt, it seized the moment to begin climbing up. It clambered onto her arm, settling into the crook of her elbow, then patted her shoulder and said, Uncle, could you please take me home? Thank you. Xunan was taken aback, a slight smile tugging at her lips. So the stick is male. She wondered what she looked like at this moment. Gradually, she began to piece together the rules of the NPC experience. During the experience period, she appeared as an NPC to other NPCs and as a player to other players. Moreover, NPCs would only remember the identity she presented during their first encounter. Uncle is busy right now. I need to go to work. Can you find your way home by yourself? Or perhaps I could call the patrolling uncles to escort you. Xunan patiently explained. We're on the same path. Let us go, let us go, the green-haired creature urged, clinging to her shoulder. Very well, Xunan, with no other option, continued on with it in her arms while consulting the map. The green-haired creature noticed she was moving too slowly and began directing her. To her astonishment, it was indeed in line with her map's direction. She had a vague feeling that this creature was quite familiar with her. Could it be? Chapter 34. The Jester is myself. Did this little creature know Stick? Xunan pondered silently as she followed the path indicated by the creature. They exchanged no superfluous words for fear of revealing their identities. With someone guiding her, she progressed much quicker, and after about a quarter of an hour, Xunan found herself standing in front of a rather desolate restaurant. After expressing its thanks, the green-haired creature flapped its wings and jumped down from her. It then wiggled its fluffy backside and headed into the adjacent store, leaving Xunan alone at the entrance of the restaurant. She felt uncertain, glancing back at the lively street filled with passers-by, and then at the deserted eatery before her. With such poor business, do they even need to hire anyone? Are they recruiting someone to eat for the owner? After Xunan meticulously verified that the name on the introduction letter matched the sign above the entrance, she resigned herself to stepping inside. The establishment housed nothing but a birdman, who was nestled within his wings, deep in slumber. The entire restaurant resonated with the sound of his snoring. Xunan approached and rapped her knuckles against the table. It was only after the third knock that he extricated his head from his feathers. The birdman wiped drool from his mouth with the back of his hand and hastily stood up. Customer, what would you like to eat? I am not a customer, Xunan replied, producing her introduction letter. I have come seeking employment. The birdman appeared momentarily bewildered before flapping his wings and ascending to the second floor. Boss, someone is here looking for a job, he bellowed, his tone tinged with excitement. Xunan was perplexed by his exuberance. With such poor business, did he not fear competition for his position? It took her merely 10 minutes to comprehend the situation. She was to commence work that very day, earning a salary of 10 gold coins per month, with 5 coins deducted for room and board. The corpulent proprietor, sporting brown wings and a rotund beer belly, leaned against the counter, one hand clutching Xuan's introduction letter while the other stroked his bald head. His face beamed with a smile, yet his words carried an icy chill. This is akin to draining the life from employees. How can there be staff willing to work in such a nefarious establishment? Observing the once sleeping employee, Xunan felt a twinge of sympathy for the hardships of life. The birdman noticed her gaze and cast her a curious look, before breaking into a broad grin and addressing the plump owner. Uncle, does this mean I no longer have to guard the shop every day? The owner waved dismissively. Go on, have fun. Watching the birdman dart out like a gust of wind, Xunan was left in stunned silence. The fool was indeed herself. The rotund owner continued to chatter incessantly, instructing Xunan on her duties for 3 uninterrupted minutes. Unable to contain herself, she seized a moment while he took a sip of water to interject. Boss, I have yet to decide on the job. However, the owner merely cast her a fleeting glance before resuming his instructions. In short, you are responsible for the cleanliness of the establishment, greeting customers, cooking, washing dishes, and everything except for handling the accounts. I have outlined all the important points. Do not make any mistakes, or there will be penalties. He concluded with a broad grin that sent shivers down Xuan's spine. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Sure enough, the plump owner brandished her introduction letter in front of her eyes. You have already signed this. It is an employment contract, not merely an introduction letter. It contains your personal information, and according to official regulations, you must work here for a full month before you can resign, or you will face substantial fines. Moreover, if you choose to resign voluntarily, your salary will be forfeited. Without waiting for Xuan's reaction, he waved her off and exited. As he reached the door, he added a parting reassurance. Work hard, and you'll have your meals covered. Having encountered unscrupulous practices before, Xunan clenched her wrist, reminding herself to remain calm. This was the consequence of her own naivete. She was not particularly worried about being unable to leave, as she was not using her own identity. Once her objective was achieved, she would slip away. However, she mused, she would have to compensate that NPC named Stick if their paths crossed again in the future. With the owner and his sole employee gone, Xunan found herself alone in the restaurant. Judging by the lack of business, it seemed there would be little to occupy her time. She wandered around the premises, quickly inspecting the upstairs. Even the locked rooms were quietly explored. She had scoured every potential hiding place, but found no menu or similar documents. It appeared that she would need to inquire directly with the owner for information. On her way there, Xunan had keenly observed her surroundings and had gathered information from the young birdman. It seemed this was the only eatery in the entire town. According to the task prompt, this restaurant was indeed her destination. The dining area remained devoid of customers, and the owner was nowhere to be seen. Xunan relished the tranquility and continued to explore. Should customers arrive, her culinary skills would only suffice for the most basic of needs. The restaurant was relatively tidy, with new tables and chairs, though the kitchen did display some wilted vegetables, while the rice and flour supplies were adequate. The space was quite spacious, boasting 4 or 5 washing sinks. The only shortcoming was the absence of patrons. Xunan was at a loss as to why. After 2 hours of languorous waiting, the plump owner and his nephew returned, evidently having enjoyed themselves, their faces flushed from drinking. The nephew assisted his uncle as they entered, both engaged in light-hearted banter. "Dear nephew, be sure to honor your uncle well. When I grow old, this establishment will be yours." The rotund proprietor patted his nephew's wing, his speech slightly slurred from drink. Yes, uncle, watch your step," the nephew replied, his demeanor respectful as he guided the owner inside, then took his leave, promising to return the next day. "Boss, you're back," Xunan greeted. The owner, initially intending to ascend the stairs, paused as he noticed her presence, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected company. After a moment of staring, recognition dawned on him. "Oh, it's you." He staggered over to a nearby table and gestured for Xunan to pour him a glass of water. "Did your first day go well?" he inquired languidly as he sipped. "Indeed, it was quite pleasant," she replied. "Not that I did anything substantial, just showed up for work." And yet, she was still unable to receive her salary. 2 hours had passed with not a single customer gracing the establishment. She relished this rare moment of leisure. The owner fell silent after his casual inquiry. Noticing his gaze becoming unfocused, Xunan seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. She made some idle chit-chat, and he responded in kind. Then she posed the question, "Boss, do we have a menu?" With his left hand propping up his head, the owner was nearly asleep. However, upon hearing her question, he shot upright. Xunan was startled and instinctively took a step back. "What do you need the menu for? I could never possibly share it with you." His voice escalated suddenly, and he quickly covered his mouth, as though he had uttered something he ought not to have. Xuan's heart leapt with excitement. This could be promising. Chapter 35, Selling Water in Abundance. "It seems our business is rather lackluster, boss. If this continues, won't you incur losses? Perhaps the dishes are not enticing enough for customers. If you could share the menu with me, we could brainstorm together." She refilled his glass, launching into a heartfelt appeal. The owner, however, remained unimpressed, even casting her a disdainful glance. "Do you think I live off such paltry earnings? As long as this establishment remains open, the town will dispense gold coins to me each month, and I also receive funds from the city gate." Xuan's thoughts raced. This meant that a portion of the 100 gold coins she had previously paid had directly enriched the plump owneress coffers. This town was, indeed, a den of collusion, encompassing every form of deceit. Having finished his water, the owner prepared to rise. Xunan attempted to probe further, but he shot her a warning look. "Don't even think about it. My father spent 100,000 gold coins to acquire that menu. It is meant to be preserved and passed down to the next generation. How could I possibly use it?" Xunan was left astonished and perplexed. A menu purchased for 100,000 gold coins, yet instead of leveraging it for profit, he intended to keep it as a family heirloom? The birdman's mind must be quite deranged. Indeed, your words hold true, boss." Xunan hastily concurred, fearing his wrath might ignite. It was now confirmed that the establishment possessed a recipe book, and not just any book, but one of considerable value. With the task taking shape, her next endeavor was to ascertain the whereabouts of this coveted tome. In the afternoon, she meticulously scoured the boss's quarters, yet no trace was uncovered. Surely, her examination had not been thorough enough. She resolved to return the following day to search once more after he had departed. With her mind set, Xunan ventured to the kitchen, intending to prepare a modest meal for herself. Although provisions were available, the allure of free ingredients was too tempting to resist. Besides, having been duped out of 100 gold coins, she sought to reclaim some of her losses. After boiling a pot of rice, she sautéed a meat dish alongside a vegetable. As she dined, she turned her attention to the glowing screen, having neglected the chat channel for the entire afternoon. Curious about any fresh news, flipping through multiple pages, she found an abundance of complaints regarding the sweltering weather, hot and stifling. With the rising temperatures, the already scarce food supplies became increasingly difficult to preserve. Consumption surged, and water grew scarce. Fortunately, a small number of players had acquired water purifiers. Most players, however, managed to ration their drinking water without significant issues. Yet, as consumption escalated, even those with purifiers had to reserve more water for personal use, resulting in a dearth of water in the trading post these past few days. A multitude of players clamored for water in the channel, while several, including Xunan, inquired if anyone had ice. She still possessed a few hundred blocks of ice, but intended to keep them for emergencies rather than selling. The daily cheerful group chat remained relatively calm. The members, equipped with air conditioning, were living comfortably, occasionally engaging in light banter. Xunan noticed Xiao Lu had messaged her multiple times. Upon checking, she found, Xiao Lu, big boss, are you there? Xiao Lu, big boss. Do you have any extra water? I have clients in dire need, and my supply has run dry. I can offer you a handsome price. Lin Man, haha. You must be making quite a profit this time, right? Xiao Lu, hee. Unlike you lucky ones, I must rely on my wits to earn a little extra. Xinyan, I'm also making some money selling weapons. Xunan replied, Xiao Lu, I have water in abundance. You can sell it for me, and I'll give you a 20 commission. She planned to sell all the lake water she had accumulated in the dungeon, as she had now discovered another source for obtaining water. Continuing in the group chat, Xunan added, Lin Man, Xinyan, if you're free, you can help me sell as well, same commission of 20. Lin Man, I'm free. I'm cooped up in my wooden cabin enjoying the air conditioning, and with no TV to watch, I'm bored out of my mind. Xinyan, I can help too. It's too hot to venture out for weapons. Xiao Lu, big boss, I've contacted several major clients. Send the water over, and I'll sell it diligently. I won't pocket a single coin. Xunan laughed, I believe in you all. If you need water for yourselves, feel free to keep some. Having consumed some lake water for watering plants in daily use, she was left with 182 barrels. After distributing around 60 barrels each and agreeing on prices, she sent a message in the chat channel. Xunan, large quantities of fresh water for sale at 2 gold coins per liter. Contact Xiao Lu, Xinyan, and Lin Man if interested. Oh, thank you, big boss. I knew a savior would come to our rescue. Big boss, where did you acquire so much water? Did you foresee the heat wave and prepare in advance to profit from us? Exactly. You must have insider information and kept it from us. Why should anyone inform you? Are they your ancestors? Others earn through their efforts. What gives you the right to question? I'm advocating for everyone's rights. Shouldn't we unite and assist each other in these times? Yet, she still harbored thoughts of profit. Chen Lu, the fair-minded one, why don't you say something just? Chen Lu, I'll speak fairly. In this situation, Yi has not only thought of her own comfort, but has also helped everyone secure this water. Gratitude is warranted, and compensation is justified. Chen Lu, when Lin, I'm one to meddle in affairs, yet I dislike interference. Xunan interjected, Xiao Lu, Lin Man, Xinyan. If these individuals do not wish for water, block them. I shall do as I please with my water. If you disapprove, don't purchase it. I have no time for your grievances, and you should refrain from meddling in my business. Xiao Lu, anyone with objections is welcome to voice them. I offer a permanent block service. Let us disturb each other not, and each may find peace. Xinyan, agreed. Lin Man, for those who purchase 10 liters of water from me, I'll personally gift an additional liter, limited to the first 100 customers. Oh Manjia, I want to buy water. Xiao Lu, Lin Man, you're stealing my business. Everyone, come to me, I'm the handsome one. After sending her message, Xunan closed the chat channel, having no time to entertain those seeking trouble. She took out the packaging from the 1,000 bottles of water she had collected and utilized her skill of Reforge. Reforge successful, obtained 2,000 bottles of mineral water. Now with ample space in her backpack, she stored the water in one compartment, prepared for easy access when she was not on the island. Once everything was in order, she headed to the kitchen. The inebriated boss had already succumbed to slumber, leaving the ground floor under her dominion. Since he had initially deceived her, she felt no guilt in her actions. Xunan retrieved the 10 water storage bottles she had purchased at the supply station, each capable of holding 10 tons of water. She set up 5 washing basins, placing 1 storage bottle in each. Several faucets were installed on the wall, devoid of any visible piping. Xunan speculated they must be some special props. Turning the faucet, a stream of crystal-clear water flowed into the bottles, producing not a sound. Xunan felt a surge of delight, relieved that she need not worry about waking the boss. The water here seemed purer than tap water in the real world, and she decided to take the opportunity to stockpile some for herself. After an hour, she sent each of the 3 a bottle of the water. Filling a bottle required at least 4 hours, so she maintained a steady supply. The trio had long sold out their water, and upon receiving the storage bottles, they expressed curiosity and delight, asking no further questions before returning to their tasks. Thus, Xunan spent the entire night guarding the kitchen's faucets to fill water. By 6 in the morning, as dawn approached, she collected the storage bottles. Throughout the night, she had amassed nearly 100 tons of water. The cheerful group chat was bustling, and the three were utterly exhausted. After greeting them, Xunan urged them to rest quickly, assuring them she would call upon them when needed. She reclined on a bench in the hall, preparing to take a brief respite. Around 8 o'clock, she arose and opened the main door, ready to welcome guests. The boss remained upstairs, sound asleep, his snoring resonating like a tractor. Truly, while the boss was unconcerned, she, the worker, was anxious. In the kitchen, she boiled a large pot of porridge, intending to prepare some for herself to take along. Just as she ladled a bowl onto the table, a small, green head suddenly popped up before her. It was the green-haired cub. "What are you eating? It smells so good." He first revealed a pair of eyes peering into Sunan's bowl, then rummaged through his fluffy fur, producing a gold coin that he placed upon the table. "I would like a bowl," he declared, before laboriously climbing onto the stool, swinging his little legs with eager anticipation as he gazed at Xunan. Xunan raised an eyebrow. Her skepticism piqued. She suspected this coin was the very one she had previously placed in his pocket. With a resigned sigh, she retreated to the kitchen to ladle out another bowl of porridge. The green-furred cub devoured the porridge with gusto, hissing and puffing as it burned his tongue, yet refusing to pause. As Xunan sipped the less scalding porridge from the edge of the bowl, she observed the green-furred cub with curiosity, wondering just what information this little creature might possess. Once the cub had nearly finished, she tentatively asked, "Little one, are you aware that this establishment has a recipe book?" To her surprise, as soon as her words left her lips, the green-furred cub made a shushing gesture toward her. Sunan's lips curled into a smile, thinking, there's a glimmer of hope. The cub hastily finished his porridge, belching loudly, and then leaned closer to Xunan, whispering, "The recipe book you mentioned last time? I found it. I will bring it to you tomorrow." Sunan's eyes widened in astonishment. "What last time?" She quickly connected the dots, realizing that this green-furred cub was indeed acquainted with the elusive stick. Nodding in acknowledgement, she added more porridge to his bowl. The cub, with a belly nearly bursting, slowly made his way out of the shop, turning back to give Xunan an enigmatic thumbs up. As the rotund proprietor descended the stairs, he spotted the green-furred cub exiting. At such a tender age, mimicking others' gestures, how unbecoming, he muttered, before floating over to Sunan's table and settling down. "I want a bowl too." With a sense of inevitability, Xunan served up the last bowl of porridge. The pot was now empty. She had added a generous amount of fine ingredients, originally intending to save some for herself. "Never mind," she mused. "Once I return to the island and taste the porridge made by Easy, I doubt I will crave my own cooking again." The rotund proprietor was leisurely in his eating, allowing Xunan to relax as well. She had initially worried that he might be too hungover from the previous night's indulgence to leave the shop, which would have hindered her opportunity to seek the recipe book. Yet, with the green-furred cub's assistance, her mind now wandered to how she might procure more water. Lost in thought, she gazed at the faucet above the sink. Just as she was contemplating the intricacies of the tap, the proprietor called out to her from outside, "Stick, come and attend to the customers." Surprised by the presence of customers, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Upon entering the main hall, she was met with an unsettling sight. The birdman from the day of the flight in the city stood before her, leaving her furrowing her brow in concern, wondering if he had received a fine for his previous misdeeds. Quickly masking her expression, she approached him with a respectful demeanor, inquiring, what would the customer like to eat? The brown-winged birdman, seated at the large circular table, glanced at her, his eyes filled with evident hostility and scrutiny. He did not respond to her question, instead directing his words toward the rotund proprietor. "You've somehow managed to recruit another employee for your shady establishment?" Initially, Xunan had deemed this birdman to be of dubious character, yet his remarks unexpectedly pleased her. What a rare bird, possessing such discerning judgment. "How can you call it shady when I openly conduct business?" The rotund proprietor retorted, leaning against the cashier, casting an irritable glance at the birdman. "Why did you bring a human to my place?" Such ill fortune. Xunan was taken aback by this revelation, recalling that this birdman had indeed entered the city with a human in tow. The birdman, visibly agitated, yanked on the chain he held, revealing a human player crouched at his feet. As the chain tugged, the human winced and lifted his head in pain. Upon seeing the man's features, Sunan's eyes widened in shock. It was Liu. She quickly turned aside, concealing her identity, hoping to avoid exposure. Although she currently appeared as a stick-clad unicorn monster in the eyes of the NPCs, she could not be certain whether these two birdmen would suspect her upon hearing Liu's words, potentially jeopardizing her mission. "This insufferable human dares to pilfer items from my island. I shall make him pay dearly to assuage my fury." The birdman's face was a mask of rage, evidently harboring a deep resentment for whatever Liu had stolen. "Weren't you supposed to be purchasing a house in Monster City? Why are you still wandering at sea?" The rotund proprietor scoffed. The Birdman, both angry and exasperated, replied, "You wouldn't know, but the housing prices in Monster City have skyrocketed. My savings now barely suffice for a restroom." The proprietor looked surprised. "Has it only been a month since your last visit to view properties?" "Luck was not on my side, as I happened to encounter the recent influx of outsiders," the Birdman lamented. "I never intended to dwell on this matter any longer. I spent a fortune acquiring a card for my offspring, only to have it stolen by this detestable outsider." His fury mounting, the Birdman proceeded to drag Lu Yu up, slapping him twice across the face. Lu Yu lost a tooth and coughed up blood. Observing his willingness to endure such punishment rather than return what he had taken, Xunan became increasingly intrigued by the nature of that card. The rotund proprietor, seeing Lu Yu bleeding, nearly jumped in agitation. "Hey, don't stain my floor. You're affecting my business. What business of yours is worth protecting?" The Birdman sneered, his lips curling in derision. "This plot of land has sustained my family for generations. I refuse to let you taint it with your misfortune." As the proprietor spoke of his ancestral restaurant, his eyes sparkled with pride, ready to boast further. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a loud announcement. "This month's water bill, please check." An envelope was tossed onto the nearest dining table, the messenger disappearing swiftly before revealing their face. "Isn't it time to advocate for a paperless society? Why still request such detailed statements? I relish the tangible sensation of holding something in my hands. Perhaps I'm just old-fashioned." The rotund proprietor approached the envelope, leisurely opening it to read. Xunan stood idly, noting that the customer had yet to place an order, allowing her a rare moment of respite. However, she felt it improper to remain idle. So she busied herself by refilling his tea. While listening intently to their conversation, she strategically positioned herself out of Lu Yu's line of sight. It seemed that, much like many individuals in the real world, the NPCs in this game had also toiled for years to secure a home, prompting a moment of sympathy from Xunan. Suddenly, a loud exclamation from the rotund proprietor startled her. "What is going on?" He held the statement aloft, examining it closely before hurrying into the kitchen. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Xunan hastened to follow him. She watched as the proprietor repeatedly inspected the faucet, muttering, "There's no leak. What on earth is happening?" After several checks, he dashed back to the hall. Apologizing to the seated customer, he said, "I can't accompany you for drinks today. There's an issue with my bill." As he spoke, his fingers danced in the air, seemingly engaged in an online dispute. "What could possibly be wrong?" the Birdman inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Don't think you can run away again. That round of drinks was a bet you lost to me last month. My water bill is 10,000 gold coins. Doesn't that seem problematic?" The rotund proprietor slammed the bill onto the table, his expression one of disbelief. Upon hearing this, the Birdman raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How intriguing. Have you perhaps been wrong due to your nefarious heart?" The corpulent proprietor shot him an exasperated glance and continued, "I have spent an entire month utilizing public restrooms, subsisting on merely a few sips of water. Is it conceivable that I could consume 10,000 gold coins? No, wait, I did have a bowl of porridge this morning." At this juncture, Xunan sensed a brief pause in the conversation as the proprietor turned his gaze towards her. Standing tall, she resolved to maintain her composure in such moments. One could not afford to appear timid. The two locked eyes for nearly a minute, and her unwavering gaze prompted the proprietor to avert his eyes in shame. He stuffed the bill into his clothing and began rummaging through his pockets. "I shall file a formal complaint," he declared. "Why not simply lodge an online complaint? Must you make an unnecessary trip?" The Birdman rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I am not at ease. You, staff, attend to him. Do not provide him with sustenance unless he pays." With that, the rotund proprietor dashed out, leaving Xunan and the Birdman exchanging incredulous glances. She inwardly lamented the tardiness of the green-haired cub. She longed to escape this place of turmoil as soon as she procured the menu. Oh wait, before departing, she must first eliminate Lu Yu, this source of calamity, along with the item he had pilfered, for her curiosity was piqued. Perhaps sensing her scrutiny, the Birdman pressed down harder on Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, now exhibited signs of revival. Xunan hastily averted her gaze, intending to retreat to the kitchen to devise a plan. However, unexpectedly, as she prepared to turn, she saw the rotund proprietor rushing back like the wind. "What an agile fat man," she mused in admiration. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he appeared frantic. My menu is missing. Did any of you see it? The menu?" Upon hearing this, Xunan's spirits lifted, and she quickly inquired, "Where did you last place it?" "I shall assist you in searching. I had it on my person." He rummaged through his garments, shaking them vigorously. A cascade of gold coins tumbled to the ground, enticing Xunan's gaze. She struggled to divert her attention, for she had more pressing matters at hand. "Have you considered when you last saw the menu?" she asked with genuine concern. The proprietor continued his frantic shaking. The last time I saw it was right here. I glanced at it just before I stepped outside. Then you must have encountered a thief on the street. You know how cunning the bandits in town are. Why would you carry it in your pocket while wandering about? Whom can we blame? The birdman scoffed, appearing utterly disinterested and somewhat gleeful at the misfortune. Xunan found herself bewildered by the nature of their relationship. All three were focused on the proprietor when suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the floor. It was her. I just saw her steal it. All three froze, turning their attention to Lu Yu, sprawled on the ground. Xunan's heart sank. This was dire. In her excitement over the menu, she had let her guard down. Just as she contemplated how to counter the accusation, the birdman delivered a sharp slap. Did I give you permission to speak? You thieving scoundrel. The proprietor clutched his disheveled garments, glaring menacingly at Lu Yu. Speak. Was it you who stole it? If you could pilfer such trivial items, you must have long coveted my 100,000 gold coin menu. At this, both Xunan and Lu Yu were taken aback. What a logical reasoning. How could he be suspected after lying there for so long? Yet, Xunan could not offer him a single word of defense, for only moments prior. Lu Yu had wished her dead. Lu Yu refrained from arguing, merely continuing to glare at Xunan with malevolence. He shouted hoarsely, she's a player too. Why do you not suspect her? She is the true thief. You should execute her. Have you lost your mind? This detestable outsider not only steals, but also seeks to sow discord. He possesses a legitimate identification badge. The birdman was truly enraged. He seized Lu Yu and hurled him out the door. A resounding crash echoed as he landed heavily. Xunan rushed to the entrance, alarmed by the turn of events. Lu Yu, barely clinging to life, was thrown against the stone steps, spitting blood and swiftly losing consciousness. Was he on the brink of death? His form grew increasingly translucent, and Xunan stepped forward, as if to ascertain his breath, concealing herself behind clothing and the passing pedestrians. She swiftly retrieved a small box that had fallen from his lifeless body. The birdman and the rotund proprietor displayed no visible reaction to Lu Yu's demise. Nor did the passers-by seem to notice. A chill ran down Xunan's spine. If all NPCs harbored such disdain for players, the future for humanity would be grim. Without hesitation, she rose and returned inside the establishment. The proprietor was still searching for his menu, while the birdman exhibited growing impatience. After a few complaints, he turned to leave. The proprietor was just beginning to accept that he had been robbed on the street, and he hurriedly dashed out, declaring his intent to report the crime. The restaurant was left with only Xunan, and until she secured the menu, she could not depart. She wondered about the reliability of the green-haired cub. Never mind, she thought. I shall steal some more water to pass the time. She ventured into the kitchen, aligning bottles in a row, and awakened a few members from the Daily Cheerful group to continue her water-selling venture. Approximately an hour later, she suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps. Xunan quickly turned off the water tap and tidied the bottles. Just then, a small green head peeked in. Chapter 38. That fat uncle has reported the crime. The green-haired cub had finally arrived. It hurried in, its little feet moving swiftly, speaking in a rapid-fire manner. Quick, you must leave at once. That fat uncle has reported the crime. In an hour, he will come with a large crowd, and you are in danger. Xunan reached into the bag it handed her, receiving a reassuring notification from the system, which brought her relief. Thank you. She glanced at her inventory and backpack, producing some leaf-made dishes and snacks to offer the green-haired cub, along with some apples and watermelon. The cub could only carry snacks, not too many coins. For both its safety and that of the coins were paramount in her mind. Therefore, she refrained from giving it any gold, not out of reluctance. Fortunately, the green-haired cub relished the food, eagerly tearing into a bag of crispy rice. After bidding farewell to Xunan, it joyfully returned home, clutching its pouch. Xunan popped a piece of pan-seared salmon into her mouth, employing tools she had found in the shop to begin disassembling the water tap. She deliberately chose a lower position, in a corner where it would go unnoticed. After meticulously working for several minutes, she finally managed to detach it completely. Whether it would be useful on the island remained uncertain, but she thought it best to secure it for now. Time was of the essence. Xunan stowed the water tap in her inventory and sprinted toward the dock. Upon passing through the checkpoint, she completed the registration process. Thankfully, the officials only required her name and the time, without causing her any trouble. Successfully navigating the checkpoint, Xunan arrived at the dock. Her gaze immediately fell upon her island, which boasted a few more plants and a hodgepodge of items compared to the NPC islands. NPC islands were typically simple, designed primarily for travel and transport. In order to avoid drawing attention, Xunan remained confined to her room during the 2 days spent docked at the harbor. Fortunately, there were regulations in place prohibiting anyone from boarding another's island without permission, thus averting any unforeseen incidents. Although her island was safeguarded by a protective barrier, which alleviated her concerns, the potential discovery of this barrier could still invite trouble. A woman with colorful wings approached Xunan, inquiring, "Are you departing? Your docking time is 22 hours, with a fee of 50 gold coins." Xunan reached into her pocket, retrieving the 50 gold coins from her backpack. The woman issued her a ticket, and Xunan, unfamiliar with its details, promptly took it and swiftly boarded her island. As the island moved away from the dock, Xunan noticed a throng of bird-like beings arriving at the harbor, questioning the winged woman. She felt fortunate that she had sprinted all the way. After advancing approximately a kilometer, the system notified Xunan that she had returned to the surface of the sea. A wave of heat enveloped her, causing her skin to become sticky once more. Simultaneously, another system notification chimed. "Congratulations to the player for being the first to dock at the harbor and pay the fee. Would you like to announce this? An announcement will yield generous rewards." "Yes," Xunan confirmed. An announcement appeared in the chat channel. "Congratulations to player Xunan for completing the achievement of being the first to dock and pay, receiving substantial rewards. Other players, do your best." "What harbor? Are there cities on the sea? Is the fee paid in gold coins?" "So, gold coins are indeed the currency of this world." Xunan pondered, noticing that the prominent players had already achieved several accolades. "Please take me with you, esteemed players. What are the rewards for achievements? Let us broaden our horizons. Typically, there are foundational stones and rare items. A friend of mine accidentally obtained an achievement once. Wow. I thought all the achievements had been claimed by the big players already. What was that achievement? The first player to be bitten on the backside by a shark. Haha. Upon reading this, Xunan could not help but smirk. Such an achievement existed. In the group chat, everyone simply offered their congratulations, while others remained preoccupied with selling water. The three of them were busily engaged, and Xunan felt it appropriate to express her gratitude by sending each of them 2 bowls of watermelon smoothie and a fruit platter. They were so moved they nearly shed tears, exclaiming that they were not tired at all. Xunan closed the interface, allowing Yizi to install the faucet for testing. She then locked herself in her bedroom and activated the temperature control mode. The comfortable environment and soothing temperature made her fatigue from the past 2 days surge forth, causing her eyelids to grow heavy. Forcing herself to log in, she began to check her rewards. Firstly, the task of finding the recipe for a stick had been completed, earning her a ticket to Monster City and a golden spoon. Monster City ticket. This ticket allows entry through the gates of Monster City. What exactly is Monster City? Xunan had heard of it multiple times, but still did not know how to access it. She speculated that it might be similar to the docking card, requiring a sea encounter before use. Golden spoon. The coveted spoon of every chef. Using it can enhance the deliciousness of food several-fold. This could be given to Yizi, ensuring he could prepare more delectable dishes. What a blessing. The second reward was from the achievement. Xunan opened the achievement package, receiving 30 foundational stones, a language translator, which could be installed in the system and would automatically translate monster languages for players. 3 disguise cards, which could randomly disguise her as an object for 1 hour, and 1 basic attribute enhancement card. Indeed, foundational stones were standard rewards for achievements. Xunan contemplated whether she should consider other unforeseen achievements to pursue, perhaps something as unconventional yet simple as the shark-biting one. She promptly used the basic attribute card. Xunan opened her personal panel. Player, Xunan. Age, 23. Strength, 1823. Constitution, 1929. Agility, 2019. Stamina, 60. Fatigue level maxed out. Summary. It is suggested to brew goji berries in a thermos. Special effect. NPC Experience ongoing, countdown of 5 days. With the language translator, she was no longer illiterate. Xunan installed it into the system and took out the token obtained from the previous dungeon, eager to test the translator's capabilities. Upon seeing the characters on the token, corresponding Chinese translations appeared beside them. What a marvelous tool. Had she had this during her school days, learning English would not have been such a painful endeavor. Xunan sighed. She had expected the token to convey significant information, but it merely bore 3 words. Token, yellow. She suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. She carefully stored the 3 disguise cards, knowing they might prove useful in the future. In the box dropped by Lu Yu after his demise, there were 2 items, a pair of underpants and a card. The card was likely the treasure stolen from the brown-winged birdman. Xunan cautiously picked it up. Land use card. After using this card, one can select to construct commercial buildings. The builder possesses permanent usage rights to the land, and commercial buildings receive monthly stipends from the monster government, calculated based on the building's nature and level. Usable when the island's area reaches 10,000 square meters. Xunan recalled the portly owner mentioning that his shop generated revenue as long as it was operational. It seemed likely that this was achieved through the use of the land use card. Permanent usage rights meant income without effort. The thought was delightful. Though the area constraint of the island was a limitation, she needed to strive to acquire more foundational stones. After her excitement subsided, Xunan glanced at the underpants in the box, falling into contemplation. Chapter 39. She had already changed beds 5 times. Xunan inspected the underpants repeatedly and ultimately confirmed that they were, indeed, just a pair of underpants. They were not a special item and bore no special function. She found it perplexing how such an item could drop. Did this individual have nothing left in his possession but a pair of underpants? Casually, she listed the underpants in the trading market and took out another item. It was a roughly made bird's nest, uniquely shaped and missing a piece. It had been given to her by the green-haired hatchling. The item description was absent, leaving Xunan unable to discern its purpose. The hatchling had also left a note, urging her to place it in a tree. Fortunately, she had recently acquired the translator. Otherwise, she would have had to store the note for future deciphering. Although she did not fully understand, Xunan followed the green-haired hatchling's instructions and placed the nest atop an apple tree. At that moment, Yizi brought tidings of good news. The faucet functioned normally after being installed on the island. Xunan's drowsiness instantly dissipated. She was no longer inclined to sell water in bulk. She planned to stockpile 10 bottles of water for daily consumption on the island, utilizing the free pure water until it ran out. Continuous large-scale water usage would undoubtedly attract the portly owner's attention, but sustainable development was essential. At 10 p.m., everyone finally decided to call it a day. The group chat Everyday Happiness began to distribute profits. This time, selling water had accrued a total of 220,000 gold coins, with 44,000 coins allocated to Xunan and the other 3 according to the profit-sharing agreement. This venture had earned a whopping 176,000 gold coins. Haha. Fortune has smiled upon us. Next time I encounter the docking card, I shall seize it without hesitation. The Daily Happiness group is resounding with cheers. Though several of us are not in want of gold coins, who does not covet wealth? Xunan has remade a large batch of fruit candies, distributing them generously among the group members. After a few minutes of needing medicine while wearing gloves, exhaustion overtook her and she succumbed to slumber. By the morning, her stamina had returned to its normal levels. After freshening up, she savored delectable soup dumplings while establishing the newly acquired 30 square meter foundation. The island now spans 162 square meters, with a slightly more spacious area, appearing less crowded. Upon opening the chat channel, the group was abuzz with discussions regarding the new leader of the masked gang. The newly appointed leader issued a public statement. The previous members' misdeeds were coerced by the former 2 leaders. They proclaimed themselves a completely new gang, vowing to conduct themselves honorably and requesting public oversight. Most were unconvinced, for can a mere statement absolve the loss of so many lives? Clearly not. The masked gang's members seemed to be merely frightened and cowardly after the demise of 2 leaders. Calls echoed to eliminate the warrior who had vanquished the masked gang's leader, ridding the world of their menace. Xunan chose to remain silent. She had no desire for accolades nor to engage in any noble crusades. The death of Lu Yu was a threat to her safety, while Lu Yu had merely walked a path to his own demise. After 2 hours of combat training with Yizi, Xunan returned to her bedroom, sipping watermelon juice while opening boxes. With today's haul, she had a total of 6 boxes, 1 iron box and 5 wooden ones. Upon opening, she discovered 10 units of soil, 2 canisters of gas, 2 sets of sportswear, 2 gold coins, 30 silver coins, 5 bottles of wahaha, a bag of whole wheat bread, 5 energy-saving lamps, 5 electric wires, 1 solar power storage box, and 5 packs of snail noodles, along with 5 stones. How delightful! For lunch, she decided to indulge in snail noodles, asking Yizi to enhance the recipe with additional ingredients, as it had been quite a while since she last enjoyed them. Having acquired another power storage box, Xunan resolved to place it in her bedroom alongside a small refrigerator for drinks, juices, and fruits. This way, she would not need to lay extensive electric wires or worry about insufficient power. The mechanical hand had become Yizi's great helper. Xunan occasionally spotted a colossal hand depositing a large fish into the iron bucket at the kitchen door. Over the past few days, it had also collected some trash, neatly piling it in the designated area marked by Yizi. From a distance, Xunan noticed a pink rocking toy shaped like a little elephant, rather adorable. Dressed in some protective attire, she approached the trash heap, setting the toy aside, intending to ask Yizi if it could be repaired for decoration. She quickly sifted through the garbage, hoping to find something useful. At that moment, someone in the Daily Happiness group called out to her. Xiao Hey, do you have any Huaxiang Genki oral solution? Huaxiang Genki water would suffice. Xunan, have you suffered from heat stroke? Xiao Lu, not me, but a client needs it. You might not have noticed the chat channel. It's flooded with requests for medicine right now. If you have any, just one will do. Medicine is notoriously hard to come by. I haven't received much before. Xunan, if you have any, I'll buy 2. I couldn't resist going out to mine iron today, and now my head feels a bit dizzy. Xiaolu. Yi Xunan. Lin Man, steady now, sister. Just look at how many have perished in the chat channel these past few days. Lin Man, I've been practicing with my hammer directly in my room and have already gone through 5 beds. The chat channel's current total population stands at 79,850. As extreme weather has taken its toll on many. As they conversed, Yi Xunan paused her rummaging, glancing at a piece of cardboard in her hand, barely deciphering the word Huaxiang. Ah, is this not fortuitous? Reconstruction successful. Obtained 2 boxes of Huaxiang Jinki oral solution, totaling 1 for 100 doses. She promptly replied in the group. I just opened a bit. How much do you all need? I'll list the remainder on the trading market. Xiaolu, 2 doses. I have 1 on hand. Thanks, big shot. Xunan, same here. 2 doses. Thank you, sister. Lin Man, 2 doses, sis moi. Xiaolu, big shot. Stock up for yourself. There's not much, so don't sell it all. Yi Xunan remained silent, replying only with a mysterious smiley emoji. She sent each person 3 doses, kept 5 boxes for herself, and placed the remainder on the trading market. The 3 sent her a considerable amount of gold coins. Xiaolu directly sent 200 coins. Yi Xunan charged each 15 gold coins, returning the excess. Yi Xunan, I plan to sell on the trading market, pricing it at 5 gold coins per dose. You all are paying too much. Xiaolu, the 200 was given by my client. I explained the situation to him, and he insisted on paying, saying his life was worth at least 200 gold coins. Afterward, Xiaolu sent more gold coins. Yi Xunan, somewhat resigned. All right then, thank you to that generous boss. Xiaolu, haha, I will certainly convey that. In the chat channel, Yi Xunan, Huaxiang Jinki solution has been listed, priced at 5 gold coins per dose. Limited to 1 per person, quantities are limited, so act swiftly. The chat channel, once tumultuous with discussions of the weather, came to a standstill for half a minute upon her announcement. She was immediately inundated with notifications of successful transactions. The medicine was snatched up in an instant, and the chat channel erupted with cries of despair. Big shot, could you possibly restock? I didn't manage to grab any. Big shot, there were too few. They disappeared as soon as they opened. Please help. In no time, several pages of messages flooded in, all pleading for medicine. The channel's population had dwindled as well. Yi Xunan furrowed her brow, her mood growing somber. She sorted through the trash, cleaning potentially useful items and storing them on the categorized shelves in her space. The remainder was submitted, and with the trash she had previously turned in at the town, her next task had reached 2250. After completing her chores, an idea suddenly struck her. She quickly opened her contact list, scrolling up and down vigorously. Chapter 40. Are you there? How have you been lately? Finally, Yi Xunan's gaze settled on a name. Bao Fan, the only one who seemed promising. Previously, after detoxifying the unicorn monsters at the shallow waters, she had overheard this individual muttering to herself while drafting a report, praising a certain signature as exceptionally perfect. This person as profession was related to medicine. She wondered if it would be possible to enlist her assistance. Curiously, she pondered how someone could bear such a name. Yi Xunan sent a message without hesitation. Are you there? How have you been lately? In real life, receiving such a message would elicit an unsettling sense of dread. She contemplated the potential responses. Would they be good or bad? However, now, as she opened the chat interface, she found herself unsure of how to approach the conversation. Resorting to this somewhat abrupt greeting, the recipient replied quickly. Bao Fan, Doctor, if there's something you need, please state it directly. This is making me anxious. Yi Xunan chuckled softly. It seemed that the emotions of humans and monsters were indeed interconnected. After gathering her thoughts, she replied, Do you have any heat relief medicine for sale? Bao Fan, yes, but you know, Doctor, there are regulations. We cannot directly sell to individuals. It appeared there were obstacles, prompting Yi Xunan to ponder other alternatives. Just then, the other party sent another message. Bountiful meal. However, I can procure the materials for you. The recipe originally belongs to you, so you can simply craft it yourself. Yi Xunan, is it really possible to operate like this? But she is a fake. There is no recipe. Yi Xunan, please send me a copy of the recipe. I didn't bring it with me. Thank you. Bountiful meal. Such a precious item. Please don't carelessly discard it. All right, I will copy it for you. How much material do you need? Yi Xunan, what is the price? Bountiful meal. Rest assured, the price is absolutely beautiful. At the cost price of 10 gold coins for 1 portion. Yi Xunan calculated in her mind, based on the number of finished blood-stopping medicine pills. 1 portion could produce approximately 20 pills. Crafting pills by hand is quite time-consuming. Yi Xunan, I'll take 500 portions. The other party sent an okay gesture. An hour later. Bountiful meal, all set. The materials and recipe for 500 portions of heat-relieving medicine have arrived, and Yi Xunan selected the recipe. Do you wish to learn the heat-relieving medicine recipe? Yes. Fortunately, it can be used directly, so she only needs to mindlessly craft pills. The total cost of the materials amounts to 5,000 gold coins, and Yi Xunan was just about to send the payment when Bountiful Meal sent another message. As before, it will be recorded on account for now. I'll get back to work. Doctor, if you discover any good recipes, prioritize collaborating with me. Yi Xunan suddenly felt she should order another 500 portions of materials. She could manage crafting them all. After some thought, she still sent over 100 gold coins as a token of gratitude. Bountiful Meal sent a large red heart in response. For the next several hours, Yi Xunan devoted herself entirely to crafting pills. After completing 100 portions, she listed them for sale. In the chat channel, she announced, heat-relieving medicine has been listed. 5 gold coins per pill, buy quickly. Daily Joy Group. Lin Man. I no longer feel like the lucky one. Someone like my sister is truly remarkable. Whatever she thinks seems to come true. Xinyan. What she possesses is simply extraordinary. I worry the system might consider her a bug and fix it. Xiaolua. Big shot. Have you produced heat-relieving medicine again? Yi Xunan. Haha. By luck, I acquired a heat-relieving medicine recipe. I can craft pills. And you can purchase the recipe from me at a high price. Xinyan. Your hands must be worn to the bone. Take care of yourself. Lin Man. Go for it. Go for it. Sister is the best. Xiaolu. A big shot is indeed a big shot. Next time. If you say you can craft gold coins by hand, I wouldn't be surprised. Yi Xunan sent a smiling emoji. Then she called out to the character standing on the mechanical arm, picking coconuts, to practice in the training ground. Now she could exchange a few moves with the character. And her attribute points were slowly increasing. In the evening, the character prepared a large lobster fried rice, leaving Yi Xunan utterly satisfied. The portion was a bit excessive, so she sent a bowl to a few members in the group. They all expressed their gratitude and returned some gifts. Xunyan sent Yi Xunan 20 crossbow arrows, claiming they were made using a special method, more effective than the ones she had crafted before, with sharper tips. Lin Man sent over 2 Australian lobsters. Xiaolu sent a small bag of garlic. Previously, they had obtained many seasonings from the dungeon, but had yet to find green onions, ginger, or garlic. She decided to plant the garlic, as it could be useful in many dishes. Before sleeping, Yi Xunan crafted some more pills and listed them in the marketplace. The following morning at 8 a.m., Yi Xunan was practicing archery. The crossbow arrows that Xunyan had given her were indeed more effective than the ones she had made herself. Just as she was engrossed in practice, the character hurried over. In the distance, she spotted an island. Yi Xunan excitedly ran out, gazing from afar. It appeared to be a player's island. This was the second player Yi Xunan encountered at sea, the first being Lin Man. The other party evidently noticed Yi Xunan as well, enthusiastically waving their hand. However, Yi Xunan merely intended to observe the spectacle and had no intention of engaging in friendly communication. After all, the nature of their interaction was uncertain. The individual was male, and the island appeared small, roughly 30 square meters. From such a distance, she could not discern their appearance. He continued to wave enthusiastically at Yi Xunan, shouting something. But she could not hear clearly. Yi Zi, change direction and proceed at full speed. After observing the other party for a while, Yi Xunan decided to shake him off. It was evident that he also possessed a means of acceleration, but it was clearly inferior to Yi Xunan's underwater propulsion device. While Yi Xunan's device could be upgraded, doing so would require more energy stones, and her current stock was limited. Before long, the other party's shadow completely vanished. Yi Xunan returned to her room and opened the chat channel. Sure enough, that person was speaking in the channel. I seem to have encountered the great Yi. The island is so vast, I genuinely envy you. Really? Could you get me an autograph? The Great One's island is not only large, but also fast. I couldn't catch up, my apologies, miss. I'm a man, but how do you know others say I look delicate? Why are you so cowardly? With so many resources on her island, you could have just robbed it and lived well for a long time. Whoever can do it, go ahead. Others have said they can't catch up, and must they rob other players? Exactly. Could this be the second Liu appearing? More and more players voiced their condemnation of this individual, all suffering from the tyranny of the masked gang. And they expressed deep disdain for players who would resort to robbery at the slightest opportunity. Yi Xunan noticed Xiao Lu mentioning in the group that the masked gang had disbanded due to internal disagreements. Disbanding is good. It prevents the emergence of another murderous gang leader. The individual faced mounting criticism and ceased to speak further. Yi Xunan clicked on their avatar and glanced at their information. Luo Yunli, 28 years old. Unexpectedly, she was a female player. Why does this name seem somewhat familiar? Yi Xunan fell into contemplation when, at that moment, a knock resonated from Yi Zi. Master, we've discovered something ahead. Chapter 41. Discovery of the Foundation Stone. Do you wish to collect it? Could it be that she encountered another player? What a lively day it is. Xunan opened the door to her room. Yi pointed excitedly into the distance, indicating joyfully, "We found an island, master. Such a large island. Is it a town again? It shouldn't be." Xunan carefully observed the distant island and replied after some contemplation. "The island is quite large, comparable to the previous town. There is no cargo dock along the shore, nor any visible monsters coming and going." She speculated that it was a private island. No player should be able to own such a large island at this point. It must belong to some NPC. She instructed Yi to steer towards the island, and after half an hour, they were merely a few dozen meters away. After observing for a bit and not detecting any immediate dangers, Xunan decided to venture ashore. She checked her backpack and inventory, ensuring she had all her belongings. Xunan left Yi on the island while she went ashore alone. Yi was eager to follow, but there was no one on her own island, and Xunan was concerned. It was highly likely that she would encounter players on the island, and Xunan did not wish to expose Yi's presence to others just yet. Moreover, leaving Yi behind would allow for backup should anything happen. After training for so long, it was time for her to venture out and gain some experience. As soon as she stepped onto the island, the temperature around her suddenly became comfortable. A peculiar barrier seemed to insulate her from the sweltering heat of the outside world. The sea had turned icy cold, prompting Xunan to splash her face with several handfuls of water. Refreshing. The shore was adorned with a wide expanse of fine, soft sand, dotted with a dozen coconut trees bearing fruit. Xunan gazed at them with indifference, as her companion had already prepared a drink for her for the journey. Yet, she felt no aversion to having more. Thus, she commanded the mechanical arm to harvest all the coconuts and store them in her space, then continued her leisurely stroll. Not far ahead, a colossal octopus basked in the sun. Observing its tentacles, Xunan felt a twinge of desire but ultimately decided against pursuing it. It was far too massive. A careless moment could result in being dragged into the depths of the sea, a potential misadventure that could yield dire consequences. However, while she had chosen to let it be, the octopus had no intention of reciprocating her decision. It inadvertently opened one eye, seemingly locking gazes with Xunan, and, with a flick of its limbs, began to pursue her. Realizing the imminent danger, Xunan took off running. Surely, it could not remain out of the water for too long, she thought, sprinting towards the interior of the island. Wait, why did it seem like one of its legs was shorter? Xunan pondered, but she did not halt her frantic pace. To her astonishment, the octopus pursued her relentlessly, soon scaling the mountainside. Indeed, the creatures in this game defied all logical expectations. What was the notion that they could not leave the water? Even sharks like the round ones could work ashore. It appeared her thinking had been too narrow. The chase unfolded as a frenetic game of cat and mouse, with Xunan scrambling over hills and weaving through the forest, unaware of how many 800-meter stretches she had traversed. The arrows she shot were swatted aside by the octopus's tentacles. Even the tranquilizers and toxins she unleashed were met with relentless determination. The creature would rather sacrifice a limb than relent in its pursuit. What enmity could this be? Xunan felt her heart race as her eyes widened in disbelief. A vague memory seemed to stir in her mind, but in her moment of panic, she could not grasp it. Maintaining a steady breath, she realized her stamina was still commendable, her lungs felt intact. Calculating her next move, she recognized that this relentless running could not continue indefinitely. She needed to devise a strategy to evade the beast, even if that meant a strategic confrontation. Rumor had it that this creature possessed 9 brains. Who knew how many more it had acquired? With serpentine agility, Xunan darted left and right. Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye. Not far off, a cave entrance appeared. Sturdy yet compact, she quickened her pace, circled through the woods, and seized the opportunity to slip inside the cave while the octopus remained concealed in the foliage. Upon hearing the thunderous sounds of the creature outside, she exhaled, slightly relieved. She swiftly replenished her hydration and energy. Inside the cave, the darkness was oppressive, with stones obscuring her view. Xunan pressed herself against the rock wall, cautious of any lurking threats. Seizing the moment of stillness, she retrieved her flashlight and surveyed the surroundings. Thankfully, no monsters were present. This space appeared to be man-made. The ground was strewn with orderly stones, and a stone table stood nearby. The intricate carvings on the table caught her eye, prompting her to collect them for potential use later. After a thorough exploration, she found nothing else of interest. Determined to check if the octopus had retreated, Xunan extinguished her flashlight and treaded softly towards the entrance. At the last turn, she cautiously peeked out, only to be met with a shocking sight. A colossal eyeball stared back at her from the entrance, its tentacles attempting to invade the cave. Instinctively, Xunan raised her crossbow and loosed an arrow. The octopus was clearly taken aback by her sudden action, and the arrow struck true, piercing its eye. In agony, The octopus thrashed violently, wrenching out the arrow and descending into a frenzied rage. It began to batter the cave walls with immense force, causing the cave to tremble. Small stones began to fall from above, and Xunan realized that she could not remain there any longer. The cave's structural integrity was in jeopardy. She continued to fire arrows at the octopus, poison arrows, tranquilizer arrows, all aimed at it. As the creature was hindered by its eye injury, Xunan seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of shots, transforming the octopus into a veritable sieve. Yet, even wounded, its strength remained formidable, and it raged even more fiercely. Xunan could only hope that the effects of her toxins would manifest before the cave collapsed. Retreating deeper into the cave, she resolved to avoid provoking the beast any further. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed nearby. A massive stone had fallen. Alarmed, Xunan contemplated bolting for safety. Being buried alive would spell certain doom. Just then, a system alert resonated in her mind. Foundation stone detected. Would you like to collect? Huh. Yes. Acquired Foundation Stone X2. What serendipity. Xunan switched on her flashlight, glancing around to find no signs of the cave's continued collapse. Looking up, she was astonished to see numerous foundation stones overhead. Jackpot. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she prepared to stack the stones she had just collected in order to reach the foundation stones above. The sounds of the octopus had become faint, likely due to the effects of the toxins. Thankfully, the cave structure seemed robust. However, as she released one of the stones, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Who was there? A youthful male voice called out, followed by the sound of a switch being activated. Suddenly, the cave illuminated as several lights flickered on, casting the space in a bright glow. Xunan had previously overlooked the presence of lighting. As her eyes adjusted to the brightness, she noticed the newcomer had already approached her. Xunan assumed a defensive posture, gripping her dagger, a special creation of Xunan, lighter and sharper than ordinary blades. She had diligently honed its edge with a whetstone over the past few days, enhancing its sharpness. Though it might not slice through iron effortlessly, it would suffice. Fear not, the octopus outside has met its demise, the newcomer assured, wearing a wide-brimmed shark hat, with a short tail trailing behind him. Clearly, he was of the shark lineage. Impressive, you managed to slay such a formidable creature. Follow me. He surveyed the interior of the cave before extinguishing the lights and leading the way outside. Xunan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared he had no intention of capturing her. With a lingering glance at the overhead stones, she reluctantly abandoned her ambitions and followed him out of the cave. Chapter 42. Hey, how do you know my name? The young shark man casually dragged the deceased octopus forward, engaging in little conversation with Xunan. She silently trailed behind, seizing the opportunity to discreetly retrieve a few of her arrows. The young shark, unfazed by her movements, guided her deeper into the island. Before long, they passed through an orchard of oranges, the vibrant yellow fruit adorning the trees, their rich aroma wafting into Xuan's nostrils. She felt her eyes glisten with desire. How exquisitely fragrant and sweet it was. After traversing for nearly half an hour, they finally reached their destination. Before them lay a vast estate, the main residence. Approximately 2,000 square meters, boasted white walls and a black roof, reflecting a minimalist style. What captivated her gaze the most were the vibrant flowers, fruit trees, and the lush patches of land in the distance that appeared to be cultivating vegetables. What an enchanting place this was. Xunan couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. For someone who had spent over 10 days at sea, this place felt like a dream. How wonderful it would be if she could relocate it to her island, huh? She wondered who resided within. The shark man casually tossed the octopus into a room, locked the door, and approached Xunan. I will take you to the main house. The master said you could leave, and I shall see you off. With that, he sighed in resignation. Who asked you to collapse the cave? That wasn't me. Xunan protested, eager to defend herself. I didn't do it. The shark man waved his hand dismissively, though it wasn't directly your doing, given your frail state. It was nonetheless a consequence of your actions. Xunan, inexplicably ridiculed, twitched her lips in irritation. All right then, the environment here is quite pleasant. Spending a bit more time would be a delight. The two proceeded into a room within the estate. The shark man knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response, opened it for Xunan before departing. As he left, he turned back to her and wished, good luck. For some reason, Xunan felt a twinge of unease at his words, which had transformed her indifferent feelings into apprehension. However, there was no turning back now. She steeled herself and stepped inside. The room was illuminated even during the day, adorned with several enormous crystal chandeliers that created a dreamlike ambience, leaving one feeling a bit dizzy. Could it be that the island's master was a charming young lady? Outside, the voices had been too indistinct to determine gender. Hello. She called out as she entered, but no one responded. Just as she was about to venture further, a tall figure came into view. He was a robust man, exuding a rugged handsomeness, with a scar gracing the corner of his eye. Xunan noticed he lacked the distinctive hat and tail associated with their shark kind, suggesting he was a higher-ranking monster NPC. He flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine, sharp teeth. Xunan felt an inexplicable chill run down her neck and discreetly took a small step back, supporting her left hand against her right wrist. She kept her hand poised near her crossbow. The man scrutinized her for a moment before frowning. He lifted his chin slightly and asked, "Where did you come from?" "What?" Xunan replied, puzzled, following his gaze to her wrist. What was he referring to? The crossbow? I mean the pouch on your wrist. Xunin's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the scar on his eye, comparing it to the mark on her pouch. A scar? She murmured. "Hey, how do you know my name?" he asked, a look of surprise on his face. Xunan was taken aback. It was such a straightforward and crude name. Suddenly, an image of a shark flashed in her mind. Could he possibly be? The scarred man leaned in to examine her pouch, attempting to grasp her wrist for a closer look, only to be swatted away by Xunan. "Hey, what's the big deal? I'm just curious," Xunan replied. "We're not familiar." It dawned on her that she was currently in an NPC interaction phase, appearing as a lowly character. The scarred man regarded her with some surprise. "I remember this pouch was broken. How are you still using it?" "I repaired it," Xunan answered honestly, then emphasized, "Since I fixed it, it belongs to me." She covered her pouch protectively. There was no way she would return it, as it was not acquired by theft or force. Even if it were, it certainly wasn't by her own volition. The scarred man looked exasperated. "This flimsy pouch is barely the size of a palm and can't even expand." "I wouldn't want it." "Can't expand?" If so, then her pouch's expansion feature must have been an upgrade from Reforging. How fortunate she was to have stumbled upon such a treasure. However, the scarred man quickly changed his tone. "Are you sure you repaired it? Perhaps you should tell me who actually did." "It was me, Xunan," she insisted, fearing he might take her pouch away, refusing to yield. "You? With those thin arms and legs?" he questioned skeptically. Xunan suddenly laughed. "What of it? Just because I have thin arms and legs?" The scarred man remained unconvinced, observing her amused expression with growing irritation. "Do you believe I won't toss you into the sea to feed the sharks?" Xunan fell silent. He had already doubted her. So what could she do? If he were to throw her into the sea, she would be returning home. They exchanged glances, locked in a silent standoff. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. "Yi, big shot, what are you doing here?" Both turned to see the source of the voice. Xunan squinted, her mind racing, unable to discern who this person was or how they knew her. "A big shot?" the scarred man asked in confusion. "Huh? Yes." The newcomer, a player wearing black-framed glasses and tall and lanky, nodded vigorously. When he noticed Xuan's inquisitive gaze, he introduced himself. "I'm Xuejin, big shot." "Oh, it's you," Xunan realized, but she was certain she had never met Xuejin before. However, there was no time for further inquiry. She needed to navigate this situation first. "I repaired it, you heard that? I'm quite the expert in this area," she boasted, her cheeks betraying her embarrassment despite her composed demeanor. Sometimes, self-praise could be rather awkward. It seemed her skin was not thick enough. Xuejin, oblivious to the underlying tension, eagerly sided with her. "We're all players. It's best to stick together during times like these." "Very well, I need to test it first before I can believe you," the scarred man declared, still skeptical. "Test it." Xunan was baffled. It was merely a pouch he had discarded. Why the unnecessary hassle? "Of course. Only upon passing the test will you be deemed worthy of working for me." "What?" Xunan exclaimed, bewildered. Had she unwittingly landed herself a job? 3 minutes later, the scarred man returned with a heap of scrap metal in tow. Chapter 43, This Damn Catchphrase. Clutching a sturdy table leg with his right hand, the scarred man effortlessly hoisted a massive metal table above his head, striding towards them with remarkable agility. A true strongman. Xunan and Xuejin stood in awe at the sight of a table the size of a wooden cabin. The scarred man slammed the table down with a resounding thud at the entrance, alongside the pile of scrap metal. "Come on, let us repair it here. Will you let me go if I fix it?" Xunan inquired, her eyes filled with uncertainty. With arms crossed, the scarred man wore an expression that brooked no argument. "Fix it first." Xunan wanted to reason with him, but despite the pleasant surroundings, they couldn't continue to squander time indefinitely. Before she could voice her thoughts, the scarred man adopted a haughty demeanor. "You cannot leave the island without my consent, as a protective energy shield has already been erected around it. Once you repair my island, I shall overlook the damages you've caused. Do not presume that I am unaware of your theft of my 2 foundation stones." The mere mention of foundation stones caused a flicker of unease in Xunan. "Very well, I admit that I may have been a tad lenient with you. Engaging in conflict with an NPC seldom yields any benefits, so for the time being, I shall acquiesce to your demands. However, I cannot allow you to monopolize all the advantages. With a clever glint in her eyes, she feigned a look of hesitation and said, well, I require energy stones for the repairs. As she gestured towards the battered metal before her, her expression turned serious. This is severely damaged. At least 10 stones will be necessary. Would 10 be excessive? Xunan pondered. Regardless, she needed to ensure he would part with a minimum of 5. Humph. I thought you would ask for much more. Here. The scarred man, initially frowning, rolled his eyes at her words. He tossed a small pouch her way. And when Xunan opened it, she found it contained exactly 10 energy stones. Xunan thought to herself, had she known it would be this simple, she would have. She stowed the energy stones away, reminding herself that her repair skills were quite private and mustn't be displayed in public. She required a room. Very well. The scarred man replied, promptly tapping the air with his fingers. Instantly, a dwelling materialized where Xunan stood, suggesting he possessed a user interface akin to that of a player's island. She pointed at Xuan, instructing him to assist her, and added, you may return in an hour. Why must you be so troublesome? The scarred man retorted, though he suppressed his irritation upon seeing Xuan's determined expression. Fine, fine. If you haven't completed the repairs in an hour, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. With this menacing remark, he retreated to his chamber and slammed the door shut. Xuan, who had been gazing downcast, jolted at the sound of the door slamming. How did you know I am Xunan? She inquired directly, her curiosity piqued as she looked at him. The question transformed his surprise into bewilderment. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, Yea? You are actually the great Yi. Were you not aware? Xunan responded, perplexed. Yea? Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Should I have known? He mused, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Xunan felt a sudden realization dawn upon her. This damned catchphrase. After a moment of composure, she asked, what brings you here? Xuan, momentarily silent, seemed to deviate from his usual loquacious nature, leaving Xunan to wonder what inhumane ordeal he had endured to arrive at this point. To her surprise, the moment he heard her question, his face flushed crimson. Xunan was taken aback. Why was he blushing? Great one, I must tell you, I am truly at my wit's end. He proceeded to lament for 10 minutes about his plight, eager to continue, but Xunan, mindful of the time, urged him to finish later. In summary, Xuan's tale revealed that he was a chatterbox ensnared by a madman, the very same scarred man. The scarred man had a beloved who was stricken with an unknown illness, lying in a perpetual slumber. Somehow, he had heard that conversing with a comatose patient might rouse them. By sheer coincidence, he had encountered Xuan while fishing, who could talk incessantly. Thus, Xuan was chosen, brought to the island, and compelled to spend 8 hours a day conversing with the patient. As if he were on the clock. I feel as though I'm on the verge of a breakdown. Great one, please save me. His expression was one of deep agony, as his passion transformed into a chore, rendering the skies gray. What affliction does this patient suffer from? Can you discern their condition? Xunan asked sympathetically. Xuan shook his head. I cannot say. There is a curtain drawn in the middle, obscuring my view of their gender. Well, if she could ascertain the nature of the illness, perhaps she could inquire about a suitable remedy. Yet, first, she needed to complete the task at hand. Xunan instructed Xuan to guard the entrance while she picked up the piece of metal. Damaged robotic dog. Remanufacturing may yield an intelligent robotic dog capable of serving drinks, wielding firearms, and communicating with humans, a loyal companion and an excellent aide at home. Impressive indeed. It appears to be intelligent. She activated the remanufacturing skill. Remanufacturing successful. Obtained intelligent robotic dog. Would you like to activate the intelligent robotic dog? Xunan responded. Yes. The robotic dog, resembling the size and appearance of an ordinary border collie, was crafted from a sleek black and white metal. Unlike conventional robotic dogs, it was more lifelike. Xunan watched as it rose gracefully and gazed up at her, its dark eyes glimmering like polished glass. It spoke, Master, I am delighted to serve you. Xuan's eyes widened, and a broad smile spread across her face. It recognized her as its master. She replied, Good dog. Xuan, stationed at the doorway, refrained from peeking inside. He felt that knowing too much could be detrimental. Given his propensity for sharing, he feared inadvertently revealing the Great One's secrets. He resolved not to be that person. It wasn't until he heard Xunan call for him that he dared to glance inside. Great One, did you call me? I've completed the repairs. Xunan commanded the robotic dog to sit and shake hands. Xuan, witnessing the agile and lifelike movements of the robotic dog, was left awestruck. He attempted to mimic Xuan's gesture, only to be ignored by the dog, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. The Great One's repaired robotic dog certainly exudes an air of greatness. With the robotic dog successfully repaired, Xunan did not rush to summon the scarred man. Instead, she wandered the backyard, her eyes falling upon the strawberries, pineapples, and passion fruits growing there, igniting her cravings. Particularly, she noticed dozens of free-range chickens wandering about. She yearned for the freedom of eggs and chicken meat. However, she glanced away, understanding that it would be inappropriate to seize the chickens or harvest the fruits while the owner was present. Returning to the small dwelling, she found the scarred man emerging just as she arrived. "An hour has passed. If you haven't finished, I might extend your time a little longer. What do you say?" He yawned, wearing an expression that suggested he was a benevolent person as he stepped inside. Upon seeing the robotic dog sitting on the floor, he was momentarily taken aback. As the robotic dog approached him, he stood in astonishment. When the dog lifted a hind leg towards him, his face contorted in disgust, as if he had just tasted something vile. He kicked out, exclaiming, "Get away. You dare to urinate on me?" Chapter 44. The moment I laid eyes on her, I fell in love. The robotic dog seemed to anticipate his movement, deftly dodging to the side just as he kicked. The scarred man, having missed his target, grew even angrier. With fury etched on his face, he glared at Xunan. "Did you instruct it to do this?" "I have no knowledge of it," Xunan replied, feigning innocence. Recognizing that he still required her assistance, the scarred man begrudgingly swallowed his anger. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he said, "Follow me." The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, trailed behind the scarred man as he entered the room. The crystal chandelier cast a mesmerizing array of colors, dazzling to behold. As they ventured deeper, with the scarred man parting the beaded curtain, Xunan beheld an individual reclining upon the bed. It was a woman, notably tall, estimated by Xunan to stand at around 180 centimeters. This was her first encounter with such a statuesque female figure. She pondered whether this was a result of her upbringing in the Northeast. Amused, she chuckled to herself, realizing this was merely a virtual realm, rendering regional distinctions moot. The fruits and vegetables in the courtyard transcended both geography and seasonality. What semblance of regional differences could there be among people? It seemed that soon enough, the age-old north-south divide would be a relic of the past. "Repair her for me, and I shall grant you your freedom," the scarred man declared, gazing at the robot with undeniable affection. "What do you mean, repair her?" Xunan and Xuejin exchanged bewildered glances. "Is it possible to fix a person? Or does this imply she is not human?" The scarred man lifted the thin blanket, revealing the concealed figure. Only then did Xunan recognize that this was, astonishingly, a robot. "No way, buddy, you've got something this large," Xuejin exclaimed in wonder, while Xunan quickly adapted to the revelation. Recalling that she had a leaf on her island, "I encountered her beneath the sea, and from the moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated." The scarred man reminisced, a wistful expression adorning his face as though he were prepared to share his story. Xunan promptly interjected, "So, if I repair her, what rewards will I receive?" To this, the scarred man did not display displeasure. Instead, a glint of joy crossed his features. "Do you truly believe you can succeed?" Xunan nodded affirmatively. "What do you desire?" "Anything from the island that you fancy, except for me and her," he replied, revealing the first genuine look in his eyes since their meeting. Such material possessions paled in comparison to his love. Upon hearing this, Xuan's thoughts immediately turned to the foundational stones in the cave. If she were to take everything, how many would that entail? What a windfall. Yet, she mused, claiming the foundational stones seemed a tad excessive. She was uncertain of his willingness to part with them. "I would like some of the crops, fruits, and chickens from your island," she suggested subtly. "That can be arranged. You will have 2 hours to collect after the repairs are completed," he replied, his eyes unwavering, as if the items were of little consequence to him. "I also require some energy stones," she added. The scarred man glanced at his inventory, a hint of dilemma surfacing on his face. Energy stones are tricky. If you exceed 200, it becomes complicated. "How many do you need?" Xunan recognized that his reluctance stemmed from genuine difficulty rather than a lack of willingness. Even NPCs found this challenging. She wondered where one could procure such items. Nevertheless, she aimed to negotiate within his stated limits. "It's not that I desire so many. It's primarily for the repair process. I will need at least 201 for this robot." "How many?" The scarred man stared at Xunan for an extended moment, attempting to discern if she was jesting. Yet her gaze was as earnest as a candidate seeking party admission, devoid of any hint of deception. Finally, he gently caressed the hair of his beloved robot. "Tomorrow," he uttered before hastily departing. What a score." Xunan beamed with a victorious smile. The evening had grown late, and nightfall approached. As soon as the scarred man left, the shark man who had escorted Xunan to the manor reappeared before them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to dinner." They arrived at a spacious room, adorned with windows on all sides and a colossal crystal chandelier overhead. At a round table capable of seating 20, Xunan was greeted by a feast of octopus dishes: stir-fried octopus, braised octopus, octopus in vinegar, and grilled octopus. The enticing aroma enveloped the entire room, causing Xuejin to swallow hard. However, Yi Sunan hesitated to partake. She had forgotten to inform the shark man that her crossbow bolts were poisoned. As she contemplated how to voice her concern, the other two had already begun to feast. Hey, wait, this dish is toxic, she hurriedly interjected. The shark man raised an eyebrow, while Xuejin was caught in a predicament, having a tentacle in his mouth and unsure whether to swallow or spit it out. The shark man remained unfazed. It has been detoxified. The worst that can happen is a mild bout of diarrhea. I've long held a grudge against this creature, and today, I shall relish it. It moves quickly. I owe you my gratitude. Yi Sunan forced a stiff smile, ultimately choosing silence. What vendetta could there be? She couldn't fathom why this octopus would pursue her so relentlessly. Regardless, she had issued her warning. With a sense of righteousness, she opted for porridge, resolutely avoiding the octopus meat. The sharkman's culinary skills were commendable, perhaps only slightly inferior to Yi's. Yi Sunan consumed 3 bowls of porridge, while Xuejin, adhering to the principle of having already taken the first bite, might as well enjoy a hearty meal, indulged himself thoroughly. That night, Yi Sunan rested in the room arranged by the sharkman, while the sounds of Xuejin frequenting the restroom echoed from the adjacent room. The robotic dog had recognized Yi Sunan as its master, vigilantly stationed at her door throughout the night, patrolling at the slightest noise, thus providing her with a considerable sense of security. Early the next morning, Yi Sunan made her way to the dining hall, where she discovered an individual and a shark, both appearing utterly spent, sprawled over the round table. The previously confident shark man was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he struggled to lift his head, giving Yi Sunan a thumbs up. Strong, he managed to utter, and Yi Sunan chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by the unexpected compliment. Fortunately, despite the sleepless night, the shark man persevered in preparing breakfast for them. Yi Sunan consumed several egg pancakes, 10 dumplings, and 2 bowls of rice, feeling her energy restored. Noticing there was still plenty remaining, she, with the shark man's permission, packed a few into her backpack. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed eggs, and the pancakes were quite delectable. Ever since her basic attributes had significantly increased, her appetite had also surged. She found herself growing hungry quickly, often needing to prepare some food for her backpack. Whenever hunger struck, she would nibble on these as snacks. Xuejin watched Yi Sunan's hearty appetite in astonishment. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Even the food intake is on another level. After breakfast, the scarred man had yet to return. The two decided to explore the island. While Yi Sunan contemplated how to utilize the 2 hours following the completion of her task, she aimed to gather a substantial amount of oranges and peaches from the forest, ensuring not to overlook any vegetables from the garden. Chickens could be captured and taken away, as her backpack and space could not accommodate living creatures other than plants. Yi Sunan even instructed the robotic dog to test whether the advanced soil in the garden could be dug up. Just as the robotic dog was digging, the scarred man returned. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his mouth twitched. Give it up. This contraption is fixed in place unless the island collapses. Even I can only adjust its position. If you manage to remove it, it's all yours. Oh, Yi Sunan replied, a look of regret crossing her face. She had hoped to establish a grand garden. Upon entering the robot's chamber, she noticed the energy stones placed beside the bed and counted them meticulously. A total of exactly 201. Her heart was simply overflowing with joy, yet she maintained a facade of calmness on her face. This robot was intricately designed. I require tranquility, so please return in 2 hours. Chapter 45. However, we are simply not suited for one another. Scarface expressed no discontent this time. After all, he was on his island, and without his permission, Yi Sunan could not possibly leave. Noticing the weariness etched on his face, it seemed he had not slept a wink the previous night. It appeared he had expended considerable effort to swiftly acquire those 200 energy stones. Is this what true love is? She found it somewhat perplexing, yet she respected the sentiment. Xuejin sat on the steps by the door, keeping watch over Yi Sunan. The robotic dog remained by her side, occasionally casting a vigilant glance at the female robot on the bed. Yi Sunan observed its actions, and a sense of unease began to creep into her thoughts. Could the robotic dog sense a threat? Contemplating this, she silently resolved to remain cautious. The process of remanufacturing was nearly instantaneous, yet Yi Sunan wished to avoid appearing as though the task were trivial, thus she announced a 2-hour delay. She closed her eyes, resting at the bedside. When only 15 minutes remained, she initiated the remanufacturing on the female robot. Remanufacturing successful, acquiring high-level companion robot, superlative mimicry. Capable of living and dying for you, a professional partner, yet will not live or die at your whim. Emotional awakening probability, 1. Yi Sunan. This robot type is indeed as Scarface desired. However, that last line seems to foreshadow a difficult path for this relationship. This time, She refrained from activating the robot, fearing that it might recognize her as its master, which would lead to considerable complications. She would not wish to be relentlessly pursued by Scarface. She dressed the female robot in a flowing blue gown, smoothing its ebony hair. The gown had been provided by Scarface, who had asked Xunan to dress her in it. Though he appeared rough around the edges, there was a certain finesse to him. How beautiful it was! Gazing at the robot's appearance, Xunan marveled. She wondered who had crafted it. The craftsmanship was impeccable, in contrast to the rough work of her own creation. This female robot was a masterpiece, exquisitely refined. Yet, she still preferred her own creation. But why would such a perfect robot be damaged and discarded to the depths of the sea? Now that she thought about it, her own creation had also been retrieved from the ocean. A sudden curiosity to explore the deep sea surged within her. There seemed to be many treasures hidden beneath the waves. However, with her current capabilities, all she could do was entertain these thoughts. She called out loudly for the two to enter. Upon seeing the stunning woman who resembled a real person sitting by the bed, Xunan was covered in goosebumps. Scarface, on the other hand, blushed immediately. Xunan instructed him to activate the robot, yet he hesitated for a moment. As he approached the robot, Xunan stepped back several paces, recalling the robotic dog's earlier vigilance. It was wise to remain cautious. But Scarface, surely he would be all right. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she witnessed Scarface being hurled backward. With a resounding crash, he landed a good 10 meters away from the bed. Ouch! How brutal. The robotic dog crouched low, baring its teeth and glaring fiercely at the female robot, positioning itself protectively in front of Xunan. Only then did she turn to comprehend the situation. The female robot must have been activated, her long legs still extended from a kick, her sapphire-like eyes surveying her surroundings. Slowly, she rose, stretching her somewhat stiff limbs. Scarface had already gotten back on his feet, clutching his aching chest as he approached once more. Kiwakuo, should I give her another kick? Xunan, who had been silently critiquing Scarface's naming skills as being comparable to her own, nearly choked on her breakfast when she overheard that remark. Kiwakuo ignored him, sidestepping him to approach Xunan. Big shot, be careful. Xunan, who had retreated to the side of the cabinet, warned anxiously. Xunan remained still. She felt that fleeing would be futile, as she knew her speed could not compare to that of the robot. Just those legs alone were longer than hers. She mused that if the robot were to kick her, she would only be able to expend a defensive card. The robotic dog stood guard before Xunan, growling lowly at Kiwakuo, warning her that advancing further would result in an attack. Kiwakuo finally noticed the robotic dog, halting her advance. Yet, she continued to gaze at Xunan, sending chills down her spine. Scarface approached once more, only to receive a punch from her, devoid of any expression. The blow struck his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. What had once been a handsome visage was now akin to a swollen pig's head. Kiwakuo didn't even spare him a glance. Xunan felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny, preparing to attempt communication with her. Then, she witnessed an uncanny scene. The robot was blushing. A female robot, displaying such a bashful expression toward her. Xunan inexplicably felt her own cheeks heat up. She had never encountered such a situation before. Sister, although you are beautiful and I am quite fond of you, we are simply not suited for one another. She silently lamented. Ultimately, she resolutely turned and fled. Scarface, I have repaired it. Now you must fulfill your promise. 2 hours, I'm off to gather supplies. Scarface waved her off grandly, his attention wholly consumed by Kiwakuo, leaving no room for concern about Xunan. The duo, along with the robotic dog, headed straight to the backyard. Xunan could have left, but he stayed to assist Xunan, for without her, he had no idea how long he would be trapped there. Xunan went to catch chickens while Xunan picked fruits, with the robotic dog tasked with uprooting some fruit and vegetable seedlings for Xunan to collect. Xunan climbed the trees with the agility of a monkey. Initially, she would not have been able to, but now, with her enhanced physical abilities, tree climbing seemed far less daunting. As her body brushed against the fruits, she swiftly gathered them. Xunan caught 8 hens and 2 roosters, tying them together for Xunan to carry. He then joined her in picking fruits and digging up saplings. Xunan also discovered jujube trees, chestnut trees, and pomelo trees. She stumbled upon a patch dedicated to growing spices, scallions, ginger, garlic, herbs, and chilies. Uproot them all. Take them all. She placed the fruits into her backpack, each type occupying its own compartment, which was ample at present. She focused on locating seedlings for fruits and vegetables. Committed to sustainable development, Xunan also found some mint, perfect for the sweltering summer days. When the shark man came to remind her that time was running short, he was taken aback by the sight of the half-empty backyard and the freshly turned earth, gripping his chest as if his heart were breaking. These were the fruits of his labor. Xunan, looking at her bountiful harvest, beamed with joy. As she passed by the shark man with the chickens in tow, she felt as if she could hear his heart weeping. A twinge of guilt washed over her. She retrieved a gold coin from her backpack and slipped it into his pocket, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. It's all right, they will grow back. Instead of being comforted, the shark man plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears. Oh no, what to do if I've made him cry? Xunan could not bear to see anyone weep, especially a grown man. They say men shed tears rarely. Perhaps losing his wife affected him as deeply as this. Hastened to depart swiftly, and seized the foundational stones without delay. Farewell, she called out loudly to Sharkman and Scarface, summoning her robotic dog in the process. The mechanical canine, seemingly preoccupied, responded with a bark but did not approach. Xunan chose not to wait, intending to proceed ahead and allow it to catch up. Sharkman, suppressing his sorrow, pointed her towards the cave, returning to tend to the seedlings. The direction of Xuejin's island was not quite aligned with Xunin's path, and they parted ways midway. Xunin generously gifted him 2 hens and a rooster, along with some fruits. Although others might label it as repayment, she believed in mutual reciprocity between individuals. As she journeyed towards the island, the cave designated for placing the foundational stones lay along her route. The temperature on the island was far more bearable than the oppressive heat outside, and the thought of the neatly arranged treasures in her backpack lifted her spirits as she trotted along, humming a tune. Before long, she encountered the cave she had stumbled upon earlier. The entrance was unguarded and devoid of any creatures, remaining invitingly ajar. Chapter 46. How exhilarating, how thrilling. What purpose does this cave serve, and why are there so many foundational stones so densely packed within? Remarkably, such a crucial location lacks any guardians. Xunin felt a sense of surrealism. Could just anyone take these? If she did not gather more, would it not be a sign of disrespect towards the foundational stones? Nodding in affirmation to herself, she decided to swiftly enter the cave before the 2-hour mark was reached. With her flashlight in hand, she displaced several stones to form a makeshift staircase. Upon ascending, she discovered the cave's ceiling was obscured by a layer of soil, rendering the foundational stones invisible. Yet, she could still feel their presence. Found foundational stones. Would you like to collect? The familiar system notification chimed in. Yes. Initially, the process was seamless, and Xunin sensed no reaction from the island. Upon receiving 400 units, however, she felt the ground beneath her begin to tremble. Undeterred, she quickened her pace. 410, 420, all the way to 500. Suddenly, she heard a cacophony of footsteps and angry shouts from outside the cave. Reacting swiftly, Xunin leapt down and dashed out of the cave's mouth. Just as she exited, the cave unexpectedly collapsed halfway. Dust billowed as she sprinted towards the shore. Clutching the chickens, the robotic dog had caught up, barking excitedly as if to say, "What a thrill! What a thrill!" Behind her, Sharkman's furious voice roared, "Don't run. You are the one behind this. My carefully tended vegetable patch, my lovingly nurtured orchard. I will make you pay." What a stroke of bad luck to have stumbled into his territory. "You are unreasonable. Scarface told me I could take them. I haven't even reached the 2-hour mark. Go ask him." Xunin did not look back, running with all her might. If he caught her, she would surely be forced into hard labor, tending to a mountain of crops. Sharkman was gaining speed, his madness driving him to catch Xunin. "You never said I couldn't take my vegetables," he yelled in rage. Unjustly accused, Xunin exclaimed. "How was I to know which were your vegetables? Don't chase me. Go back to your farming." The shore was drawing nearer, yet so was Sharkman. Xunin inwardly panicked. His speed was alarmingly fast. The beach was a stretch of sand, uneven and difficult to navigate. She sensed Sharkman's grip closing around her collar. Her heart racing. "Haha, I've got you now." At that moment, the robotic dog, which had been persistently hindering Sharkman, suddenly expanded in size and delivered a kick towards him. Sharkman was forced to evade, but still received a glancing blow. "Master, hurry up," the robotic dog urged, its voice filled with urgency. Seizing the opportunity, Xunin leaped onto the back of the mechanical canine. They were now mere meters away from her island. The robotic dog leapt into the air, carrying both itself and Xunin gracefully onto her island. The underwater propulsion system had activated a second prior, and the mechanical arm on the island pushed forcefully against the shore. In an instant, Xunin's island surged forward by 200 or 300 meters, leaving Sharkman clutching his thigh, shouting curses her way. The distance was too great for Xunin to discern his words, but she could tell they were foul. Time to make a swift exit. She settled on her island, observing the unsteady tremors at the edge of Scarface's island, which finally subsided after several minutes. Once the island had receded to the point of near invisibility, Xunin finally relaxed. She had unknowingly sat in the sweltering heat of over 50 degrees for half an hour, drenched in sweat. Yi had noticed her descent from the hillside, and, witnessing Xunin's predicament, refrained from rushing down to the island. Instead, it calculated the time and distance, prepared to assist at a moment's notice. It had long been aware of the mechanical dog's existence and understood its capabilities, allowing it to push the island away swiftly upon their landing. Seeing Xunan seated on the ground, gazing vacantly at the distant island, both Yi and the robotic dog chose to remain unobtrusive. Yi brought a large umbrella to shield her from the sun and positioned a cooling fan behind her. The robotic dog quietly sat beside Xunan. When she finally snapped back to reality, still drenched in sweat, she was relieved to find she had avoided heat stroke. With two intelligent machines attentively focused on her, she suddenly felt a sense of familial concern. She patted the robotic dog's head, praising, "Well done, good boy." The mechanical canine beamed with pride, barking twice in response. Xunan then expressed her gratitude to Yi, acknowledging, "Thanks to you for the timely assistance. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament." Yi's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with delight. Xunan decided to name the robotic dog Dao Dao, as it had been acquired on Scarface's island. She instructed Dao Dao to assist Yi while she retreated to her bedroom for a shower and a much-needed rest. The heat had become unbearable, prompting Xunan to reduce the bathroom size to a mere 2 square meters, conveniently placing it in her bedroom. No longer would she have to endure what felt like a bath just to use the toilet. Upon awakening, it was already past 6 in the evening. Yi had prepared dinner, featuring orange-glazed ribs, roasted corn, and a fruit salad. While dining, Xunan opened the light screen to find several messages from Xuejin. "Xuejin, boss, are you alright? I saw some areas on that island collapsing. It was terrifying. I narrowly avoided being struck by falling rocks. Did you manage to escape safely?" Xunan replied and contemplated adding him to the Daily Joy group. He seemed like a decent fellow, and they could continue to interact moving forward. Who says being talkative cannot be an asset? Upon opening the group chat, the Daily Joy group was abuzz with excitement due to the new member. Lin Man, wow, a new member. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Lu, haha, brother Xue. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Xuejin, wow, I can't believe I've joined the boss's private group. Thank you all. Please take care of me. Xinyan, welcome. New member. Xunan. These are all like-minded friends, suitable for collaboration. A few individuals quickly engaged in conversation, with the exception of Xunan and Xinyan, who spoke sparingly, interjecting only occasionally. The other three, however, were animatedly exchanging stories, unable to contain their excitement. Xuejin recounted some encounters he had on Shark Island, yet he refrained from mentioning his meeting with Xunan. When he mentioned the words Monster City, Xunan set down her food, listening intently for a moment. Xuejin remarked, "I heard from Scar that he plans to visit Monster City in search of a master craftsman. It seems that many creatures reside there, and Scar owns a house within its confines. It sounds lively, and I adore bustling places. I wonder if I will have the chance to visit." The fact that Scar had purchased property in Monster City hinted at his substantial wealth. Reflecting on the Monster City ticket in her backpack, Xunan hoped that if she ever had the opportunity to go, she would not cross paths with him. Through the window, Xunan observed Yi and Dao Dao diligently planting a portion of the seedlings she had brought back, while a mechanical arm emerged from the sea, retrieving an octopus. Dao Dao alternately assisted Yi and leaped into the water to aid the mechanical arm in its pursuit of the octopus. Her island was becoming increasingly vibrant. Although it was populated by machines and AI, they showed genuine concern for her well-being and, most importantly, adhered strictly to her directives. At 11 p.m., the system issued an announcement. Chapter 47, Home Construction Competition. System announcement. Dear players, good evening. A new instance mission is about to commence. To enliven the game atmosphere before the instance opens, a home construction competition will be held on the 15th day of the Sea Survival Calendar. Note, this competition will be cross-server. Players will earn construction points, and rankings will be determined by the number of points acquired. Ways to earn construction points: island construction and player endorsements. Players can obtain construction points by expanding their island area, building facilities, decorating their islands, and raising pets, among other methods. The rankings for our server will be displayed at 10 a.m. on the 15th, with cross-server competitions starting at 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. that evening. Once cross-server rankings are initiated, players can vote for their favorite island builders, with votes converted to construction points for the voted players at a rate of 1,000. The top 100 players will receive generous rewards, so let us all invest in constructing our homes. As the announcement concluded, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Xunan took stock of her supplies and assessed the layout of her island. Upon noticing the 502 unutilized foundation stones, her confidence surged. Surely, there couldn't be many players with such an abundance of foundation stones at this stage. In the chat channel, my island already spans 30 square meters. I wonder if I can secure a ranking? How does the person above possess so many foundation stones? My island is barely a dozen square meters. Haha. You with your few dozen square meters should not get your hopes up. I know of a big shot whose island is nearing 100 square meters. Wow, which big shot? Please share so we can pay our respects. My island is only a few dozen square meters. Could everyone please vote for me? I want to feel the thrill of seeing my name on the leaderboard. You're quite the dreamer. Let's be realistic. Xunan observed the chat for a while before deciding to rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, she planned to lay down all the foundation stones and then strategize her island's development. The next day at 6 a.m., Xunan rose punctually to begin her workout. She spent 40 minutes running back and forth in the training grounds. After freshening up, she sat down for breakfast. Yeezy now had a perfect little partner. He carried a pot of warm porridge ahead, while Dao Dao followed closely behind, balancing side dishes and fruits. Their steady gait, thanks to Dao Dao's 4 legs, was quite impressive. After breakfast, Xunan practiced with Yeezy for an hour before initiating her island construction plan. She placed all 502 foundation stones and found that her basic supplies were sufficient, alleviating any concerns. Fortunately, she had sold a considerable amount of items recently, earning a substantial sum of gold and accumulating a noteworthy amount of basic materials. Expanding the island was an ongoing endeavor. Basic materials were always in demand, and she needed to find more items to sell. However, the precious trash that could be recycled for abundant materials could primarily be found at supply stations. She could only hope to acquire another trash bin on her next visit to the supply station. Recently, Xunan discovered that the trash bin she had collected from the supply station had an internal capacity of 5 cubic meters. She placed the trash bin on her island for the mechanical arms use, thus eliminating the need to pile all the trash on the ground, making the island appear much tidier. With the temperature soaring, her climate-controlled dwelling was only 20 square meters, and Xunan opted not to alter the size of her bedroom. She doubled the width of the training area to 120 square meters, finally allowing for unobstructed shooting practice. The kitchen and Yeezy's room were each expanded by 20 square meters. Dao Dao did not require a bed, so Xunan searched the trading post for a soft nest. It adored the new addition, wagging its tail at her, its tail thumping against the doorframe, prompting Xunan to instinctively take a step back. She placed the nest in Yeezy's room, and within half a day, the 2 intelligent robots had become close friends. Xunan currently had only 5 plots of land, but with a plethora of seedling varieties, it was far from adequate. Previously, her island was small, allowing for a rotation of crops. Now that her island had expanded to 664 square meters, with ample vacant space, the sight of so many seedlings without land to plant them on weighed heavily on her heart. After spending an hour in the trading post and chat channel, she managed to acquire just 1 ordinary plot of land, trading it for a hemostatic potion. She enclosed the land with a fence, creating a small courtyard for her house, and constructed a coop for her 8 chickens. These were mutated chickens, impervious to heat, and the sweltering temperatures of over 50 degrees posed no threat to them. They continued to eat and drink as usual. Xunan even envied their resilience, as she herself was drenched in sweat upon stepping outside. The chickens had been tamed on Scar's Island, and now contentedly consumed the food prepared by Yeezy, showing no inclination to escape. Yeezy had thoughtfully built them a nesting box, and upon waking in the morning, she collected 5 eggs, which she used to prepare a shrimp and egg custard for Xunan. As soon as the fence was completed, it was 10 o'clock. A luminous screen appeared before everyone, displaying the home construction rankings for their server. Xuan's name stood prominently at the top, with 1216 construction points. Instantly, the chat channel buzzed with activity. It seemed that many players were either anticipating this outcome or had grown accustomed to it. Numerous players congratulated her while expressing curiosity about the steep drop in construction points from the second place onwards. Xunan understood that her high score was primarily due to her numerous foundation stones, which provided a solid base score. The method she employed to acquire those foundation stones was indeed clever. It was unlikely that others would encounter such an opportunity. She glanced at the standings, noting that several members from the Daily Joy group were also among the top 50. At the bottom of the rankings, Xuejin found himself in the 34th position, while Lin Man and Shun Yin secured the 3rd and 5th places, respectively, with Xiao Lu in the 26th position. The 2nd place was held by the leader of the Justice Gang, Gao Changhe, and the 4th place was likely another member of the same faction. After the masked gang disbanded, the Justice Gang had evidently risen to become the foremost gang, instilling fear in anyone who dared to oppose them. Previously, they had approached Xunan, seeking to recruit her into their ranks, but she had outright declined, showing no interest in such associations. The primary reason was her intolerance for constraints imposed by others in her everyday life. She detested the feeling of being under someone else's authority and yearned for a freelance career in the realm of the game, as long as her activities remained unimpeded. She was indifferent to who ascended to the throne. Lin Man, ranked 3rd, boasted a construction point total of 451, a testament to her consistent good fortune in acquiring rare items to bolster her construction. Gao Chenghe's construction points were also impressive at 649. Yi Sunan speculated that, in addition to his own strength, he likely received assistance from his gang members. It should not be difficult for a gang leader to gather some foundational stones and facilities. Following the release of the server rankings, Yi Sunan continued her routine, engaging in training, studying martial arts, and practicing with her crossbow. While savoring the ice cream made by Yi Zi, she occasionally chatted with a few members of the happy, everyday group. Before nightfall, Yi Sunan reeled in a wooden chest and a silver chest. Upon examining the silver chest, she noted its superior quality. The tactile sensation alone suggested a significant value. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what treasures it might contain. In Chapter 48, the sweet sensation instantly healed me. She decided to warm up by opening the wooden chest first. Open wooden supply box. Received 1 kilogram of beef and an implanted locator X1. Oh, a locator. I wonder how it is to be implanted, she mused. Storing it away for later study, she resolved to open the silver chest after the day's competition. Believing that the first high-quality chest deserved a ritual of bathing and changing before unveiling its contents. At 7 o'clock, a new leaderboard appeared on the screen. Yi Sunan glanced at the top 10 and felt pleased to find herself in third place. The first was named Wu Qing from the 7080 district, and the second was Zhun Jia from the 902 district. The top contenders across the cross-server leaderboard had construction points that were closely contested, unlike the steep disparities seen among the top ranks in her own server. Yi Sunan noted that she was only 53 construction points behind the leader. However, she believed that, like her, many players had yet to fully reveal their resources. Numerous players were still observing or preparing to catch their opponents off guard in the final moments. Given the multitude of districts in the game, it was implausible for her to be the sole recipient of fortune, with Lin Man being a prime example. As Yi Sunan scanned the leaderboard, she noticed that a constantly changing number appeared beside each player's name, presumably the likes mentioned in the game. The like counts for the top 10 surged rapidly, including hers. Each player had 10 opportunities to vote, limited to casting votes for others. After constructing their islands, players uploaded photos for others to view and vote on. She clicked on the image of the number 1 player's homestead. The island appeared smaller than Yi Sunan's, yet it was adorned with a plethora of items. The wooden cabin exuded an air of opulence, complete with a sign emblazoned with the words Zhengde Guangming. The acquisition of such a sign was indeed impressive. His land likely comprised several plots, and Yi Sunan felt a twinge of envy. She had numerous crops, but lacked sufficient land to cultivate them. Planting directly into the ground resulted in significantly lower survival rates and yields compared to using cultivated land, and she was reluctant to waste her hard-earned seedlings. Yi Sunan uploaded an image showcasing the grandeur of her island, emphasizing its size. She opened the chat channel, which was inundated with requests for votes. Players were actively soliciting votes for themselves and others. She noted many rallying for her cause, with the most fervent supporters being a few from the happy, everyday group. Xiao Lu, let us go. Give a thumbs up for Yi De Lao. This first place is definitely ours. Lin Man, vote for Yi Sunan. Exchange a screenshot for 50 grams of icy powder. First 1,000 applicants get it. First come, first served. Xinyan, the water I'm drinking right now is from Yi De Lao's shop. I'm giving her all 10 of my votes. Last time I almost fainted from heat stroke. Thankfully, Yi De Lao found me a cooling remedy. I'm in the same boat, watching her like Count rapidly climb. Yi Sunan saw her ranking soar to first place, though the last 2 contenders were close behind, trailing by only a few dozen construction points. In the happy, everyday group, Xuejin asked, do you know which players haven't voted for Yi De Lao? Report their names to me, and I'll persuade them one by one. I've already spoken to over 500 of my friends. If they don't vote, I'll bother them endlessly. The group fell silent, each member merely sending thumbs-up emojis. In less than 20 days of the survival game, having over 500 friends was no small feat. It was a testament to one's ability. Yi Sunan's ranking remained stable for several minutes until suddenly, the third-place contender surged ahead, pushing her to second place. With the third place closing the gap rapidly, it seemed the top players had substantial support, possibly even organized backing. At 7:30, Yi Sunan felt it was time to intensify her efforts. She accessed the construction function, making modifications to her existing rooms by expanding and elevating them into a 2-story villa. At this stage, aesthetics were her primary concern, rather than practicality. Additionally, she constructed a tall wooden fence around the house, tossing a few seasonal rose seeds near the fence. She watched as they sprouted instantly, the vines climbing up the structure. She signaled to Yi Zi to apply a few drops of growth liquid to the roses. Within seconds, the fence bloomed with pink, white, and red roses, their fragrances, rose, fruit, and myrrh, mingling in the air. Yi Sunan observed her construction points rise by several dozen. Yet she remained firmly in second place, with the top 3 closely pursuing her. Opening the trading post, she listed 1,200 oranges for sale. In the chat channel, she posted, 1,200 oranges listed in the trading post, 1 gold coin each, limited to 1 per person. Additionally, thank you to everyone who voted for me. I appreciate your support and encourage you to keep those fingers active with more votes. She sent 30 oranges to each of her supporters in the Happy Everyday group as a token of gratitude. The group members remained silent, racing against time to continue soliciting votes in the chat channel. In the chat, the oranges are so delicious. I haven't had fresh fruit in over half a month. This sweet sensation has healed me instantly. Same here. Big boss, I've given all my votes to you. Keep it up and get more good things. We'll share in the blessings. I voted too, big boss. I love more. Unlimited quantities would be fantastic. Haha. Such inexpensive fruit. I'm in love. I voted. Watching her like Count soar beside her name, Yi Sunan finally surpassed the first place ranking after a few minutes. However, the margin was slim, just a few dozen points. Suddenly, she recalled that pets could apparently enhance construction points in the game. Summoning Dao Dao, she positioned it near the apple tree for a bit of cover, then snapped a photo to upload anew. Indeed, the system has classified the adorable canine as a pet. Primarily, without the need for tactile interaction, its appearance is indistinguishable from that of a real dog. The construction points have surged by an impressive 200. The system's allocation for pets is notably generous. This has widened the gap between her and the second-place contender, allowing Yi Sunan to exhale with slight relief. Though her worries have not entirely dissipated, she is certain that her rivals are holding back their strategies. She must explore ways to acquire additional resources to fortify her setup. Upon accessing the chat channel, before she could utter a word, a message caught her eye. Yi Sunan, esteemed one, I've placed several pieces of furniture for you. Do let me know if they are of use. I also have some here. Look at that second-place contender. Their island is nearly filled. You should place some as well. Go for it, esteemed one. Bring glory to our district. Yi Sunan received several messages. Members of the Daily Joy group had sent various pieces of furniture or decorations. A few messages came from unfamiliar individuals, accompanied by encouraging words. Although all were marked as free gifts, Yi Sunan felt averse to accepting without reciprocation. Thus, she chose neither to accept nor to decline for the moment, planning to reward them if she found their contributions beneficial later on. She arranged the refrigerator, freezer, and air conditioner in her space, stacking food in a temperature-controlled bedroom, which garnered an additional 180 construction points. At 750, as Yi Sunan's construction points increased, the third-place contender, Zhenjiao, unexpectedly surged by 300 points. A close call. Yi Sunan inhaled deeply, nearly overtaken. It was evident that her competitors had reserves. With only 10 minutes remaining and a mere 100-point gap, the situation was perilously tight. Chapter 49. It turns out, it wasn't her dark heart, but the systems. Indeed, Yi Sunan's intuition proved correct. At 7:55, the rankings shifted dramatically, bewildering most observers. A name previously absent from the top 10 ascended within half a minute. When Zhonlu from Zone 1002, boasting 1804 construction points, surpassing Yi Sunan's 1743 by 61 points. And still rising. Faced with an urgent scenario, Yi Sunan hastily deployed all the furniture and decorations she had received from the trading hall, creating a veritable furniture emporium. Yet, she still lacked a few points. Just as she was about to accept the items in her inbox, her friend, Iza, suddenly called for her from outside. Iza, typically composed, would not intrude without a significant reason, especially given the urgency of the ranking competition. Something must have arisen. Concerned, Yi Sunan glanced at the 3 minutes remaining and decided to step outside. After all, there would be other competitions, and she could not afford to delay matters. At this moment, Yi Sunan had no time to monitor the chat channel, unaware that it had erupted with messages. Quickly, please accept the items I sent. I'm offering them for free just to see our district claim the top spot. Me too. Why won't you accept, Yi Sunan? I'm on the edge of my seat. We're so close. Don't hesitate now. Oh no, someone has surpassed us. The Daily Joy group was inundated with messages. As members shared everything they could to assist, growing increasingly frantic as Yi Sunan remained unresponsive. Yi Sunan felt grateful for her unwavering trust in Yi. When she opened the door, she was taken aback to find the ground strewn with high-quality land, 47 plots, to be precise. There were also fruit saplings, mature fruit trees, and several deceased chickens. Without inquiring about their origin, she quickly placed all the land, enlisting Yi and the dog to help plant the remaining saplings and trees. Just seconds before 8 o'clock, they completed the task. Players across the game were left in astonishment. The competition for first place was nothing short of enigmatic, sending their emotions on a roller coaster ride that nearly sent their hearts racing out of their chests. just when the top 3 seemed firmly established. An unexpected contender rocketed to the forefront. As the last 2 minutes of the game ticked down, many believed Yi Sunen's chances were lost, feeling a sense of regret for her. Yet, within those 2 minutes, she managed to amass an additional 300 construction points, regaining her stronghold on first place. When the ranking conclusion notification chimed, Yi Sunen remained momentarily dazed, her neck taut with tension, taking a while to collect her thoughts. She promptly returned all the messages and expressed her gratitude in the chat channel and the Daily Joy group. Only then did she turn her questioning gaze to Yizi. To her surprise, Yizi simply shrugged and gestured toward the dog. Yi Sunen followed her gaze to the machine dog lying on the ground, evidently uncomfortable. To her astonishment, the dog let out a burp. What was this? Wasn't it supposed to be incapable of eating? Would it even experience digestive reactions? Yi Sunen's eyes widened in disbelief. I apologize, master. Upon arriving at the island, I was overwhelmed with joy and momentarily forgot. I even brought you a gift. The dog's mouth opened and closed, emitting a remarkably clear voice. Yi Sunen realized it was capable of constructing such lengthy sentences. Was it previously just overstuffed and unable to breathe? She speculated, recalling that when they evacuated Scar Island, the dog had taken a considerable time to catch up. It seemed it had been scavenging. Land cannot be excavated by external means. But if the foundation collapses, it must be abandoned. Although late, the dog had provided significant assistance. Yi Sunen patted its head, reassuring it, no need to apologize. I owe you a great deal this time. Really? The dog spun around in excitement at the praise, while Yizi beamed, feeling warm inside at seeing their companion appreciated. Returning to her bedroom to shed the heat, Yi Sunen finally claimed her ranking rewards, which consisted of yet another golden treasure chest. Having been busy and covered in dirt and dust, she took a shower and sat quietly in front of the chest for a minute, inhaling deeply before opening it. Opening special treasure chest, rewards, a complete set of self-service stall tools, initial capital of 1,000 gold coins, and a basic data enhancement card. Yi Sunen, is that all? She was somewhat incredulous. This special treasure chest seemed rather underwhelming. While 1,000 gold coins and the enhancement card were commendable, what was this stall tool? Given her circumstances at sea, where she encountered no living souls for days, what would she sell? To whom? Upon clicking to view the item description, she found the tool intriguing. Self-service stall tool. Currently automatically refreshes one type of product. Players can choose to stock up and then sell. Once the product is sold out, a refresh card is needed to introduce new items. The stall tool can only list products sourced from the system, not custom-listed items. Potential buyers include NPCs, monsters, and players. Current tool level, level 1. Each refresh allows for a stock limit of 5 items. She retrieved the stall tool and placed it within her bedroom. A humble street cart, the kind commonly seen in everyday markets, now stood empty. Following the system's prompt, Yi Sunen operated the cart via the system's luminous interface. She tapped the restock button. Only one commodity was available. Energy potion. Energy potion? Was this the same one she had consumed before? Yi Sunen opened the item description and confirmed it was identical to the version found within the dungeon. Such an item was exceedingly valuable. She simply had to purchase it. The wholesale price was 50 gold coins, with a recommended retail price of 300 gold coins. Was the profit margin truly that generous? Yi Sunen was utterly astonished. Originally, she had not intended to be so mercenary, but with the system's own recommendation, she reasoned that a little ruthlessness might be permissible. After further studying the operational guidelines, Yi Sunen discovered that every transaction conducted via the cart would incur a 30 commission fee deducted by the system. No wonder, it wasn't her being greedy. The system itself was unyielding. Fortunately, this fee would gradually diminish as the cart's level increased. She promptly purchased the entire quota of energy potions and glanced at the adjacent refresh button. The initial refresh demanded 5,000 gold coins and did not accept real currency, only the cart's internal balance. Yi Sunen's lips twitched in disbelief. This was outright extortion. She adamantly refused to refresh, absolutely refused. At present, she had only 1,000 gold coins as seed capital from the system and, after some fiddling, realized she could not deposit her gold coins into the cart's balance. Even the goods she procured required purchase at the recommended retail price before she could use them herself. Moreover, the funds within the system could only be withdrawn from the Monster City Bank. With this internal balance alone, a trip to Monster City was inevitable. She stored the cart away and flopped onto her bed, recalling the sudden acquisition of 47 plots of premium land on the island. She chuckled softly, yet beneath her delight lay a trace of apprehension. This development only deepened her animosity with Scar. Chapter 50. She was drenched in sweat. Scar's island possessed barely over 100 plots of premium land. She had just claimed nearly half of that. It was somewhat excessive, but there was no turning back now. If Scar came after her, she would simply run faster. Repayment was out of the question. Opening the system interface, Xunan began organizing the land. She designated a specific area for cultivation, vegetables, fruits, and spices neatly segmented. Previously, in her haste, she had haphazardly piled everything near the entrance, leaving no room for movement. Her island now measured 664 square meters, not comparable to Scar S, but ample for daily activities. Expanding further risked exhausting her energy crystals. With the island's expansion, the energy consumption of the propulsion and protective shields surged dramatically. A single energy crystal that once sustained a shield for a month now lasted only 7 days. Xunan adjusted the shield's size to protect only the residential and agricultural zones, and instructed Easy and Daedao to remain vigilant for island safety. Before retiring, she retrieved the silver chest she had fished out earlier that day, nearly forgotten. Opening it, she found Foundation Stones X6, 100 gold coins, and a Refresh card X1. As expected, the silver chest was extraordinary. The Foundation Stones alone were highly valuable. These stones now commanded prices near 1,000 gold coins apiece on the trading platform, yet were nearly impossible to acquire. No one wished to sell them unless absolutely desperate. Curious about the Refresh card, Xunan examined its details. Refresh card, usable to renew the variety of goods in the card's stall. The first refresh consumes 1 card. Each subsequent refresh doubles the number of cards required. Resets every 30 days. Xunan smiled inwardly. This silver chest had truly delighted her. She took out the card, applied the refresh card, and the goods shifted from energy potion to monster snacks. Monster snacks, beloved by monsters, delicious and crisp. The wholesale price was 20 gold coins with a suggested retail price of 500 gold coins. Xunan rolled her eyes at the system's relentless capitalist spirit. The prices were reasonable enough, so she purchased 5 portions outright. Her remaining reserve was 650 gold coins, with 5 energy potions and 5 monster snacks in stock. After placing the foundation stones, her island's area now extended to 670 square meters. At 6 o'clock a.m., as Xunan opened her eyes, the system announcement chimed. Dear players, good morning. Following yesterday's enjoyable ranking game, you must be relaxed and ready to face even more formidable challenges. We hereby announce the second dungeon event of the survival game. Dungeon schedule, Day 16 at 1 p.m. until Day 17 at 7 p.m. This cross-server dungeon will randomly assign players to various game maps. There will be both opportunities and dangers. Please prepare accordingly. Special mission, gain favor with NPCs within the dungeon. The top 100 players with the highest NPC favor will receive special rewards. We wish all players an enjoyable gaming experience. After the announcement, players engaged in fervent discussion. Unlike the previous dungeon, which was optional, this second dungeon was mandatory, causing widespread anxiety. Though Xunan felt some unease, she quickly forced herself to set it aside and focused on training and organizing her inventory. After lunch, she lay down for a brief rest before the teleportation. Daedao, idle, preferred to stay close by. Watching him, Xunan felt a sudden warmth in her heart. She reached out to stroke his head. Her hand felt icy cold. The soft fur was as hard as steel needles beneath her touch, causing a slight sting. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hand, chuckled nervously, and rubbed her palm. Daedao seemed delighted by the head rub, eagerly pressing his head toward her. Just as she hesitated, the teleportation activated. In a blink, Xunan found herself at a dock. After a few moments of surveying her surroundings, sweat broke out across her brow. Was this not the very town she had entered before? Such coincidence was almost cruel. This game seemed intent on tormenting her. Her apprehensions proved justified. Walking a few dozen meters forward, she spotted her wanted poster. Though it depicted a slender man, presumably Stick, the face was unfamiliar but surprisingly approachable. Despite NPC roleplay being inactive today, many locals recognized her. Xunan deduced this from her accumulated experience. The NPC shall forever remember the identity she assumed during their initial encounter. Thus, even if the NPC's experiential effects were to falter today, her presence in this town remains perilous. In the eyes of many monsters lurking around, she is indeed that wanted criminal. With a hat perched upon her head, Xunan lowered her gaze and made her way into the city, believing that in a crowd, she would be less conspicuous. Moments ago, while standing at the dock, she hesitated briefly before a few avian beings cast curious glances in her direction. Unlike her previous arrival, where she disembarked alone, this time she was on a quest. Upon entering the city, Xunan quickly noticed several players resembling her. It appeared that a considerable number of players had been transported to this quaint town. They all seemed to exercise restraint, likely uncertain about the specific dangers the system had alluded to. She strolled down the liveliest street in the town, flanked by numerous vendors. Observing the incessantly bustling pedestrians and the enthusiastic vendors calling out to passers-by, an idea suddenly struck her. She decided to seek out a vendor she had never encountered before to inquire about the necessary procedures for setting up a stall. Afterward, Xunan made her way to a small building in the middle of the street, where she paid 100 gold coins to obtain a business license. Armed with her license, she returned to her previous spot, found an empty space, and set up her small cart, configuring it for self-service transactions. Customers were required to provide gold coins before taking any items. Furthermore, she had no fear of her cart being stolen, as it was a system product. Only she could maneuver it. At present, her cart contained merely 10 items, 5 energy potions, and 5 snacks. Though of high quality, the items were somewhat pricey. After arranging her cart, Xunan clapped her hands in preparation to leave when, unexpectedly, she spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Chapter 51. Oh. Isn't that my recipe? The other party seemed unaware of Xuan's presence, casually passing by her stall and preparing to move forward. Xunan swiftly grasped her wrist. Customer, aren't you going to take a look? Xunan, momentarily taken aback, instinctively prepared to twist Xuan's hand as she was seized. However, upon hearing that familiar voice, she halted abruptly, her jaw clenched tight. Xunan had already released her grip, aware that her friend was quite quick with her hands. She had no desire to risk losing an arm. Had it not been for Xunyan's long legs and swift pace, Xunan would not have dared to reach out so directly. Too perilous an endeavor. Oh, let us take a look. Xunan blinked in surprise for a few seconds before leaning in closer. Though they appeared to be discussing merchandise, both had activated their holographic screens. It was then that Xunan discovered the happy, everyday group chat had accumulated a wealth of new information. During the teleportation, several members had already inquired if anyone had arrived at the same map. Xunan had been preoccupied with evasion and setting up her stall, thus she had overlooked it. Now, she realized that only she and Xunan were on the same map amidst the vast player base. Among the multitude, their convergence was indeed a fortuitous event. Lin Man had ventured to a fragrant island, while Shui had found herself in a cactus-laden desert, and Xiao Lu was amidst a realm of diminutive folk. Shui, I want to team up too. Why am I the only one thrown into this desolate place? I'm scared. Xunan mused internally, guessing that the poor child was likely lonely, yearning for companionship. Lin Man's luck remained as impeccable as ever, having arrived in the most picturesque environment. Lin Man, I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. It seems there's little danger here. I accidentally stepped on a bunch of mushrooms just now. Come, let me send you all a few. Xiao Lu, as always, found ways to engage in trade wherever she went. Xiao Lu, I exchanged some small furniture at the trading post, and the little folk adored it. They need me. I've discovered my purpose in life. Afterward, Xunan received a small gift from Xiao Lu. They exchanged a few brief messages in private before she and Xun Yin decided to vacate their stall, allowing it to operate autonomously. Both accustomed to solitary endeavors, they exchanged a few parting words and swiftly went their separate ways. Just as Xunan approached a bookstall, she spotted another familiar figure advancing towards her. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through her, prompting her to quickly duck behind the bookstall. Oh no, it's a formidable adversary. She swiftly surveyed the opposite direction. A patrol team was approaching, and at the forefront was none other than the avian officer who had pursued her for flying unlawfully in the air, even from a distance of 30 meters. Amidst the cacophony of the bustling street, Xunan could hear the rotund vendor speaking. It's not that I lack the 100,000 gold coins. It's that recipe that belongs to my family. She stole my heirloom, disrupting my family's fortune. I recall this being the 5th heirloom you've misplaced. A patrol member couldn't help but interject. The vendor was momentarily taken aback by this retort. This time is different. This time it was an heirloom worth 100,000 gold coins. Didn't you claim you weren't in need of that 100,000 gold coins? The patrol member countered, leaving the vendor speechless. Xunan, concealed behind the bookstall, pondered her escape, her eyes darting to gauge the distance of the approaching figures. With a wall directly behind her, and the stalls offering scant concealment, there was truly no avenue for evasion. As the distance between the vendor and the patrol team dwindled to mere meters, Xunan felt compelled to utilize her disguise card. Upon activation, she felt herself appear atop the bookstall, immobilized except for her eyes, which could still move. She had no idea into what object she had transformed. Just after Xunan activated the disguise card, the vendor and the patrol team arrived at the bookstall, their paths crossing and swiftly moving past. Upon witnessing this, Xunan finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that the first crisis had been averted. She began to contemplate how to undo her disguise when, unexpectedly, she felt herself being lifted. Hey, isn't this my recipe? Upon hearing this, Xuan's anxious heart finally stilled. Quickly closing her holographic screen, She was left in a daze upon realizing who held her. The rotund vendor was cradling her in his hands, scrutinizing her closely. This is my recipe. The back is burned with a hole. I received quite the beating from my father for it. He brandished the recipe, glaring at the bookstall owner. How did you come by this book? The bookstall owner turned pale. He was well aware of the vendor's lost recipe. Since its disappearance, he had been relentlessly pursued by the patrol team, who had grown weary of his incessant inquiries. How would I know? Isn't the patrol team yours? Why don't you ask them how this book suddenly appeared at my stall? Are you trying to frame me? The bookstall owner unleashed a tirade, his voice booming. The rotund vendor was momentarily taken aback, and as others turned to listen, a commotion began to ripple through the crowd of monsters. You. The veins on the vendor's forehead throbbed with anger, rendering him momentarily speechless. Clutching the book, he turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he halted and then returned. The bookstall owner, seeing him approach, brandished a duster in a combative stance. However, the vendor simply threw down 3 gold coins in frustration and stormed away once more. Xunan found herself suspended in midair, her gaze drawn to a price tag propped up on a bookstall that proclaimed the entire collection at 3 gold coins. The stall owner stood there, momentarily stunned, staring at the coins in his hand, enveloped in an eerie silence. Xunan, grasped by the rotund proprietor, found herself unable to extricate herself from his grip, leaving her with no choice but to contemplate her next move at a later time. She hoped he wouldn't stash the book away in his bosom. That would indeed be rather embarrassing for her. The portly owner hurriedly made his way back to the inn, thundering up the stairs with a clattering of footsteps. Once inside the bedroom, Xunan was unceremoniously placed upon the table. It was then that she heard the sound of a lock being turned, and darkness enveloped her as she was confined within a box, which was promptly secured from the outside. I must not lose this, my 100,000 gold coins, the stout proprietor muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, inside the box, Xunan concentrated on discovering a method to dissolve her disguise. At last, after 10 minutes of diligent searching, the sound of the owner's footsteps began to fade, and she finally located the release button. Thankfully, she had observed that the cabinet was sufficiently spacious when she was thrown in, allowing her the courage to revert to her original form. The interior of the cabinet was pitch black, and after several tentative steps, she could not discern the edges. Retrieving her flashlight, she surveyed the owner's cabinet. Upon her inspection, a radiant smile spread across her face. Behind her lay a veritable treasure trove of gold coins, in immeasurable quantity. Xunan swiftly stashed them into her backpack. Witnessing the count of coins within swell, 100,000 gold coins, the thought of fleeing immediately crossed her mind. She needed to escape the island post-haste. If the portly owner caught her, it would surely be the end of her. Chapter 52. These little mice appear rather formidable. She felt along the crack of the cabinet door. It was airtight. Unlocking it seemed implausible. She contemplated reaching out to Xunan, hoping to pinpoint her location directly. Just then, a faint sound emanated from outside the cabinet. Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Had the owner returned so soon? This was troublesome. Without hesitation, she activated the tracking card, designating her target, Xunan. The surroundings shimmered, and Xunan emerged from the cabinet. However, before she could steady herself, an axe came crashing toward her face. Her pupils dilated in shock. What on earth was her sister doing? Fortunately, just before the defensive card could activate, Xunan halted her swing, the axe coming to a standstill mere inches from Xuan's nose. Both of them involuntarily held their breath, exchanging startled glances. Xunan was the first to break the silence, panting, "Sister, why did you suddenly appear? I was just about to rescue you." She placed a hand on her chest, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I used the tracking card," Xunan replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her tone. Xunan, bewildered, exclaimed, "I sent you a message saying I was coming to save you. I saw you being taken away just as it happened." Xunan fell silent, realizing she had been too frantic to check her messages when she heard the commotion outside the cabinet. She had nearly been struck down by her own ally. Once they regained their composure, both women swiftly agreed to vacate the premises. However, just as they reached the doorway, the sound of a door opening from the adjacent room caught their attention. Instantly alert, Xunan and Xunan drew their weapons. They had to avoid capture at all costs. Xunan brandished a long knife, while Xunan readied her crossbow. "You'd best stay put for now. Let us take a look outside first," the portly owner remarked nonchalantly as he emerged from the neighboring room. Xunyan's face was etched with suspicion, while Xunan cast a keen glance at the owner before approaching the window to investigate. The night had fallen, and upon opening the window, she witnessed a player being dragged away by 2 creatures with long, slender rat tails. Numerous monsters roamed outside, searching for players. Anyone discovered would be seized and taken away, and NPCs obstructing them would face the same fate. Xunan furrowed her brow, realizing that these rat-like creatures were specifically targeting players. Observing closely, she noted that the monsters donned yellow garments, each emblazoned with a single character, yellow. This reminded her of the token in her own space, bearing the exact same character. She pondered whether these creatures belonged to the same organization as those she had encountered before. The rat monsters from her previous quests were familiar, while these appeared entirely new. Xunan joined her at the window, equally horrified by the sight of the monsters abducting players. Those little mice seem rather difficult to handle, she remarked, swinging her long knife with a flourish. Xunan, noting her eager demeanor, wished to caution her against rashness. But the memory of Xunan effortlessly snapping the neck of a mutated wolf flashed through her mind. She chose silence and continued to observe the unfolding chaos outside. Amidst the panicked players, Xunan discerned a figure that stood out with an unusual calmness. He was being jostled forward by the crowd, occasionally parting his lips in an expressionless manner in response to the others' frantic cries. Yet, as he passed a corner, he stealthily slipped behind a pile of debris. After the rat creatures had escorted the other players away, Xunan waited, but the figure did not reappear. She exchanged glances with Xunan, neither recognized him. Given that this was a cross-server dungeon, he could very well be a player from a different region. In a moment of distraction, Xunan missed the instant when Xunan leaped out the window. She must have gone to pursue that individual. The portly owner approached Xunan and upon observing Xunan's departure, "You'd best advise your friend to refrain from venturing outside at night." Xunan believed Xunan would be competent enough to handle herself. She had no intention of meddling in her friend's actions. However, the owner's warning must have been rooted in valid concern. It wouldn't hurt to heed his words. The owner continued, "Recently, reports have surfaced from Monster City regarding several incidents of frenzied rats attacking pedestrians, all occurring at night. Though she felt Xunan could manage, Xunan still sent her a message to inform her of the situation. "Thank you for sharing this information with us." She sincerely expressed her gratitude to the owner, a flicker of guilt washing over her before she swiftly suppressed it. Just then, the owner began to berate her. "Do you think you're still standing here because of your own merit? If it weren't for me, you would have already been dragged off to mine. Players are to be taken to mine?" Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she turned her gaze toward the portly owner. Observing her eager expression, he quickly amended, "Well, not necessarily. Someone like you, with such deep-rooted sins, wouldn't he even qualify for mining?" Xunan was taken aback. "Wait, why don't I qualify? I haven't even tried." "Indeed," the owner replied, his expression conveying that he had anticipated such a reaction, extending his hand toward her in annoyance. "That aside, I still want my recipe back." Xunan maintained her composure. "Recipe? What recipe? Aren't the patrols still looking for it?" Noticing the owner's unwavering gaze, she deliberately averted her eyes, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters. The owner was on the verge of fury but suddenly recalled something upon her mention of business. "Speaking of business, there's precisely a task that requires your completion. If you manage to accomplish it, I want to demand compensation for the recipe." Xuan's interest peaked at once. This was reminiscent of an NPC issuing a quest. The owner rummaged through his belongings for 2 minutes before finally producing a folded piece of paper. He handed it to her. "You can read it yourself." "I can't." "What? The owner can't read?" As a result, Xunan immediately understood the meaning behind it upon receiving the note. The message had been penned by the green-haired cub, and the handwriting was even more illegible than that pecked out by a chicken. If it weren't for her system's translation capabilities, even with her understanding of the world's languages, she would have struggled to decipher those characters. After multiple confirmations, she indeed found only 4 words written on it. "Help, help." The corners of her mouth twitched. How utterly succinct. With such a note, how was she supposed to locate him for rescue? Sensing Xuan's dilemma, the rotund proprietor interjected. "Perhaps I have an inkling of what predicament he finds himself in." Xunan carefully tucked the note away and raised her gaze to meet the plump boss's eyes. He directed his attention toward a specific spot outside the window. Earlier that morning, the father and son had been whisked away by a giant rat. After sharing this, he earnestly locked eyes with Xunan and added, "If you can rescue the 2 of them, I shall overlook the matter of the menu and consider it a gift for you. This promise is irrevocable." The rotund boss then handed her a green feather, stating, "It is your only ally." Xunan felt a pang in her heart. After all, she was not truly a mere stick. Nevertheless, regardless of her reservations, she had indeed received assistance from the green-haired cub. It was only logical and reasonable that she should come to his aid this time. She inquired about the specific location from the boss, who promptly produced a pre-prepared map and marked it for her. He also promised her complimentary lodging and meals for the next few days, although she would need to prepare her own food. With ample time still at her disposal, Xunan felt restless and wished to venture outside. Such precious moments should not be squandered. "As long as I exercise caution, It should be fine, she mused. However, before she could step out, a piercing scream shattered the air. Chapter 53. Satisfaction, Utter Satisfaction. Xunan rushed to the window, and the rotund boss, having heard the commotion, hurried back. Below, a half-human-sized rat monster was viciously attacking a female player, clawing and biting at her. The player, overwhelmed, was knocked to the ground, and the rat monster lunged directly for her face. She quickly raised her arm to shield herself, but her forearm was torn, blood streaming from the wound. With her other hand, she wielded an iron rod, striking the rat monster's head repeatedly, yet the creature seemed impervious to pain, refusing to relent. Xunan lifted her crossbow, aiming for the rat monster's head. Unfortunately, the struggle was too frantic, and the bodies were in constant motion. She only managed to strike the monster's back. She dared not shoot recklessly, fearing it might hasten the player's demise. To her dismay, the rat monster merely twitched slightly upon being hit, still unwilling to release its grip, as if determined to claim this player's life. The female player, initially resigned to her fate, now sensed the possibility of salvation and cried out, "Shoot! I'm not afraid. If I die, then so be it." Witnessing this, Xunan swiftly switched to a poisoned bolt. Any delay could prove fatal. Just as she prepared to fire, the rotund boss halted her. "Wait, look at this." As soon as he spoke, Xunan beheld the boss tossing a rounded, fist-sized black object over the balcony. Upon hitting the ground, it emitted an ear-splitting bang that reverberated throughout the vicinity, far louder than any ordinary firecracker. Standing so far away, Xunan felt as though her ears might burst from the sound. However, it proved effective. The rat monster, startled by the noise, finally released its grip and fled. What a secret weapon! Xunan was intrigued by this unexpected item. Just as she was about to inquire about it, she noticed that the rotund boss had donned a pair of soundproof earmuffs, his demeanor unfazed as he observed the scene below. "Why didn't you give me a heads up?" she thought, harboring suspicions that he was somehow retaliating against her. Noticing Xuan's perplexed expression, the rotund boss chuckled lightly. "I simply dislike any unpleasantness occurring at my restaurant's entrance. No need to thank me." Xunan chose not to respond further. Her pockets heavy with 100,000 gold coins, which initially made her feel somewhat guilty. Yet, her curiosity about the mysterious weapon lingered. What did you just use? Why was the rat monster unafraid of anything else but that? The rotund boss produced another one and handed it to her. "You can buy these anywhere on the street. They're used for worship." This frenzied rat monster is terrified of loud noises, as documented in the notices from the Monster City. "I happen to have prepared some." Xunan accepted it. The item was surprisingly lightweight and bore a label with a description. "Electronic firecracker, for worship use, adjustable volume. Environmentally friendly, green worship." Xunan was taken aback. "Well, I suppose that's acceptable. After all, every creature has a responsibility to protect the environment." She stowed the electronic firecracker away as the rotund boss returned to his room. Now, she could only hope that her gold coins would not be discovered missing too soon, especially since she intended to stay until tomorrow. After such an unexpected interruption, the hour had grown late, and she resolved not to venture out again today, planning to set off early the next day. Upon entering the room the rotund boss had arranged for her, she opened the window to let in some fresh air. Habitually glancing around her surroundings, she happened to spot a giant rat passing by the restaurant's entrance. The giant rat clutched a massive, unidentifiable chunk of meat in its left paw, voraciously gnawing at it, while its right paw dragged a small rat monster, a creature Xunan recognized as the one that had just attacked. An arrow from her crossbow still protruded from its back. When the giant rat paused beneath a street lamp, it discarded the rat monster onto the ground and resumed its meal with great seriousness. Illuminated by the lamp, Xunan finally got a good look at its appearance. It resembled the two giant rats she had encountered in the previous dungeon, both adorned with two black spots on their heads. Could they be siblings? She pondered. Thankfully, they were not the same ones she had faced earlier. Otherwise, she would have surely been pursued. After eating a bit and washing up, Xunan lay on her bed, gazing at the holographic screen. The chat channel buzzed with cries for help. "I was just bitten by a rat monster. It seems to be poisonous. I took an antidote pill and feel a bit better, but I still feel unwell. Is there anyone with a better antidote? Willing to pay handsomely?" A heartfelt thanks was extended to the unknown benefactor who had saved her. If they saw her message, she implored them to reach out, wishing to repay the favor. It appeared that the player who had been bitten was from her area. Xunan recalled the rat monster's features in the dimness of night. She remembered spotting some green atop its head. A hypothesis took shape within her mind. She retrieved the prior spray she had prepared, noting that there was still a sufficient amount left. She portioned out 10 vials, each containing 1 milliliter, and listed them on the trading market for 20 gold coins apiece. Then, she sent a message through the chat channel. "Special antidote spray is now available for purchase." The spray sold out in an instant. She wondered whether the bitten player had managed to snag one, leaving it to chance. From her inventory, she extracted a fragment of a plastic bag, utilizing it for a reforge. This item had been collected in the dungeon building earlier, described as a snack gift pack, containing a total of 35 bags. Though she had never been particularly fond of snacks, she occasionally indulged in them. Now, after such a long time without, she felt a longing for them. What delightful treats could be inside? She anticipated the reveal. Reforge successful, obtained snack gift pack, total of 70 bags. Wow, this should last quite a while. Xunan beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Cradling the large gift pack, she found it nearly impossible to embrace fully. Satisfaction, profound satisfaction. Xunan eagerly retrieved several packages, ready to indulge. However, upon unveiling them, she was taken aback. Monster tooth grinding sticks, hairy edamame jerky, centipede crispy feet. Xunan exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" After laying out all 70 packets of snacks, she discovered they were all fit for monsters. The peculiar names indicated they were definitely not meant for human consumption. Alas, her snack dream was shattered. She had indulged too soon. Time to wash up and sleep. The next day, before dawn, Xunan awoke. Since arriving in this survival world, she had not enjoyed a single lazy morning. Descending to the kitchen, she prepared a pot of mushroom and lean meat porridge. While eating, she opened her communication screen and found several private messages waiting for her. Chinshu. Hello, thank you for the detox spray. I am completely healed. May I inquire if you have any more available for sale? A friend of mine from another district requires one and is willing to pay 100 gold coins. If that seems inadequate, feel free to suggest a higher price. Hello? Would 300 gold coins suffice? The maximum I can offer is 450 gold coins. That is the highest price I have negotiated with him. Previously, Xunan had set the price of each spray at 20 gold coins, intending to assist fellow players in the same area without adversely affecting her own situation. However, for players from other districts, she certainly needed to increase the price. Yet, she never anticipated such a figure as 450 gold coins. After her previous frustration with the snack bounty, she had indeed slept soundly. Xunan replied, "For 50 gold coins, deal." The response was instantaneous, and the transaction was completed without delay. This time, she filled her supply of detox sprays to double what she had yesterday. Receiving such a substantial amount of gold coins, she felt it essential to ensure the value matched the price. As expected, the other party expressed satisfaction. Chinshu, thank you. Thank you. You provided so many detox agents. He feels quite embarrassed, haha. Xunan, should he need more, he can always reach out to me for the best discount. Chapter 54, Truly, Effortless Gains. After sending a token of appreciation of 30 gold coins to Chinshu, the latter responded with a smirking emoji, indicating his understanding and agreement with Xuan's sentiment. After finishing breakfast, the sun had fully risen. The portly boss caught the aroma of the porridge and entered the kitchen, where Xunan thoughtfully reserved a bowl for him. Under his guidance, she set off towards a mansion in the eastern part of the city. The streets had returned to their bustling state, the previous night's dangers seeming like a distant dream, leaving no trace behind. Xunan encountered a few players carrying sacks filled with goods heading towards the docks. Hard-working and pragmatic, these players could always find a way to survive. Spotting Xunan idly wandering the streets, one player approached her, asking if she wanted to join in labor for a day's earnings of 10 gold coins, paid daily, without any deposit required. This was far more lucrative than the paltry earnings from opening chests on the island. Upon hearing this, Xuan's expression darkened. So, she had indeed encountered an unscrupulous intermediary previously? Why could others earn 10 gold coins a day, paid daily, while she had to settle for 10 gold coins a month, with various deductions and a 100 gold coin intermediary fee? What was this? Did they assume she was wealthy? Xunan politely declined and encouraged the player to work hard. The player shook his head, lamenting the youth of today, unable to endure hardship even in this survival world. How would they manage in the future? It was indeed a cause for concern. Xunan found herself at a loss for words to explain, as the other person was merely expressing concern for a fellow survivor. She could only hasten her departure, not wishing to impede anyone's work. As she continued on her way, she encountered a patrol team, recognizing the leader from a previous encounter. She quickly sought refuge behind a stall. Before leaving in the morning, she had utilized an NPC Experience Card and was uncertain of her current appearance. The patrol team was escorting 3 players, their hands bound with ropes. I dislike you outsiders. Every time you arrive, my workload multiplies by several times. Do you think the items in the city are easy to steal? What do you intend to do with the fish feed you pilfered? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for us? Listening to the leader's remarks, Xunan pondered, a strange thought crossing her mind. Once the patrol had moved on, she located her stall cart from yesterday. To her surprise, the items on display had all been sold. She had thought the prices were too high for any sales. The stall cart indicated a sales total of 4,000 gold coins, with a cost of 350 gold coins and a system commission of 1,200 gold coins, resulting in a pure profit of 2,450 gold coins. Truly a lucrative venture. It seemed there were indeed quite a few wealthy NPCs. As for the energy agents, that was one thing. She found even a snack priced at 500 gold coins exorbitant. Currently, her stall's balance stood at 3,450 gold coins, which appeared substantial. Yet it was insufficient to purchase even a single refresh card. She hoped to acquire more refresh cards from future treasure chests. As Xunan clicked to settle her accounts, a series of system notifications echoed in her mind. The giant rat purchased snacks X5, gaining 50 monster favorability. The giant rat purchased an energy agent X1, gaining 10 monster favorability. The birdman purchased energy agents X4, gaining 40 monster favorability. Xunan, what? Favorability can actually be earned? Haha. She felt an overwhelming urge to laugh towards the heavens, as if she had stumbled upon a grand treasure. Yet, she had no idea which giant rat had made the purchases. So far, she was aware of only 3. She hoped the one with whom she had a deep-seated grudge was not present in the town. Packing up her stall, Xunan proceeded onward. It then struck her that she had forgotten to inquire about Xiao Jiu's information from the portly boss before setting out. She still intended to undertake some quests. It seemed she would have to return later to ask. Before long, Xunan reached her destination. The mansion appeared to be reminiscent of an ancient noble residence from Huiguo. At the entrance stood 2 enormous statues of rats made from an unknown metal, with 2 half-meter-tall rats guarding the door. Xunan took out the token she had previously obtained, preparing to test whether she could gain entry. She worried that the previous use of the token might have rendered it ineffective. To her astonishment, before she could retrieve the item, the sight before her startled her. The 2 guarding rats bowed respectfully and opened the grand door for her. Greetings, leader. Xunan. So, whom was she portraying in today's script? Her actions paused for merely a second before she composed herself and stepped inside. With her hands clasped behind her back, she held her head high, exuding an air of authority. Indeed, life was akin to a play, relying entirely on one's acting skills. With a rat monster graciously leading the way, Xunan was guided into a spacious room adorned with a rustic decor. The towering wooden doors evoked a sense of familiarity. What could this leader's taste be that felt so familiar? Surely not. It couldn't be as she feared. She herself could not see the NPC character she was portraying and could only infer from the reactions of other NPCs. Xunan sat gracefully behind the rosewood table, the plush cushion of her chair providing a delightful sense of being pampered. Taking advantage of the moment while the rat creature went to fetch her some food, she discreetly stowed away a complete set of items from the adjacent seat into her spatial storage. The leaders truly knew how to indulge themselves. Before long, a rat creature swiftly returned, bearing several platters of delicacies. To Xunan's astonishment, one of the dishes was braised pork. It bore a striking resemblance to the one she had prepared previously, though the aroma was somewhat lacking. Recalling the satisfied expressions of the leaders, Xunan mused. Had she discerned their preferences? Not long after, a commotion arose from outside. Xunan's body tensed slightly as she observed the giant rat entering. Suppressing the urge to rise, the imposing figure, towering over 2 meters, exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. She repeatedly reminded herself, I am the leader, I am the superior. You are merely insignificant creatures. Adopting an air of indifference, she leaned back in her chair. Upon the giant rat's entrance, its eyes instantly filled with a respectful smile. It first greeted Xunan before presenting a beautifully packaged gift box with a humble demeanor. Maintaining her facade, Xunan did not even lift her gaze, let alone reach out for the offering. The giant rat, witnessing her demeanor, dared not utter a word, dutifully unwrapping the contents and presenting them to her. Inside the fabric bag lay a bounty of gold coins, approximately 1,000 in total. The gift box contained an assortment of snacks, and upon seeing them, Xunan felt her molars clench. Crunchy centipedes. She recognized the gift box as one she had sold from her food cart. Thus, the monster snacks she offered were indeed these items. Esteemed leader, this is a lavish expenditure on my part, and the flavors are exquisite. I hope you can overlook the transgressions of my 2 brothers on their last mission. The giant rat implored earnestly, its eyes brimming with hope. Xunan decided to be gracious, feigning a sigh as she stored the items away. She picked up her teacup, prompting the giant rat to quickly refill it. Seeing her collect the items, the giant rat silently exhaled in relief. After taking a small sip, she casually inquired, how many have been captured recently? Chapter 55, A Touch of Traditional Horror. The giant rat, eager to report, quickly informed her, before I entered, we had captured a total of 132 players, all for theft, misconduct, or wandering about during curfew. Remembering the previous night's events, Yi Xiaonan surmised that most of those apprehended were likely caught wandering after hours. What became of the frenzied rat? She asked. The giant rat hesitated, seemingly pondering how the leader knew of this matter, as it had resolved the issue the previous night. It has been dealt with, it quickly explained. The rat was too far gone with poison. I attempted to use detox spray, but it proved ineffective. Our clan forbids infighting. Even in dealing with criminals, we must outline their transgressions. Yi Xiaonan nodded, refraining from further inquiry, as her questions had merely served as a prelude. After finishing her tea, Yi Xiaonan intentionally heightened the tension in the atmosphere before rising to her feet. Lead me to see the imprisoned birdman. The giant rat breathed a quiet sigh of relief and hurriedly complied, guiding her outward. Clearly, the leader was well informed, as the capture of 2 birdmen had yet to be reported. As they walked, the giant rat inwardly admonished itself to exercise greater caution in future endeavors. Venturing deeper into the estate, the terrain gradually descended. Eventually, they halted before an iron door. Yi Xiaonan examined the structure within, discovering it to be a dungeon. Observing the bustling rat creatures around her, she contemplated how to rescue the 2 birdmen inside. After standing still for a moment, she noticed the rat creatures bowing and greeting her. Noticing their movements had become noticeably stiff, it seemed these creatures were rather intimidated by her. Ha! Is this the power of authority? She retrieved 70 bags of snacks, freshly prepared, from her spatial storage and handed them to the giant rat. These are what I brought from Monster City. How you distribute them is up to you. Let them exit first, and I shall go in for a look. With an expression that brooked no refusal, she directed her gaze towards the dungeon's entrance. I prefer solitude. The giant rat complied promptly. Yi Xiaonan heard the notifications of sharing snacks and gaining favorability ringing in her ears. In total, she garnered 350 points of monster favorability, bringing her total to 450. Within just a few minutes, the area was cleared of rat creatures. The door stood ajar, seemingly welcoming Yi Xiaonan's approach. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. Upon entering, she found herself descending a flight of stairs that narrowed as she progressed, just wide enough for 2 individuals to pass. The critical issue was that the passage was unlit. These rat creatures, being burrowing beings capable of night vision, spared on electricity, but it was a trial for her. As the surroundings grew increasingly dark, and having traversed what felt like a considerable distance from the entrance, Yi Xiaonan finally produced a flashlight. The moment she switched it on, a strange gust of wind swept past her, as if something had floated by. Yi Xiaonan thought, surely not. Even in a survival game, we must encounter some traditional horror. The further she descended, the colder it became. She rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps, and upon turning a corner, finally arrived at a more expansive area. Several torches flickered on the walls, casting a dim light. Yi Xiaonan turned off her flashlight, gripping her dagger tightly. Continuing forward for about 20 meters, her eyes fell upon several massive iron cages. Most were occupied by players. Upon seeing her entrance, the players all stood up, clutching the bars and shouting towards Yi Xiaonan. Let me out. Please let me out. I promise I won't steal again. I only took a piece of meat, and I've returned it. I only took a handful of fish feed. I'm innocent. I haven't done anything wrong. I was merely walking down the street. Why was I captured? One individual shouted. You filthy rats, how dare you capture me? If you don't kill me today, I will make sure to annihilate you when I get out. The dungeon fell silent for a few seconds after his declaration. Immediately, someone retorted, Did you think this is a society governed by law? Are you out of your mind? If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. Yi Xiaonan ignored the commotion and continued deeper into the dungeon. Releasing these individuals now would only complicate matters. Once she saved the young ones, she would consider whether to free these players. After walking several dozen meters forward, Yi Xiaonan reached the innermost part of the dungeon. From a distance, she spotted a green ball huddled closely beside a brown-winged birdman. Yi Xiaonan recognized the birdman as the one who had previously captured Lu Yu and brought him to the plump shopkeeper. To her surprise, was this the father of the green-haired youngling? At the cage's entrance stood a man clad in black, intently focused on picking the lock. When had he entered? Yi Xiaonan, feeling a surge of caution, halted her steps, reluctant to approach. She recognized this man as the player who had hidden the previous night. Clearly, he possessed considerable skill. Recalling the strange gust of wind she had felt earlier, she regarded the man with newfound suspicion, fixating on his lock-picking movements. She noted that he appeared quite adept at his task. Somewhat reminiscent of the locksmiths featured on a popular platform, he appeared quite professional, yet the results were utterly absent. As time ticked away, his agitation began to mount. Suddenly, he produced an axe from seemingly thin air and struck down with a resounding thud. The door lock remained unscathed. Yi Xiaonan realized that he had undoubtedly detected her presence, perhaps even followed her inside. However, he now completely disregarded her. Exuding an air of confidence that she would not pose a threat, Yi Xiaonan was determined to complete her task and trusted in her own defenses. She could not simply wait idly for him. Clearing her throat lightly, she signaled her intent to approach. The man, upon hearing the sound, turned to look. Xunan took a few steps forward and proposed, "Why not allow me to give it a try?" The man's brow furrowed, his lips moving without uttering a sound. Although reluctant, he remembered that Xunan had inadvertently aided him by clearing the dungeon of its vermin, allowing him to enter and undertake his mission. Yet the cursed lock remained obstinately shut. Despite his skepticism regarding Xuan's ability to unlock it, he stepped back a few paces to grant her space. Taking advantage of her inspection of the lock, Xunan deftly maneuvered a metallic wire from her wrist into the keyhole. Half a minute passed, yet the lock remained immobile. Xunan received a signal from the wire. It appeared that the green-haired juvenile had recognized her voice, extending its green head from beside the brown-winged avian. Upon seeing Xunan, its eyes sparkled with delight, though it remained silent, fearing it might cause her trouble. It withdrew its head, waiting patiently. In such a moment, there was but one choice: to trust her. In a moment, the rodent-like creatures would be upon them. If not, perhaps it was time for her to take a more forceful approach. Chapter 56. What is wrong with Green? The man, in a state of urgency, stood beside Xunan, explaining the nuances of lock-picking. Observing her merely touching the lock, he nearly wished to take over himself. Xunan cast him an exasperated glance. "It's only been a minute. What's the rush?" "I was about to explain," he began, but before he could finish, a click resounded, and the lock sprang open. The man's disbelief was palpable as he stared for a few moments, then leaned in to examine the lock closely. "No way. Are you really that skilled? How did you do that?" His excitement was evident, as he seemed eager to discuss the matter further with Xunan. However, she offered no reply, too preoccupied with her own agenda as she strode purposefully towards the cage. Ignored, the man felt no embarrassment. Finally recalling the task at hand, he pocketed the lock, intending to study it further later. Approaching the cage, he witnessed the green-haired juvenile rushing to cling to Xuan's leg. "Thank you for saving me again." The man's steps halted as he glanced between Xunan, the juvenile, and the brown-winged avian seated on the ground. With a resigned sigh, he turned to leave. "Congratulations on completing the task. It is unsafe here. You should leave promptly." With a wave of his hand, he vanished without a trace, leaving a chill wind that brushed against Xuan's face. If she were still in the real world, she would genuinely feel as though she had encountered a ghost. Once the man departed, the green-haired juvenile clambered up Xuan's leg to nestle in her arms. "I knew you would come to save me and my father." "Your father?" Xunan paused, glancing at the juvenile's green hair before shifting her gaze to the slowly rising brown-winged avian. "You resemble your mother?" The juvenile's father rolled his eyes. "So you are his friend? Perfect. Could you ask him why he dyed his hair green?" "Because it looks cool. And it's healthy, environmentally friendly." The juvenile interjected eagerly. Xunan and the juvenile's father fell into silence, neither willing to offer a critique. Xunan refrained from commenting, not wishing to dampen the young one's confidence. After all, what could possibly be wrong with Green? It was simply healthy and eco-friendly. Not lingering any longer, Xunan cradled the juvenile and prepared to make her exit. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, being trapped in such a confined space would spell trouble. As she passed by the players' cages, a ruckus ensued. Xunan chose to remain unresponsive, surreptitiously unlocking their door as she passed. The lock remained unengaged, ensuring it wouldn't swing wide open just yet. She intended to inform the players once they were safely out. Or perhaps they would discover it themselves. She could only assist them to this extent. Anything beyond would invite complications. Upon returning to the surface, Xunan inhaled the fresh air, feeling the oppressive sensation of the confined space dissipate. Once outside the dungeon, she would no longer be confined by the two avians. She directed them to fly beyond the walls and find a place to hide. Sensing they had ventured far, Xunan herself prepared to depart. At that moment, a system notification echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, player, on completing the rescue mission for Little Gio. Task rewards have been issued." Xunan was taken aback. "What? So Little Gio refers to the green-haired juvenile, or perhaps its father." Amused, she realized she had inadvertently accomplished the task. Luck seemed to be on her side. Xunan resolved to explore the residence a while longer, seeking any valuable items to collect. Observing the quaint courtyard adorned with flowers and plants, she found herself devoid of the inclination to appreciate its beauty, even pondering why vegetables were not cultivated instead. After half an hour of searching, she unearthed a few bamboo shoots, planning to take them back for consumption. The leadership here left much to be desired compared to Scarface's practical living skills. Several rooms appeared spacious yet empty, suggesting the residence was seldom occupied. Xunan did manage to collect a few successful task submissions, turning them in. Finding non-repetitive trash that the system acknowledged was quite the challenge, so she resolved to gather more in the town if time permitted. As her task progress reached 40, Then 50, she decided to exit through the main gate, confident that no one would dare obstruct her now. The house remained undisturbed, indicating that the rodent-like creatures had yet to discover the changes in the dungeon. Retracing her steps to the entrance, Xunan soon found herself at the doorway. Just as she was about to step outside, a familiar massive figure entered. "Ah, you dare to show your face before me." Before Xunan could fully discern the figure's features, she heard an enraged shout. Her mind quickly processed the identity of her adversary, and she remained calm, betraying no sign of the anger a leader might feel at such an affront. Maintaining her authoritative demeanor, she felt that this minor issue was beneath her to resolve personally. Indeed, before the colossal rat could utter another word, it was yanked away by another giant rodent. "Mouse 7, are you out of your mind? How dare you speak to the leader like that? Mouse 6, you must be the one out of your mind. Just look at who he is. How could this person possibly be the leader?" Mouse 7 shoved Mouse 6 aside, preparing to charge at Xunan. She took 2 steps back, primarily concerned that Mouse 6 might struggle to restrain the clearly agitated Mouse 7. After all, she had offended him grievously in the sewers last time, and she wondered whether the swelling on his head had subsided. As Mouse 7 prepared to make a dash, Mouse 6 shouted in a frenzy, "He's gone mad." With a swift motion, several rat-like creatures surrounded Mouse 7, swiftly binding him. "You all have been deceived by him. He is the villain. Impossible. I find our leader more amiable than ever. Surely, my respect for him has only grown. You should learn from me." After saying this, he wore a beaming smile and apologized to Xunan, hoping to placate her anger. "Do you even comprehend your actions? Are you aware of what happened with the keys last time?" Mouse 7 continued to struggle. Hearing his words, Xunan sensed an unpleasant turn of events. It seemed he was about to air their past grievances. Before Mouse 7 could finish his sentence, Mouse 6 produced a tattered cloth from somewhere and stuffed it into Mouse 7's mouth. "All I know is that you're courting disaster, persistently bringing trouble my way," he lamented, his expression one of exasperation. He then promptly pressed down on Mouse 7's head, offering an apology to Xunan. Xunan's expression remained unchanged, just this once. "Very well." This thoroughly offended Mouse 7. "It matters not, it matters not. A multitude of debts does not weigh one down. Perhaps there will be an opportunity for reparations in the future." Xunan lifted her leg and continued her journey outside, while the rat-like creatures stood respectfully on either side. Not daring to raise their heads, no one uttered a word, except for Mouse 7, who, despite having a cloth stuffed in his mouth, was unwilling to concede. He struggled fiercely while mumbling indistinctly, "Revuwu, mud pill spicy, pill spicy." Chapter 57, A Small Amusement. Once outside the confines of the residence, Xunan quickened her pace, heading straight towards the restaurant. The task had been accomplished, yet the time for the instance to conclude had not yet arrived, leaving her unable to teleport back to the island. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, she deemed it prudent to find a place to hide for the time being. "I will return to the restaurant and check. The cubs should be there." On the way, Xunan sent a message to Xuejinfang, requesting his assistance in disseminating the news that the prison door had already been opened, but without revealing her involvement. She forwarded a jug of juice to him as a token of gratitude for his efforts. Xuejin quickly replied with an OK emoji, assuring her he would complete the task. The restaurant's doors were tightly shut. Xunan hesitated for a moment at the entrance before pushing the door open, mentally preparing to flee at the first sign of the rotund owner's discontent. As expected, upon opening the door, she found the cub and his father inside. Everyone seemed entirely unsurprised by her entrance, as if they had been awaiting her arrival. As Xunan took a seat, the plump owner, unusually courteous, poured her a bowl of tea. The group sipped their tea while Xiao Ju recounted the events that had transpired. "I have a small amusement, you all know, right?" The green-haired cub Xiao Ju opened with a preamble. The 2 humans and the 2 birds stared at him in bewilderment, rendered speechless. Xiao Ju felt a bit awkward and decided to cut through the pretense. "I enjoy treasure hunting. That bird's nest was something I picked up while scavenging in Monster City. Found on the ground by a back door of a residence. I noticed it was broken, missing parts, and discarded among refuse. What kind of good bird would dwell in such a nest? However, I am rather unique. I have a penchant for broken things. The more damaged, the better. I understand you may not see it my way, but I assure you, I did not steal it. I merely salvaged it." "No, I understand. In fact, I too have an appreciation for the broken," Xunan silently affirmed in her heart, though she kept this thought to herself. She had initially presumed that the bird's nest was of that design, perhaps of a higher item grade, as she hadn't seen any item information prompt when she acquired it. Had she known, she would have refined it to uncover its treasures. "My father was captured to protect me. I'm sorry, Dad." The cub lowered his head apologetically towards his father. The birdman remained silent, staring at him for a long while, then suddenly delivered a light slap to his green feathers. Get that green fluff shaved off and spend a month reflecting at home. Xiaojiu covered his head in grievance. But it's really stylish. Stylish my foot. You've embarrassed me beyond measure. The Birdman reached out to grab Xiaojiu's ear, but he evaded, hiding directly behind Yi Xianen. The Birdman, seeing this, ceased his reprimand and turned to thank Yi Xianen and the plump owner. Thanks to you, we have avoided a crisis. The recent operations by the rodent organization have encountered several issues, resulting in the demise of numerous monsters. Without your assistance, we might have faced life-threatening dangers. He gave the plump owner a friendly punch on the shoulder. Good brother, should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I am at your service. Once the explanations were complete, the Birdman prepared to take Xiaojiu home. However, Xiaojiu was adamant about not leaving. I want to follow the stick. I've grown up. I want to venture out and establish my own career. Yi Xianen had not anticipated this turn of events. She was not prepared to take on a pet at this moment. After all, they were in a survival world, and she had barely managed to care for pets in the real world. Now, the prospect seemed even more daunting. Nonetheless, she was not overly concerned. What decent Birdman would willingly allow his son to become someone else's pet? She looked earnestly at the Birdman, hoping he would promptly take his son away. However, to her surprise, he did not acknowledge her and remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, he sighed, very well. I won't be of any assistance to you from now on. If you wish to go, then go. Yet, he gave Xiaojiu a deep look. Remember, this is your choice. You ought to know that such decisions come with no opportunities for regret. Xiaojiu's resolve was unwavering. I've thought it through. I will be responsible for myself. Seeing that he was clearly not acting rashly, the Birdman produced a card from his clothing and handed it to Yi Xianen. This is his contract card. It is now in your possession. With that, he pushed open the door and exited. Yi Xianen was certain she had seen him chuckling as he left. He had just unceremoniously handed this little fellow over to her. He had freed himself of the burden. Xiaojiu gleefully grasped Yi Xianen's hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. Wait, does no one care to ask for my opinion? I haven't consented yet. However, as she looked down at Xiaojiu's adorable big eyes twinkling at her, she felt an unusual softness in her heart. If you follow me, what benefits do I gain? She still hesitated to agree easily. Currently ensnared in a survival game, bound by its constraints, she could not predict the dangers that lay ahead. It was entirely possible she might perish at any moment. Having the cub accompany her might not be advantageous for either of them. Yi Xianen asked bluntly, concerned for the cub while also hoping he would reconsider following her, as she had no intention of nurturing a pet that merely knew how to be cute. Yet, Xiaojiu, upon hearing her words, did not appear disheartened. Instead, he was invigorated. I will be useful. I will grow into a very large, very impressive bird. Larger than Dad. He spread his wings wide to illustrate. And I will be quite handsome. Yi Xianen recalled her first encounter with the Birdman, and indeed, those outstretched wings were quite sizable. She wondered if he could serve as a flying mount. Observing Xiaojiu's small frame, she mused that it would likely take a decade or more for him to grow. The skepticism in her gaze seemed to spur Xiaojiu on, as he urged. If you doubt me, use the contract card. Once contracted, I will grow. Yi Xianen glanced at the plump owner, who nodded in affirmation, and she felt a measure of assurance. Perhaps, it would be worth a try? She grasped the contract card, which resonated with her intent, emanating a verdant glow. A system notification materialized in Yi Xianen's mind. Acquired Pet Destiny Contract Card. Contract effect 100. Do you wish to contract? Yes, Yi Xianen affirmed with conviction. The contract card vanished from her hand, and a circle of green light enveloped the little dove. It seemed as though a transformation was indeed imminent. Yi Xianen's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed a scene she had only previously encountered in animations. She observed as the little dove's stature increased and its feathers elongated. Its cherubic face metamorphosed into that of a youthful boy, although its eyes retained their adorably innocent charm. Once it stood upright, it matched Yi Xianen's height. Its wings, when unfurled, spanned 2 to 3 meters, significantly larger than its father's. Yet given its youth, there was potential for it to grow into a magnificent bird. However, one detail perplexed Yi Xianen. Wasn't the green tuft atop its head dyed? Why, as its body expanded and its feathers multiplied, did it remain green? Furthermore, it began to glow with an emerald luminescence. So, who exactly had struck this deal? Chapter 58. This 100 represents my intentions. Yi Xianen swiftly curtailed her inappropriate musings, watching as the little dove excitedly twirled in circles, showcasing its wings. I can now fly with you. She suddenly envisioned the unfortunate Lu Yu being ensnared and promptly declined. After its initial thrill, the little dove, with a pallid expression, exclaimed, No, I need to replenish my energy. Look at how famished I appear. I haven't eaten in 2 days. With that, it dashed into the kitchen, causing Yi Xianen and the plump proprietor to involuntarily twitch at the clattering sounds from within. Moments later, the proprietor sprang up, a sudden realization dawning upon him. All the ingredients inside were purchased with his own money. He bellowed, "You little rascal. Cease this at once," before hastily rushing into the kitchen. What a sprightly rotund man. Yi Xianen couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such a lively and heartwarming scene. As she gazed at the empty restaurant, memories of the plump proprietor's diary, which she had unwittingly stowed in her backpack, surfaced in her mind. She pondered deeply. This individual possessed a genuine passion for cooking, albeit lacking the requisite talent. His irascible temperament had gradually led to the decline of what was once a thriving establishment. When the proprietor emerged, clutching the little dove, the latter was still voraciously munching on something, flapping its wings in a desperate struggle. The proprietor tossed the little dove aside and declared, "The city gates close at 7. Aren't you supposed to accompany me? Hurry back and prepare." It appeared that the conclusion of this chapter coincided with the closing of the city gates. Yi Xianen suddenly felt an inkling. For the players, this was a quest. For the monsters, it was merely a facet of life. She wondered what force had cast these outsiders into the realm of monsters, and to what end. Once the little dove had exited, Yi Xianen proposed to the proprietor a plan to rejuvenate his restaurant's business. To demonstrate her sincerity, she produced the golden spoon she had received as a reward from a prior task. Initially intended for culinary endeavors for Yi, she had forgotten about it entirely. Now, it served a perfect purpose. The proprietor's eyes gleamed upon seeing the golden spoon, clearly recognizing its value. However, he quickly shook his head in self-deprecation, saying, "Do you think it's that simple? They've already formed a stereotype about my restaurant, believing my dishes to be utterly inedible. No one will come, and besides, I can manage just fine lying around. Why toil for a business?" Despite his words, Yi Xianen noticed the way his eyes sparkled at the sight of the golden spoon. She resolved to offer him some advice, suggesting publicity or perhaps a complimentary tasting. "Free? Isn't that just throwing money away?" "I disagree." As soon as the topic of gold coins arose, the proprietor hurriedly withdrew his gaze, frantically waving his hands. "It's not you spending money," Yi Xianen insisted, placing the golden spoon in his hand. "I'll invest 100 gold coins. You may allocate these funds as you see fit. We'll sign a contract. And when you turn a profit, simply share the dividends with me." After all, 100,000 coins belonged to the proprietor, and the additional 100 coins could be considered her investment in the future. Moreover, the golden spoon was indeed quite precious. In this way, she did not feel as though she had taken advantage of him. Such a favorable arrangement? The proprietor appeared somewhat skeptical. What else with the extra 100? He found it curious. Yi Xianen beamed, revealing her 8 pearly teeth. "This 100 represents my heartfelt intentions." The proprietor remained perplexed. Yet, he cherished the spoon in his grasp, feeling a profound connection to it, and was tempted to whip up a dish right then and there. Resolutely, he agreed with Yi Xianen to promptly register the contract at the management office. An hour later, the duo, one man and one bird, left the management office, each satisfied with a copy of their signed and sealed agreement. The proprietor, clutching the 100 gold coins Yi Xianen had bestowed upon him, found himself increasingly fond of her. Perhaps having her as a partner would not be so bad after all. Yi Xianen noted the addition of an extra income account on her display, finally at ease. She had worried that the dividends might be diverted into the hands of the true trickster, rendering her efforts futile. She returned the recipe to the proprietor. Having already entered it into the system for Yi, it would be of no use to her now. Perhaps, in his hands, it might realize its utmost potential. The proprietor appeared quite pleased with the recipe and refrained from mentioning previous matters. Restaurant owner's favorability increased to 70. "You have become good friends." Yi Xianen felt a rush of panic and contemplated fleeing. She wondered if he would realize that the 100,000 coins could potentially belong to him, which might lead to a drastic drop in their favorability rating. The proprietor busied himself with culinary preparations while Yi Xianen hastily sought to escape the awkward situation. They parted ways in agreement and rapid succession. Arriving at the city gates, Yi Xianen noted the time was already 6:40 p.m. The docks had gathered numerous players, all waiting for the transport. The quest mandated that players must reach the dock area before 7 p.m. to ensure a successful return to the island. Otherwise, they risked failure. Yi Xianen concealed herself within the crowd, striving to remain inconspicuous. The green-feathered juvenile had been stowed in her pet backpack, ready to accompany her back to the island. The pet backpack was automatically obtained upon contracting a pet, boasting a volume of 10 cubic meters, capable of holding only one contracted creature. Yi Xianen scanned the crowd, searching for Xunan but failing to spot her. That sister could be quite forgetful. Surely she hadn't neglected to arrive. She quickly sent a private message to urge her. At that moment, a system notification unexpectedly appeared. Congratulations, player, for assisting in the completion of a side quest, rescuing the imprisoned player. Rewards have been distributed. Xunan, what is this about? She opened the reward, revealing 1,000 gold coins. How fortuitous to receive a windfall of gold. If only such good fortune would continue. Though she harbored a vague suspicion, she set it aside for now. The most pressing concern was safely returning to the island. She maneuvered to the edges of the crowd, aiming to avoid drawing attention. Humans could sometimes be more terrifying than monsters, and with so many players around, she needed to remain vigilant. Yet, despite her fair complexion and striking appearance, several individuals nearby couldn't help but scrutinize her. Displeased by their scrutinizing gazes, she darkened her expression, preparing to relocate. Hey, let us be friends. My island spans an impressive 30 square meters. Would you care to visit? Can you believe it? Some people still dare to approach and strike up a conversation. A rather carefree individual shouted out, Xunan. Yet, she remained unresponsive. With only a few minutes left, she wished to avoid any unnecessary conflicts at this critical juncture. However, the individual, noticing her silence, grew even more emboldened. Have you lost your tongue? He taunted, reaching out to grab her. The pungent stench of smoke and alcohol sent a shiver down Xunan's spine. In response, she deftly drew a dagger from her palm, prepared to strike before he could lay a hand on her. Yet, before she could act, a piercing scream erupted from him. Why not add me as a friend? Came a familiar voice. Xunan turned to see Xunan at her side, effortlessly twisting the assailant's wrist. A smile graced her face, terrifying and chilling to those with nefarious intentions, yet exuding a sense of reliability in Xunan's eyes. The man's arm was still held by another, and as he continued to wail in agony, he was unceremoniously hurled from the crowd. The one who intervened was the man she had encountered in the dungeon. She had anticipated his involvement in this matter. After expressing her gratitude, she and Xunan sought a more open area, waiting for the game to conclude. As 7 o'clock approached, cheers erupted among the players, relieved to finally return home. Xunan exuberantly draped her arm over Xunan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Till we meet again, sister." Xunan nodded with a smile. However, as the clock struck 7:10, the system remained silent. What could be happening? Chapter 59. Oh no, this is bad. Panic ensued among the players. Many began to voice their concerns. What is going on? Why hasn't the system released us yet? Surely nothing disastrous has occurred. Are we trapped here? No, I can't survive in this place. I just escaped the dungeon. Xunan exchanged a glance with Xunan, both sensing that something was amiss. They cautiously retreated to a position farther from the throng. Half an hour passed, and still, the system showed no signs of life. The city gates had closed promptly at 7, leaving the players stranded at the dock. Some players recalled the previous night's frenzied attack by the rat monsters, glancing around with trepidation. Suddenly, the city gates swung open once more. Leading the charge was a giant rat, Rat 6, flanked by dozens of rat monsters, marching ominously toward them. The giant rat bellowed, "Prisoners of the dungeon, do not think you can escape. Return to your cells now." At this proclamation, the crowd stirred uneasily. With approximately 700 to 800 players present, over 100 of whom had just fled from the dungeon. If they were captured again, it was highly probable they would never return to their island. The uncertainty of the system's intentions left many players anxiously pacing, their eyes fixed on the advancing rat monsters. "Boss, that's the one who let the players go." Xunan heard a small rat monster shout, pointing toward the crowd. The direction it indicated was precisely where Xunan stood. A jolt of alarm coursed through her. Had someone discovered her earlier unlocking? This was troubling. All she could rely on now was her current guise. The giant rat glanced in her direction, momentarily startled, before its gaze shifted towards Xunan. "Oh no, this is bad," Xunan whispered, tugging at Xunan's sleeve. "Sister, you need to run. They're coming for me." Xunan was bewildered. What was happening? There was no time for explanations as Xunan plunged into the depths of the crowd. The rat monsters quickened their pace, pushing into the throng in pursuit of Xunan. Xunan's mind raced for a solution, ultimately deciding to test the effectiveness of her current identity. In that instant, the game announcement finally rang out. "Dear players, the game will undergo a merger tomorrow at 6 o'clock. We are now commencing the pre-merger celebration. Please ensure you arrive at the designated teleportation point by 6 o'clock tomorrow. Players who reach the teleportation point before 6 will successfully return to the island. Those who fail to arrive will be obliterated by the game. Best of luck and enjoy your game." Once the announcement concluded, silence enveloped the crowd for several moments before a cacophony of dissent erupted. Many players decried the system's duplicity. "What do you mean enjoy? We're certainly not having fun. If we can't find the teleportation point, this game will surely raise the stakes again. There's still plenty of time. Let us work together to find the teleportation point and keep each other informed." Gradually, a number of players regained their composure and began to disperse in search of the teleportation point. The commotion at the dock attracted the attention of several birdfolk, who observed the players flailing about like headless chickens. Most wore expressionless faces, though a few sympathetic ones regarded the players with pity. However, no one dared to intervene, for it was against the rules. NPCs were prohibited from directly assisting players in completing tasks, lest they incur penalties. The rat monsters, who had been weaving through the crowd, were unable to capture Xunan. As the chaos unfolded, they began to converge toward Xunan. After all, in times like these, the leader needed to take charge. The giant rat scrutinized Xunan, its gaze reflecting confusion as to why its leader would be so harmoniously situated among the human players. Nevertheless, it refrained from questioning her, instead inquiring about her subsequent instructions and reporting that the green-haired offspring and its father had fled. Not to worry, it's just a trivial matter. Let it go without making a fuss, Xunan replied nonchalantly. The giant rat's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by sincere admiration. That nest was worth 1,000,000 gold coins. And the leader says to disregard it? Truly impressive. Xunan's excitement bubbled beneath the surface. How much? Tell me how much? She suppressed her eagerness, vowing to thoroughly investigate that dilapidated nest upon her return to the island. While she intended to instruct them to seek out the teleportation point, before she could speak, a thunderous crash erupted from the city gates, as though something had plummeted from the heavens. The gates crumbled into rubble, leaving the players in shock as debris rained down upon them. A swarm of players scattered in panic, shrieking in terror. As the smoke lingered, visibility was obscured, preventing anyone from discerning the source of the disturbance. Then, a luminous portal materialized before them, encircling a specific area within the haze, boldly proclaiming in bright letters, "Teleportation point." The teleportation point has appeared. Hurry! Quick-witted players dashed toward the portal, heedless of the dangers lurking within the smoke, followed closely by others. Yet, as they crossed the threshold of the city gates, they were abruptly flung back, dozens of them soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, with at least half unable to rise again, whether unconscious or worse, unknown. The scene immediately instilled terror in those behind, prompting everyone to hastily retreat to a safe distance. Xunan also spotted the teleportation point, yet she refrained from acting impulsively. The thick smoke had yet to dissipate, but she could vaguely discern a shadow, indicating the emergence of something colossal within. A thunderous roar erupted, almost shattering the eardrums of all present. The monstrous figure gradually came into focus, revealing a bear standing over 6 meters tall. Its appearance bore a resemblance to a brown bear, yet it was more than twice its size. The gigantic creature was bound by several robust iron chains, which, with each powerful strike of its massive paw against the ground, left deep furrows in the earth. Many players, witnessing this behemoth, were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. There was no hope for resistance. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the chaos. A towering avian figure glared at the giant bear with palpable fury. Do you think yourself magnificent? Prepare to languish in confinement for a few more years. The gate of this city cost a fortune to repair and has been in use for less than a month. You can calculate how much you owe. The bear seemed momentarily intimidated by the avian's words, but upon realizing the damage was already done, chose to embrace its fury. With another deafening roar, it bellowed, "Come forth. Intruders, I shall rend you apart. None shall pass through the teleportation point today." The player ranks descended into chaos once more, with some gazing at the immense beast and surrendering to despair. Others, unable to withstand the dire situation, succumbed to madness, since death was inevitable. They might as well perish together. With that, they began to indiscriminately slay one another. The darkness of human nature was laid bare at this moment. Before some could be crushed by the bear, others had already met their demise at the hands of their fellow players. Xunan observed the turmoil with a sense of helplessness. They were truly disarrayed. She commanded the rat creatures to apprehend the deranged players and contain them in a corner. Disturbing the peace, the rat creatures had the authority to seize players. While Xunan directed the rat creatures, the onlookers, Levi and the plump boss, were left astounded. Chapter 60. A little bear, what is there to fear? Plump boss, what do you suppose his identity is? Why do the subordinates of the Huang clan heed his commands? Levi, what does his identity matter? Given the circumstances, my child should fare well under his guidance. Plump boss, it seems cooperating with him was a wise choice. I suddenly have renewed confidence in my restaurant. Plump boss, however, why did you dye yourself in green feathers? It looks utterly hideous. Levi, isn't it to conceal my identity from those rat creatures? Clearly, it's working well. Plump boss. Xunan surveyed her surroundings, failing to spot Xunan, uncertain of where she had hidden from the rat creatures. She sent a message to call her, also instructing the rats to escort the disruptive players to a distant location. She wished to avoid drawing suspicion when they commenced their actions. Seizing the moment, Xunan opened the chat channel to assess the situation in other instances. The chat was filled with lamentations. What is happening? Why are we still in the instance at 7:30? Has the system malfunctioned? A river has appeared here. Everyone must swim across to escape the instance. What am I to do as a landlubber? A towering mountain has emerged. We must climb it. Fortunately, climbing gear was distributed. However, someone fell earlier, and it was a gruesome sight. In the happy group, Linman, how are you all faring? I'm doing fine. A giant python appeared, and I thought it was going to devour me, but it just lay down. Players need only muster their courage to cross over. I've returned to the island. Xiaolu, how are you so lucky? My dwarf brother gave me an item that protects against the fire of the fox, but I'm a bit portly, and my hair got singed. Shuijin, have you all returned to the island? A colossal cactus monster is chasing me, shooting its spines everywhere. I feel I'm done for. How can I defeat it? Xiaolu, hang in there, buddy. I have a speed-enhancing pill for an hour, sending it your way. Lin Man, stun card, can immobilize a monster for 3 minutes. Make the most of it, and try to kill it. Xinyan, sending you a bow. If all else fails, kite it. I've sent you 500 arrows. Shuijin ceased to respond, leaving his fate uncertain, but thankfully, his avatar remained lit. Easing the group's worries somewhat, Xunan sent him a defense card that could absorb 3 fatal blows. It displayed as unaccepted, leaving her unaware of his current state. However, she had little time to spare for others. Linman, Xinyan, sister, you finally spoke. What is the situation? Why is Sunjia silent? Xinyan, I'm in the same instance as her. Xiaolu, how wonderful. I wish to be in the same instance as the expert. Xunan, video, adds a beaming smile emoji. She recorded a brief video of the giant bear and sent it. Linman, Xiaolu, Linman, I'm no longer envious. In fact, I think my luck is quite good. Linman, what are you going to do? Xiaolu, sisters, do you need any assistance? I'm ready to gather anything I can. Linman sent a string of item cards asking if anyone needed anything. Xinyan, a little bear, what is there to fear? Xunan, Sister Yin says there is nothing to fear, so there is none. Without further ado, the plan commenced. Xunan observed as the crowd gradually quieted, the rat creatures adhering to her directives, escorting the disruptive players to an unseen location. She began to strategize with Shun Yin on how to confront the giant bear. However, it was not only Xunan and Shun Yin who had not given up. Several players still clung to the hope of returning. They too wished to make an effort. Yet, as several players charged forward, they were sent flying. A number coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. Xinyan, gripping her knife, appraised the giant bear for a moment. Suddenly, leveraging the nearby flower stand and railing, she leapt into the air, charging directly at the bear. I'm going to confront it. Xunan gasped. There had been no prior discussion. This sister was truly fierce. Xunyan seized the chains bound to the giant bear, using her momentum to vault onto its back. The bear clearly underestimated her, tugging at the chain in an attempt to throw her off. It seemed particularly fond of hurling people to their deaths, grinning a gruesome, bloody smile with each toss. Before it could fling her away, Xunyan leapt onto the bear's paw, delivering a powerful stab. The bear yelped in pain, and with its other paw, it swiped at her. Xunyan swiftly retreated. Xunan seized the opportunity, loosing 3 arrows aimed at the bear's face. The bear, unable to evade in time, had the arrows strike its jaw, eliciting a furious roar that shook the ground. The bear took a few steps forward, then retreated, refusing to abandon its designated territory. At that moment, a man burst forth from the crowd, seizing the chance while the bear was distracted by the arrows. With a flash of his dual blades, he carved 2 gaping wounds into the bear's leg. Blood gushed forth. The players, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in cheers. There was hope. Look, they had injured the giant bear. It is merely a flesh wound, nothing to be overly optimistic about. Indeed, no substantial harm has been inflicted upon the gigantic bear. If you think you can do better, then step forward and show us. Come on, you are our saviors. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of most players. However faint it might be, the few did not respond. They were solely focused on their own survival, not pondering further. The trio exchanged glances and resolved to collaborate. Just as Shun Yin was about to charge out again, Xunan produced a dagger. This was the very blade she had honed daily, its sharpness having improved significantly, with each increment enhancing its efficacy. Given the current circumstances, Shun Yin would wield it to greater effect. Here, take this, she offered. Shun Yin's eyes lit up at the sight of the dagger, and without hesitation, she switched her weapon. Xunan also handed her a formidable cleaver, clearly crafted by an expert. The colossal bear was exceedingly powerful. Even 3 of them working together found it challenging to inflict severe damage. They could only adopt a strategy of gradual attrition. Each of the 3 took a different direction, continuously pulling the bear in various ways, exhausting its stamina. However, Their own energy was depleting rapidly as well. The bear was already riddled with wounds, its fur soaked in blood. Yet, it appeared invigorated, licking its own blood and roaring even more ferociously. Among the crowd, some began to voice their despair. It's over. How could the bear become even more formidable? They lamented. I told you not to place your hopes in them. They are clearly incapable. If you are not willing to contribute, then keep your disparaging remarks to yourself. If you perish, it would serve you right. A portion of the players, upon witnessing the situation, stepped forward, brandishing their weapons. They hesitated to engage directly but thought that distant attacks would suffice. Even hurling stones would be an effort worth making. In an instant, a flurry of weapons was launched at the bear, and the trio narrowly dodged. Yet, it proved somewhat effective, as a mighty axe thrown by an unknown strongman struck the bear's head, leaving a sizable dent. Taking advantage of that moment, the three lunged forward and inflicted several stabs, blood gushing forth, and the bear's fury diminished slightly. Xunan noticed that her poisoned arrows seemed to be taking effect as well. Chapter 61. Help me up. I can still fight. Xuan's crossbow bolts continued to rain down, occasionally finding gaps to dash in and deliver a slash. Just prior, Xunan had supplied her with 500 bolts, and she had lost count of how many she had fired. At this point, the bear resembled a porcupine. Many arrows lay scattered on the ground, including a significant number of poison and tranquilizer arrows. The bear, displaying notable intelligence, seemed aware of the danger and focused on deflecting these two types of arrows. Despite its formidable strength and reckless ferocity, after a prolonged battle with the trio, the bear appeared somewhat winded. It no longer roared and thrashed about as it had at the start. Instead, it grew silent. The trio's stamina was also running low. They seized the moment to quickly replenish their energy with some food. If only they had energy potions at this moment, Xunan mused. Had she known earlier, she would have asked Xunan to help her acquire all 5 energy potions for emergencies. Fatigue was evident in their eyes. Yet there remained an unwavering determination not to surrender. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the crowd. Need energy potions? 500 gold coins each. Xuan's eyes brightened as she turned toward the corner where the rotund merchant stood. Without hesitation, she tossed 1,500 gold coins his way and received 3 energy potions in return. She suspected that the birdman who had sold her potions earlier was indeed this very merchant. Xunan distributed 1 potion each to her companions and reminded the merchant, don't forget to collect the payment. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for further delay. The merchant collected the coins without a word, roughly wiping the sweat from his brow as he replied, thanks. The trio consumed the energy potions, instantly restoring their full stamina. The potions would sustain them for 2 hours, and within that time frame, they needed to eliminate the bear. Seizing the opportunity while the bear was severely fatigued and the poison began to spread, the 3 pressed on relentlessly in their assault. After countless exchanges, their teamwork grew increasingly seamless, while the bear's movements became sluggish. Its wounds multiplied, some deep enough to expose bone, presenting a gruesome sight. Xuan's supply of arrows was dwindling, but retrieving them at this juncture would be impractical and perilous. Suddenly, a green figure appeared, soaring just above the ground, circling the arena and swiftly gathering the scattered arrows. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Why didn't you call for me sooner, master? I was worried sick, Xiaoju exclaimed, looking quite aggrieved. Although I may not excel in combat, assisting in arrow retrieval is absolutely within my capabilities. Remarkable. Xunan realized she had completely forgotten about her pet. As she praised Xiaojiu, her hands remained busy. Other players, noticing the bear's waning strength, grew bolder, swinging their weapons in an effort to assist. In no time, the bear found itself overwhelmed. Ultimately, after a moment of intense concentration, Xunan released an arrow that struck the bear squarely in its eye. It was a poisoned arrow. The bear momentarily stiffened before letting out a furious roar, clutching its eye and wildly flinging players aside. Xunan dodged the bear's thrashing chains while climbing atop it. She plunged the dagger forcefully into its abdomen and leaped down, using gravity to slice open the wound. The man, seeing this, cooperatively severed the bear's Achilles tendon. His weapon was not as sharp, requiring considerable effort. Cheers erupted from the crowd as excitement surged. We did it. Xunan continued to fire arrow after arrow, providing cover for her companions. Just as nearly everyone was celebrating their impending victory, her pupils dilated in alarm. Watch out. Xunan, about to land, was struck by the frenzied bear's paw on her back. She flew through the air like a broken kite. Recently, someone had been similarly hurled and had not risen again. The fear of broken bones or internal injuries from such a fall was palpable. Xunan wasted no time. She leaped from her elevated position, extending her arm to release the metallic wire from her wrist, ensnaring Xunan and pulling her close. She braced herself to absorb the impact with her back. Thankfully, she had a defensive card, so this fall should present no significant issues. Just as they were about to crash to the ground, they were suddenly caught in a pair of claws. It was Xiaojiao, who had arrived just in time. Phew, that was close. The crowd gasped in astonishment. These outsiders were not to be underestimated. The birdfolk looked on with great interest. However, would the monster not fear penalties for aiding outsiders? Perhaps. He was simply affluent? I think that girl, struck by the bear, is rather attractive, albeit a bit tall. Perhaps it is true love? Once they safely touched down, Xunan gently set Xunan down. Fearing for her well-being, he refrained from making any sudden movements. Hastily, he retrieved a hemostatic medicine and administered a dose to her. This remedy not only staunched the bleeding but also possessed healing properties. However, its efficacy on severe injuries remained uncertain. The colossal bear lay defeated, and a crowd began to gather, their expressions filled with concern for Xunan. She lay there with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion ghastly pale, appearing devoid of vitality. The onlookers felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, she would not succumb to death so easily. The man furrowed his brow, his tone heavy with regret. It cannot be. Xunan interjected firmly. She hasn't even claimed her rewards yet. How could she possibly perish? Though her words were resolute, uncertainty lingered in her heart. She scoured the trading post for healing potions, but to no avail. In a group chat, she sent out a plea for assistance. The other three were oblivious to the situation, but frantically sought remedies. The man offered Xunan a few comforting words, though they fell on deaf ears. After a few minutes, noticing a slight return of color to Xunyan's face, Xunan felt a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I just received a batch of spicy snacks that look absolutely delectable. If you won't eat them, I might as well give them away. She sighed as she produced a crinkling bag of treats. I'm going to give these to someone else. Wait. A feeble voice emerged. Help me up. I still have the strength to fight. The man chuckled softly, relieved, and handed Xunan the coins for an energy potion before making his way to the teleportation point. Xunan struggled to sit up, clutching her lower back. Have a snack first, she exclaimed, eyeing the vibrant red snack bag in Xuan's hands, her mouth watering. With a resigned sigh, Xunan tossed it to her. Xunan caught it, and, without a glance, tore it open. I thought I was done for. But after taking the medicine you gave me, I feel significantly better. Xunan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Losing a companion like Xunan was not something she wished to endure. Satisfied that Xunan was out of immediate danger, she joined the throng, declaring, now, to scavenge. Chapter 62, Personal Preferences, Forgive Me. The ground lay strewn with debris, remnants of shattered equipment, and items discarded by players in their panic. Xunan sifted through the chaos, collecting anything useful to stash in her backpack or submit for quests. Useless items were listed on the trading post, seeking a kindred spirit. Other players regarded her, bloodied and expressionless, as she navigated the crowd, too intimidated to speak, yet instinctively parting to grant her space to scavenge. Ultimately, Xunan found little of value. However, her primary objective was not to gather treasures, but to complete her task before the impending calamity arrived. After submitting a considerable number of items, to her surprise, 9 were deemed valid, advancing her quest to stages 49 and 50. Just one more to go. The system had grown increasingly stringent regarding item submissions, but she could not dispute its criteria. As she noticed the curious stares of those around her, she felt no embarrassment, merely smiling. Personal preferences, forgive me, she exclaimed with a laugh. No worries at all. Please, carry on. The crowd dared not voice any objections, instead showering her with compliments about her discernment and taste. You truly are the pride of our women. Once the colossal bear perished, its corporeal form dissipated, leaving behind a pristine white skeleton, positioned at the original entrance. It resembled a rather artistically designed city gate. The administrator traversed in and out of the bear's mouth several times, nodding in approval. I believe this will do, he announced. The bear is dead, and there is no one to compensate for the repairs to the gate. I will request some funding to embellish this bear's bones and repurpose them as the city gate. He then glanced at Xunan, Xunan, and the man, adding, You three have done remarkably well. The refurbished gate will bear your names. Henceforth, entry into my Feniagen will not require identity registration. Xunan observed the administrator. Sensing a peculiar intuition, he seemed not to see her merely as the figure draped in yellow leadership, but rather as her true self. The last time she felt this way was when she encountered the supply station supervisor. She realized that she had yet to fully grasp the rules governing NPC roles. Sister, what kind of snacks did you give me? Xunyan's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, causing Xunan to curse her forgetfulness. How could I have overlooked that? She chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the fiery red snack bag Xunan held out. The bag bore an intricately twisted inscription, Centipede Crunchies. She had forgotten that the treat was meant for monsters. Initially, she intended for it to hasten Xunyan's recovery, but that thought had slipped her mind. Thankfully, she assumed Xunan wouldn't recognize the writing. It's just a new type of spicy snack that I thought was unique. I saved it especially for you. The flavor is decent, I suppose. Decent, yes, but somehow it feels wrong, Xunan replied. No time for doubts. Let us hurry to the teleport point, Xunan urged, pulling Xunan towards the teleportation area, where few remained. Entering the teleport point, teleportation will commence in 3 minutes. Xunan sighed. 3 more minutes of waiting. Is the system always this slow? Has today's workload exceeded expectations? She decided to pass the time and opened the interface, checking the chat channel, where players shared their harrowing survival tales. As she scrolled through, she noticed that most dungeons featured relatively simple monsters, with some trivial minigames that were easily completed. However, those who failed were obliterated without mercy. The chat channel had dwindled, with only 563 players remaining. She suspected that the recent surge in activity aimed to reduce the population in preparation for a server merge. It was labeled as a game event. Yet the casualties were real. The survival world was harsh and unforgiving. Only through relentless effort could one hope to endure longer. With only a minute remaining before teleportation, the chat channel erupted with activity, messages racing by. Xunan noticed her follower count multiplying exponentially, suspecting it was linked to her recent actions. The cheerful little red dots also surged in number. She promptly opened the cheerful channel. Shuijin, wow, big shot. Yanjia, are you two this formidable? That guy you teamed up with is quite handsome. He seems unfamiliar, like he is not from our district. We've never spoken. Seeing Shuijin's message, Xunan felt a wave of relief as she realized he had returned her defense card, likely having found another solution. As long as he's alive, that's what matters. Yet, what was he saying? As she continued reading, she quickly grasped the situation. Someone had shared the video of their battle with the giant bear in the chat channel, igniting a lively discussion. Teleport countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the system's notification chimed, Xunan felt a sudden shift, finding herself back on the island. Simultaneously, a system announcement resonated. Congratulations to players Xunan from District 10001, Xinyan from District 10001, and Wenjunlu from District 1002 for successfully slaying the first Tier 3 monster, the giant bear. Special rewards have been issued. Rewards have been distributed to players who assisted in the giant bear's defeat. In the chat channel, many were joyfully exclaiming, 500 gold coins. It seems that this time the system has been quite generous, perhaps compensating humanity for the significant loss of life. To her surprise, that man turned out to be Wenjunlu, who previously ranked in home construction alongside the skyrocket. By the time Xunan returned to the island, it was already around 3 a.m. As soon as she appeared, Yizi and Dao Dao sprang up at her bedroom door and rushed over, alarmed at the sight of Xunan covered in blood. Once she reached a place of safety, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over her, and she began to feel the dull ache of minor scrapes and sore muscles. She tossed the small bird to Yizi and patiently acknowledged the concern of her 2 intelligent companions. Then, she hurriedly washed off the blood and collapsed onto her bed, instantly falling asleep. Upon waking the next morning, she heard the small bird chirping excitedly outside her bedroom. Xunan slapped her forehead, rushing to the window to check. She had forgotten that he was a living creature, uncertain if he could withstand such extreme weather. Seeing the small bird lively and unafraid of the heat, she sighed in relief. With Xunan awake, Yizi promptly brought her breakfast. Dao Dao affectionately rubbed against her legs, nearly causing her to lose her skin. In her frustration, she wondered who had designed such realistic behaviors for him, yet found him undeniably adorable, a source of conflicting feelings. Eventually, Dao Dao sat down and transformed his front paws into 2 massage hammers, gently kneading her legs. Xunan stretched her long legs while savoring a bowl of steamed egg custard, feeling quite content with her life. Suddenly, the small bird poked its head in, exclaiming, "Master, your island is truly splendid. I knew you weren't like that old man with the stick. His cooking is dreadful, but your porridge is delightful." The small bird then joyfully bounded over to Yizi, declaring that the food she made was the best. It appeared that he had already ingratiated himself well. What a charming little creature he was, one that would surely not starve in the future. Yet, she found herself puzzled. How could the old man's cooking be so bad when he was a professional chef? Then she heard the small bird let out a satisfied burp, saying, "I just had a pot of seafood porridge for breakfast, along with 10 apples, 8 oranges, 5 peaches, a box of pan-seared salmon, and a large lobster. I'm so full." Xunan was utterly astonished, instinctively covering her wrist where her space was located. "Is all that merely breakfast? Have you developed such a hearty appetite? I recall you only had a bowl of porridge before." The small bird seemed to realize he had overindulged, and his voice became less confident as he explained, "Well, I grew larger after forming a contract with you, so naturally, my appetite has increased a bit. Xunan couldn't help but connect the dots, thinking that it was unwise to so readily hand over his offspring to her, perhaps for this very reason. She sighed in exasperation, feeling that soon she would be financially drained. The small bird, lowering his head, approached her and offered a tuft of his soft belly fur for her to stroke. Master, I will be very useful. I will earn money to support you. Xunan gently rubbed his soft feathers, chuckling at the small bird's earnest declaration. She had not been coerced into forming a contract with her pet. It was a decision she had made after careful consideration. The current situation, however, was entirely unexpected. Nevertheless, she resolved to think more about how to work diligently to ensure a good life for herself, the small bird, and her two intelligent companions. Feeling pleased that the small bird had such lofty aspirations, she patted his silky head, offering gentle encouragement, which instantly revitalized him. Against the wall of her bedroom lay a considerable pile of fruits and vegetables she had collected during her absence. Xunan stored them all in her space for preservation. She had received 2 treasure chests yesterday, but had yet to open them. There were also 2 wooden boxes and 2 iron boxes from the past few days. Sipping freshly squeezed orange juice, she settled onto her massage mat to begin opening the chests. The 3 companions gathered around her, and the small bird's eyes sparkled with excitement. I love treasure hunting. Opening treasure chests is my favorite. This was Xuan's first lively chest opening experience, and she suddenly felt an increased sense of anticipation for the contents within. Opening special reward chest, obtained repair component X1. This was the treasure chest received for completing the task of rescuing the small bird. Opening special reward chest, obtained foundation stones X100, defense card X1, positioning card X1. From the various supply boxes, she acquired 5 gold coins, 20 silver coins, 2 kilograms of millet, 5 spicy chicken feet, 10 ice creams, and 5 bottles of mineral water, along with 5 pieces of wood. The haul from these supply boxes seemed quite promising. Xunan immediately placed the foundation stones in their designated spots, noting that she had ample basic supplies. Whenever she spotted reasonably priced items in the trading post, she would acquire some as well. Her island now covered an area of 770 square meters, still far from the goal of 10,000 square meters. And she was uncertain when she would be able to use the land expansion card. The defense and positioning cards were valuable assets. She now possessed 3 of each. However, the purpose of this repair component remained a mystery. Xunan held it in her palm, observing it closely. It was an irregularly shaped, transparent, soft rubber-like object. Repair component. Use in conjunction with damaged items to restore them to their original condition. It seemed somewhat similar to the concept of remanufacturing, albeit potentially less effective. As she examined this seemingly unremarkable item, the small bird's eyes had been sparkling with anticipation for quite some time. Master, hurry. Repair that bird's nest. I heard it contains treasure, he urged. Treasure? Xuan's interest was piqued immediately. She had intended to attempt remanufacturing the bird's nest directly, but now, with the repair component at hand, she could first see what effect direct repair might yield. As they discussed this, Yizi had already brought the bird's nest inside. Xunan placed the repair component next to the nest, and a system prompt immediately appeared. Detected irreparable bird's nest. Would you like to proceed with the repair? Upon repair, you will receive a treasure bird's nest, which can yield between 1 and 100,000 gold coins at irregular intervals, with a minimum of 1 acquisition per month. Xunan was overjoyed. This was practically a golden nest. No wonder it was valued in the millions. She refrained from repairing it immediately, deciding to see how the remanufacturing process would fare instead. Damaged treasure bird's nest. Repair will yield treasure hints. Treasure. What should she do? She desired both gold coins and treasure. Suddenly, Xunan had a brilliant idea. She placed the damaged bird's nest alongside the repair component and wondered if she could utilize the remanufacturing feature. She reasoned that since the component was incomplete, it must imply some form of damage. If it was damaged, then surely repairing it together would be feasible. After all, it was merely speculation. If it failed, no one would know. With a sense of trepidation, she activated the remanufacturing function, and the prompt that appeared brought her relief, suggesting that her theory might indeed hold merit. Upon witnessing the remarkable effects of the rejuvenation process, Xunan was utterly ecstatic. Rejuvenation successful, acquiring the plus version of the treasure bird nest, bound to treasure-seeking pets, which will intermittently receive prompts for treasure maps. Such prompts will appear at least twice a month. The binding component has been repaired. The plus version of the treasure bird nest can intermittently generate 100,000 gold coins, with a minimum of 10,000 gold coins earned monthly. Signal not detected. Please place the treasure bird nest in a tree. Xunan cradled the diminutive bird nest in her hands, disregarding the sweltering heat of over 50 degrees outside, and donned in some protective attire. She personally placed it atop the apple tree. However, regarding the treasure-seeking pet, she pondered whether her little dove belonged to this category. Wasn't he the one who adored treasure hunting the most? Xunan gazed at the dove with eager anticipation. Indeed, she discerned a trace of pride in its eyes. "Master, watch me." In an instant, the little dove transformed to the size of Sunan's palm, taking on the full appearance of a bird. It flew over and affectionately nuzzled her forehead, then settled into the bird nest, momentarily falling silent. At last, Xunan beheld its true form. Its head and tail glimmered a metallic green, its back feathers were black, and its body was a delicate greenish-yellow adorned with reddish-brown and vivid yellow accents. What a splendid little bird clad in a vibrant, colorful attire. Xunan recalled having seen something similar on a video platform before. It was likely a charming creature known as a fork-tailed sunbird. Yet, she had always thought the red on its neck resembled a scarf from the avian realm. After observing for 10 minutes under the sweltering sun, Xunan could no longer endure the heat and retreated to her bedroom, continuing to watch through the window. She couldn't help but wonder, could the little dove lay a golden egg? Would the golden egg hatch a treasure map? Xunan hastily quelled her absurd thoughts. The more she pondered, the more ludicrous it became. After approximately another 10 minutes, the little dove finally emerged from the nest. Yi and Dao Dao had been waiting beneath the apple tree. Their curiosity piqued. Chapter 64. Urgently dissuaded by his song. The little dove landed on the windowsill where Xunan stood. "Master, I just received the treasure map information conveyed by the treasure bird nest. I am off to seek treasure. Wait for me while I earn money to support you all." Xunan replied, "Very well. The goal has now escalated from merely supporting you to supporting all of you. Such a tiny bird with grand aspirations. Dear Yi, you are my best friend. Your cooking is truly delectable. Alas, I must soon don my backpack and venture forth." The little dove gazed at Yi with reluctance, nearly bursting into verse. As it spoke, it retrieved a small bag from its feathers and slung it over its back, leaving Xunan utterly astonished. "What a performance. Dao Dao, you are my second best friend. When I return, I shall bring you dog food." Dao Dao barked excitedly in response, wiping away non-existent tears. The little dove turned to see Xunan staring at it in bemusement. Flapping its wings, it fluttered closer. "Master, let me explain. In my heart, you are number one." Xunan extended a finger to gently push it away. "No, my cooking does not compare to Yi's. Master, please listen to my explanation." "I won't listen. I won't listen. It's like a turtle reciting scriptures." Xunan pinched its little beak and retrieved a plethora of food from her space. Everything was there, prepared meals, snacks, fruits, and more. The little dove, visibly touched, stowed the food in its small bag, exclaiming, "I knew you held me dear in your heart." Xunan felt a wave of embarrassment. Such a young creature with a mind the size of a soybean. Where had it learned such expressions? After offering a few words of advice, Xunan suddenly remembered an item she had acquired some time ago that might prove useful now. She produced the implantable locator, a device meant solely for pets. She was uncertain how to implant it. If surgery was required, it would be better left unused. After further examination, she was relieved to find that it was a painless implantation. Would you like to use the implantable locator on your pet? Upon successful implantation, you will be able to track the pet's direction and distance and connect to the pet's perspective, usable twice daily, each time limited to 10 minutes. I'm off. Call me via video when you miss me. The little dove, having grasped the existence and purpose of the locator, waved nonchalantly at Xunan. Xunan suddenly felt as though she were using a messaging app in real life. In any case, it was exceedingly convenient. The little dove soared away, while Xunan, along with Yi and Dao Dao, stood on the island waving goodbye. She silently wished for its safe return. A system prompt appeared. Your pet has embarked on its treasure-seeking journey. The return time is undetermined. Xunan eagerly anticipated that the little dove would uncover something splendid. Simultaneously, she felt a great sense of relief. It seemed she would not have to constantly feed this gluttonous little creature. After just one meal, she felt overwhelmed. Half an hour later, she attempted to use the link feature. She saw the little dove flying high above the clouds, with the ocean faintly visible below. Xunan even heard it singing, "I love to eat, my mood is splendid. Ah ah." Its voice soared, fluctuating through various pitches, utterly unconcerned, as if the entire sky belonged to it. She hurriedly severed the link, refraining from calling out to the little dove. Unbeknownst to it, her attempt to check in was thwarted by its exuberant song. That morning, the system had merged regions. Xunan had not yet had the chance to observe any changes when she opened the chat channel. The regional population exceeded 80,000, indicating that following the merger, only about 30,000 players remained in the opposing region. The region name was still 10001, suggesting that the naming convention for merged regions adhered to the areas with larger populations. Xunan noticed several players with names reflecting their original region numbers. She speculated that this was akin to when online games merged regions and names were prefixed with the region designation in cases of duplication. It remained uncertain whether these players would have an opportunity to change their names as well. The little red dot in the daily happiness group had reached 99, piquing Sunan's curiosity about their discussions. Upon clicking, she discovered that Xuejin was recounting how he had escaped his predicament the previous day. Sunan was somewhat intrigued. Xuejin's combat capabilities were average, and everyone had been quite concerned. Upon seeing his defensive card returned, she suspected he might have taken an unorthodox approach. Indeed, Xuejin exclaimed, I was utterly exhausted, devoid of hope. That cactus could leap 8 meters in a single bound. How could I possibly outrun it? Unable to fight back or flee, I resigned myself to fate. Yet, my indignation compelled me. Therefore, I decided to vent my frustrations. Sitting there and unleashing a torrent of curses, I unleashed every vile word I could think of, reciting the entirety of my vocabulary accumulated over 20-some years. I can hardly recall what I said now. I just kept cursing and rambling until I was gasping for breath and my head was spinning. I lay down, ready to meet my end. To my surprise, I suddenly noticed that the cactus hadn't moved for several minutes. Summoning my courage, I prepared to strike at its legs. Then, I saw a little worm emerge from one of the cactus's fruits. It actually spoke. It cursed me and told me to shut up, claiming it was about to lose its mind. Can you guess what happened next? Lin Man inquired. Then what? Sunan prompted. Xuejin replied. Suddenly, a bird flew by and snatched it away. The cactus collapsed instantaneously, and it was only then that I realized it was being controlled by a tiny insect. A most extraordinary revelation. Xiao Lu exclaimed, Haha, my friend. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Xunyan chuckled. Your experience is truly fascinating. Subsequently, Xunyan recounted her own harrowing encounter with a rodent-like creature. Upon her arrival at the traditional Chinese courtyard, she witnessed a man arguing with someone on the wall. There were whispers that he turned a blind eye to those in distress, demanding 10 gold coins for assistance, a truly callous act. Xunyan, driven by curiosity, climbed the wall to listen in, only to be met with scorn from the players trapped in the courtyard. In response to the foul language hurled at him, the man simply shrugged and walked away, leaving Xunyan perched on the wall. The players, now in a panic, beseeched Xunyan for salvation. With a generous spirit, she chose not to dwell on their insults and promptly raised her price to 20 gold coins for each rescue. She collected her fees up front, threatening to kick anyone down who refused to pay, amassing a staggering 640 gold coins in the process. Lin Man inquired, Haha, sister, how did you manage to save them? Xunyan replied, I constructed my own ladder. It's quite handy for climbing walls. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out. I'm currently working on an improved version. Xunan, upon hearing this, finally understood how she had completed her task. She opened the prison gates for the players, while Xunyan liberated them from the estate. Together, they accomplished their mission, one after the other. After returning the items sent by several players, Xuejin graciously gifted each of them a generous package of cactus fruit. Thank you all, even though it wasn't utilized. I am genuinely touched. I never expected to have such friends extend their hands during my time of distress. I've also acquired a valuable item. Once I've studied it, I shall share my findings with you. The group continued to chat merrily for a while, just as they were preparing to log off. Xiao Lu urged, Quick, check the chat channel. There is some commotion brewing. In chapter 65, titled, I Am Quite the Unsophisticated Person, Xunan returned to the chat channel. To her astonishment, players from 2 different districts were embroiled in a heated argument, steadfastly refusing to yield. Initially, the players from District 1002 cautiously tested each other, but soon began to hurl insults. The conversation devolved into comparisons of their respective leaders, guilds, and factions. A player from District 1002 boasted, We have 2 formidable families. What do you have? A player from District 10001 retorted, But you have lost your names. The exchange continued, with the former claiming to have multiple islands exceeding 100 square meters. The latter countered, But you have lost your names. The former boasted of their leader's vast wealth, only to be met with the same dismissive reply. Xuejin chimed in, Lost your names. The conversation spiraled further, with District 1002 asserting that their leader had ranked second in the entire server for home construction, something District 10001 could not claim. It's cross-server ranking. You might as well kneel and surrender. Haha, are you frightened, you mere echo chamber? A player from District 10001 shot back, Excuse me. Our leader is ranked first in the entire server. Xuejin interjected, What do you mean our District 10001? We are all part of District 10001 now. Friends, let us connect. Do we look familiar? He continued, The weather is quite warm. Everyone must be quite familiar with each other. A player quipped, Who wants to hear your lame jokes? Yi Xianin could not help but chuckle softly at the spectacle. Xuejin had a knack for creating the impression that he was tirelessly expanding his network. As she leaned back on her massage pad, watching the players engage in their petty squabbles, Yi Xianin reflected thoughtfully. She had no desire to partake in the competition for first place. Her only aim was to secure the system's top rank. Just then, someone mentioned her name directly. Luo Yunli proclaimed, "Do you know Yi Xianin? She is the most formidable figure in our district, possessing abundant resources, gold, and islands well beyond 100 square meters." Another chimed in, "Indeed, all your so-called leaders are but defeated subordinates of our Yi." They warned, "You'd best keep your eyes peeled. Do not provoke our leader. For if you suffer losses, do not blame us for failing to warn you. Our Yi is not to be trifled with. She frequently appears in the announcements. Please. What is so impressive about that? The youth should speak with integrity." Another voice challenged, "If you're so capable, why not come out and prove it?" As dissenters emerged, they were swiftly drowned out by those extolling Yi Xianin's virtues. She regarded the instigator of the topic with a frosty gaze. He was indeed a formidable character. While ostensibly praising her, he was subtly inciting conflict. This individual had already caused her considerable discomfort on more than one occasion. What was his true intent? As the discussion grew more chaotic, both sides appeared ready to clash over her. Yi Xianin decided to interject in the chat channel. "If you wish to flatter me, please be direct. If your compliments fail to resonate or veer off course, it will leave me quite displeased. I am rather unsophisticated. Beware lest I seek trouble from you. Should you wish to exploit my name, that is acceptable, but it will cost you. Additionally, if you wish to spar with me, that too is permitted, but it will cost you double." No sooner had Yi Xianin finished speaking than discontent arose among some. "We are merely speaking up for you. How can you be so unreasonable? I've always supported you. This is truly blinding." Xunan interjected, "Oh, spare us the empty words. Support us with real gold and silver. Even fans of idols have to spend money to show their support." Xiao Lu added, "Sister, it seems he has just turned from a fan to a detractor." Xunan quipped, "What? He dares to run? Come here, I'll break your legs." Lin Man declared, with one blow. Xuejin sent a thumbs-up emoji, clearly amused by the unfolding drama. "Lady Yi, I need to meet with you. Please provide your coordinates." Yi Xianin found the earnest tone somewhat unsettling. This person was evidently from the original District 1002. Upon speaking, the players from that district fell silent. It seemed he held a significant status. Wen Liang, another with the surname Wan, a quite common surname. The players from District 10001 were rendered speechless by Yi Xianin and her companion's actions. All eyes turned to Yi Xianin, awaiting her response. She promptly closed the chat channel. Why would she provide them with free entertainment? At that moment, she received a mail notification. Upon opening it, she saw the sender was Yuanzi. Recognizing the name, Yi Xianin instantly forgot her previous discontent, a slight smile gracing her lips. She found herself missing the child. She wondered how he was faring. Had his grandmother returned home? Would she be aware that Yi Xianin was not her true grandmother and send her a scathing email? Hopefully, she wouldn't send her any sharp objects. With narrowed eyes, she opened the message, scanning its contents. A sudden sense of relief washed over her. Thankfully, they were not there to scold her. Yuanzi spoke, "Grandma. It has been a while since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. I am writing this letter to share some wonderful news. I have been promoted. I have become the store manager, thanks to a recommendation letter written by Uncle's supervisor. Tomorrow, I will start my new job in Monster City. I eagerly await your return from your travels." There was another item in the mail. Yi Xunan took it out, revealing a small, exquisite silver ear cuff. The item details indicated that it would enhance her constitution by 5 points. Such a precious gift. Yuanzi had given it to her without hesitation. It would have been impolite to refuse, especially since she truly needed such an item to bolster her strength. After rummaging through her space and backpack, Yi Xunan found several items that Yuanzi could utilize: a monster snack gift box, some cakes, snacks made by Yi, and a selection of fruits from the island. Additionally, she included 1,000 gold coins, reasoning that a child venturing far should have some money to spend. The total shipping cost was 100 gold coins. Yi Xunan couldn't help but mutter, "Heartless system." A cheerful system notification chimed in her ear. "Thank you for your compliments, dear player. We will continue to provide excellent service in the future." Chapter 66. Since we're here, Yi Xunan thought, what kind of nonsensical literature is this? She donned the ear cuff, and a warm sensation radiated from her earlobe, as if an inexhaustible source of energy was being channeled into her body. Suddenly, she felt an extraordinary strength in her fists. When she punched the wall, surprisingly, it didn't hurt much at all. The sound of splintering would echoed as a sizable hole appeared in the bedroom wall, allowing warm air to rush in. A temperature-controlled room must first be a sealed space. Otherwise, its efficacy would be significantly diminished. Yizi and Daedao were busy in the kitchen when they heard the noise and quickly turned to look. In their somewhat dazed expressions, Xunan calmly repaired the wall. She had not anticipated that such a sudden enhancement of 5 attribute points would yield such immense power. Her base attributes had already improved significantly through training, albeit at a slow pace. However, after several basic attribute cards, her physical condition had become remarkably stronger than before. The recent encounter with a brown bear seemed to have contributed to her growth as well. Opening her attribute panel, she saw, Player, Xunan. Age, 23. Strength, 1832. Constitution, 1941. Agility, 2028. Stamina, 80, full of vitality. Summary, 1 against 2, easily manageable. Special effect, NPC Experience active, countdown, for days. This attribute seemed to hold a gratifying sense of achievement. After lunch, Xunan took out the repaired Sea Survival Calendar. She had already speculated on the next phase. After the repair, the calendar displayed an entire page of information, extending the length of the paper. Clearly, it had yet to reveal all the calendar's contents. Xunan did not doubt the ability to reforge it. She considered that perhaps the calendar's content was inherently incomplete, and the reforging had already enhanced the original information significantly. Currently, the Sea Survival Calendar displayed 5 stages: spring, summer, heavy rain, acid rain, autumn, and winter. The present phase was summer, characterized by high temperatures. The next phase would be either heavy rain or acid rain. With only 2 days remaining, she needed to swiftly acquire the rewards from the garbage collection tasks, including the canopy. Autumn, withering of all things, food shortages, and animal unrest. Winter, extreme cold. The only visible stages were these 5. She hoped to acquire further calendars in the future. Xunan shared the calendar information in the Daily Happiness group, hoping to alert a few people. Upon seeing the calendar, the atmosphere turned somber. Silence enveloped the group for a while. Even Xiao Lu did not inquire about how she obtained the subsequent information. Xunan remarked, "What we can do is to find ways to survive and thrive. After all, we are in this wretched survival game together." Xiao Lu replied with a laugh, "Haha, you're right. Since we're here, we must live our lives to the fullest." Xinyan added, "Seeing your vigor reassures me. There's nothing to fear. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I'll still try to snap his neck." Lin Man expressed her support. "I'm with you." Xuejin echoed, "Count me in." Seeing Shun Yan's audacious declaration, Xunan felt no concern for her well-being. After all, she sensed that even if the sky fell, Shun Yan would still be determined to poke at it. The group maintained a sense of optimism for the future, and the conversation returned to their usual lightheartedness. Xunan asked Xuejin to subtly disseminate information about the next phase, hinting to other players. Whether it would be effective depended on fate. She merely hoped to provide a reminder, considering they were all from Blue Star. In the chat channel, discussions flared. What? Acid rain? Is there even a point in living anymore? I can barely endure this heat. If you tell me acid rain is coming, I might as well die by banging my head against the wall. What's so terrifying about acid rain? Just build your houses sturdily, and we can weather it. If it's merely heavy rain, it might even provide us with water. Don't take half of the information and run with it. What's the difference? This is a survival game, and it could mean certain doom. You all are so naive. Just because someone says something, you believe it. Perhaps someone is trying to use this as a gimmick to make money. I think the person above is just paranoid. If you don't believe it, fine. But please don't slander. Others are offering genuine advice. Whether you choose to believe it is your decision. Also, gather materials to defend against acid rain. Xunan was not at all surprised by the discussions. She felt no anger, having never expected everyone to believe her. At that moment, Isa knocked on the door. "Master, we have detected a player island ahead that appears somewhat unusual." Xunan inquired, "What do you mean by unusual?" Donning her sun protection gear, she stepped out of her bedroom. A sizable island was approaching her direction. She frowned slightly, sensing trouble was brewing. This time, she did not consider avoiding it, as she would encounter many players in the future, and it was impractical to evade trouble each time. Often, trouble comes to find you even if you don't seek it. It was better to confront it directly. Moreover, her island was not one that anyone could simply approach. Xunan took a chair, set up a large sunshade, and sat at the entrance, waiting. With the air conditioning from her bedroom and her sun protection attire, she felt relatively comfortable despite the heat. She leisurely sipped watermelon juice, while Izzy prepared ice cream for her in the kitchen, completely unconcerned about the situation since they had the protective shield and mechanical arms in place. Deidao was instructed by Xunan to nestle nearby, ready to act as needed. Several individuals stood on the approaching island, initially brimming with confidence, but upon nearing, they observed Xunan appearing completely unfazed. She continued to eat and drink, wholly indifferent to their presence. Seated beneath her umbrella and sipping juice, she appeared relaxed, while they stood there, even under a canopy, drenched in sweat. The thought alone was infuriating. Upon observing that the island of Xunan was even larger than the rumors suggested, An overwhelming sense of envy washed over her. "Hey, are you Xunan?" A man in his 50s shouted toward her. Xunan did not respond, merely casting a light, indifferent glance in his direction. It became apparent to her that the man's island was a conglomeration of several others, bound together by some extraordinary means, making it appear quite expansive, its total area even surpassing her own island. Several wooden structures were erected upon it, clearly demarcated into zones, with ample land cultivating various crops and adorned with decorative flora. To her astonishment, a fountain was even installed at the center. It was evident that the individuals who had come to confront her were not of ordinary status, given the size of their island. There were 7 in total, 5 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. Xunan surmised that their precise tracking of her location must have involved a specialized tool akin to a positioning card. Seeing Xunan merely gaze at them with a heavy expression, the man who had shouted felt an inexplicable chill creep up his spine. Feeling slighted, he stepped forward. "I'm speaking to you. Why are you so rude?" "Your parents." Xunan furrowed her brow, still remaining silent. She briskly approached the propulsion device and tapped a few controls. The island surged forward, colliding directly with them. Chapter 67. The slain resemble grandsons. The group was visibly startled by Xuan's audacious actions, causing the island to retreat hastily. A few members screamed in fright, scrambling backward. "I told you she's not to be trifled with. Those who approach her don't fare well. You nearly plunged me into the water." One man, who had been observing from the back, was jostled by others and nearly fell into the sea, regaining his balance only to unleash a torrent of curses. The man who had initially shouted, upon hearing this, flushed with rage, drawing a weapon and charging toward Xunan. Xunan, noticing his approach, chuckled lightly and raised her crossbow. "Ah, knowing I'm not to be trifled with yet still coming to provoke me? You might as well leave your life behind. Hold on." Just as she was about to pull the trigger, a steady, authoritative voice emerged from behind the group. An older gentleman, accompanied by a young woman, slowly stepped out from a wooden cabin. The elder appeared to be enhanced by some sort of apparatus, exuding a robust presence that belied his age. Though Xunan had never encountered him, she recognized the young woman at his side, Luo Yunli. A flicker of malice ignited in her eyes, and she released her bolt without hesitation. The elder, noticing her intent, pushed Luo Yunli aside, causing the arrow to graze her cheek. Blood instantly oozed forth, trickling down her face and staining her garment. A faint blue protective barrier sprang up before the group, silencing the murmurs of those who had been complaining moments before. Luo Yunli, terrified, collapsed to the ground. "Well, luck is on your side," Xunan observed coldly, a tinge of regret in her heart for not having switched to a poisoned arrow sooner. It was not until she felt a sticky warmth on her neck that Luo Yunli finally regained her composure, clutching her face and screaming in terror. "Ah, please don't kill me. I had nothing to do with this." My face. Her skin was ghastly, flayed, and horrific. She looked to those nearby for help, but none offered her any solace. The elder, observing the scene, frowned and stepped aside slightly. "Ms. Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," he said, turning toward Xunan with a smile and a nod. This form of address indicated he was the individual from the chat channel who had managed to locate her. "What brings you here?" Xunan inquired, her expression inscrutable. "I wish to understand why you killed my grandson." The way he posed the question suggested he wasn't here to accuse her, leaving Xunan uncertain of his true intentions. "Which grandson?" she asked. Although she had taken a few lives, they all resembled grandsons in some manner. 3 had perished in the tunnel, yet she remained oblivious to which one belonged to him. "Stop feigning ignorance. My son merely spoke to you harshly in the instance, and you took his life." The man's eyes blazed with fury. As if he intended to tear Xunan apart, he was firmly restrained by a woman beside him. "Don't be foolish. The elder is present. Maintain your composure." The elder's penetrating gaze caused the man to shrink back immediately. Xunan scoffed. "There's no one I've killed for mere rudeness. After all, I am a model citizen. My grandson is named Wenzai. Does that ring a bell, Ms. Yi?" The elder's tone remained calm and collected, devoid of the sorrow one might expect from a grieving grandfather. Xunan recalled that during the tunnel incident, Luo Yunli had called out to someone named One, which must have been his grandson. She took a measured sip of ice water. "So, are you here to apologize?" The expressions of the group contorted in disbelief, particularly that of the woman who had just spoken. "You killed someone and expect us to apologize? Is there no law left?" However, as soon as the words left her mouth, her own complexion soured, for in this game world, what law truly existed? Regardless, a life for a life. The man shouted. Xunan regarded him as if he were an imbecile, as if your hands are free of blood. "If we are to discuss lives, you should be the ones to die first." She was skeptical that a family ranked among the top in their region would lack blood on their hands. "Are you hoping for moral persuasion?" Silence. The elder shot a sharp glance at the others, and they promptly fell silent. Ms. Yi, we are not here to cause trouble. We merely seek clarity. If I claim I didn't kill him, would you believe me? No one replied. See, you don't trust my words. Yet you traveled all this way to seek a justification? Thus, the truth is, he attempted to kill me and met his demise due to his own incompetence. In actuality, it was Xunan who had dealt the fatal blow, but given that when Zai had originally targeted her, she had no intention of revealing Xunyan's involvement. You're lying. The man erupted again, shaking off the woman's grasp and lunging at Yi Xunan, only to be swiftly brought down by a sharp slap from the elder. Am I lying? Ask Miss Luo behind you if the truth isn't evident. Yi Xunan cast a glance at Luo Yunli. So, Miss Luo, did you inform them that I killed your son over a mere argument? I didn't. Luo Yunli stammered, her voice faltering under Yi Sunan's icy gaze. She had just taken a hemostatic drug. Her wound had stopped bleeding, but it would undoubtedly leave a scar. She had witnessed firsthand how when Zai and the others had perished in the tunnel, and this individual was a remorseless killer. She had hoped to gain from the situation, only to realize that the Wen family was not as harmonious as they appeared. She had made the wrong bet. Now, having offended Yi Xunan, she was uncertain of her next move. The ground was scorching under the sun, and yet she remained seated. Yi Xunan couldn't help but admire her resolve. Was she intending to treat a chill in her womb? While Yi Xunan enjoyed the comforts of a temperature-controlled dwelling, she felt refreshed and invigorated. With the door wide open, she pondered how much energy stones were being consumed. Under the blazing sun, the individuals across from her were drenched in sweat, clearly on the verge of heat stroke. Luo Yunli's reaction at this moment gave the others a sense of understanding. However, Wen Zai's father remained reluctant to accept the reality. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by the elder. Wen Ji, consider the true nature of your precious son. Do not bring trouble to the Wen family. Father, she has taken your own grandson's life. Wen Ji protested, unwilling to relent. I have more than one grandson. The outcome of Wen Zai is a consequence of your indulgence. Survival is the priority now. The realities of life no longer grant you the freedom to act as you once did. Wen Ji appeared profoundly affected, falling silent and lowering his head. I am Wen Wuliang, head of the Wen family and grandfather to Wen Zai. I extend my apologies on his behalf. He has already paid the ultimate price for his mistakes, and we hope Ms. Yi can forgive our recklessness today. Observing Yi Sunan's inscrutable expression and her continued silence, he continued, to express our remorse. I, as the head of the family, pledge that the Wen family will undertake one task for you in the future, provided it does not harm our interests. Yi Xunan did not respond. She had no intention of granting forgiveness. Such a hollow promise was less valuable than gold. Moreover, she sensed that this matter was far from resolved. Despite Wen Wuliang's clear stance, the individuals across from her seemed far from innocuous. Who could guarantee that he would not be one to speak of lofty ideals, yet act otherwise? Then please step aside, Yi Xunan stated directly. The man who had nearly fallen into the water earlier, upon witnessing her rudeness towards Wen Wuliang, felt a surge of anger, but ultimately restrained himself. Do not be so arrogant. There are many of us from the Wen family. We are one of the two great families of District 1002. Yi Xunan retorted. That is well known. The man wore a smug expression. Yi Xunan offered a smile of pity. Unfortunately, you have already lost your names. Chapter 68. Cherishing Every Woman. Upon hearing Yi Sunan's scornful words, the faces of those across from her turned sour, and even Wen Wuliang struggled to maintain his composure. This was an utter disgrace to the entire District 1002. Wen Wuliang commanded his people to withdraw, allowing Yi Xunan a path. He had refrained from encouraging his family members to confront her, having previously conducted research on her. It was said that no one had managed to trouble her without facing dire consequences. She was not easily intimidated. Merely observing her calm demeanor while seated suggested she held several trump cards. This island, seemingly unguarded, likely had no way for intruders to enter. The fact that she alone could construct such a vast island with abundant resources was impressive. This woman could potentially become an ally to the Wen family in the future. He made that promise to pave the way for future collaboration with Yi Xunan. Yi Xunan, controlling the island, distanced herself. The sea was vast, and there was no obligation to head in that direction. She merely sought to express her stance. She, Yi Xunan, was not to be trifled with. No one could cause disturbances at her doorstep without repercussions. It was a pity that she had not dealt with Luo Yunli today. With so many people on the island, she had not fully grasped her opponent's strengths. If she acted alone, it might pose a danger. Perhaps she could wait until nightfall to strike after they had fallen asleep? After contemplating for a while, she realized the day was growing late and quickly summoned Yi Zi for a practice session lasting an hour. During dinner, her mechanical arm retrieved 2 pieces of debris. One had little value for recycling, so she submitted it as a task, and surprisingly, it was successful. Task item successfully submitted. Garbage recovery task. Current progress 50-50. Rewards have been issued. Next garbage recovery task, progress 050. Task rewards, farm X1. Self-service feed machine, X1. Fortunately, on the 18th day of her survival calendar, she finally acquired the canopy. Canopy, a colorless, transparent cover suspended above the island, capable of shielding against wind, rain, snow, sun, and hail. Consumes energy stones, with energy usage calculated based on the island's area. Xunan attempted to deploy the canopy, displaying the current area, which required 1 energy stone every 7 days. Once the canopy was unfurled, it blocked the sun over the entire island, instantly creating a cooler environment. Additionally, there was another reward. Small pond. A small pond occupying an area of 100 square meters, which can be expanded using spatial stones. Internal capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, with adjustable water temperature, quality, and options for fresh or seawater. A 100 square meter pond would occupy considerable space on Xuanan's island, so she decided to store it for future use. Nonetheless, it was excellent to have another source of water. The other item retrieved by her mechanical arm was a blueprint. Incomplete sanitary pad blueprint. Xunan was overjoyed. Such everyday necessities were prohibitively expensive at supply stations. Now, she had obtained the blueprint. Xunan resolved to lower the prices. She immediately initiated the recycling process. Recycling successful, obtained improved sanitary pad blueprint. She wondered what improvements had been made. Xunan placed it directly on the workbench. Improved sanitary pad blueprint. Lighter and less intrusive than regular sanitary pads, more material efficient. With the added benefits of warming the uterus and relieving pain, cherishing every woman. Required materials, 2 units of cotton and 2 units of plastic for every 50 pads. Xunan immediately exchanged for 1,000 units of cotton at the trading post, and she had plenty of plastic. She clicked to produce, and after 10 minutes, 10,000 improved sanitary pads were completed. Xunan inspected them. Externally, they appeared no different, but since the system claimed they had benefits, they surely did. After acquiring the pads, she kept 50 for herself and sent 50 to Xunan and Lin Man each. Both took a moment to respond. Lin Man, sister, where did you get these? They even have benefits. I love them. How did you know I always have stomach pains? Xunan, sis, you actually managed to get such good stuff. Thanks. I'll pay you in gold coins. Both sent 50 gold coins, but Xunan promptly returned them. She replied, I obtained the sanitary pad blueprint and made these myself at a low cost. I plan to sell them long-term at 5 copper coins each. Consider these as gifts. Typically, when exchanging supplies with these 2 girls, they often provided more, so she felt it appropriate to offer a little something in return to maintain their camaraderie. Both expressed their gratitude and support, refraining from sending gold coins, but still sending some small gifts. Lin Man, you can't be the only one giving gifts. I want to give gifts too. Xunan, sister, reciprocity is important. I'm just maintaining our bond. Xunan chuckled at their responses, finding them utterly adorable. She then listed the remaining sanitary pads on the trading post, setting conditions that only female players could purchase, limiting the total to 30 pads per month. Although she sold them at a significantly lower price than the supply station, she would not allow herself to incur losses, adjusting her profit margin slightly. She had no interest in loss-making deals. After all, she needed these herself, and producing more was no trouble. Then, she sent a message in the chat channel. Xunan, I've put some sanitary napkins on the shelf, priced at 5 copper coins each, exclusively for female players. Should any players require a larger quantity, feel free to message me privately. The chat channel is somewhat bewildering at the moment, filled with an array of crying emoticons. Esteemed one, I must officially declare myself your fan. You truly are a good person. Xunan also felt that, on occasion, she too could be a good person. Esteemed one, how did you know I was troubled by this? You are simply wonderful. Alas, amidst our struggle for survival at sea, we women are already at a disadvantage. And to endure several days of bleeding each month is undeniably unfair. Wow, this sanitary napkin is simply miraculous. The effect is immediate, and the warmth in my lower abdomen has significantly alleviated the pain. Yet, the weather has only grown hotter, haha. Is it truly that remarkable? I am currently lying in bed, drenched in both hot and cold sweat. I shall give it a try as well. Thank you, esteemed one. In future voting contests, I will certainly do my utmost to rally support for you. I too. Xunan chuckled. Being a product of the system, she felt quite reassured. Though this dog of a system often behaves poorly, the quality of its products remains commendable, just as the individual remarked. Her actions were also aimed at fostering goodwill among passers-by. She had a strong premonition that these efforts would prove beneficial in the future. The sky had grown dim, and today she had fished up 3 crates, one of which was a silver treasure chest. Overall, her luck had been quite favorable today. Upon opening it, she received 6 foundation stones, 1 corrosion-resistant rain boot, 20 gold coins, 30 copper coins, 1 assorted vitamin tablet, 5 units of dirt, and 5 units of cotton. Corrosion-resistant rain boots? Such supplies have begun to appear. Surely, acid rain is imminent. Xunan glanced at the chat channel, noting that many others had begun to find items such as raincoats. Some players resumed discussions regarding the earlier rumors of impending heavy rain or acid rain. Initially skeptical players were now starting to waver. Just as the conversation heated up, suddenly a statement interrupted the topic. I, Wenji, hereby sever ties with the Wen family. From this moment forward, my actions are solely my own responsibility and have nothing to do with the Wen family. Chapter 69, feeling a bit adolescent. Many players immediately voiced their confusion. Who is this Wenji? Why should we care about your severed ties? Are you not aware? This is a prominent figure from our District 1002, or rather, the former first family of District 1002. Rumor has it his son was murdered, and he has been seeking vengeance ever since. By the looks of it, he has likely found his target now, severing ties and burning the bridges behind him. It seems his enemies are not to be trifled with. This is quite the scandal. Let us hear more from the siblings of the 1002 faction. Xunan observed the chat's content, her mind piecing together the situation. It appeared trouble was brewing once more. However, there was nothing to fear. With one in front and Wenji behind, there may yet be a Wen 1234 in the future, as long as they remained in this survival game. Tranquility would be a rare commodity. If any fools dare to cause trouble, it would simply serve as routine training. Xinyan, Wenji, your enemies are here. Do not mistake the target. Upon reading this message, Xunan was initially taken aback, then she laughed. This was indeed characteristic of Xinyan. She quickly chimed in. Xunan, I await your arrival. Dare you come? After saying this, she felt a tad adolescent. The chat channel erupted once more. What's going on? Is he about to self-destruct? No wonder Wenji chose to sever ties with the Wen family. Both of these individuals are renowned figures. Do not be too optimistic. Wenji is no simple adversary. Your esteemed one may find himself at a disadvantage. I refuse to believe it. My sister Sun and sister Yen are the mightiest. I am their devoted fan. Me too. I am a fan of their pairing. What are you on about? Your obsession will only harm yourself. Indeed. Such obsession will only lead to indigestion. Daily Joy Group. Xuejin, I have gathered information that Wenji's son, Wen Zai, died in the underground passage of the beginner dungeon. Xiaolu, I recall now. Is he not the one with the slick back hair? I had the misfortune of seeing his corpse. His enemies cannot be. Xinyan, I killed him. If any of you are sought out, let him come after me. Xunan, let him come directly after me. Fear not, I can handle it. Xunan felt no fear whatsoever. As long as she did not leave the island, the current players lacked the capability to harm her. Even without a protective shield, she believed she possessed the strength to fight. The enhancement of her base stats and her diligent practice in combat techniques and archery had not been in vain. Linman, then count me in. We are allies. Xiaolu, if that is the case, count me in as well. Xuejin, since we are at this point, I shall join as well. Xunan, do you all think this is about splitting rewards? She felt somewhat exasperated. These individuals never failed to amuse her. Soon, it was past 11 at night. After instructing Yi Zi and Dao Dao to reinforce island patrols for safety, Xunan lay down at ease. Just as she was on the verge of drifting off, a system notification suddenly interrupted her. Your pet, Xiaojiao, has sent you a photo. Would you like to view it? It felt as if every world was filled with night owls engaged in their own pursuits, be they human or monster. Yes, she confirmed. This process felt reminiscent of a game she had played in the past. Xunan opened the photo to reveal a stunning aerial view of a city at night. The lights twinkled like a brilliant galaxy. Various neon lights intertwined, resembling a dreamlike nebula. For a moment, she felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the 8D cities on Blue Star. Xunan almost instantly deduced that this was the much-rumored Monster City. The bottom right corner of the photo bore a set of coordinates. Ignoring the oppressive heat outside, Xunan donned her sun-protective attire and made her way to the propulsion device. Although there was no direct sunlight at night, wearing the sun-protective outfit would help lower her body temperature. It was a necessity whenever she stepped outside. Yi Zi and Dao Dao, who had been idly lying beside the vegetable patch watching fireflies, happily approached her upon seeing Xunan emerge. Master, do you require anything? Woof woof. Dao Dao, who could speak, preferred to communicate in this primal canine language. I believe I have obtained the coordinates for Monster City. Xunan quickly input the coordinates, and the screen displayed that the target was 132 kilometers away. So close. This meant that if she set off now, she could arrive in just a little over 13 hours. She took out the Monster City ticket she had previously acquired and scrutinized it several times. She wondered if this was sufficient for entry. Xunan directly linked to Xiaojiao's perspective. The little bird was perched atop a rooftop, humming a tune while enjoying a slice of cake. I love cake. It is so delectable. Aw. The cacophony was unbearable, prompting Xunan to call out to him. Master, I knew you would sneak a peek at me. Rest assured, I will remain safe. Xunan, I did not. That was not me. However, she did not wish to dampen Xiaojio's confidence, so she offered a few compliments before inquiring about the matter at hand. Xiaojio, do you know about the Monster City ticket? Ticket? I have never heard of it. Xiaojio tilted his head, pondering before responding. Never heard of it. Xunan was puzzled. What, then, was this ticket in her hand? She pondered for a moment and decided to rephrase her inquiry more directly. Do you not require any documentation to enter the city? Xunan mused, considering that even the small town of Feniajan necessitated registration for entry. A place like Monster City, evidently a superior urban establishment, would undoubtedly have even more stringent regulations. However, to her surprise, Xiaojio replied, Documentation? No, I never need any. I always fly into the city on my father's back. Yet, I think I've seen others queuing at the city gate. Perhaps that is what the master referred to as the necessary procedures. It appeared that there were alternative methods at play, and it seemed futile to pursue further inquiries. Xunan instructed Xiaojio to send a photograph of the entrance to Monster City during the day, and with a twinge of reluctance, she severed the connection. Once enveloped in silence, she recalled Xiaojio's pitiful voice and purchased a delectable-looking cake from the trading post to send to him, standing beside the propulsion device. Her thoughts swayed. Although the system had advised against movement at night due to potential encounters with monsters, she had yet to attempt it and had not witnessed anyone else doing so. Uncertainty loomed. What sort of creatures might she encounter? After some contemplation, she resolved that perhaps it would be best to refrain. After all, living was preferable. Survival should not be recklessly pursued. Curiosity could indeed lead to peril. Her fingers hesitated over the screen, tapping indecisively. Suddenly, she felt a slight tremor beneath her, and astonishingly, the island began to move in the designated direction. Xunan exclaimed, What on earth? Could this be a mere misstep? The island was gliding slowly, emitting scarcely a sound. In the darkness of the night, devoid of any illumination, the island's lights flickered ominously over the sea, invoking a sense of eerie dread. Now that it had begun to move, she resolved to observe what transpired during the night. 10 minutes elapsed without incident, yet Xunan's tense disposition remained unyielding. Could this system be a mere ruse? She quickly dismissed the thought, suspecting that those who had previously ventured out might not have returned. Perhaps it was best to shut it down and rest peacefully. She believed it wiser to travel during daylight, allowing for restful slumber at night. Anxiety gripped her, just as she powered down the propulsion device. She felt Dada tugging at her pant leg. Chapter 70. If there were no unexpected occurrences, an unexpected event had indeed transpired. Xunan glanced down, unable to discern the cause, when suddenly Yizi scooped her up and hurriedly ushered Dada into Xunan's bedroom, gently closing the door behind them. The courtyard lights had long since extinguished, enveloping the bedroom in darkness. Xunan sensed the presence of something amiss. Remaining silent, she peered through the slightly ajar door. To her astonishment, faint moonlight emerged outside, evoking her curiosity. During her days in this survival world, she had never once glimpsed the moon while at sea. Just moments ago, everything had been shrouded in darkness. Could the moon have manifested alongside the creatures outside? Her thoughts raced as her gaze remained fixed on the outside world. The atmosphere was unnaturally quiet, and after approximately 20 seconds, the sea began to swell, causing the island to sway. Suddenly, a colossal shadow erupted from the water's surface, splashing waves that cascaded onto the island. A massive conical shell, towering dozens of meters high and resembling an octopus, emerged. A tentacle struck the protective barrier with a resounding thud, unleashing an overwhelming sense of pressure. The dark silhouette enveloped the island in its shadow. Fearing for the island's safety, Xunan expanded the energy shield to encompass the entire island. The barrier glowed red, indicating rapid energy depletion. The gigantic creature advanced slowly, looming over the shield, its gaping maw attempting to engulf Xunan's island, only to discover that the island exceeded the size of its mouth. After several fruitless attempts, it abandoned the endeavor, resting against the barrier to peer inside. Approximately 5 minutes passed before the colossal entity, having found nothing of interest, slid away from the shield. Just as Xunan thought it was preparing to depart and sighed in relief, the island suddenly began to tremble violently. What is happening? She gasped. Is there a tsunami? Straining her eyes to see, she realized that the creature was rubbing against her island. One of its tentacles appeared to be burdened by a hard object it sought to dislodge. Xunan and the two robots waited patiently, and soon another 10 minutes passed. The shield was under immense pressure, and the rate of energy consumption escalated. She had already expended 3 energy stones. A pang of regret struck her as she assessed the distance to the creature. Under the cover of darkness, Yi Xunan stealthily released a metallic thread. The thread extended toward the hard object on the colossal creature. Carefully, she navigated along the edges, searching for a seam. After some meticulous cutting, ensuring she did not harm its flesh, the creature suddenly exerted force, dislodging the object. It seemed pleased, spraying a jet of water that drenched Yi Xuanan's shield. Finally, it cast one last lingering glance at Yi Xuanan's island before slowly descending back into the depths. Once the surroundings fell silent, neither she nor the two robots ventured outside hastily. After another 15 minutes, confirming the creature had indeed departed, Yi Xuanan flicked on the bedroom light and sat on the edge of her bed, taking a moment to gather herself, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. She then picked up the object that had fallen from the creature. It resembled a large clam shell, devoid of any seams for opening. It appeared to be a solid mass. Her previous cutting had merely penetrated the exterior without damaging the interior. What sort of creature could possess such size? She murmured to herself. The ocean's mysteries, which had confounded countless scientists and explorers on Blue Star, had taken on an even more surreal quality in this survival world. Yi gazed at the object in Yi Xuanan's hand with an expression she had never witnessed before. Even a robot, typically cheerful, furrowed its brow. Master, I believe this object seems somewhat familiar, though I cannot recall why. Dada, crouching nearby, appeared equally intrigued by the object. Not remembering was inconsequential. Answers would reveal themselves in due time. Yi Xuanan stored the item in her space, allowing the two robots to go play. It was better for them to remain joyful, free from burdensome thoughts. However, she was grateful for their assistance. Without them, she might have encountered significant trouble. Yi Xuanan chastised herself. Why is my hand so restless? She vowed never to commit such an error again. Danger was not to be feared, but one must be prepared to confront it in advance. She repeatedly reminded herself of her singular goal, to survive. Therefore, in the face of the unknown, one must not act with reckless abandon. After all the commotion, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. It was time to sleep. As dawn broke, Yi Xuanan activated the propulsion device, setting her course towards Monster City. If all went well, she should reach the vicinity of Monster City before nightfall. In the morning, while practicing archery, she suddenly sensed the island swaying uneasily, as if being tugged by some unseen force. If there were no unexpected occurrences, an unexpected event had indeed emerged. Yi Xunan recalled the monstrous entity from the previous night. A sudden jolt of alarm striking her heart, prompting her to rush outside for inspection. Fortunately, no creatures were in sight. Ahead loomed a colossal whirlpool. Master! Yi cried out loudly. Dao Dao barked twice towards the vortex's direction. Yi Xunan's gaze followed, beholding a maelstrom nearly the size of an island. Emerging along the island's trajectory, the island was being inexorably drawn toward the swirling abyss by the current. Danger! An alarm blared within Yi Xunan's mind. Although the island was shielded by a protective barrier, the ocean's natural waters could still permeate it. If engulfed by the vortex, the entire island would be imperiled. She immediately altered course, thrusting the propulsion system to its maximum power, steering directly away from the whirlpool. Yet, the pull of the vortex proved stronger than the engine's force, only decelerating the island's inevitable drift. Yi Xunan's desire to upgrade the propulsion system surged to its peak. It was not for a lack of will, but the scarcity of upgrade materials. None had yet been procured. Moreover, enhancements would increase energy consumption, and the current speed sufficed for now. But such reflections were futile at this moment. The immediate predicament demanded resolution. Dao Dao's form swelled as he plunged into the sea, dog paddling while pushing against the island's edge with his forepaws. Yi Xunan scanned her surroundings, seeking any object to leverage. Her eyes swept over the island's rear, suddenly catching an anomaly, a protrusion that hadn't been there before. Yi noticed it too, and, without waiting for instruction, dashed over brandishing a cooking pot. Yi Xunan wasted no time, hurling a bomb toward the suspicious area. Before Yi could arrive, the explosion erupted. A piercing scream emanated from the shoreline. Ah, my hand. The extraneous segment detached from Yi Xunan's island with the blast. A man emerged from the water, his palms severed, blood streaming freely. His face was pale, his body trembling in agony. Upon reaching the island, he hastily swallowed a pill, which immediately staunched the bleeding and began healing the wound, though the lost palm would not regenerate. Yi, observing the scene, flung the rusty iron pot he wielded as a weapon at the man, named Wenji. Still reeling from pain, Wenji was struck again, this time on the head, causing a bloody wound that nearly toppled him into the sea. Will he get tetanus? The thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xunan's mind. Wenji? Recognition dawned upon her. Chapter 71. It was just that I spoke too loudly, Yi Xunan mused, having anticipated Wenji's vengeful pursuit, though not his swiftness. Watching the distance between the island and the whirlpool gradually stabilize, she smiled and gave Dao an approving thumbs up. The K9's paddling power proved unexpectedly formidable and dependable. Unfazed by the vortex behind her, Xunan focused her attention on Wenji. "You are truly fortunate. Without that, the bomb would have finished you off." "Is this what they call a calamity lingering for a millennium?" she retorted sharply. This verbal sparring was about dominance. To suppress the opponent's arrogance, one must speak first. Wenji's opening statement was cut short, his face fluctuating between hues of green and white. After a moment, he composed himself and spoke. "You're clever. I used an item card to attach my island to yours, intending to eliminate you silently, but you saw through it." His tone carried regret before darkening with malice. "But you think surviving the vortex means victory? I have backup. You want to leave alive today. Your island, your life, they belong to me." Xunan, fiercely possessive of her territory, inspected her island multiple times daily, intimately familiar with every nook and contour. The sudden addition was unmistakable. Now that the island had expanded, its protective shield conserved energy by covering only the residential, cultivation, and breeding areas. This oversight invited such trouble. Raising her crossbow, she dismissed his words. The saying goes, "Villains perish by their own verbosity." 3 arrows flew, each striking Wenji's brow precisely. Even Xunan was surprised by her accuracy. Yet, Wenji remained unscathed. A brazen laugh escaped him. "You think you can harm me? I possess defensive items. Forget it. When your energy depletes, the vortex will be your doom." His eyes gleamed with madness. "You murderers! All shall pay with my son's life." Xunan understood then that the whirlpool was his doing. No surprise from a scion of a powerful family, wielding many stratagems. Why not just reveal your trump card? Surely, you don't plan to flee and seek vengeance elsewhere? Xunan scoffed, ignoring him and loosing more arrows. "Repay with life? Do you not know your son well enough to say that?" Hearing her relentless assault, Wenji conjured a shield out of thin air, crouching behind it and refusing to emerge. "If you have the guts, come kill me." He glanced at the dozen-meter gap between their islands. Confident Xunan could not cross it, emboldening his arrogance. A cold smile played at Xuan's lips. "Consider it done." Suddenly, 2 enormous mechanical arms burst from the sea, their hands clapping shut, enclosing Wenji and his shield within a palm-sized grasp. Unexpectedly, the shield morphed into a hemispherical protective dome, a remarkable artifact. The mechanical arms exerted relentless pressure. Wenji looked up, startled by the massive contraption, yet confident in his shield. He continued to taunt. "How is that? Out of moves. This is a system reward." Then, a crisp crack echoed from the shield as a small fissure appeared and began to spread. Panic seized Wenji, who shouted, "What is this infernal thing?" Xunan had harbored concerns that the mechanical arms might not overpower the system-crafted shield. But recalling that the arms were also system products, she realized that in this contest, the Scavenger's misfortune system was prevailing. System, Scavenger's misfortune system, sweet smile. JPG. The mechanical arms intensified their grip, aiming to crush their captive. As the shield's cracks multiplied and its integrity waned, Wenji suddenly bellowed, "Don't rejoice yet. I have another ace up my sleeve." Xunan thought he possessed some NPC trait, announcing moves before executing them. Since he had declared it, she deemed it courteous to prepare her defense. She called Dao back, distancing him from the enemy island, then expanded her protective shield to envelop the entire island, adopting a provocative expression. "Come on, then." Wenji produced a card depicting an obscure image. The card was small and distant, its illustration indiscernible to Xunan. Suddenly, the card vanished, and Xunan instinctively positioned herself defensively in front of Yizi. A tremendous force surged forth, propelling the island several meters away. Fortunately, this shift distanced the island from the vortex. Regrettably, however, it failed to dislodge Wenji from the island. Dada reacted swiftly, leaping onto the island and evading the tumult. The seabed roiled violently, as if something had been summoned from its depths. Such a card exists. Could it be that colossal entity from last night? The thought made Xunan furrow her brow. If it were that creature, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. She meticulously surveyed the water's surface, her crossbow poised, while her explosives stood ready. A dark spine gradually emerged from the depths, and to her dismay, there were quite a few, at least a dozen. Xunan heightened her vigilance. Yet her peripheral vision remained attuned to Wenji's movements. When she spotted Wenji surfacing to assess the situation, she swiftly loosed 2 arrows in his direction. He reacted swiftly, both arrows narrowly missing his hair. The creatures from the seabed fully surfaced, and Xunan couldn't suppress a smile. Old friends indeed. Who called me? The leading little shark transformed into a small girl, dressed in a pristine white gown adorned with sparkling rhinestones, her delicate feet nestled in dainty shoes. Her hair was styled into 2 round buns, and her soft features exuded cuteness. It was Shasha. The other dozen sharks gleefully swam towards Xunan. Grandma, was it you who called us? My teeth are quite healthy lately, and the ones that fell out did so smoothly. There's no need to trouble you. The sharks chattered excitedly, and Xunan nodded in acknowledgement, occasionally responding. Shasha, initially displaying impatience, was instantly transformed into a gentle spring breeze upon noticing Xunan. Grandma, did you call for me? I apologize for speaking too loudly earlier. She daintily lifted her skirt and gracefully hopped onto Sunan's island. Just before she ascended, Xunan timely activated the protective shield, allowing her to enter without incident. The adorable little girl affectionately clung to Sunan's arm. Did you miss me? You need not use such precious cards. Next time, just send me a message, and I'll come right away. Suddenly, she recalled something, her expression turning cold as she directed her gaze toward Wenji. Are we dealing with that insolent one? I shall take care of him immediately. Chapter 72. The old man with the scar is not lacking in gold coins. The sharks nodded in unison, poised and ready to charge at Wenji's island at Shasha's command. Xunan found herself at a loss for words. Actually, I am the one you want to deal with. Before she could voice her thoughts, Wenji interjected, finally finding an opening. I am the one who summoned you. You have made an error. The sharks collectively froze, eyes widened in confusion as they glanced between Xunan and Shasha, seemingly struggling to comprehend the situation. Shasha, still holding on to Xuan's hand, glared at Wenji, her slender fingers adorned with glistening nail polish pointing at him. Is it you? It is I. Quickly, eliminate her and seize her island. Wenji commanded loudly. Shasha scoffed. Why should I listen to you? You, the detestable outsider, have interrupted my gathering. Wenji faltered for a moment, but his arrogance quickly resurfaced. Since this is a card provided by the system, you NPCs should be restricted, right? You can't simply defy the intentions of the user? Xunan felt a twinge of concern. If there were no constraints, then the very design of such cards would be rendered meaningless. Shasha merely blew away non-existent dust from her nails, nonchalantly stating, It's merely a fine of 100,000 gold coins. I'll cover it all. The sharks cheered, joyfully swimming in circles. You think you can command me? You are not worthy. If you weren't intent on harming those I care about, I might consider fulfilling my obligations. But now, not a chance. Shasha's expression turned sour. I strongly dislike you. With that, her form flickered and transformed into a massive shark, her petite frame now exceeding that of a large round fish by more than double. Such a hidden talent this little girl possesses. With a swift roll through the sea, Shasha conjured a towering wave, thrusting Sunan's island backward while propelling Wenji's island toward the vortex. What are you doing? Wenji screamed in terror. The vortex's pull was indeed terrifying for his relatively small island. The island sped toward the vortex, and Wenji was tossed about chaotically, his shield long abandoned. Fearing he might escape as he neared the vortex, Xunan shot several more arrows at him. The sound of arrows piercing flesh brought her some reassurance. Even if he did not drown, the poisoned arrows would ensure his demise. As Wenji and his island were swept into the vortex, it vanished entirely. Indeed, it seemed that such vortices dissipate once they consume a victim. This was a first for her. Shasha had reverted to her little girl form, standing beside Xunan, curiously observing. You want to face punishment, will you? Xunan asked with concern. The other sharks frolicked in the water, exuding a carefree spirit. They appeared to be quite leisurely, perhaps on a break from work. Shasha shook her head. No, as long as the fine is paid, there's no issue. Xunan glanced at her own gold coins, preparing to speak, but Shasha smiled and reassured her. Grandma, you need not worry about giving me gold coins. I'll merely receive a scolding. That old man with the scar is not lacking in gold coins. Upon hearing that familiar name, Sunan's interest piqued. The scar? She was taken aback, realizing Shasha had a connection to him. The scar is my father. You've heard of him, haven't you? Indeed. We are quite familiar. Humph. Let him remember not to assign me such tasks without my consent. I will make him reflect on his actions. Xunan mused. Is 100,000 gold coins truly insignificant? With limited gold coins herself, she could not afford the hefty fine, yet she could offer other forms of compensation. After all, the sharks had aided her. Reluctantly parting with her gold, she instead produced a bounty of food, including several monster snacks, distributing them among the sharks. She reserved a particularly adorable ice cream for Shasha. Shasha's eyes sparkled with delight, thrilled by the treat. This ice cream was the most exquisite and visually appealing creation from Yizi's latest endeavors. After a moment's contemplation, Xunan broached a question that lingered in her mind. How has your father been lately? I heard his island was dismantled. Shasha pondered for a few seconds, seemingly unable to recall pertinent information. With a nonchalant shake of her head, she replied, Doesn't his island frequently get dismantled? Who told him to stack his foundation stones together? If not his, then whose would be taken? But it's all right. He has more than one island. He may not even be aware of this incident. I am all too aware. Xunan silently mused. Regardless, I am indifferent to such matters. As long as I have a place to reside, that suffices. Shasha's tone was lighthearted, her enjoyment of the ice cream evoking a sense of bliss. Xunan suddenly recalled the female robot, pondering whether Shasha was aware of this situation. Given that Shasha was the daughter of Scar, what of her mother? Yet, this was someone else's private affair. Xunan was merely curious in her heart and had no intention of prying further. She couldn't help but muse, Dear Shasha, are you aware that your father has found you a stepmother? A stepmother whose pursuit remains uncertain. Observing that time was slipping away, she posed one final question. Shasha, did you come from Monster City? Shasha, wiping her small hands with a handkerchief, shook her head in response. No, I came from the island my father just gifted me. I am currently hosting my 5th birthday party. I was just speaking on stage when I was transported here. She paused before continuing. My father owns a sizable house there. But we all prefer to stay on our own islands and seldom visit. Each time we return home, we need tickets. The place has so many rules. It's as if it believes itself to be a tourist attraction. Xunan chuckled, pleasantly surprised by Shasha's witty remarks. However, I have just learned something. Let me quietly share it with you, Grandma. You might want to try it out later. Some individuals are now choosing to sneak into Monster City. And the management is furious upon discovering this, considering that they earn their fortune solely from ticket sales each year. Shasha did not linger long and hurriedly said her goodbyes, eager to return to her birthday festivities. This incident had indeed caused Scar a significant financial loss. After digesting the information she had just received, Xunan sighed. Once Shasha departed, she received another system notification. Contact with internal information of Monster City triggered a side quest. Investigate smuggling information into Monster City and successfully sneak in. Quest reward, tax exemption card for Monster City X1. Dao Dao and Yi tidied up the island as Xunan adjusted the direction of the propulsion device, continuing towards Monster City. This delay had cost her considerable time. It seemed she would not reach Monster City until later tomorrow. Upon returning to her bedroom and opening the light screen, she was met with an abundance of messages, which puzzled her. Had she done anything out of the ordinary today? Upon flipping through a few pages, she was somewhat speechless to discover that Wenji had sent a message to the chat channel before his demise. Wenji, Xunan, you killed my son and now seek to kill me. How can such a person be referred to as a boss? Have you all lost your sight? Chapter 73 garnered a significant amount of attention. Some began to defend Xunan, while others joined in the condemnation. Wenji, you must have committed some unforgivable act. For Yi, the esteemed boss, does not kill indiscriminately. Indeed, although I am from Zone 1002, I know your son has caused considerable trouble. Who has to say he wasn't seeking trouble and met his end? Are you all deluded by the surname Yi? How could you trust her so blindly? This is a survival game. You are all too naive. Which boss is simple? Gao Cheng He. I am the leader of the Justice Guild. After observing for several days, I believe Xunan is not a bad person. I think everyone can trust her. Meanwhile, the Justice Guild is recruiting. Players with a sense of justice are encouraged to join. Xunan mused. Is this attention something he must cling to? A mere child cannot amount to much. Join my Ho family support group. Any grievances you have, we can help you avenge. We, the Ho family, detest evil. Is this for real? You actually want to charge for it? Do you expect to benefit without cost? Is there such a good deal in the world? Xunan found herself amused. This individual was rather interesting. She clicked on his personal information. Name, Ho Jiming. Gender, male. Age, 46. Personal description, not a monkey, despite the surname. This seemed to be the Ho family leader that Xuejin had previously discussed in the group. She hadn't anticipated such a lively personality. Leader Ho. I shall join. Let us seize Xuanan's island together. Gao Chenghe. Xunan, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to call. We will not allow evil forces to run rampant in this world. Xunan remained silent, continuing to observe the conversation. Was Gao Chenghe finding the courage to reclaim his initial resolve? Ho Jinming. I am here to help you seek revenge, not to create enmity. Do you take me for a fool? You haven't even paid me, and here you are, prattling on. Next. Bah. What benefits has Xunan given you that you would promote her after she has just slain a father and son? Can you truly tolerate such a person? I too believe that one should not act in this manner. We are all from Blue Star. Cannot we unite a little? You all are so noble. Yet this is a survival world. I think it is your minds that are clouded. Xunan, weary of their banter, directly posted a message. Xunan, when will lie on? Have you comprehended the situation? You want me to bear the consequences for your family's provocations? Upon her words, a wave of derision followed. How presumptuous of you to consider yourself significant. The head of the Wen family hardly has time to concern himself with you. In less than 3 seconds. Wan Waliang responded. In light of the recent events, I apologized to Ms. Yi Xianan. When Ji instigated the conflict that led to their demise at the hands of others, I urge all players to view this matter with calmness. When Junlu, the Wen family will not engage in any cover-up. That must have stung. Two prominent figures from the Wen family have personally stepped forward to clarify the situation. Indeed, my sister Xian cannot be so easily slandered. As when Waliang and when Junlu spoke, the chatter around them ceased. Yi Xianan closed the chat channel. It appeared that the Wen family had a rather intricate internal dynamic. Was it akin to the family drama she had seen in television series, where family ties were overshadowed by self-interest? However, she hadn't expected when Junlu to participate in the conversation. She hadn't seen him on his family's island before. Never mind. As long as their affairs did not involve her, she had no need to concern herself. The farce had temporarily subsided. Yi Xianan savored her seafood while sending a link to Xiao Jiao. Suddenly, her vision plunged into darkness. Your pet's current spatial vision is unclear. Linking is not advised. Such a situation existed. She had no choice but to abandon the attempt for the time being. She wondered where Xiao Jiao had gone treasure hunting and whether it was dangerous. The sun was beginning to set, and Yi Xianan was still over 40 kilometers away from Monster City. Originally expected to arrive by morning, this delay caused by when Ji had extended her journey. After the terrifying experience of the previous night, she was reluctant to move again in the dark, opting instead to wait until tomorrow to act. Furthermore, she had plans for later in the evening. Having eaten an early dinner, Yi Xianan, along with Yi Zi and Dao Dao, set traps on the island. Fortunately, the traps from their previous encounter with the unicorn monster remained intact and could be reused. She kept one for emergencies, while the others were placed at various positions around the island. With a limited number of traps, Yi Xianan found a few simple traps at the trading post. She wondered whether Shun Yan, who could craft weapons, might also be able to create traps. Yi Xianan sent her a private message to explain the purpose, and Shun Yan promptly sent back 20 traps. Intermediate trap comes with bait, attracting surrounding creatures, and possessing a confusion function, capable of capturing 10 prey at once. It seemed rather impressive. This sister was indeed a capable person. Yi Xianan transferred her 200 gold coins and gave her a hearty thumbs up. Keep up the good work, dear. I look forward to even better creations. After marking the trap locations on the island design map, she exchanged some electric nets at the trading post, installing them around the unprotected perimeter of the island. Poverty was truly a crippling reality. If it weren't for the rarity of energy stones, she would have liked to cover the entire island with them around the clock. While awaiting Yi's setup of the electric nets, Yi Xianan received another system notification. Friendly reminder, the first NPC favorability ranking will be settled tonight at 10 o'clock p.m. The top 100 players will receive system rewards. This ranking is long-term, and the game will periodically conduct settlements. Players, do your best. Without the system's reminder, Yi Xianan might have nearly forgotten about it. She had garnered a fair amount of NPC favorability during her instance quests, though it had also led to quite a few NPCs blowing their tops. She wondered if there would be any deductions. This ranking was unexpectedly long-term. She pursed her lips, considering that her favorability might very well plummet to negative numbers. Soon, dusk began to fall, and Yi Xianan halted the island. The visibility was diminishing, so it was wise to find a place to stop early. Approaching Monster City, the surroundings had undergone a remarkable transformation. The temperature had notably dropped, more than 10 degrees lower than before. Thanks to the cooling function of her sun protective gear, she found it quite comfortable outside her bedroom. Indeed, Monster City was a place of aspiration for monsters. It was her first encounter with so many islands floating on the sea. Some were several times larger than the cargo islands she had seen in Bird Town. There were several of significant size, akin to Scarface, and even larger ones. Massive islands moved across the surface of the sea, leaving Yi Xianan deeply astonished. When would her island be able to reach such proportions? Additionally, there were some islands with extraordinarily peculiar shapes. Yi Xianan was dazzled by the sights, finding everything novel. There was even an island shaped like a toilet brush. Such a design was truly unique. Some smaller, stationary reefs dotted the sea, bare and devoid of sand or rock, having been washed clean by the waves. Beside Yi Xianan's island was a chicken coop-shaped island, at least 5 times her island's size. There, a female monster, appearing to be in her 40s and sporting a light red comb atop her head, squatted on a haystack, under a beautifully crafted orange lamp. She groomed her feathers while casting a curious gaze at Yi Xianan. Chapter 74. Am I being bewitched? That cannot be allowed. Yi Xianan was aware that she now bore the image of Leader Huang, and she surely had acquaintances in Monster City. However, she was uncertain about Leader Huang's social standing there. It would be wise to dress up a bit, for encountering his enemies and facing an unwarranted beating would be quite unworthy. To be safe, she moved her island a short distance away. To her surprise, the chicken monster ant watched her and, seeing her move to the side, followed suit. Xunan. She had refrained from turning on the lights, believing that darkness would aid in concealment. With so many NPCs around, whose abilities were unknown, her island, though not particularly large, might still draw unwelcome attention. Yet, she never anticipated that trouble would find her so swiftly. Xunan did not return to her room. Hiding now would only arouse suspicion. She could only hope that this ant was neither Leader Huang's rival nor enemy. She fiddled with the island's propulsion device, feigning ignorance of the other's presence. Fortunately, the other party did not approach too closely, halting a good 10 meters away. "Hey, Lao Huang, it's really you." The other party spoke with familiarity, her expression one of surprise. "You look so dark, I almost didn't recognize you. Luckily, your golden hair is bright enough." Xunan felt a wave of melancholy. Is my adorably mini island something you NPCs can just stumble upon? Internally, she was engulfed in doubt, though her face betrayed no emotion. She merely glanced at the other person before returning her attention to the propulsion device, pretending to poke at it. Just a gift from below. What good could possibly come from below? The other party flapped her wings and jumped down from the haystack, inching closer. "However, your little island seems quite interesting. It's not large, yet it has a fair amount of high-quality land. Oh, is this a temperature-controlled house? Those sell for quite a price in the city." Xunan felt a flicker of excitement. She had no idea what the NPC meant by not cheap. Her temperature-controlled bedroom, at 20 square meters, felt a tad small. With summer soon passing and the extreme cold on the horizon, she wondered if other extreme temperatures would follow. This survival game was not a fleeting endeavor, and for comfort, she wished to expand her living space. The chicken monster ant glanced around Xunan's island, noting the absence of other monsters. She curiously asked, "Why are you out here alone this time? Previously, weren't you always flanked by a gaggle of followers? What, running low on funds? Can't be ordered around anymore?" Xunan straightened her back, placing her hands behind her, and sat by the chair. Mimicking Leader Huang's demeanor, she swayed her feet and replied nonchalantly, "Experiencing life." The chicken monster ant was visibly taken aback, but after a moment, her expression shifted to one of understanding. "Our lives can indeed be a bit dull. I too have let my offspring experience life this time. If he cannot blend in with the outsiders, he shall never inherit my fortune." Xunan. Was there such a thing? She couldn't help but glance at the chicken monster ant's island. While she couldn't inherit it, she was still curious about what an NPC's offspring might inherit. To her surprise, upon that glance, the chicken monster ant suddenly flared up. The feathers that puffed out startled Xunan. She had been pecked by chickens as a child, and even after all these years, she still bore a slight shadow of fear. The other party flapped her wings a few times, losing some feathers, though thankfully not flying over to assault her. "What do those eyes mean? Do you look down on my island?" "Humph. It's merely a means of transportation, while it may not compare to your fortune. It's enough for my offspring to live comfortably." Xunan. What an unjust accusation. I never thought that. She genuinely admired a mother who cared so much for her child. However, to align with Leader Huang's noble persona, she coldly retorted, "As long as you know." The other party was left speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to suppress her agitation. "It's almost 7. I need to find a comfortable spot to dock, lest things get lively at night." With that, the chicken monster ant concocted an excuse and slipped away. Xunan watched her retreating figure, pondering the offspring she mentioned who was blending in with the outsiders. Thus, within the ranks of players, there exist NPCs masquerading as players. Perhaps, there is more than one. Has the system engaged in underhanded dealings? Is such a thing possible? As nightfall enveloped the landscape, the last vestiges of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, giving rise to 2 brilliant beams of light that pierced the darkness. Every few seconds, these beams shifted direction, reminiscent of searchlights emanating from the monster city. Yet, one must consider the vast distance they must traverse, several dozen kilometers. Xunan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of gaming technology, only to suddenly notice shimmering specks of bioluminescence appearing on the surface of the sea. They flickered erratically, a kaleidoscope of colors. The ambience atop the water transformed into something ethereal. She heard a nearby creature exclaim in awe, "How beautiful!" In her past foraging for mushrooms, she had been indoctrinated with the notion that the more visually appealing they were, the more likely they were to be poisonous. Thus, her vigilance heightened instantaneously. Deodao approached her feet and gently nudged her hand with its nose, seemingly attempting to offer her a semblance of reassurance. Xunan stroked the firm head of her dog, pondering whether Monster City possessed any plush canine apparel. After a few minutes of dancing bioluminescence, the vibrant jellyfish began to ascend from the water's surface, revealing their true forms. Colorful, luminous jellyfish. A few of the larger specimens boasted diameters of 2 to 3 meters, while the majority were merely the size of a palm. Remarkably, these jellyfish retained their vitality even after leaving the water, joyfully swirling around the skies above various islands. The surface of the sea resembled a multitude of twinkling lights. Part of Xunan's island lay ensconced within a protective barrier, preventing the jellyfish from entering. However, another section was graced by the presence of numerous jellyfish, which bounced merrily upon the ground, producing a delightful popping sound. They appeared rather endearing, undeniably cute. Xunan briefly expanded the protective barrier, ejecting them all. Confused, were they? That simply would not do. At that moment, a series of thunderous booms reverberated through the air. Enormous fireworks erupted, illuminating the entire seascape in a breathtaking spectacle, far more splendid than the 3-foot jade she had previously encountered on a certain video platform. Shortly thereafter, a voice, ethereal and devoid of discernible gender, resonated from the heavens. The centennial celebration of Monster City is fast approaching. We warmly welcome all to attend. Upon concluding this announcement, the jellyfish, which had been floating above, began to shower down colorful, luminescent banners with a series of auspicious and celebratory words inscribed upon them, such as welcome, celebrate, completion, and good fortune. Xunan glanced around and found the design quite intriguing. Finally, she lifted her gaze, only to have a jellyfish nearly collide with her face. She clutched her chest, staring at the jellyfish pressed against the protective barrier, feeling as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare.